Well, good morning once again, everybody, and we want to welcome all our fans at home watching on RacerTV.com this morning. Start of our live broadcast here at Loretta Lynn's 2022. Going to kick things off with our live coverage with our 85cc 10 to 12. That is race number 4. That includes Landon Gibson from Peachtree City, Georgia, Brennan Harrison out of Jacksonville, Florida, Colby Lesser from Centennial, Colorado, Jace Wolf from Franklin, Wisconsin, Brandon Eade comes out of Claremont, Florida, and Pilgrim, Minnesota sends us Bentley Walker, Talon Staggs from Fair Oaks, California, Jonathan Getz out of Old Town, Florida. Mountain Home, Idaho is where Trinity Bachelor comes from, and Wyatt Thurman comes to us from Burleson, Texas. Zephyr Hills, Florida is home to Carson Wood, while Vincent Way makes his home at Marietta, California. Zane W. Martin comes from New Holland, PA, and Hamilton, New York is where Chadwick Nauer comes from. Midwest City, Oklahoma, that's where Knox Lowen came from on the number 32 machine. And number 35 from Landon Waters comes to us from Latana, Texas. Dripping Spring, Texas sent us Brady Olson on the 37. And Murrieta, California sends Aiden Zing on the number 35. Caden Dudney comes out of Athens, Texas on the number 40 machine. While Yevon Didier comes out of 9 Mile Falls, Washington on the number 41. Wyatt Duff out of Lexington, Kentucky on the number 44 machine. And St. Augustine, Texas sends the number 45 up Graham Bowers. Easton Tays from Helena, Montana. Madden Jones comes from Farmersville, Texas. Gage Dunham from Colorado on the number 51 machine. While Kevin DePino comes out of Bensalem, PA. Darren Pine from Montgomery, Texas. Christopher Harris out of Lippin, Texas. Caden Fitch on the 61 out of Elbert, Colorado. And Connor Barta on the 65 from Wilson, Kansas. Russell Point, Ohio sends the number 71 of Trent Burton. And Jet Kellogg comes out of Windsor, Colorado. North Fork, California is home to Ryder Ellis. And Travis Johnsmeyer comes out of Fleshman's, New York. Tristan Pruitt from West Lynn, Oregon. Brady Roddicker on the 83 comes from Scotia, New York. And the 87, Grayson Townsend, comes from St. George, Utah. Max Bowling from Mechanicsville, Virginia. Seth Dennison out of Groveland, Florida. Danny Robertson from Calgary, Canada. Cole Blecka out of Fruita, Colorado. And the number 99, Gavin Moon, comes from Bray, Colorado. Mikey Waynes, what's happening?
Oh, G Moon. I love the name. I love the name. Hey, how about it? Welcome to RacerTV.com. Good morning to everybody watching out there. You're seeing the Stacey Cole shot right here at Loretta Lynn's, the ranch, here for the Monster Energy Amateur National Championship or Motocross Championship. And, boy, off and rolling. Got a good battle up front. See if we can get our eyes on it here in just a moment and see who is out in front. You see the lines developing already this morning. This is, race number 4?
Race number 4.
85cc.
Mikey, we're talking about Vincent Way, Carson Wood, Jonathan Getz, Landon Gibson, Madden Jones, Gage. I mean, this thing is loaded. This thing is absolutely stacked. One of the couple races these guys are going to square off in this 85cc 10 to 12. All right, working our way out of Storyland into the waterworks. Here come our leaders now.
I saw that. I think that's the number 6, Elena Gibson, there in the 2 spot. Took my eyes off her for a split second. Didn't quite see who is out in front. But, boy, good battle. We're going to get our
that's
front
the number
row seat
58 machine out front leading the way. And that is Darren Pine, man. We're going to see that guy up front all week. He's got great speed, great racecraft coming out of Montgomery, Texas. The number 58, Darren Pine, our leader here on lap number 1 as he works his way down into the beach. Around the Polysport corner, here we go. Down into the Bermuda Triangle. Look at this. Darren Pine goes right through the middle of the Bermuda Triangle, carries great speed, doubles out. Here we go, 1 lap in the books, 85, 10 to 12. So it's Landon Gibson with your hole shot on the number 6 machine in the number 2 position, but Darren Pine able to make a quick pass, puts the number 58 into the number 1 ride. Landon Walters in the number 3 position. Seth Dennis puts himself in the number 4 spot. Carson Wood in the 5 spot. Vincent Way in 6th. Grayson Townsend rides in 7th. Graham Bowers in 8th. Wyatt Thurman in 9th. Cole Blecka in 10th. Look at this. Wyatt Duff in the number 11 spot. Colby Lesser 12th. Bentley Walker followed by Jonathan Getz in 14th. Zane Martin, your top 15. Cade Dudney sits in 16th. This is a who's who, Rodney. 1 through 20 right here, this 85, 10 to 12.
Well, we've watched these youngsters grow from probably most of them, the shaft drive classes into this 85, 10 to 12-year-old class, and already these riders seem like seasoned veterans here at the Dude Ranch. And what a battle we've got shaping up out front as Darren Pine has grabbed the lead, and Landon Gibson has grabbed some throttle as he is rolling up on the rear fender of the number 58 machine. Gibson coming in here, obviously, is one of the top competitors as we check him going into the Storyland now. Landon Walters back in the number 3 spot aboard the 35, as you said. But it's, look at that battle going on with Walters and Seth Dennis. Now Carson Wood also in a heated battle for the 3rd place position. So those top 5 spots right now, Mikey Wayne, are very hot seats, and I'm sure they're not the only hot seats in the house.
Yeah, they want them. They're chomping at the bit. Landon Gibson really working the track right now, Rodney. Looks like he was enjoying. Oh, look at that for the pass. Can he make it stick? Yes.
Beautifully executed right there, Mikey. He had some great momentum coming in out on the outside. He knew exactly where he was going and what he was going to do. He took the line away from Pine. Pine still in the number 2 spot now as we see. Now, I believe this is a 3rd place. I believe this may be either Wood or Dennis back in that number 3 spot as they get a little closer to the house. That is the 93 of Seth Dennis into the number 3 spot now with the 35 machine of Walters dropping back to 4th. Now the 5th place position, at least for a moment, as they head in that Bermuda Triangle. They swap it out quite a bit, but your new leader at the end of 2, Landon Gibson.
That might actually be... Man, I thought for sure that was Carson Wood there. Yeah, CW.
Okay, maybe it was Carson Wood.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So
no, that's
it was
all right.
Carson
I was
Wood,
on the
Seth Dennis.
KTMs.
Yeah,
you know, that's
Seth
okay.
Dennis back in the number 4 spot. I knew they both were moving up. Walters does drop back to the number 5 spot now. So a big, they were jockeying coming around that sweep return all the way around the racetrack, actually.
Yeah, here comes Wood. He's all over Pine right now and kind of almost mimicking what Gibson did, working those outside lines. And
yeah, they head into the 10 Commandments right now. Gibson's got a little bit of comfort zone, but it's not a lot of comfort zone, especially the way that Carson Wood is charging right now in that 26 machine.
Side by side, there he goes, makes it stick now. Was flirting with it. Now he drops down into the inside, testing that line out, getting deep. Look at these lines developing, folks. I mean, hey.
That was to the airbox, Mikey.
Bingo.
I mean, that rut was to the airbox.
Folks at home are like, man, did they start at 6 a.m.? Look how great these lines look. No. Hey, this is just now, race number 4? I mean, or 5, yeah. No, it's 4. 4. 85, yeah. 65cc coming up next, 7 and 9.
And heading out on the big monster Sandy sweeper we had. Now here comes Carson Wood. Will he seal the deal up like Landon Gibson did on the... No, Gibson protecting that line and keeping the great momentum going there. He's got to stay on that inside because he knows where the 26 of Carson Wood is wanting to go. But the one thing is, right now, Carson Wood is ready to pull the trigger from any angle. So he could take any shot at this point. And look at this coming into the big Sandy sweeper around the Poly Sport Beach. We're heading to the Bermuda Triangle.
Wood just stuck that front end in there, grabbed the handful, shot the bike to the inside. He's putting that bike wherever he wants it. Rodney, great observation, said going anywhere he wants, inside, outside, closing the gap, waiting for the perfect spot to pull the trigger.
Well, he's searching out this racetrack, obviously looking for lines. The gap right now, 1.1 seconds. Lap time, 205.043 for Carson Wood that last time around. Gibson turned at 206.1, nearly an entire second faster. And if he's able to pull that off, it's going to be really interesting here at the end of this next lap. If timing and score is an indication, when they get around here close to the finish, might be when we see the pass taking place. But as we watch this one unfold right now, it might happen even a little quicker. Look at the battle going on back behind him right now as the 93 of Dennis and Pine still battling for that 3rd and 4th place position, and Vincent Way now up from a 7th spot, guys, into a 5th place position. So he moves up pretty quick there, turning 206 as well. He's only 2 seconds now out of the battle for the top 3 spot.
Yeah, I've had my eye on Vincent the last couple laps. The number 27 machine, like Rodney said, turned a 206 last time around, has put himself in good position right now, and only a couple seconds out from the rider ahead of him.
I believe, just a moment ago, I think Seth Dennis, the number 93 KTM, actually got around that number 58 Gas to Darren Pine.
And I'm thinking
Good
that Carson Wood,
screen.
man, he's pulling triggers, but, man, I tell you, the moving target is hard to hit right now. What's happening is they're nearly side-by-side drag racing now, and we've got the pass. Carson Wood, a little whiptail there into the big Monster Energy Sandy sweeper, and at least for the moment we got a new leader, but Landon Gibson is trying to fire back.
I tell you, Landon Gibson looked straight over his shoulder. That's unusual for that youngster. He knew something was coming. Wasn't sure exactly where Wood was coming from. Looks over his shoulder, and the pass is made. Now he has to gather it up, tuck in behind, find the spot where he's quicker, and re-answer.
Well, Gibson not letting that position go too easily, so this battle I don't think is over yet. What's going to be exciting, though, is to watch the 93 of Seth Dennis now that he's got some free air between himself and second place position.
Gibson not done by any means.
He's not laying down for him. Not a chance.
Look at this.
And here we go. Takes his line. Aggressive, but he makes it work. He makes it work.
Around the billboard now. I tell you, I told you this was far from over, and it's far from over back behind here, dude. They're going at it
Gibson
still.
wants a piece.
Absolutely.
He wants.
All right. Here we go. Gibson trying to fire back once more.
Oh, look at the
elbow to elbow, and that's uncharacteristic. I can't believe Gibson is paying that much attention to Wood. I mean, looking over, trying to make eye contact. He needs to be racing forward right now.
Man, battle's all over this racetrack right now. Dennis, as we said, trying to close that gap. But last time around 6 seconds, so that's going to be a pretty big gap to bridge. So it'd be interesting to see what happens there. But again, watching Vincent Way, I'm interested to see what he's going to do on this lap as this battle continues the way, John. I mean, they are choosing completely different lines right now, just trying to find an advantage out there.
Rodney, they basically flip-flopped. Last time around, Wood went all the way to the outside. Gibson was to the inside. This time, hey, that's not how it played out. These guys are not going to follow the leader whatsoever. They know they have to ride different lines. If the guy in front of them gets collected, you're going down with him. So a lot of racecraft being shown by these youngsters right now. But I have to tell you, Carson Wood with a big move back on lap number 2 puts himself into the lead, and Gibson yet to be able to answer.
Impressive ride. Reels him in a little bit right there, but boy, once Carson Wood gets out into some of the open sections, he's just finding speed out there. And Gibson's still trying. He's giving it everything he's got. Now you can see it's stretching out just a little bit.
And, Mikey, good observation. In those fast sections, Wood's really grabbing a handful. But watch Gibson in those ruts.
Yeah.
Watch Gibson in those deep rutted corners, man. That's where he's finding his time. That's where his advantage is for sure.
Just past the 10-minute point. 10
Look
minutes.
Look at him rail the Bermuda Triangle right there.
Perfect example.
Put that line to good use.
Halfway point now, 10:20 in the. Gibson pulls
what's
off
up?
the track. And he goes right past the finish line and right into...
He's pounding the handlebar. He's disgusted right now. Oh, no. Look at the heartbreak for Gibson.
You said it. And left just to stand beside the bike.
Oh, heartbreaker that one is for sure.
Whatever
Look
it is,
at
it's
this.
it.
Carson Wood, only man in the picture frame right now. Absolutely. Just opened the door for him, took the pressure off 100%. Took the pressure off of him 100%, and Carson Wood out front on that 26, able to relax, feels no pressure right now. Going to have a huge gap this time around, Mikey, and the battle right now we're going to be watching. That's going to be Vincent Way versus Seth Dennis.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, Carson Wood going to have a pretty good gap now. Man, I mean, it was an epic battle up until that point.
And we didn't even see it happen. We didn't see the bike smoke. We didn't see a puff. We didn't hear a backfire or anything out of that little two-stroke. And
I think Rodney's on a mission to go find him.
Came to a stop there as he rolled off past the finish line.
Hey, guys.
But go ahead, Rodney.
Hey, I'm down here with Landon Gibson right now. I saw him pulled off over here by the impound area. Obviously a little bit disgusted with what happened there. Landon had a great ride going on there. We saw you trying to fight back for that pass. What happened? You just pulled off the track.
My bike blew up, man. I was riding okay the first couple laps. I was tight, and I got passed, and I was going to charge back and get the moto win, man, but my bike just malfunctioned.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a heartbreaker, no doubt about it. But hey, you still got 2 more motos. Maybe the championship slipped out of your hands, but you got some points to prove later on in the week, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wow, what a heartbreaker right there, guys. Just broke down, blew up, and gave out. And I'll tell you, you can see it on his face. You can see it in his eyes if you can't hear it in his voice. He's pretty gutted right now.
Yeah, absolutely, Rodney. Thanks much. And we know how he feels. We can see the disappointment in his face and hear it in his voice. And right now, this time around, Carson Wood on lap number 6. It's going to be interesting to see the gap. Seth Dennis has made his way into that number 2 position, of course. So 8.5 is the gap now between Wood and Dennis. Kay Dudney checks in that number 3 position. Darren Pine now in 4th. Vincent Way still in that number 5 spot, has some ground to make up.
You know what I loved about Gibson, what he said? He said, I was going to come back.
Oh, yeah.
I was going
to win the moto. Yeah, absolutely.
That's glass half full. I mean, what are you going to do? The bike blows up.
Absolutely.
He was sitting it, laying it all out. So, hey, our hat's off to you, buddy.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Look forward to seeing you in the next moto. Know you're going to put it all out there for us. So right now, taking a look inside that top 10, it starts with Wyatt Duff, goes Brennan Harrison in 9th, Jace Wolf in 8th, Cole Blecka in that number 7 spot, 6th is Jonathan Getz. Vincent Way again in that number 5 spot, Darren Pine 4th. Kay Dudney now in the 3rd spot. Seth Dennis rides in 2nd. And Carson Wood out to about a 9-second lead in that number 1 position on his 26 KTM.
Looking good. You're watching him live on Racer TV. Got that foot out. Get a little dirt sample.
Love
it. The 2.6 KTM Carson Wood. What a ride. Let's talk about that pass.
Oh.
When he initially went for it,
Listen.
He said, I'm at Loretta's. I'm not at my local track anymore. This is Loretta's. I'm on Racer TV. I got to do something special.
Used that speed on the outside, came in, took control of the race line once the pass was made, steadily started to pull away. Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Sure.
We're going to see a rematch in Moto number 2,
No
I
doubt.
will promise you.
No doubt.
And I don't know what happened. Obviously, lap times are starting to wane just a little bit past the halfway point. We're approaching 15 minutes and about 5 minutes left in this race itself. Lap times now 2:09, 2:08. That's your leaders. 2:07 for Caden Dudney back there. He's about 6 seconds behind Seth Dennis. There's 8.5 seconds between first and second. Darren Pine drops to a 2:11. Obviously, Dudney getting around. He's 1.6 seconds back. But Vincent Way, who had those fast laps in the early part of the moto, he too has fallen victim to something out there as he's dropped his lap time down to a 2:14. It could be part of a battle he may be waging now with Darren Pine, because it looks like he may be trying to make that pass. A 2:09 that time around for Darren Pine as he checks in 4th. A 2:10 for Vincent Way. He's 2.6 seconds back. So that's one of the more highly contested battles in our top 5 right now. And again, remember, Vincent Way came from back in the pack, so he pushed hard early. So this last 5 minutes is going to be pretty critical. His training is really going to have to come into play here.
Well, his trainer, a guy named Nick Way, one of the toughest guys ever to throw a leg over a motorcycle. He was known for his late moto performances. He was known for being fit, being a tough guy, no question. We see much of the same stuff out of Vincent. Like you said, now he's putting himself back in line. Went from that 2:14 back to a 2:10. But we have to look clear back to Wyatt Duff and Brendan Harrison. Harrison turned a 2:08 last time around in that 9 spot. He's as much as 4 seconds, 3.5, 4 seconds quicker than some of the riders ahead of him, but has a little bit of a gap to overcome on some of those spots.
Christopher Harris, another rider we've watched rise through the ranks through these mini cycles over the last few years, back in the number 11 spot. A former Texas cross-country champion was talking with his dad the other day. They said, we're going to be hitting some of the GNCCs later this fall, so we'll probably see a former Texas champion and, of course, a top motocross rider hitting the GNCCs this fall. So looking forward to seeing Chris make his appearance there at the Grand National Cross Country. We'll see. I'm going to be keeping an eye on him as well. I know he was a front runner in the 65cc class, and this 85 10 to 12-year-old class, trying to break the top 10 right now.
All right, time's starting to run out, Rodney. 3.5 minutes left in this one. 2-lap card is out. Carson Wood come through. Seth Dennis followed by Kate Dudney. Darren Pine picking up the 2-lap card right now. Lap 8 in the book, so 2-lap card is flying, as we said. Last time around, gap was 8.5. Look at this. Seth Dennis pulls 3 seconds off of that gap with 2 laps to go. He turns a 2:08. He's 3 seconds a lap quicker than your leader, Carson Wood.
Mercy.
And it's an official 3 seconds, 2:11.1 to 2:08.0. There's 3 seconds he ate up.
Yeah, and, he did have about an 8-second gap. That gap now down to about 5.5 seconds. So Wood still has a very manageable gap to work with there, but can't get too comfortable in that pace, because if Dennis finds even a little bit more speed, say 3 more seconds over the next 2 laps, all of a sudden the face of this race is different once we reach the checker flag. Now, are we on 2-lap or are we on white flag?
2-lap card is out. This time around, we'll pick up the white flag. So as the leaders work back around, we're going to have 1 lap to go in this one. Now, Seth Dennis, 5.4. You do the math. 2 laps, 3 seconds a lap. That's 6 seconds.
Yeah.
But where's that going to fall as far as real estate goes on the track? So going to be interesting to see what Seth Dennis has up his sleeve here for this last lap and a half.
Dudney turned into 2:06 last time around. He dropped the gap. See, that might be Carson's saving grace. He might not have to worry about it if Dudney and Dennis get in that battle for the number 2 spot. So this is getting kind of interesting as we head for the checkers now in a little more than 2 minutes at this point.
Yeah, Dudney might be the shocker here in this one. Stunned by Dennis's ride. You know, he brought himself from about that 9th place, somewhere around 7th, 8th place, up into this number 2 ride. But Cade Dudney turning into fast laps here late in this one. White flag going to come out here in just a moment. Looks like our leaders now coming through the Polysport Beach.
Right on time, Megawatt. Right where they need to be. Dudney and Dennis still going at it back there for the number 2 position as your leader does check in. There's Carson Wood coming through now. Lap 9 complete, a 2:10. Didn't really pick up the pace a whole lot.
Seth Dennis turns a 2:07.3 that time. Still the gap, 2.7.
Here's the thing.
Can he make a run at him? And look at Dudney.
Exactly.
2:07.3 matches it.
I was going to say, here's the thing. Carson Wood all of a sudden might find himself not in trouble from Seth Dennis, but in trouble from Seth Dennis and Caden Dudney. This could end up being a 3-way shootout right here to the Bermuda Triangle for this final lap and checker flag.
Hey, that's what I'm counting on. That's what I want to see right now. And as we take a look at our leaders working their way back through one more time, Rodney, this thing's going to come down to the wire, no question about that.
There's Wood. There is Dennis. There is Dudney. They're all in the same
camera shot.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness, in the same section, in the same camera shot, back into Storyland, and we know things change back there. When we come back into the beach, I think this is going to be a different game, Rodney.
Absolutely. Through the red zone, then to Storyland.
Yes, the red zone, my bad.
Yes, a new addition there, I believe, last season, if I'm not mistaken, to the course.
Dudney sending it, man, doing everything he can right now. Oh, rider down in the middle of the track, out of the way, though, no issue for the leaders.
Well, you have to wonder, are these riders starting to do math in their head, thinking 3-moto format, strongest survives at the end of 3? Do I roll the dice in Moto 1, or do I just settle into where I'm at?
All right, there comes Dudney now. He's coming down through those rough whoop sections of the beach. There comes the number 40. Go ahead, take it, Rodney.
As they come into the sandy sweeper here, the Thor Beach.
We got a race, Rodney.
We do.
Oh, Mikey Waynes, look at this.
There is the 26 Wood. Dennis just behind him. 2-lap riders just ahead of both of them now into the Bermuda Triangle. Dennis gets through. Here comes, Wood gets through. Dennis gets through, tries to slingshot through the outside. Not going to happen. Carson Wood going to hang on for the checkers. A 2:09 that time around. .497 was the gap, a 2:07 lap time for Seth Dennis. But, man, Carson Wood rode it just exactly how he needed to do. .497 or a mile, it doesn't matter. A win is a win.
Listen, Carson Wood, hats off, because Seth Dennis was 5.3 away from you when the 2-lap board came out. He applied the heat. He brought the pressure. Carson Wood able to keep that number 26 machine upright in the number 1 spot. And how about Cade Dudney? Cade Dudney with a late race charge, only 2 seconds back from Dennis. So Wood, Dennis, Dudney, 1, 2, 3. Darren Pine able to hold on inside of that top 5. Cole Blecka going to ride in that number 5 position. And, Rodney, we know that's about as far back. That needs to be your bad finish, is that number 5.
Absolutely.
Spot. That needs to be your I don't even want to say
the ceiling as far as
the ceiling, the bubble, you know.
So Jonathan Getz, Brendan Harrison in 6th, Jonathan Getz in 7th, Jace Wolf in 8th, Vince Way dropping to the number 9 spot and encountering some oppositions there on lap number 9, and then rounding out the top 10, Grayson Townsend rounds out the top 10. We see Wyatt Duff, Chris Harris, McCaden Fitch, Zane Martin, and Kevin DePino all rounding out the top 15 now. Again, Wood, Dennis, and Dudney will be going down to see Jason Wygant at the Monster Energy Podium.
Man, you mentioned Kevin DePino. There's Madden Jones, Fitch, all that. Man, it's just one. It really is a matter of start and gate position, and the first couple laps trying to get this thing sorted out. So important in these 85s, and the stage is set, Rodney, for the next two motos.
Hey, I like it when these kids are ready before I am. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get the winner on up. He's going to go grab his hat and come on up to the podium. This is a stacked class, so it's a big statement to go out there and win and get the gold in moto number 1. Let's hear it for Carson Wood. You know this class is going to be tough, man. How good does it feel to start the week off like this?
It feels great. Sure, no one really expected this, but yeah.
How'd the moto go for you?
It went pretty good. I got a horrible start. I made it all my way up, and I rode my own race pretty much.
All right, who do you want to thank, Carson?
My mom, my dad, Fox, Lynx, FMF, Future Next, Moto Sandbox, Pro Taper, and God for keeping me safe. Thank you.
All right, there it is, Carson Wood. Gold medal in the first moto of the week on the 85s. Let's bring up Seth Dennis, who took second in that one. Seth Dennis, our second place finisher. And he's going to be a title contender all week long. We're looking for Dennis, and we're looking for Dudney, who is our third place finisher. So Seth Dennis, so we can get Seth Dennis on up. There he is. All right, good run for second place, keeping himself in contention with the silver medal, Seth Dennis. All right, how was that one, Seth?
The moto was pretty good at the end. I had a couple bobbles in the beginning, and I just started picking up some pieces, bits and pieces from the track, and just started getting faster and faster. And yeah, I just tried to lay down some heaters and caught first place, and it was close, but I'll get him in the next moto.
Yeah, that was a three-rider battle. That was really fun to watch. Who do you want to thank?
I think my mom, my dad, my sister, Kyle Cheeseman, Tyler Bowers from Sandbox, KTM Orange Grade, Monster Army, Fox, Scott, Power Band, Twisted, Thrill Seekers, and everybody else. Thank you.
Seth Dennis finishes second in the 85s. And part of that battle late in the game for the win, this pack really tightened up. Let's hear it for third place, Caden Dudney. Well, we didn't see you early, and then we did see you late. What happened there early in the moto?
Well, I bogged off the start, and I had to work my way up there, and it was pretty tough. The track's pretty gnarly out there. Not good ruts, and yeah.
Did you see the leaders toward the end of the moto? Were you getting pumped there, or did you not even realize what was going on?
I didn't even know what place I was in. I was just charging until I got up front, until I see the checkered flag. So.
Third place is solid. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Monster Energy, Team Green Kawasaki, Fly Racing, Dunlop, Pro Circuit, Renthal, Maxima, and everybody else that supports me. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Bronze medal to Caden Dudney. And we'll head out a Stasic Whole Shot Award to one of the Gibson brothers. We're looking for Landon Gibson, who has our Stasic Whole Shot. And we'll let him thank some people and take the award. Oh, wow. Okay, this is the first time I've ever seen a Whole Shot Award handed out to someone not in gear. So, Landon, what happened?
Yeah, man, I was so excited to race, and my bike was losing power second lap, and she blew up, but we're ready to fight back these next motos.
All right, you'll show people how fast you can go. Who do you want to thank?
Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, my mom, my dad, Bell Helmets, 100%, Answer, Dunlop Tires, and everyone else. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Stasic Whole Shot to Landon Gibson. Bike problems kept him off the podium. He'll be back for motos 2 and 3, and we'll send it back up. 65.
Race number 5, 65 7-9 Limited coming up next. 42 of the best in the land are set and ready to take to this racetrack next, and they include the number 11 from Sumner, Florida on the gas, Christian Tursky. The number 14 from Liberty, Kentucky on the gas, will be Braxton Baldock. Number 15 from Littleton, New Hampshire on the KTM, Carter Pilgrim. Number 16 from Clever, Missouri on the Cobra, Gavin McCoy. Number 17 from Zebulon, Georgia, KTM Ryder Lane. The 18 from Alpine, Wyoming, the KTM of Sawyer Geick. Number 19 from Bedford, Virginia, KTM rider Jet Overstreet. Number 21 from Orlando, Florida on a KTM, Austin Keller. Number 22 from Valley Springs, California on a gas, Alex Campiglia. The number 23 from Faultville, Alabama, KTM of Axel Ward. Number 24 out of Fair Oaks, California, gas rider Eden Steinbrecher. Number 26 from Jamestown, California, Logan Olberg on a KTM. The number 27 KTM from Oxford, Michigan, Joseph Vicari. Number 28, Miles Milliston from Verona, Oregon on a gas. Number 30 out of Monteverde, Florida, Brody Bircher on a KTM. The number 31 from Roswell, Wyoming on a KTM, Jackson Stewart. The number 32 Cobra from Orlando, Florida, Gavin Welsian. Number 33 from Winchester, California, the KTM ride of Chase Brennan. Number 34 from Greensburg, Indiana, gas ride of Cole Whitaker. Number 36 from Temecula, California is the gas of Hawkins Campbell. Number 37 from Enoch, Utah, Husqvarna rider Logan Maurer. Number 40 from Cowpens, South Carolina on the Cobra, J.C. Genobles. Number 42 from Berry Creek, California, Cobra rider Jaden Smart. The 44 from Mounds, Oklahoma is going to be the factory Yamaha ride of Cade Nightingale. The number 46 from Oxford, Florida on the KTM, Levi Letty. Number 49 from Reading, Pennsylvania, KTM ride of Caden Thomas. Number 51 from Bensalem, Pennsylvania, Kiki DePino. Number 56 from Spring Hill, Tennessee, Talon Leach. Number 57 from Yucca Valley, California, Ryan Stice. Number 58 from Farmington, New Hampshire, Bryson Woodman. Number 60 from Frazee, Minnesota, Jace Sonnerberg. Number 61 from Unalaska, Texas, to be Alan Scott. Number 63 from El Reno, Oklahoma, the KTM ride of Jeter Ramirez. Number 67 from Midland, Texas, KTM ride of Landon Lee. Number 68 from Paris, California, Husqvarna rider Craven Earl. Number 69 from St. Clairsville, Ohio, gas mounted Carter Gray. 72 from De Pere, Wisconsin on the KTM Weston Auto. Number 77 from Clinton, Maryland, KTM ride of Stephen Green Jr. Number 89 from Cairo, Georgia, gas of Waylon Ballinger. Number 94, Huffman, Texas, is Yamaha ride of Aiden McKitty. Number 96 KTM, Brentley Latimer from Belton, South Carolina, and the 99 KTM from Parker, Colorado, Chance Ulberg. And that is your 42 riders in our 65cc 7 to 9-year-old limited class. All riders on the track right now. Mikey Wayne's on their sighting lap, and that's one of the great things about this event. You know, we talked about it, a couple of things that is always something that is always on mark here is you never race early, and you always get that sight lap. And one of the major reasons why, obviously, a 3-moto format, it's a long time between you get to see the gate drops, and of course with that, a lot of track changes taking place from one time to another. So these riders get a chance to preview the racetrack before their 20 minutes of battle and competition on this racetrack, and right now that's what they're taking advantage of. You know, a big question of who's some of the ones to watch in this one. And, you know, you almost have to look to the number 44 of Cade Nightingale out of Mounds, Oklahoma. Obviously, with a lot of support out of the Factory Yamaha folks and the National Sheriff's Association, Moose and Rock River. Cade Nightingale also coming through this with a creating a name for himself on his rise through these amateur ranks, and this might be another breakout kind of situation for this young man. And he's not the only one. Jaden Smart's obviously going to be one to keep an eye on. If we've seen that, Axel Ward, Alex Campelli, Sawyer Geick, I mean, any one of these riders could rise to the top as far as being the competitor to beat here in the 2022 championship, and that's what the beauty of Loretta Lynn's is all about. And, you know, sometimes riders, you know, we talk about all the training and all the efforts that riders and coaches and folks put into the Loretta Lynn's. The one thing that you got to hope for in your training regimen is that you've trained so that your peak performance happens at this particular week in the year. And that's one of the hard things to do as far as the science of it. And there are folks that are getting it figured out. There's no doubt about that. That is proof positive as we come here every year and we see folks rising to occasions and levels that maybe you never recognized or realized was possible. Not necessarily out of those individuals, but just anyone in particular, because these riders and these folks really dig deep to bring it home. There's no doubt about it. As we check in, looks like our start grid is repacked and ready to take off once again. Mikey Waynes, and they're getting the all systems go. I believe the 32nd board is up, and we'll see it going sideways here in just a moment. And racing action will get underway. As soon as those kids' heads go down, you know we're about ready to go.
Real quick, we have a lost phone at the office, the MX Sports office. Don, I always mess up the name, Rodney. Help me out.
Boost plug.
I have to look at it, read the name, and then look away and say it, because if I look at it and try to spell it out, I butcher it. So, hey, Don, we've got your cell phone. Don't worry, buddy. It is in good hands there at the MX Sports office.
Also,
you can pick it up over there.
If you have an item that you have lost or something you're looking for, the MX Sports office trailer is our lost and found department. Please make sure you check out over there. Don't forget, you need Wi-Fi. Our good friends there at the Wi-Fi support are ready to serve you. What is that? Lightning internet connections. And it looks like Braxton Baldock, one of the riders we expect could be a contender, as 42 of them are contenders as far as I'm concerned when the gate drops on this one. But Baldock grabs the early lead on the 14 machine. And he is another one of those riders that's going to be a tough contender up front, but we know there's a host of other riders in this 65, 7-9 limited class that are probably just as hungry as what Braxton is right now.
Braxton, rider out of Liberty, Kentucky. So just up north.
Yeah, he's
down here doing work.
Brought to you by 7 Apparel, Dunlop Tires, Roost, and of course our friends at Thrill Seekers on a gas machine. Still, again, man, these first laps are always some of the most interesting ones to watch. And as exciting as the front of the pack is, it's always neat to find that one rider that is buried back in the pack and that keeps making passes up through. And I've seen quite a bit of that going on right here in this 65cc class. You know, as you come into this luck of the gate pick, obviously luck of the draw. You got to draw your chip to get on the gate. And, you know, some folks really, you know, the position on the gate is critical to their survival as far as that goes. Our new leader coming around.
Sawyer Geik, I believe, on the, number 18? KTM out of Wyoming.
So as Jason Wygant pointed out in that first moto earlier today, you know, a lot of guys not getting the starts. It's going to be interesting to see some fast riders moving up through. Geik, Eden, Steinbrecher, Alex Campigli, 1, 2, and 3 as we kick things off here now. Down in front of the billboard, making the hard left-hander. We're going 2 by 2. We got a battle for first and second, and a battle back there for the number 3 and 4 spots.
I think that is Braxton Baldock.
The 14 machine.
Is the number 14 there in 4th place scoring. I don't know what's going on there. You got zeros, but get that figured out.
Yeah, that is the 14.
Don't sweat it.
So Baldock dropping from 1st to 4th.
Yeah.
And again, like Megawatt says, you know, the whole shot doesn't necessarily solidify you the win. You know, the early lead doesn't necessarily solidify you the win. What counts the most is when the checkers fly. And right now, you know, Sawyer Geik had himself in a great position. A good start, got out front. We'll see if he's able to maintain that. There's your 4th place rider that we're talking about, Baldock, that got that whole shot. And he's working this track himself, looking for those lines. Joseph McCary back in the number 5 spot. Brody Bircher is 6th. Carter Gray 7th. Gavin McCoy in 8th. Kiki DePino is 9th. There's Jaden Smart back in the number 10 spot aboard the 42. Followed by Alan Scott, Chase Brennan, Chance Olberg, Ryder Lane, Gavin Welsian, and Austin Keller. I expect that we can see maybe a different face to the conclusion of lap number 2. As, they're not done jockeying for position yet, I don't think.
Absolutely not, Rodney. There's a lot of jockeying yet to be done here in this 65, 7, and 9. But right now, you take a look. Sawyer Geek out front with that 202.5 and a 203.5 for Steinbrecher. Already established almost a 1 second lead at the end of one. We talked about Capigley in that number 3 position, a little bit back with that 206.2, almost 3 seconds off the pace right now. So,
Man, Campili, though, right now, he has reeled in Steinbrecher, it looks like. Steinbrecher, a
little bobble right there in the sand.
So, and that tightened things back up even more. So, Campili has gone from about a 3 second deficit to right on that rear fender. We're talking maybe a second. We'll see. And maybe tighter than that as they check in now. Geek is through, Steinbrecher through, and Campili. Wow, .290. Steinbrecher's little bobble there took a couple of seconds away, and Campili was right there to try and capitalize. We're on the backside of the billboard. This one is not over yet.
And Rodney, that just gives a rider such new life. When you see that guy ahead of you, feet come off the pegs, or he loses the bar for a second, or he swaps, man, it gives you life. And look at this, going for the pass to the inside. Can he make it stick?
Man, beautiful setup there as they drag race down through the whole shot forest now. Momentum may be maybe not. I don't know. Man, it looks
deep on that inside right there.
For a split second, it looks one way, and then for another split second, it looks the other way. But Steinbrecher still holding on to that number 2 spot as we head into the red zone now.
Sure looked like a pass till they hit that hole in the middle of that rut, huh?
Right, exactly. A little loose on the rear wheel there for Campili also there, so he's going to give a little bit of breathing room back to Steinbrecher.
Steinbrecher dog paddling again. Got down in that deep rut. Had both feet off the pegs trying to stabilize that thing. So, wow. Things really start to tighten. Now, look at this. Back under attack. There comes Campili again.
Trying to work that outside line. Find a little speed right there.
Far reaches the Storyland, man.
Wow. Look at the difference in the ground speed, but still the distance was the same. Campili carried so much speed, but the short track for Steinbrecher just was able to maintain the same gap. Wow, and Steinbrecher just sent it out over that double right there.
Right now,
feeling the heat. It's time to move.
Campili had a good line. He chose the right line coming in that and is not able to make up as much time as I thought he was going to. But if he'd been a little more aggressive coming into that, but I tell you, that section's getting tough to be aggressive in right now as that big sandy sweeper is becoming a big washboard out there, basically, especially for these little guys, man. Big moguls starting to develop out there.
That's exactly what it is, Rodney. I got to tell you, so impressed with Steinbrecher. Look at this. Here comes Campili to the outside of the Bermuda Triangle.
Bam.
There he goes.
Cuts to the inside, takes the line away. Pass is made. Campili into that number 2 position here at the end of lap number 3. Sawyer Geek comes through. He's got about 3 second lead, I believe, this time around. 4.5 second lead. So Campili moves himself into the number 2 position. Steinbrecher now rides in 3rd.
And do you think it's going to end there?
Absolutely not. I tell you, Steinbrecher right now, you can see it. He's already studying. He's already looking for a spot. He wants to answer, knows he has to gather it back up.
All right, I want you to take a look at that 4th place position. Remember, 2 laps ago at the end of one, Jaden Smart was running in the number 10 spot. He's turning a 224, and that's, coming up deep through the pack. A lot of these riders out there turning into 230s. There's Aiden McKitty with the 225. He's worked up into 6th place right now. Kiki DePino is now 7th. Olberg in 8th. Brody Bircher in 9th. Austin Keller in 10th. But the 2 riders on the move right now, Jaden Smart, the 42 machine, in 4th. And also keeping an eye on the 94 of Aiden McKitty back there in the number 6 spot. As we watch this war wage still for the number 2 spot between Steinbrecher and Campili now.
Yeah, McKitty, like you said, in that number 6 position on the number 94 Yamaha, he's making up some time for sure. The gap not that big, and just running about almost 2.5 seconds quicker than Vicari right ahead of him. And Rodney, I got to tell you, again, feet off the pegs by Steinbrecher right there. Deep down there, must be catching pegs, but he's using every line on this track.
Absolutely.
He's going inside, outside, doing whatever is necessary. And Steinbrecher far from done with this one. 11 minutes to go.
Got to remember, these are 65cc machines. A lot of these lines that have been carved in here before coming from 125s, 450s, 250s just ahead of them. So those 65s, whenever they go in, it's even deeper than it is for the big guys.
Yeah, 450 foot peg sits 3/4 way up the front wheel of a 65. Okay, so you talk about the ruts. That's exactly what we're starting. And again, we just see throwing the little bike off. You got a hook at the end of that rut. You got a good corner going, and all of a sudden, now you're sideways, foot off the peg, and going back to work one more time. The race number 5 on your docket right now. Race number 6 coming up. That's going to be your senior 40-plus.
Well, if you're watching timing and scoring from home right now, you might note that they've got Braxton Baldick actually in the number 1 spot, but I think with some adjustments.
That is not the case.
No,
right,
it's not.
correct.
Geik is still out
Geik's
front. Capelli and Steinbrecher still battling for. The rider that I'm trying to keep an eye on right now is, again, Jaden Smart, but the gap is just so insurmountable, I think, at this particular point. We're looking at a 26.5-second gap back to the 5th or 4th place position. So as great a push as he had, I think those front guys just got out too far. But, with this good finish and not knowing exactly where maybe Jaden Smart got his actual gate pick, and maybe a good start in second moto might still put him in a good position for the national championship in the class. Just because, and we talk about it all the time, ride as hard as you can. Even though it's not a podium in Moto Medals, sometimes you still can win a championship if things go your way and you ride hard enough.
Rodney, just like we said this morning, 1 point can make all the difference at the end of the week. And when we talk about the championships, when we talk about the situation we see in front of us right now, what you have to do is you have to ride that thing 100% all the way to the finish, just like you said, and act like the championship depends on it.
10:35 into this. We're past the halfway point now. 4 laps deep, working on lap number 5. And Sawyer Geek is still your leader out here. Campili and Steinbrecher as we check the action on the Racer TV monitors, welcoming once again the world here to our little valley. The home of the coal miner's daughter, Loretta Lynn's, and the world's greatest motocross vacation, but I'm sure there's not very many dads out there that's going to say this is much of a vacation this week.
The nerves, for sure, if nothing else.
There's a couple of moms that seem to be on vacation.
For sure.
Yeah, and several dads are too, but most of them aren't.
That's right.
Just having the opportunity to talk with a few folks that are experiencing their first Loretta Lynn's. One from West Indy. I don't know if you heard me talk about this. I think Bob Steele was his name. He said, I figured out where I'm going to be every year until I can't come anymore.
Good for him.
He says, I've always watched it on at my office, got the Bluetooth speaker on, got the computer on, and watching, and everybody's always wondering what's going on. He said, this year I'm going, and he said, next year I'm coming back again.
Oh, heck yeah. Love that.
Yeah, so, and talked to him, seen Mitch from Racer X Illustrated. His first trip down, your first trip down Mike Wayne's.
Yeah, feels good.
A new era, I guess you could say.
This is the first time I'm not sneaking in my office in Indianapolis at a newspaper I won't mention, watching the race, So it feels good. Feels good to be. I've had the invite a couple of times and just hadn't been able to make it work, but made it work this year. And, man, looking forward to it's already been a blast, and I've only been here for, since Saturday. So it's going to be a good one.
And a lot's gone down since Saturday. Not necessarily on the track, but, man, there's been a lot going down, and this is what we were waiting for.
What happens at Loretta stays at Loretta.
What happens on the hill stays on the hill. Oh, shoot. Well, we've had a great time this week. Rodney, Mikey, we all got to do a little bench race. talked about our upcoming plans for the week. And,
absolutely.
I got to tell you, looking forward to these championship medal rounds. When we start looking at these second and third motos, it's a whole different perspective than what we're seeing right here, right now. You have to get that good finish in, man. You have to put yourself in good position. But when it's go time and when it's all on the line and desperation moves are made, it's a different game.
Campili doing a great job. He just bested Steinbrecher there by 4 seconds. They're in some deep traffic right now. We see an 8-second gap or 4-second gap between second and third. That 4-second gap between first and second now is being bridged as lap traffic has slowed. The number 18 down, Sawyer Geik now feeling that pressure coming in from the 22 machine. As we hit the Bermuda Triangle, we are in the home stretch as far as this moto is concerned, and it is go time for both riders. Geik and Campili through first and second. The gap, 0.746.
And how did that happen in a matter of a lap and a half? I didn't see where the speed was coming from, but like you said, lap traffic had to come into play, Rodney.
Did not relinquish his charge any whatsoever, and I think
Campili for the pass right there and shuts the door on him when he does it.
And right
there
back
comes Geek.
So this is going to be a seesaw battle, I'm sure. And here we come with more lap traffic. I think what happened, the 18 machine was just trying to maintain and protect his line, not realizing how fast Campili was closing up that gap.
Wow.
Now the sense of urgency is certainly in the air as the battle for first and second takes to the 10 Commandments.
Rodney, this is incredible. This looks like the Lawrence brothers on any given Saturday. You know, the intensity level, the close race, and the pace that these guys are running. This is absolutely insane right now.
And hey, kudos to the 65cc guys out front, working their way around the lap traffic, not fazed by it. Hey, that line you love might not be there. Adapt. Figure it out.
Exactly what they're doing. And look at this as they work their way out and back in near the red zone. Holy cow.
You know,
I can't believe it, Rodney. Look at this, knobby to knobby. They actually, I believe they touched tires there for just a second.
I tell you, the realization that these riders are, whoa!
Let's go.
The realization that these riders are 7 to 9 years old and so competitive and aggressive out on this racetrack right here is mind-boggling, folks. I mean, wow.
Their confidence, their racecraft, and their willingness to hang it out and race bar to bar is incredible. Look at this. Here we go.
Guy gets back around, at least for the moment. I mean, they swapped the lead 2 or 3 times.
Lapper in between.
Good move. Good move.
Really just working it. Geik working it. Lap traffic is now behind them, a couple ahead, but man, we are running and waning on the time here. How much time we got? We got the 2-lap board out right now, or is it coming out?
I believe it'll come out this time around, Rodney. So as we see Geek work his way around,
4 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to see the 2-lap board come out. Then we're going to see that white flag. I have to tell you, this one's absolutely incredible right now. When we talk about hanging it out, that's exactly what Geek and Campili are doing right now. Hanging it out, and a couple of these guys in the middle, some of these lappers might be in some trouble. There might be some rough waters. Oh my goodness!
Mercy sakes, those guys are rubbing elbows down in front of the billboard. 2-lap board is out as these riders are going fist to cuffs now into the whole shot forest.
Holy cow! Look at this, up and over the hill we go. Both riders go to the outside, want to use that smoother line right now, and it's all about Sawyer Geek out front, trying to hold off Campili on that number 22 machine. Lap rider's going to come into play. 2-lap card is out, so less than a lap and a half to go, Rodney.
Mercy, everyone on the edge of their seats right now. This is, can you imagine what moms and dads right now are doing? They're holding their breath right now. They're holding, and they're just hoping their kids aren't doing what they're doing. They're going to be probably more wore out than their own kids, auctioned and depleted by the time this is all said and done. As you can only watch and wait to see what the outcome of this one is going to be. A little mistake taking place there.
Wow, that big, deep outside rut taking its toll. But look at this, able to close the gap right back up. These guys are still separated by less than a second. Going to see the white flag this time around, Rodney. What's going to happen when the number 22 and the number 18 bring it through one more time?
I tell you, I have to wonder, can Campili keep this pace and this momentum up? I mean, he has been pushing at this level for probably better part of 15 minutes, maybe the entire 17 and a half minutes since that gate has dropped, and he is not relinquished. And again, this comes down to the closing moments here of how hard you have worked and pushed yourself and where your peak moment is in your training regimen. And I know these kids are working so diligently to find that, even at this age level. Yeah, it's amazing.
That's what's blowing me away. We're looking at 9-year-olds, Rodney.
Right.
Okay, that's what we're watching here. And again, this looks like a 250 Pro National. This looks like the Lawrence brothers out there battling. Joe Shimoda's in the game right now.
To the inside and around we go, the Bermuda Triangle and past the finish line. White flag is out. Still the 18 machine, at least for the moment, out front of Campili. .858 is what the clock
The gap doubled, and it's still under a second. All right, how does that happen? The gap doubled. We still don't have a 1 second distance between them.
Round behind the billboard they go, in front of the Yamaha mechanics area now, and into the whole shot forest. Man, Campili just keeps closing in, and then all of a sudden, Geek will pull away. I mean, it's like a seesaw battle going on right now. With lapped riders ahead of them, this could play favor or foe for one of these guys.
Man, the ability for these guys to change lines and adapt through these lapped riders, absolutely incredible, Rodney. When we take a look at the traffic, the closing speed is so fast by these guys, they have to make a split-second decision. I'm surprised. Whoa, we have not seen an incident yet with a lapper. These guys, unbelievable mental state as they work their way through the 10 Commandments right now.
Man, just not only mentally to be able to be riding at this capacity at this point in the race, but physically to be at this capacity. Very impressive from these two well, not just these two riders, but the entire field of riders, but these two are rising above the rest, at least here in Moto number 1.
Yeah, no question. They've separated themselves from the pack. Steinbrecher now 28 seconds back, 28.2 seconds back, Steinbrecher. And he's riding hard. He's still turning good laps as well.
Yeah.
He was down in that 220 range. Had a couple bad laps, and I'm sure that was due to some lap traffic as well. But look at this, nearly 30 seconds separating the top two from the rest of the pack. And lap coming to an end now, Rodney.
Well, checkers are going to fly on this one, and the Moto 1 win still up for grabs as we roll through these final and closing moments here in the 65cc 7-9 Limited Moto number 1. This is race number 5. And this is tip of the iceberg as far as what we've got. It's the racing and the competition this week.
Here we go. One last run at it, Rodney. Going to go around the outside. Keep that momentum up. Can we gain any speed right now? Campiglia trying to make the move.
He's closing in. Let's see what happens. Trying to get he took the inside line. He's got a good drive coming out. It's a drag race to the checkers right now, but he's going to hang on to it. Sawyer Geek looks like he will make the checkers just barely. 2.232 on that last lap gap is what it's saying. But when you look at that visually, Megawatt, that was so much closer.
Absolutely. You know, a couple years ago, we had our first ever gap of .000 at the finish line, the first time in history. You look at a .232, these guys were tire to tire. I don't even know how there was enough timing was going to see a gap.
Wow. And then we're waiting now, like we said, some 30 seconds at least back to the number 3 position where we expect the number 24 of Eden Steinbrecher to finish in the number 3 spot with Jaden. There he is, Steinbrecher, and then Smart. And Kiki DePino is what we were looking at heading into that final lap there. And also Joseph Bakari in 6th, Chance Olberg in 7th, Austin Keller in 8th, Aiden McKitty in 9th, and Carter Gray in 10th. That's what they look like. Cade Nightingale working his way up through the pack. That might be a name that you might want to remember for Moto 2 and Moto 3. He gets 11th in his first Moto, but I'm telling you, folks, keep an eye out for him in Moto 2. A better start might yield some better results for him as Mikey Waynes is making his way down to the podium. We still haven't seen 4th place check in, at least on timing and scoring. That's the kind of lead.
How about it?
We had a 35-second gap between 2nd and 3rd, and then another 45 seconds back to the 4th place position.
Yeah, that tells you what to look for here in the upcoming 2nd and 3rd motos of our 65cc 7-9.
What level are Geik and Campili riding at right now?
450B.
Absolutely.
Okay, you ask what level these 7-9 they're riding at 450B level.
That's
exactly what they're doing.
So Smart and DePino do get the number 4 and 5 spots. We're waiting on Mikey Waynes to get things sorted out down there, and we'll get an interview with our top 3 here.
Got a podium celebration underway. Geek's going to tell us exactly how that one played out, and I'm sure we're going to have a different story from Campili when he gets up on the podium as well.
Wow. So elapsed time in that moto. I'm not sure how long it took. It was right at the 20-minute mark. I mean, it's just over 20 minutes. Those kids, man, that's the one thing that you've got to be ready for. That's probably one of the biggest things that might. I mean, as much as the track conditions and how the track shakes up over the year or over the week and over the moto, I think just being prepared for 20 minutes is as big an issue as anything. It sounds like Mikey Wayne's ready to go down on our Monster Energy podium.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm down here with Sawyer Geek. Man, talk to us, brother. A P1 out there. Tell us about it.
I got a off to a pretty good start, dude. I was just riding my moto. Alex came up, gnarliest battle I've ever had. Such a good race. Alex was absolutely ripping.
Man, keep it up. Keep up the good work. Congratulations on going out there, getting the P1 this morning. A well-earned one. A good battle for you. Who do you want to thank, dude?
First and foremost, I'd like to thank Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, the whole KTM Orange Brigade crew, Fly Racing, DRS, OG Goggles, Alpine Star Boots, and just everybody who got me here and helped me get this win. It wouldn't have been possible without you guys. Thank you.
There you go. Make some noise for Sawyer Geek. Good work. All right, let's bring up our P2 finisher up here on the box. Get a word in with him as well. All right, Alex, throw that on, brother. A well-earned one, a well-fought battle. Alex Capigli, man, talk to us about the ride.
It was good. I made a couple mistakes. I got a not too good of a start.
And then sent it from there. But hey, good battle. You're ready to come out swinging in the rest of the week, right?
Yes.
All right, bro. That's what we like to hear. Who do you want to thank, man?
I like to thank my mom and dad, CP Racing, Fast House, Game Moto, Fast House, DRS, RJR, Dirt Bike Kids, and everyone else. Thank you.
There you go. Make some noise. Second place finisher, Alex Capigli. Good work. All right, we're going to bring up our third place finisher now, talk to him. Then we got a whole shot award to hand out to Braxton Baldock here in a second. All right, Aiden Steinbrecher, man, a P3 out here today. Boy, you guys setting the bar high for the rest of them today. Tell us about the ride.
Got up to a good start. Hit the 10 Commandments every single lap clean. Third lap, I kind of made a mistake on the first one, and I just rode my race.
Rode your race. Love to hear that, man. Well, congratulations on the top three, getting that bronze, brother. Who would you like to thank?
I thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. My mom, my dad, Fox, Dunlop, 100%, Pro Taper, Gas, Sandbox, Cottage Cheese Man, Tristan, and everybody else who supports me. Thank you.
There you go. Third place finisher, Aiden Steinbrecher. Good work, dude. All right, where's my whole shot award winner? Braxton Baldock. Come on up. Let's powwow, my guy. Grabbing that Stasic whole shot. I'm going to hand you this. You post for the photo, man. Do it for the gram. Snapchat or it didn't happen. There you go, Braxton. Hey, man, obviously fantastic start to the race. Pulling the whole shot. Tell us about the ride, man.
It wasn't the best. I got the whole shot, and I just tried to ride my own race from then.
It's a tough one, man. Well, hey, congratulations to you. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, 7, Roost, 60, Thrill Seekers, Duff, SSR, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
There you go. That is your whole shot award winner, Braxton Baldock. We'll throw it back up to Rodney Tomlin and Megawatt up in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Mikey. Senior 40-plus class, race number 6 getting ready to roll next. And 42, once again, of the best in the land are back with us again, including the number 3 out of Kuna, Idaho, Rob Foth, the number 7. Donald Letty out of Oxford, Florida, the number 11. Jason Raines from Travelers Rest, South Carolina. The 13, Bill Fosnock out of Collinsville, Illinois. Number 15, Hans Neal from Piney Flats, Tennessee. The 16, David Nichols from Everett, Washington. Number 18, Michael Mercer out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The 22, Jeremy Tiffany from Stanley, New York. Number 25, Lucas Fry from Glendale, Arizona. The 26, Mike Bottlefuson out of Argyle, Texas. Number 27, Adam Wright from Hillsboro, Illinois. From Denham Springs, Louisiana. On the 29, Corey Altazan. And then we've got the number 30 out of Bristol, Tennessee, KTM rider Mike Brown. The 31, Barry Karsten from Bayville, New Jersey. The number 35, Jason Lutton out of Corona, California. The 40 of Ryan Terlecki from Sublimity, Oregon. The number 41, Doug Earls from Murrelsboro, North Carolina. 43 from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, Gregory Paymart. Number 44 from Rockton, Pennsylvania, Chad Rosselli. Number 47 from Whitesburg, Kentucky, Donnie Adams. Number 48 from Tulsa, Oklahoma, Robbie McCrary. Number 50 from Brooksville, Indiana, Scott Metz. 52 from Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania is James Max. Number 53 from Bakersfield, California, Michael Brown. The 54 from Weatherford, Texas, Kyle Dangler. Number 55 from West Chazy, New York, Sean Nutt. And aboard the number 58 from Placerville, California, Matt Barber. The number 59 from Findlay, Ohio, the Tiger, Tony Robinson. The number 60 from Hannasylic, Illinois, Joe Buskirk. Number 62 from Andalusia, Alabama, is Selby Holler. 64 from Turlock, California, Robert Blake. 65 from Hesperia, California, Chris Kiefer. Juan Manuel Costa. The 66 from Miami, South Florida. The 67, Tim Zebro from Ham Lake, Minnesota. Number 69, Anthony Wink from Winterset, Iowa. 70, John Gruy from Rockford, Michigan. The 72, Michael Stevenson. 80 is John Poland. 85, Ryan Stacy, Sean Kellner. The 88, the 94 of Sean Hyland. And 95 of Matt Byton. Rounds out your field of 42 megawatt. And looks like the 65 machine got the whole shot there.
Yeah, it looked like Kiefer with the early lead. I was glad to see the name Byton in there, too. Glad to see Matt Byton back here at the ranch fighting it out one more time. And look at this. Already have a lead change up front. Who was that on that KTM? Putting himself in the number one spot as we work our way through the red zone. I believe, is that the number 30? Yeah, that's Mike Brown out of Bristol, Tennessee. Yep, Mike Brown putting himself into the lead very early. John Gruy now sitting about the number 5 spot, so Gruy's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to get out there and challenge for the lead. Down into the beach we come. Mike Brown already starting to open things up just a bit. Looks like almost a 2-second lead, Rodney, as we make our way around for the first time.
Well, I know talking with John Gruy earlier in the week, and he said, he was talking about things. He says, doggone it, Mike Brown's now 50 years old, so I got to race him in that class. So here we are in the senior 40-plus class, and John Gruy, who is generally one of the top competitors in this class, finding himself with a lot of competition. I think I see him back about the 4th, maybe even further back than that. So this will be interesting to sort this one out as the senior 40-plus class, race number 6, sorts out after 1. Mike Brown is your leader on board the number 30 KTM. Chris Kiefer, who got the whole shot, running in 2nd. Hans Neal, the 15, in 3rd. Then Michael Mercer in 4th. Rob Floth, the number 3, in 5th. Bill Fosnock, number 13, in 6th. Matt Byton in 7th. Barry Karsten,
wow.
Ryan Tracy is 9th. Chad Roselli in 10th. John Gruy is 11th place. Gregory Paymart,
Frenchie back in 15th, bro. Come on now. This isn't how it looked the first couple corners. I thought Gruy was about the 6th or 7th position. He's got shuffled back, and Paymart, I thought he had a much better start as well. So maybe those two possibly got together in one of these corners.
Well, a lot of fresh blood in this plus 40 class. As I look down through, I see a lot of youngs like 40s and 41s and 42s and 43s in amongst some of our 56s with John Gruy right now, 48-year-olds with John Bolin. How old is Barry Karsten? I know he's probably pushing the 50 range there as well.
Karsten's older than I am. I'm 55. What's it say here? 31. Barry Karsten, 55. So we're the same age. Okay, yeah. I thought he was a year older, so we're the same age.
So those guys really getting some competition now.
Racing guys 15 years younger.
Yeah, and you watch, they'll hold their own in it as well, but time will certainly tell the tale on this one.
So I didn't see Kiefer get past Brown.
I didn't either. Well, I don't think he did. I think we've got something funny going on with the race car.
Yeah, because we're showing 2 laps in for Kiefer,
yeah,
so that's not happening.
A minute and 24-second lap time.
Pretty big gap over Browning, I can tell you, on one lap.
So here we come as we check into the heart of the race course now, heading toward the Sandy Sweeper and Polysport Beach now. That takes us right to the Bermuda Triangle, which Mike Brown appears to have not much problem, if any, with.
Yeah, Mike actually used one of those middle lines. Didn't go all the way to the inside. Actually, a similar line that we see used by Hans Neal, I believe that is on the 15. Yeah, that's Hans on the 15 KTM. Not getting into that deep rut down on the inside. Not trying to make the long way around either with that outside berm. So,
well, Mike Brown just popped off a sub 2-minute lap time in this plus 40 class. This rider, again, if 50 years old, is still faster than 2 minutes a lap on the Loretta Lynn's race course.
Again, looking at 450B lap times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. FXR Racing, Munn Racing, 6D helmets, Factory Ride, and Premium Optics bring you Mike Brown here in the 2022 championship campaign. And I can't tell, is that still Kiefer back in second? Or did Hans Neal move up into that number 2 spot? Let's look.
See, I thought Neal. Oh, who's down on the tunnel there? Can't get an idea. A lot of roost on that plate. Is that 28 or 26? Might be Mike Boltofsson out of Argyle, Texas, on that number 26 Yamaha. I believe that's exactly who it was, having his problems right there on the tunnel.
So Brown and Kiefer and Neal, Fosnock, Floth, those are your riders. Floth, the rider, he's under a lot of pressure from Fosnock. Fosnock making some moves there on lap 2.
Floth has got people all around him. He was struggling through some of those ruts right there, and now he's got a bunch of company. Fosnock, Bighton, and Carson all coming at him. Now there we have it straightened out.
Yeah.
Brown, followed by Kiefer. Neal, Fosnock in that number 4 spot. Floth rides in 5th.
There's the 18 machine, Michael Mercer. That's another rider that we might be watching, could be on the move. Matt Bighton behind him on the number 95 machine now.
Frenchie giving up a spot last time around, back into the number 16 position now, the number 43, Greg Paymart. So got a little bit of work to do. Definitely got caught up somewhere, 213 last time around. The guys ahead of him running anywhere from 209 to about 210. So Paymart got a little bit of work to do.
Well, checking in 3 deep now, it is Mike Brown, Chris Kiefer, Hans Neal, 1, 2, and 3. Brown slowing down to a 207, but still enjoying an over 5-second lead over Chris Kiefer. Kiefer and Neal both in the 205 range. Bill Fosnock, a 208, checks in 4th place. Mike Mercer now up to 5th place position, and we're watching as he is probably about a second or so faster than Fosnock and running about a second and a half back in that number 2 position. So, or in that number 3 position, 4 position actually. So this could get pretty interesting as he is trying to knock on that door. Mercer and Fosnock are going to have a battle, if not already, for a 4th place position.
Yeah, I want to see what McQuarrie's got for him too on that number 48 machine. He's sitting in that number 9 position right now, running a 208. So he's running equivalent times to those guys inside that top 6 up there. Is he going to be able to find some real estate this time around? Matt Bighton now, he's moved up into the top 10. Whoa, back now into the number 11 spot. And John Gruey hanging out back there in that number 12 position. So Gruey, not sure what's going on there. Normally puts himself in very good position at the beginning of this one. But that was handled by Mike Brown, Chris Kiefer, and Hans Neal.
There you go. Watch this race right here. Barry Karsten has been battling amongst these riders, trying to get through now. Karsten was running in the 8th spot. Robbie Floth and Michael Mercer just ahead of him right now, and he has been methodically just working back there, and look at where he's putting himself in position now. We might see him break into close to, if not into, a top 5. Which, when we started looking at this at the early part of the moto, I was beginning to think, oh my, some of the guys we expected to be contenders aren't even going to be a part of the top 5, but Carson is trying to turn it around right now.
And you know, him and John Gruey absolutely arch rivals down here in all these classes. And right now, the upper hand, Carson sitting on that 7, John Gruey back in the 11th spot. But it's all about the number 30 of Mike Brown. We've seen this so many times in so many different races from Mike Brown. Doesn't look like he's gone that fast in the early stages, but he's just so consistent and keeps the pressure on for about 4 laps. When that happens, you're starting to break guys down at that point, and then you just consistently motor away. And Kiefer, no easy guy to motor away from, I'll promise you that.
Absolutely not. 4 laps in now. Brown, Kiefer, Hans Neal back in the number 3 spot. There's some big gaps there. Mercer's about 10 seconds back in 4th place position. Floth, but look at Floth, McQuarrie, Barry Karsten, all within a second of each other, battling for 5th place right now.
Karsten lining them up right now, and you know how he is.
Swapping out. Robbie McQuarrie goes down. And that could have been a lot worse than what it was, the way that bike washed out, man. I tell you, what a swap out there.
That was a swap. That was lock to lock on that one. He caught that right there. It spit him off the high side was the bad part. He didn't go down low side. It spit him clear over the top and able to get back up, get the bike picked back up. So Robbie McQuarrie taking a tough one right there, Rodney.
Well, I tell you, that kind of a favor for Barry Karsten because that makes one less that he has to battle with now, as he has got Floth right there in his sights and pulling up side by side now as we head back into Storyland.
And here comes the Bah, getting ready to put the pressure around the outside, going to make the move, Rodney.
Got that inside line now. Let's see what happens. Very cleanly executed coming out of the back section. Now Barry Karsten now moves into the number 5 position.
And see the difference right there in your plus 40, guys. Floth knew what was going on, didn't challenge right there, saw the big swap. No need to take any chances right there.
Absolutely none, as Karsten, again, just securing a top 5 position there. Brown, Kiefer, Neal, 1, 2, and 3. Brown is in for 5 laps complete now. We are basically just past the halfway point on this one as Kiefer checks in for 2nd place position. Hans Neal is now in. Now Mercer coming through, and as we said, Barry Karsten will be right behind him. But, you know, do we have room for more change to take place is what my question is.
Well, we got plenty of time, Rodney. We got 9 minutes. I can see that. But look at this, 21 seconds, Mike Brown. And we're 5 laps in, and that gap was initially 2 seconds, then 8 seconds, then 12 seconds. You know, we talk about how smooth he is. Now, it's almost effortless to watch that gap keep growing.
This one needs him too. How'd it go? So Brown, as he said, pointing out a 21-second lead. Kiefer, Hans Neal, Mike Mercer, Barry Karsten, as we said, rounding out the top 5, 9 seconds. So to see Karsten bridge much more of a gap, it's going to be a little tough. Not impossible, but when you got names like Mercer ahead of him and Hans Neal and Chris Kiefer, so even the great Barry Karsten has his limitations out here in this plus 40 class. Watching some great coverage here from a Racer TV live drone. Daniel Rogerson, man in command of the flight path out here. And we are watching, I don't think, look at this, John Gruey is now, he was running in the 11th place position up until about 2 laps ago. John Gruey is now in 7th place, and here's where the hard work pays off. A 2:08 lap time in amongst 2:13 and 2:12s. All of a sudden, John Gruey challenging the number 3 of Floth, and Floth again in that trouble and finds himself having to work for the spot. And I believe Gruey may have taken the spot as we look back up here.
Did Gruey just get past Carson?
No, I think he got past Floth.
I don't think so.
Did he get past Gruey?
Let's take a closer look.
Oh, wait a minute. You were right. He got around
John
both.
Gruey made his way around Barry Karsten and Floth on the last lap. Here comes John Gruey doing what John Gruey does.
Wow, I seen them moving up, but I didn't recognize that he had gotten around Barry Karsten
and
as
that
well.
Caught Carson by surprise.
I caught us all by surprise.
I will promise you that, because we look up in less than a lap. Gruey goes, picks off Carson, picks off Floth. He was sitting in 12th position 2 laps ago.
Absolutely, and to see what he's been able to achieve just in the last 2 laps alone, you have to wonder what the rest of this lap has. Now, a 10-second gap up to Mike Mercer. I would have said impossible, and I said it might be for Barry Karsten. You know, he's probably just going to have to settle up. But, man, the way that John Gruey is riding right now, I won't be surprised to see that happen. Let's see what happens on the next 2 laps. It's going to tell the big story of this one. And we are getting close to seeing a 2-lap board and white flag here pretty soon also.
I want to see if Carson answers right here. I believe he was 100% caught off guard. I think he thought Gruey was still back here in that 10th position.
Yeah,
made his way past Floth, and Carson was like, okay, the pressure's off. Not the case by any means. Let's take a look at Gruey's lap time as they come through. Very interested to see how much time he's picked up.
2:06 that last time around, believe it or not.
Wow.
So he is closing up on Mercer, but only by about a half to 3/4 of a second faster than what the last lap around was for that rider.
Hold on a second. Do I have this right? Do we have an official Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Championship. Do we have John Gruey and Barry Karsten in the same general piece of real estate in the racetrack?
Absolutely.
Then we have made it official. We have a real. You cannot have an AMA-sanctioned AMA Amateur National event at Loretta's unless you get a Gruey-Karsten battle. They got right into it in the first moto of the week. I appreciate that, boys.
Absolutely. So do we. You know that.
It's just a guarantee that Gruey and Karsten are going to be running nose to tail. Gruey's got a gigantic lead over him. He got a second and a half. That's like the biggest gap they've ever had between each other.
Oh,
there they are.
Lord.
Good job, Racer TV. You just keep those cameras on Gruey and Karsten
That's the race. Believe
every
it.
darn time. Now, I hate to say it, they're 50-plus riders racing in 40-plus. It's the same battle, but now it's for 5th and 6th.
Exactly.
Because they got these young bucks here, these guys that are 15 years younger than them.
15 years, Weege.
I mean,
That's
legit.
the game, yeah, for sure. Take a look at these listings right here. 40, 41, 41, 41, 40, 41, 42. So,
All those
Carson, 55 years old.
55 years old,
Yes,
yes.
absolutely.
Yeah, so if you're watching this saying, like, man, I'm surprised to see Gruey and Karsten 5th and 6th, it's because they're 55 years old in the 40-plus
Gruey,
class.
oldest guy on the track,
56. So they're even close on age.
Exactly.
They even keep it Gruey and Karsten close
Lap
on
time, age, birthday,
everything.
They
dude.
love keeping those numbers close. Social Security numbers are only like 4 digits apart, the two of them.
That's right. Karsten trying to run him down here. Mike Brown is bombing this class. Good to see him back here. I believe the story on Brown last year, he won the title 2 years ago. He thought he was not allowed to race. His full-time job is training guys with Alden Baker, which is a Husqvarna KTM gas S group.
Right.
He goes to his area qualifier on like a Honda or something, and they're like, hey, you can't do that. So he thought they meant you can't race Loretta's. You have too much stuff to do. They were just like, no, you could do it. Just do it on a Husqvarna. Oh, no. So then by then he didn't make it, and he actually, there are no secrets, no favorites played at this race. He sat an alternate island last year with a #1 plate.
Right.
And didn't get in.
Right.
Did not get in.
Yep.
He did not get in last year. He came to the race to try to defend his title. He was not. He did not qualify in the top 40. Didn't race. So now he's back as number 30.
Wow.
And
I just thought that was a crazy number as well. You know,
I know.
where did he pick 30
He was
from?
number 3.
3.
Is that it?
For years.
That's his.
And of course, Rob Floth running the 3 this year. So
you got to earn the 3 to run the 3 down here. So that wasn't available.
To be the 3, you got to beat the 3.
I like it.
Hey, guys, 10 a.m. to 1. Stop by.
What's happened here? We've got Chris Kiefer coming around now in the lead, unless Brown has had a problem with timing and scoring. Look at that. Brown has crashed. Brown's back to second. I'll head down to the podium. We'll sort this out.
Oh, mercy. While we get this sorted out for ourselves right now, Megawatt, we've got about 3 minutes in this, so white flag conditions, I think, is where we're at right now. But real quick, I just want to let everybody know, stop by the Oakley setup to participate in the Oakley Air Brake Challenge and win free Oakley swag, air brakes, and signed air brakes from Barsha, Tomac, and Sexton. If you can beat the Oakley Elite Amateur athletes that will be blindfolded, yes, that's right, you're racing someone that's blindfolded at changing Oakley lenses for a chance to win at a pair of free Oakley air brakes. I think that's pretty cool.
Rodney, this is going to be so cool. I talked to Torch about this last evening. We were getting ready to read that. I'm glad you did, because these guys are absolutely, the elite athletes are going to be blindfolded, taking on challengers all day long with that air brake challenge, and going to work your way up through the rankings. So as you knock off one guy and knock off the next guy, the prizes are going to get better and better. So a lot of fun from Torch and the guys down there at Oakley this afternoon.
Absolutely. Thanks to you, Torch. Appreciate you. And again, be sure and stop by the Oakley display. Right now, Mike Brown, the number 30, as we said, issues took him back to a 2:48 lap time. That only left him a gap of 8.6 seconds and probably about 2 laps to go, with that being said. So you have to wonder, will he be able to get the fast laps and turn it in? But
Mike Brown back to the lead now, shows white flag out.
I was wondering, I didn't know if that had even actually happened.
I got to wonder, but he's telling me the white flag now.
I think we were just.
Kiefer can't be that far back.
I think it was just timing and scoring.
So, yeah, Kiefer can't be that far back. There's no way.
No.
So here we go on the screen now. Who are we getting a look at? On both sides. Now, did something happen to Kiefer? Because on both sides now we're showing Brown on top.
So here we are, final lap already. So I believe we do have the white flag out. We are about 30 seconds out from a checker flag, and the number 30 of Mike Brown leading this one. And I believe that there may have been some mistakes being handed out there in our race call. But regardless, Kiefer back to the number 2 spot. Hans Neal in 3rd. Michael Mercer is 4th. And the ever tenacious John Gruey back in the number 5 spot with his shadow. Barry Karsten in 6th. Shane Kellner in 7th. Rob Floth is 8th. Ryan Tracy in 9th. And Robert Blake rounding out the top 10.
So Carson able to match the lap of John Gruey, 2:11, but the damage already done.
Yeah.
About 4 seconds is the gap. So Gruey caught him all by surprise, coming from that 13th position, putting himself into great championship overall position with that 5 spot right now, the number 70 Kawasaki of John Gruey.
So Brown through the Bermuda Triangle and past the checkers for a Moto 1 win in the senior 40-plus class. A 2:07 lap time that last time around.
I got to tell you, that one got as confusing as Chinese arithmetic right there, I can tell you.
Well, the one thing that you got to do, you cannot take your eyes off the racetrack. You lose these guys, and as
you live by the monitor, you die by
you live, exactly, you die by it. You got to be able to watch both. So we might have got bitten there just a little bit. But Chris Kiefer, I believe, going to come across in 2nd, about 32 seconds back. Hans Neal, another 15 or so back in the number 3 spot. Then Mike Mercer and John Gruey. Gruey probably didn't bridge that gap. That Mike Brown down there. I was an interesting story, though. I thought that Jason told about the Honda and everything. He said, you can't do that. And he thought meant couldn't go to the. So good to see him be able to come back and redeem himself back here at the ranch once again. And win another championship.
Mikey, he says he's ready for Super Mini 2.
So I think Jason Wigan is headed down. Right now we are getting ready for Mini Senior 2, 13 to 15-year-olds. Those guys will be taking to the track for their sighting lap here in just a moment. Mike Brown is ready.
Mike Brown's always ready.
Absolutely.
Yep, he's ready to go another 10 minutes, so we'll just bring him up to the podium right now. He doesn't care. Here it is, gold medal. Welcome back to Loretta Lynn's Ranch, Mike Brown. I know you and Chris Kiefer are pretty good buddies off the track. Now you're getting to square off. How was that moto for you?
It was good. I got a good start with Chris there, and I switched to a different bike this year, and I think it helped me physically and mentally ride the bike a little bit better, but still he's a great rider, and the last thing I think I raced him, he put it to me about like that there, so he's back in Tennessee.
Yeah. You got some home turf here. How do you squeeze in all this riding and stuff? You're a trainer. You're not supposed to be a racer. How do you get it all done?
Started 2 weeks ago, literally. You can ask anybody around. I haven't put 6 hours on my bike since last August, and if it wasn't for my mechanic Joel back there, Eldon, ride. And he don't know that I want to be out there getting smoked by the fast guys, but I put the work in the last 2 weeks as much as I could, and it's working, and I just got to thank them guys. You know, if it wasn't for Eldon to let me do this, I wouldn't be here for sure because it's not my job, and I enjoy it. It helps me stay focused on the track with these guys I have here. I have Casey and Dax and Talon here, so now maybe I can speak to them for a few lines and help those guys get up here too.
That's a good idea. All right, Mike Brown, who else do you want to thank, man?
FXR for sure. Munn Racing for getting me the bike last minute. Like I said, I was Husky forever and couldn't find me one. Got me a KTM last week, rode it 2 days, and I'm here racing it. So those guys, Dunlop tires, 60 factory ride goggles, Alpine Star, FMF, Dunlop, Oakley, no, not Oakley, Dub Wheels, Pro Taper, and that's it. You know, it's been a long road, and I enjoy it. And each year it gets harder. You know, I set off the bike more, so it makes it harder to come back, but I still enjoy it when I'm on the track.
And up on the podium, too. Let's hear it for the gold medalist, Mike Brown. Awesome to have you back this year. We'll get the silver medal on up and the bronze as well. We got Chris Kiefer in 2nd and Hans Neal in 3rd. Let's bring up Chris Kiefer and talk silver medal and a Stasic Whole Shot Award. So let's hear it for the man from California. Slide a lot of laps. Let's hear it for Chris Kiefer. Now, look, Loretta's is important always, but you and Brownie are buddies, so does it make it a little bit different Because you're going head-to-head.
Yeah, it pisses me off. So last time we met was at Glen Helen, and I got the better of him, but I know this is his Glen Helen, so I'm kind of SOL here. But he did say if Kiefer beats me, he is done racing for good. So my goal is to retire Brownie here.
Whoa. Hey, I'm a wrestling guy. I love it. This is a retirement match. I like it, Kiefer. There's some motivation for you.
Yeah, there's no motivation. The guy is so good. Like, it's he's like a mentor to me, and I've looked up to him for all my life. And I was never good as Brownie, so when I come here and I get second behind him, it's an honor to race with him. And these other guys, they all bust their butt just like we do, so it's a fun weekend. Where it started out yesterday was really bad. I was super emo. Yes.
Really? Why? How come?
I just rode like crap, Weech.
Here we go.
So, as you know, we're mental basket cases.
Yeah.
So
delicate flowers.
We turned it around thanks to my beautiful wife, Heather, my son, Aiden, that keeps me young, my guy at home, Eddie Larrett, and all my training buddies, David Martinez, and, of course, thanks to the Pascal family for driving our stuff out so we could be factory and fly.
Yeah, you're big time. Who do you want to thank? And I heard you got a helmet sticker that I must make you mention, by the way.
First off, senior citizen,
well done.
Randy Richardson,
well done.
Put a sticker on there. So thanks to him, thanks to Yamaha Motor Corporation, KYB, Dunlop Motorsports, and FXR Racing, of course, 6D helmets. There's a lot of you guys out there. You guys know I appreciate you. I'm tired of shit right now, so I'm going to go to rest.
All right, he almost made it without a cuss word. Almost. Let's hear it for Chris Kiefer. Oh, that's always good stuff. We'll get Hans Neal up here, third place. Such a fun class with a lot of guys that we've known through the years, and they've always got good stories to tell. I'll bring you out front so they can see all your logos. Let's hear it for our bronze medalist, Hans Neal. How'd that one go for you?
It's terribly hot, and I haven't been training enough.
Okay.
I figured that out just now. So,
was this one of those deals you were hoping? I mean, you know Loretta's going to be tough. Were you hoping it would be okay?
oh yeah, wing and a prayer. Maybe those two guys will go down or something. Hope not, but anything can happen. It's Loretta's. Everybody just keep pushing and having fun.
Yep. Awesome, Hans. Who do you want to thank for a bronze?
Factory Jack Doyle, he's standing right there in the front. Randy Richardson, my wife Kelly, my daughter Andy. There's been so many people throughout the past 30 years. Chip Munn, Al Allbiker, who passed away this year, and just a lot of people. Mom and Dad.
Still going. Mom and Dad still helps, even in 40 plus.
They're too nervous to come now, but that was all my fault.
Yeah, exactly. Don't scare people. All right, Hans Neal takes third. That is 40 plus. Send it back up.
All right, well, thank you for that, Jason Wygant down there on the podium, getting things wrapped up there. Coming up next going to be race number 7, your mini senior Tuwa. Those riders getting wrapped up. A little sight lap. Who have we got out there? Braden Johnson, the number 12, Lake Campbell, Chase Anderson aboard the number 13 Yamaha, Kane Bolasina on the number 14, Chance Lawton, Tyler Hawk out of Aubrey, Texas aboard the Gas. We got Jimmy Brown out there, Carson Millican, Cade Johnson, Wyatt Harrington out of California aboard the KTM, Nathan Hummel out of St. Louis, Missouri aboard the KTM, Cody Wells out of Spring, Texas, Gunnar Hikilla, Chicken Killa, he's out there on the number 30 out of Dwight, Illinois on the KTM. Canyon, you like that, Mega? Canyon Richards out there on the number 31. Gregory Jordan, Cannon Hargrove, Mason Finney, Mitch Pierce, Michael Pillar on the number 42, the number 43 of Cole Timbo, the number 44 Danyon. I'm going with Danyon. He's out of Utah. Last name Reed. Strong one. Love it. Heath Fisher on the Husqvarna, Jaden Riley, Deacon Deno, and Naki Aberzua, Colin Steele, Tyler Ballinger, Jessen Turner, Joseph Shipley, Connor Cook, Kalana Humphrey, Michael Gruda on the out of Middletown, New York on the KTM, Blake Presty out of Ohio on the KTM, Caden Weinsizer. Did I nail that? Weisenhower, you nailed it. Jace Baker, Max Shane, Nathaniel Orr, Benson Trujillo, Oliver Camp, Braden Carpenter, Hudson Lusk, and Lala Turner out of Nevada aboard the KTM out of the Carson City Motorsports back ride. So riders getting wrapped up with that parade lap, getting back down there to the gate. And we'll have our gate drop here for the mini senior. Got one of our Loretta Lynn's apprentice with us here, presented by On Track School. Who just jumped in the booth with us, dude?
It's me.
Who's me? Tell everybody out there at Racer TV who you are.
Hey guys, I'm Colt Lombesky, and I'm doing the apprenticeship program this year.
All right, Colt. What have you? Is it Colt or Cole?
It's Colt.
C-O-L-T. Colt. I tagged you on Instagram. I should have known that. So hey, we got a gate drop. What are you thinking so far? What have you? Sell it to the folks out there for On Track School.
I was watching practice yesterday.
Hold that mic close. Yeah, there you go.
I was watching practice yesterday, and the Deacon Deno out of Texas was looking really, really, really smooth, solid, and I think he's gonna do pretty well today.
All right, you said it. Hey, bold move, Deacon Deno. No pressure, dude. No pressure. There we go. Oh, I know. Yeah, right.
As we see, the gate's about to drop.
Just about ready to get to it, chomping at the bit. Race number 7, by the way, coming up next. Going to be race number 8, that 450C class. Once that one gets wrapped up, we'll be moving on to our Open Pro Sport. Get our first look at the Open Pro Sport class.
The gate is down.
Hear them buzzing. Here we go. Who wants it? Who's grabbing that Stasic hole shot?
Oh, we got a fist in the air for the.
Good start, pretty clean. Looks like coming out of nowhere. I didn't catch the number plate. That might have been
like
Danon Reed.
44. Danon Reed with the hole shot. Oh, big pile up.
There we go. We were clean early, now not so much. Got some time to make
up, and there's nowhere to go.
So the 47 machine, I think that's Heath Fisher on the Husqvarna out in front. I believe Australian rider, yeah. So Australian rider out front for the moment. We'll get a better eye on it when they come through with the lap completed.
Chomping at the bit.
Oh, good battle out front.
Looks like the number 28 of Nate Hummel, a good friend of mine. I've raced with him for years. And he is riding really well this year, I tell you what. Looking really aggressive, looking really smooth.
Hummel, a rider out of St. Louis, Missouri. Good battle up front for first place right now. See how they do.
Fisher looking good. Got a lot of pressure from behind on Nate Hummel. Nate is a very aggressive rider. He's not afraid to make an aggressive pass, so you better watch out for that.
Fisher on that inside gets a good drive right there. But you're right. A little back and forth, reeling him in, and then he's able to pull away a little bit so far. Let's see how they do with the Bermuda Triangle.
Nate's on the inside. I think the pass has been made. Nate Hummel, the number 28, is out front with a clear track ahead. Let's see what he can do with it.
What can he do with clean air? Don't have to worry about lappers yet. So Nate Hummel out in front, the number 28. Heath Fisher in the 2 spot. Wyatt Harrington on the number 24. KTM back in 3rd. Lala. Somebody said it. Somebody said Lala's fast. Lala is fast in the 4 spot. Danon Reed in the number 5 spot. That rounds it out. And after 2 laps, we'll get a better idea what we're going to be looking at as far as our lap times. But good battle out front. Nate Hummel.
Hummel seems to be putting a little bit of distance between him and Fisher. We'll see if Fisher can regroup, refocus, and make another attack on Nate Hummel.
That's right. Go get it. Go get it back. Oh, Nate Hummel looking good out there.
Yes, he is.
And
He's
look at
smooth, aggressive, taking good lines, good line selection. Seems to be going on the insides a lot. And Fisher coming back. He's looking good. He's looking really strong too. We'll see what happens.
Fisher trying to get a good drive on the outside. Doesn't really gain a whole lot when they checked in. Well, they were basically wheel to wheel when they came in with 1 lap completed.
Yeah. And Fisher's not letting him go. Nate's looking back.
Little bobble.
Look back at it. You need to look ahead and race forward.
There you go. You're absolutely right. Little bobble there. Foot comes off the peg for Nate Hummel. And that little check up from the neck up. See if he can regroup, keep that head out front, keep the visor forward.
And Fisher's right there. And these guys have been battling so hard that they are distancing themselves from the field. I mean, they have a solid, I would say, 4-second gap. And they keep riding like this, I tell you what, they're going to be gone from the field.
Certainly putting on a good show right now. Wyatt Harrington, that rider, back in the third place position, at least for the moment. We know Lala back there in the 4 spot, about a half-second difference, and they checked in with a lap completed. Get another look at them here as they're going to buzz by the announcing tower just a moment with that second lap completed. We'll get an idea of our gaps and times.
I tell you what, I see the 79 of Max Shane, and he's looking awful quick. I tell you what, I think he's going to make a run at these guys.
He's got a fast lap time. He's sitting out there with a 2:09. That's what your leader, Nate Hummel, ran. And, yeah, Max Shane knocking on the door, about 3.5 seconds back, at least for the moment, from Heath Fisher. Anaki. The number 51 gas ride. Megawatt comes in. He says, keep your eye on that kid. He is on the move. I don't think timing is telling the total story of that, like Mego was saying. Turns a 2:10, so we'll keep our eyes in the
Fisher's
6th place
right
ride.
on him. He's right on him in the tank. Oh, Hummel tripled out. That's a solid move by Hummel. Hummel's just got to stay smooth. And, big mistake from Hummel. Almost goes down, but just got to regroup, refocus. Hummel.
Oh.
Fisher makes the pass. Little mistake by Hummel.
Deep.
That's all it took to pass him, and now Fisher's got a clear track ahead.
Ruts are deep for our even for our mini Senior 2 bikes out there. So the 47 regaining control, at least for the moment.
Man, Hummel, I know he wants that moto win. I know it, and he is going to give it everything he's got to get back around Fisher. But Fisher, I tell you what, he is not letting up. He is full gas, full gas. I mean, look at him. He is riding aggressive all over the bike, and looking good.
Fisher looking good, and Nate Hummel clearly not happy about being passed. Working the track, trying to find some fast lines, going to duck into the inside and side by side for a moment, but not a good enough drive by Nate Hummel right there. Fisher able to stay out in front.
I've been watching Hummel. Oh, Hummel sends it into the sand. Big move by Hummel. I mean, that is a big jump on a little 85. Hummel is going to go on the inside. I think Fisher has been watching, and he goes on the inside as well.
Good battles going on back there. Max Shane, Wyatt Harrington, Kalana Humphrey, Anaki. Lala drops back to the 7 spot. We'll keep our eyes on that one. But Heath Fisher, the 47 machine, leading this one. A lap time of 2:08. Nate Hummel at 2:11. So Hummel falling off the pace a little bit as far as lap times, but doesn't look like that on the screen. He's still right there in the fight. Max Shane about 4 seconds back in the P3 spot. And Kalana Humphrey, the number 62 gas rider on the move, about 1.5 seconds off that position. And hey, Megawatt calls it Anaki up into the 5 spot and 0.5 seconds back from 4th.
As you see, Max Shane running a 2:10 lap time, looking solid. Oh, Hummel's down. Hummel is down. Our 2nd place rider goes down. That stinks for Hummel.
Exactly. Yeah, not good when you think of the title.
Now Fisher, all he's got to do, he's got a big gap from him and Hummel going at it, running super fast lap times. All he's got to do is keep it on 2 wheels, keep your rubber side down, and bring this one in.
Got a lot of time left, but you're right. Yeah, stay in the helmet. Bring it home. He's got some breathing room now, and, still open track in front of him, clean air. Go out there, hit his marks. He can keep those 2-minute, 8.5 second lap times up. Should be in good shape. Heartbreaker for Nate Hummel. Max Shane in that P3 spot, or at least was.
We'll see who comes on in the 2nd, 3rd place.
Yeah, who's going to inherit
Max
it?
Shane on the 79, and then Kalana Humphrey right behind him. Kalana Humphrey on the number 62. He's looking really, really good. He spent the summer down at Taft House with Taylor Painter and all those guys down at Taft, and it seems like it's working for him.
Paying off, putting in the work. So right now, looking at our mini senior 2, this is race number 7. Coming up next, going to be race number 8, your 450C class. That'll be followed by the Open Pro Sport. So belly up to the fence line, belly up in the office, the job site, out at home, across the U.S., across the world, watching. Maybe you're like me. Like I said, last year, chilling in the office, watching it secretly on the laptop in the corner, hiding. Whatever the case is, we're not going to call you out.
I tell you what, I think Kalana Humphrey's making a run at Max Shane, looking aggressive, and see, he's gonna. Max Shane goes out to in. Humphrey stays on the inside, and Humphrey, I tell you what, he seems like he came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
and now he's right in there with all these guys.
Humphrey being patient, not trying to force anything just yet, but now certainly applying the pressure to Max Shane, going inside now, taking that middle line. Man, that outside line is deep.
Oh, yeah.
Deep.
You got Inaki Asburza and Kate Johnson right there as well, and seems like Max Shane is riding a little more defensively now. Yeah, Kate Johnson and Anika Abzura now coming into the mix, and we got a little 4-rider battle.
This is as good as it gets right here. They link up together, what, about 10 minutes in now? As these riders settling in, what goes through your head? You're out there, this situation, you know you're about the halfway mark. Let's say, hey, you're sitting back there, P3, P4. What's going through your head right now?
For me, out here, Loretta's hardest part of the race is 10 minutes to go. You're halfway, you're hot, you're tired, you got tons of pressure on you, and you got a 4-rider battle. You have the hardest part of the race right now, so what you have to do is stay mentally focused, can't make any mistakes, and hit your lines. Don't worry about what's behind you, and keep racing forward.
I like it. I like it. Heath Fisher's doing that. 47 Husqvarna.
Kay Johnson on the number 23 is all over, and it looks like he's about to make the pass on Kalana Humphrey, and there you go, the pass is made. So now let's see if Kay Johnson can put his head down, make a charge, and pass Max Shane and maybe catch Heath Fisher that's out in front with a huge gap.
Yeah,
almost 9 seconds. That's a big gap.
Big gap. Kay Johnson ringing the Yamaha out right there. Clicking off another position and on the hunt again right here on the inside. Creeping up on, what is that, Max Shane.
Looks like Kate's. Oh, Max Shane closes him off.
You know what? Showing him that front wheel, though. Max Shane says, not yet. I'm going to hold you off. I'm going to shut the door.
Yeah, Max is riding really, really solid lines. I mean, he's riding perfect defense. And Kate just got to throw everything he's got.
Right up the gut. Almost like Kate Johnson's like, okay, I need a breather. Let me regroup, and I'm going to come back at this thing. And here he comes.
Comes around the outside.
Here he comes, just out of sight, ducks behind the trees.
He got a rider down, looks like.
Oh, going to play a factor. Both riders check up just a little bit, not a lot of it, but a little bit.
Kate is. And is that the number 28 of Nate Hummel? I think Nate Hummel's coming back.
Nate Hummel on the charge now, good.
Nate Hummel just about makes a pass from Colin Humphrey, but does not make it. It's not. Oh, man, Cade is really coming on late in the moto. I've had the opportunity to train with Cade for many years now, and he's a late rider. He comes back at the later stages. Oh, Max Shane makes a big mistake, and Cade Johnson says, thank you very much. I'll take that position.
He's there to capitalize. You nailed it, man. So Cade Johnson, patience paying off, putting the pressure on him, force him into a mistake, getting his head a little bit. Pays off for Cade Johnson. He picks up another position.
Yeah. And let's see if Cade can make a charge at Heath Fisher. I think he's got just enough time. 7 minutes. Oh, man, 11 seconds. That's hard to close, and only 7 minutes of racing left.
That's heavy. And that 47 Husqvarna out front has been pretty consistent on those lap times. Got a 2:07 earlier, but he's been right in that 2:09 mark. He's really found his stride out front, and he's been in control pretty much this entire race. Here you go, 6 laps in, and then Cade Johnson, about 11-second gap now after 6 laps. Max Shane in that 3 spot, and there is Nate Hummel there in the 4 position. Rounding out that top 5 is Kalana Humphrey.
I think Nate Hummel's coming back with a vengeance after you know, a big mistake and making a little tip over. I think he's going to come back and try to at least get on the podium. And as you see, he's all over Max Shane, and Max has just got to keep riding smooth, stay focused, and race ahead.
Oh, I don't know. Coming together a little bit right there as Nate Hummel gets thrown into the rut next to him. Nate Hummel, man, cool, calm, collected.
As you see, Max Shane hits that triple. That seems like a big separator. If you get that drive out of that turn, I think you hit that triple. It's just a confidence boost almost, and you get tons of time. So Max Shane definitely feeling smooth out there, looking good. And Hummel, he's looking aggressive. I think he's going to come back and make a run at Max Shane in the later stages of this moto.
Nate Hummel trying to make something happen, the number 28 KTM. And Max Shane, Nate Hummel, can he put it on the box? Go get that bronze. He's probably not even thinking about it right now. He's like, I just got to get around him, then I'll worry about it.
Yeah.
He's got to make a little bobble right there on the inside.
Max Shane. Nate Hummel getting a great drive, and see he goes on the inside in the sand section. Seems like Nate seems to make a lot of time up in this sand section, looking really smooth and standing up on the pegs. Max Shane goes to the inside, Nate Hummel outside.
Good drive there by Max. Max with a little side-eye action there for a second. Got a little worried about him, but it looks like he's regained his focus, and he's driving right now.
Oh, yeah, Max. I've raced with Max quite a few times out in California. He's a really good rider, and has performed pretty well out here at Loretta, so we'll see if he can do something, you know. And Nate Hummel, looks like Nate Hummel makes the pass.
All right, Hummel moves into a podium position, at least for the moment. This battle's anything but over. 2-lap card out, the 79 inches back out in front now. A little back and forth. Who's going to be out front after this left-hander? Forget about it.
The pass.
Forget about it.
Nate Hummel is looking great. Max Shane just got to stay focused. Can't let that get in your head. Can't get frustrated. Just race ahead.
Got to hand it Cade Johnson, that number 23 Yamaha in the P2 spot. I mean, it was about an 11, almost 12-second gap. He's chipped away at it. It's about 9 seconds.
Brought it back to 9 seconds. That's a great ride for Cade Johnson.
Real
and
good.
I didn't even see him in the top 10 at the start, so great ride for Cade.
Chipping away, man. Chipping away, being patient out there. Battle on screen, that's a 28 Nate Hummel and Max Shane.
Max Shane doesn't look like he's done. Looks like he still has some left in the tank late in this moto. So we'll see if he can make a rebound and try to repass Nate Hummel and get on that podium.
Doing it to it. We're going to be getting our, I believe, our white flag here in just a moment. Leader due in here in about 10 seconds. And I believe should be our white flag situation here. Mini Senior 2 on track right now. Coming up next, guys, going to be that race number 8, 450C. That'll be followed by your Pro Sport class. 2-lap card, thank you.
Nate Hummel looking really solid out there. He doesn't seem satisfied with that crash. It seemed like he really wanted that win.
Yeah, I mean, crash goes down, had that, first moto this morning. Seems like kind of that punch in the mouth. You're like, okay, all right, I'm dirty, I'm ready, I'm awake now, let's go to work. Let's go make something happen. Heath Fisher still in control. What a ride by the 47 Husqvarna. Cade Johnson in that 2 spot, still chipping away. 8 laps into it now, has cut that lead to about 8.5 seconds. Still a pretty significant gap. Nate Hummel there, about 4 seconds back from him and Max Shane. Now that gap has opened up a little bit, about 1.5 seconds. And how about it, Chase Lawton moves up into the 5 spot aboard that number 15 KTM.
Heath Fisher looking solid, looking smooth. Still an 8-second gap. Got it on cruise control and just going to bring this one in for the win.
Yeah, go get it, man. So Heath Fisher out front, Cade Johnson in the 2 spot. Nate Hummel, things starting to sort themselves out. Nate Hummel in the 3 position, Max Shane, that 79 KTM in fourth, and Chase Lawton, rounding out your top 5 in this one so far. Been some good racing here this morning. They've all been entertaining. They've all had something special so far. So we'll keep that going, man. And again, coming up next, going to be race number 8, your 450C. We'll get these guys down to the podium here in a little bit. We'll talk with our top 3 and our whole shot winner. And then we'll get things going with the 450C class and then that big open pro sport everybody's been waiting for. See our first look at those guys.
I'm looking right now, and seems as Kay Johnson's almost right on the tail. Heath Fisher has closed that gap down.
Heath Fisher checks in, 9 laps completed now. White flag out. Now the white flag's out. Thank you for that megawatt, by the way. Appreciate you.
6 second
Appreciate you.
gap. That's all it's between Heath Fisher on the number 47 and the 23 of Kate Johnson. Kate is coming to fire in this later stage of this moto.
Yeah, Cade clicking off, knocking off another 2 seconds on the lead that Heath Fisher's got, running a 2:10, and Heath Fisher out front running a 2:12. With the gap being 6.5 seconds, you got to think, okay, Heath Fisher, you're safe, you're good, man. But what a confidence boost! If you're Kate Johnson in this situation, you're the 23 Yamaha. You look at this and you're thinking, man, if I'd had just a little bit of a better start, I'm right there with Heath Fisher for a win.
Definitely coming into the second moto of this race, Kate will definitely super confident, saying, "Man, I came from way back and." Now I came back and I'm almost on Heath Fisher. So, big confidence boost, and to know that he's probably one of the fastest guys in this class.
Yeah, no doubt about that. There he is, the 47 on Racer TV. You guys are watching him at home aboard that Husqvarna. Full send, my guy. Looking good out there. All right, as this one comes to an end, talk to me, Colt. How you feeling about this? How you feeling about announcing this race?
I'm having a blast.
Okay.
I love it. I love, just watching the sport. It's awesome, and, I'm so thankful to be here.
Heck yeah, man. We're going to get you in on some more of these. So the 47, Heath Fisher doing work. What's your big takeaways? Who surprised you?
I had no idea. I had no idea about Heath Fisher, so that's a big surprise to me. Kate Johnson, we've known he's a huge contender for this title, and Nate Hummel, another one. Did not expect him to be running these sort of lap times, and riding really, really well. So all these guys have ridden an amazing race, and it's good to see. Work's paying off. Yeah,
no doubt. Putting it in, checkered flag.
Checkered flag out for the number 47 of Heath Fisher. Big win for Heath. That's got to be awesome.
Heath Fisher on his way to talk with Jason Wygant. We'll get the scoop. Just about flawless for Heath Fisher. Just all around great ride within his own rode within his own helmet, hit his marks, and brought home the P1. Cade Johnson going to seal the deal on the P2. The number 23 Yamaha finishing about 9 seconds back. So Cade, I think, kind of settled in. He said, okay, I'm clicking off 2 seconds here. I got about a 6.5 second gap. Probably going to need some help to get the P1. I'm going to settle in, bring home that P2, live the fight another day. Max Shane rounds out your top 3, Hummel 4th, and Chase Lawton rounds out your top 5. So as he makes his way onto the box with the thumbs up, he's all smiles in the helmet, feeling good. We'll get him some help. Get that bike up on the box. Jason Wygant be up there just a moment.
Keith hailing out of Australia. That's just the feat. I tell you what, coming from a whole nother country, coming to the U.S., and being able to do this thing is hats off to this guy.
No
Great
doubt.
job, man.
Good job, mate. Good job, mate. Weed standing by right there, so we'll get a word in with him for just a second. No worries, mate. Good work. So coming up next is going to be the 450C class. We'll give you the rundown on that one here in just a hot second. As Jason Wygant getting him ready, dialed down there. Mike's got him hooked up with the Monster Energy swag. Let's go. Looking good, looking fresh. That's a cold towel. Grab one of those towels for Wygant while you're down there.
I'm good. Don't worry. I didn't put in the work the kids did. And I didn't earn a gold medal either. Let's turn it around. Go out front. We'll let you show off your sponsors. Let's hear it for Heath Fisher taking the gold. Well, take me through that. You and actually Nathan Hummel were in a little battle for a little bit. How'd that whole moto go down for you?
Got a great start and got off to a good pace at the start. Me and Nate were having a battle. Then he made an unfortunate mistake and I was in the lead and just rode my race.
Talk about the dream of coming to America, coming to Loretta's, getting a gold. What's this experience like?
This is crazy.
That's pretty well how you're going to sum that up. Who do you want to thank, Heath?
Husband Australia, my dad, my mum, Nathan, my grandparents, Mike, Fly, MotorX, just everyone who helps me. Thank you.
Gold medal, Heath Fisher. That's how it's done. He's got the gold in Moto 1. We will go to our second place finisher, and what a come-from-behind ride for him from way back, Cade Johnson. And let's get him on up to talk about it. Great job by Cade. And there should be some real battles coming up in the motos as this week goes on. Once we get the gate picks dialed in. Remember, the gate picks are random. Let's get Cade Johnson up here. And third place, I believe, was Shane, sorry. So we'll get him up as well. So we're looking for second place. Looks like they got him dialed. Come on up. All right, this guy has been part of the blue crew for a while, still putting it on the box for them. From way back to second, let's hear it for Cade Johnson. First of all, the start, what happened there? Was it the gate pick?
Yeah, it was a gate pick, but that's just an excuse. I really got a bad start. We forgot to go out to the burnout pit. It was a bad schedule on the way here because we were watching too much. And, well, we'll make sure to do the burnout, but to go to the burnout pit, but it was okay. But I came through the pack pretty well. Made a little too many mistakes, so hopefully we can clean it up a little bit. And I'm glad I got a second slot, man. That's still in the championship hope.
100% you are. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the whole National Sheriff Association, Blue Crew team, Cole Lingle, Ed Torrance, Danny Lewis, Donnie Luce, Parts Limited, Moose Racing, Bell Helmets, 100%, Alpine Stars, Monster Army, Dunlop Elite, Donnie, and JMS, Enzo Suspension, just everyone that's helped me, and Alpine Stars, and everyone that's just helped me. Thank you.
There it is. Cade Johnson finishing second. All right, looking for Max Shane, who finishes up in the number 3 spot. And this was back and forth the entire moto. What a battle between 5-6 riders. And this rider comes out with the bronze. Let's hear it for Max Shane. I don't even know if you know what position you were in. There were so many battles going on out there. How'd it go for you?
I mean, a decent start. I mean, I picked chip 4. It's like my best chip ever. But, dude, Cade was on me like half the race. I was getting tired, not going to lie. But Heath was gone. But I feel like I was running a pretty good race and staying my laps. And I got tired towards the end, but just things we need to work on. But I'm stoked with that.
Oh, yeah, Podium is awesome. Who do you want to thank for it?
Big thanks to my mom, my dad, Mike from Monster Army, Fast House Hot Wheels, Fast House Fonzie, Kenny, all my brother and sister, all my grandma and grandpa, everyone, all my family coming out to watch. Flow Vision goggles. Rob from Dunlop, he's super sick, got me the best grip out there. And T-Rex Startles, big thanks to them. They hooked me up, and really just everyone, thank you so much.
There it is, Max Shane taking third. That's something to be proud of, a podium. I do have a whole shot award from Stasek to hand out to Darian. If our whole shot winner is down there, sorry, Dannon, come on up. And your Stasek whole shot award goes to Dannon Reed. How'd you pull that one, man?
I was just sitting on the gate hoping I could get a good jump, and I did. Right when I got that whole shot, had to get a big hands up. So I'm pumped about that one, but then my sand tire slid out and didn't finish too bad. I was just tired after that one.
Yeah, that's understandable. Everybody said they were tired. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, dad, my sister, Fly Racing, X-Men Goggles, Troy Designs, and everybody else. Thank you.
There it is, Dannon Reed with your Stasek whole shot. Awesome. Okay, that's it for mini senior. Send it back up.
All right, just about ready to roll here. Race number 8 coming up next. Locked and loaded, trying to stay cool down in the starting line as you folks are watching at home from Racer TV. 450C class, locked and loaded. Coming up next going to be that Open Pro Sport. So as we take a look at it, who's out there in 450C? How about Adam Hain, Cole Roberts out of Iowa aboard the Yamaha, Matthew Sterling on the KTM, Lance Geis out on the KTM out of Jordan, Minnesota, Josh Ticknor out of California aboard the KTM, Kyler Withrow on the Kawasaki, Jordan Pinniger out of Washington aboard the Husqvarna, Ollie Bonner on the Gas out of Nevada, Max Schroyer out of Michigan aboard the Husqvarna, Jacob Herring on the KTM out of Live Oak, California, Carson Mills out of Michigan on the KTM, Jaden Doyen out of New Hampshire aboard the KTM, AJ Greenwell, we got Antonio Sandalo, Christian Burgess on the number 32 out of North Carolina, Robbins, North Carolina aboard the Honda, Kobe McCollum out of Pennsylvania aboard the Kawasaki in the number 37, Jackson Hutwagner out of North Pole, Arkansas on the KTM. Jarek Norris out of Michigan aboard the Gas. Walker McGreal out of Curtis, Washington aboard the KTM. Chase Patton out of Sarasota, Florida. I don't know at what age, maybe it's a Midwest thing with snowbirds. It's always Florida, and then when the snowbirds from Indiana move to Florida, it becomes Florida. I don't know how that happens. It just works that way, okay? I don't make the rules. I'm just reading them. Colby Gilsdorf out of Montgomery, Texas, aboard the KTM. Justin Parrish out of South Carolina on the KTM. Mason Haberk out of New York. Vance Bruce. We've also got the number 50, a Chance Hayward out of Anderson, California, aboard the Yamaha. The 53, a Jack Carrig out of California on the Kawasaki. Axel Paulson on the number 54 out of Temecula, California on the Husqvarna. Kyle Berry out of Spokane Valley, Washington on the Husqvarna. Chase Weber on the number 58 out of Elk Grove, Minnesota. The number 60 of Blake Broderick out of Rapid City, South Dakota aboard the KTM. The 61 of Justin Burge out of Salt Springs, I think Nova Scotia. I'm going to guess Nova S is Nova Scotia. I'm just winging it here, but it sounds right. I'm into it. On board the Gas, the 67 of Ryder Reggert out of Corbett, Oregon aboard the KTM. Bly Duza out of Castle Rock, Colorado aboard the Kawasaki. Paul Neely out of Tomball, Texas on the KTM. Ronnie Higgins out of Carlsbad, New Mexico on the Husqvarna. Carson Burns on the out of Booney Lake, Washington on the KTM. Kawan Matoya out of Massachusetts on the KTM. Garrett Blankney out of Idaho, Texas on the KTM. Alec King out of Somerville, South Carolina on the Yamaha. Jalen McManus out of Topeka, Kansas on the KTM. Logan Reniger out of Warren, Pennsylvania on the KTM. And finally, last but not least, the 9-9 of Aiden Allers out of Colleyville, Texas aboard the Kawasaki. Getting our sight lap wrapped up here. You guys are looking at the specialized sight lap in Racer TV at home. Good shot. Yamaha looking good out there. Yamaha banners, Parts Unlimited. Of course, Stasic sponsoring our A Whole Shot Awards here this week. Big shout out and thank you to those fine folks. Certainly game changers, no doubt about it. We kind of made some jokes yesterday. You know, we were talking about the micros, age group 4, and they've been riding for half their lives. They started on the Strider before they could walk, and they graduated to the Stasics, and by the time they get to the shaft drive P-dubs, by God, they've been racing more than half their life. And Stasic, huge part of that. And, I mean, it's basically making your P-dub riders essentially old, wily veterans at that point. So pretty cool stuff. Certainly awesome to see how the industry continues to grow, our sport continues to grow, and just get better and better. Gotta love it. So riders getting loaded down on the gate down there, making their way back. And we'll be ready to roll here in just a moment with the 450C class. This is race number 8, and coming up after this, again, will be that Open Pro Sport. And that'll be followed by your 250B Limited. That's race number 9. And then our 65cc 10 to 11 Limited. We'll have a little intermission there at 1 o'clock this afternoon, but got some cool stuff going on. I know Zach Osborne going to be doing some stuff, I believe, with the bike from Road to Recovery. We'll have some more information on that here in just a moment. All right, so just about ready to get going here. Specialized sight lap wrapped up. 450C about ready to roll. As the adrenaline gets going. Breathe. Riders poised and ready. Ready. And here we go. Bang! Gate is down, and we're off for race number 8, the 450C class. Good, clean start so far. Oh, a couple of riders off the track into the tough blocks. Didn't look like anybody really went down, able to keep it on 2 wheels, but heartbreaker early for a couple of riders.
Yeah, you know, you have all the anticipation, Mikey. You've done the work, you put in the time, and then we blow that first turn right through the bells. And, man, just in a big hole before we ever get started, man. We're 3.2 seconds into the race.
I know. And then you just got to tell yourself, okay, I've got some time.
Sure.
With some hard work, I can make something happen, salvage something. Another rider down right there. 450C rolling. We'll get our eyes on who's out front here in just a moment.
And, of course, this one being a 15-minute race, our C-Class race being 15 minutes.
You're
so
right.
not quite as much time to work, but plenty of time for these guys to hit the reset button, get back at it, manage the race. That's what you have to do. When we talk about survival, we got to do it 3 times. So the big thing right now, if you're in that position, you have to have a strong mental game. You just have to put it aside. You have to focus on what's at hand. That's make as many passes as you can. Race forward. Don't worry about the other riders. Race the track.
Walker McGreal with the hole shot, the number 41 KTM. I think it's the number 14 KTM of Lance Geis out of Jordan, Minnesota, out in front in the first place position, but obviously this early still has some company. We'll see how things shake down. Good drive right there. Let's see how Lance does. We'll get an idea what we're looking at as far as timing and scoring. Riders working the track right there. We came in here, we thought, man, yesterday or a couple days ago as we're looking at it, oh, that outside berm, that's going to be the spot. But then you get into the Bermuda Triangle there, you're going to have to take the inside line. And unless you're able to work outside, inside, and it's been a tough one, to say the least. So off and rolling. All right, hey, I missed him. That was the number 17 KTM, Josh Tickner out front. Lance Geis actually in the number 2 spot. So that's the 17 machine getting around Geis.
And you can see almost a 3-second advantage for, getting out front early, Mikey, having that clean air, having that clean vision. And that results in about a 1.5-second gap, but 3 seconds improvement on the lap time for Tickner.
Justin Burge back in the number 3 spot aboard the number 61 Gas. We got Axel Paulson on the number 54 Husqvarna in 4th. And rounding out that top 5 is Chance Hayward on the number 50 Yamaha.
So taking a look out front. Whoa, what's happening here? We have bike problems for the 17. Looks like he's slowing up there. He's looking down.
It sure did look that way. Thought for a second it was just a little bobble right there, but
looks like he's back up to speed right now. So like you said, might have just caught a foot right there for a second. Might have had to slow up, throttle out for just a moment. But Tickner looks like back on the throttle now.
So Tickner moving.
So here we are, race number 8 on your schedule.
Yeah, no, you're correct. Race number 8.
Yeah, there we go. Race number 8 on your schedule. Want to make sure we're giving you the right information there. Here we go, coming back around for lap number 2. At number 14, Lance Geis. Geis moves himself into the number 1 position. Tickner making a mistake last time around. Thought might be something may have been wrong with the bike, but not the case. Tickner able to pick the pace back up. Justin Bird now brings himself in that number 3 position. Chance Hayward covers the number 4 spot, while Axel Passon makes his way through and rounds out the top 5 for us. Walker McReel in 6th. Max Schroyer rides in 7th. Kaywin Matolia in the number 8 spot. Kyle Berry in 9th. And Bly Dusa rounding out our top 10. So 450C, just about 5 minutes in this one, but 10 minutes remaining. And seeing lap times just around 2:08, 2:09 inside your top 5. But your leader, Lance Geis, turned amazing 2:05.3. Had a 3.2 second gap last time around. Look for him to expand on that. Just about 4.5 seconds quicker than your second place rider. Now somebody to keep an eye on a little further back, Burge sitting in that number 3 position. He's turned a 2:08.
Yep.
And after that, man, it goes into the 11s, the 12s, all the way up to the 18s. Now Chase Patton not getting the greatest of starts. He's anywhere from about 3 to 4 seconds faster than some of the guys ahead of him. And Blake Broderick in that number 11 spot, he's turning to 2:12. He needs to get past Duza, get up there, hook up with Barry and Matolia, and they need to push themselves forward. They need to form a train. They need to really get some momentum going and push themselves right to the front of this pack.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But yeah, you're on it. That number 61 gas. That's who I had my eyes on. Justin Berg there, running a little bit faster, about little less than a second and a half faster than Tickner. But if he can get linked up with him, get the lasso out, man. Let's go.
Absolutely. When you've got 9.5 minutes left, that half a second makes a difference per lap. Definitely.
Absolutely.
So still very early in this one. Lap 3, actually lap 2. Looking for our leaders to come through. Should be making their way around here in just a minute. I believe that might our leaders as they come around the beach turn. Last time we mentioned Geis, there it is. Geis now checking in, 2:07.9 this time. Look at that now. All of a sudden, Geis drops another second and a half off of his lap time. He was sitting at 2:09.5. Now he's 2:07.9. Tickner now, he's really got a deficit. He's really going to have to put his head down and go to work. About 8 minutes left in this thing, and all of a sudden, what was once a couple second gap, now about 7 seconds.
Yeah, impressive. And for those watching at home, if you're wondering, it is Lance Geis out in front, not Haverick, Mason Haverick, the 48 KTM. So for the Lance Geis fans out there, don't panic. He is in P1 right now.
Exactly. So far, our fast lap. That is Haverick, and that's not going to stand. They're showing a partial lap right there, 47 seconds. So I'm going to guess somewhere around that 2:07. And it was probably Geis or Tickner, one or the other, that delivered our fast lap. Truly.
Yeah, that it might be that 2:07.940. I can't remember exactly what Tickner had earlier, but yeah, he's right in there. And Lance really, really stretching this thing out.
I got to tell you, looks really solid too. Really strong in the corners, Mikey. Got good body position. Look at this. Really smooth with the throttle. And I tell you, throttle control key down here, you think, oh, it's deep, it's in it. Just grab a handful, grip it and rip it, bro. Go for it. But it's easy to steer with the rear down here. It's easy for that thing to kick out. It's easy to bust through that top surface 4 or 5 inches. All of a sudden, you've got that hard base underneath. So you go from deep traction to no traction. And very touchy situation. So throttle control, believe it or not, key here at the ranch.
It's funny you say that because I can't tell you how many times as we're watching practice yesterday, I see people up here talking shop on the at the announcer tower, and I know folks at home can't see my hand gesture, but I saw a lot of this. You're coming in and bam, get rear end getting washed out.
Absolutely. Too much bite
so
from the front, too much power to the rear, and the next thing you know, swap side to side, and loss of time, loss of position, everything. So 450C race number 8. Coming up next, race number, well, actually it's going to be Open Pro Sport is actually labeled as race 37 on our docket today. It'll be the 9th race of the program. So Open Pro Sport, you're going to see the fences start to get lined here in just a moment, Mikey. Everybody's going to get to the infield. They're going to go to the Polysport pond right there. Everybody wants a front row seat for Open Pro Sport, including Rodney Tomlin.
That's right.
Hey, by the way, Wes Kane, Big John is looking for you. Wes Kane, forgot about 10 minutes ago, Big John come up here looking. Wes, we need to move your truck and a couple of your buddies, I guess, down there by the beach. So, Wes Kane, we need to get your vehicle moved. See Big John, he'll work that out with you, tell you where you can find some good parking.
All right, Lance Geis out front. Turning and burning, got that 2:09 now, slowing up a little bit after lap number 4. Guy's doing his thing out front, Megawatt.
Oh, it's getting deep up here in the tower. It's early in the day, okay? Listen, we're only on race number 8 on Tuesday, and we just already got us in this position, so I love it.
That's what we told our on-track kids. Look, you want to get into this, you better have thick skin, son.
I guarantee it, because hey, believe me, we go at each other as fast as we go at the riders, I'll guarantee you.
And that's how you know you made it.
Absolutely.
When you start ripping on each other off air, you're like, oh, okay, hey, I made it. I'm here.
When Mikey Waynes lays his best insult on your pencil legs, your chicken legs, you know that you've done it. Megawatt can take it.
I set you straight on social media. I don't know if you saw it. I posted.
I did.
I said, look, me and Heath Harrison, man. Me and Heath Harrison.
I've seen some of the best Photoshop in the world, and that's one of them, I can tell you.
When that picture was taken, that wasn't a thing, okay?
21-inch pythons, brother, yeah.
I was on the edge of 20, so
all right, back to Lance Geis.
Let's get back to racing. My God. Lance is doing work. I mean, absolutely great race. You've been consistent on.
I was going to say, how consistent, Mikey? Take a look. 207 to 209.
He's right in that ballpark. I think if I'm the trainer, I'm looking at going pretty.
So you have
good.
a 10% variance per lap, 2 seconds per lap variance at 100+ degrees out there today. So actually great conditions. It is starting to warm up just a bit. The breeze going up and down a little bit. But Mikey, not those brutal, feels like 115 days. We don't have quite the humidity. Yes, getting a little thick out there yet, but it's not that wet blanket feel as of yet either. So about 3 minutes left on the clock. Take a quick look here. I believe next time around probably pick up the 2-lap card. Yeah, leader will pick up the 2-lap card next time around.
Geis out in front, Tickner in the 2 spot, Chance Hayward in the number 3 spot, Justin Burge up into the number 3 position after 4. So that drops Chance Hayward back to they're going back and forth. I don't know what's going on. Scratch that. I might just avoid it. How about Kawan Matolia in the number 5 spot on that number 80? Oh, and the 17, Tickner with a mistake right there. How much time is Tickner going to lose? Hayward was about 3.5 seconds back.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. This time around, leader is going to pick up the 2-lap board. Where is our leader right now? Should be working his way back around the tree, I believe, over there.
I think you're correct. There's the 1-7 Tickner on Racer TV. And again, just a real small mistake by Tickner, but enough to make a little bit of a difference for him. So going to have to put in the work here late.
Absolutely.
Justin Bird right there, the 61 gas machine.
For sure. Now, as this one winds down, as that 2-lap card comes out, should be seeing those guys. Look like they're coming up over the hump there. There we go. Leaders coming back around. Definitely going to pick up the white flag. Going to be 1 to go next time around. And less than a lap to do some work right here. Gap 11.8.
Scooting.
And, you know, when you take a look at that 2:12.9, 2:12.9, then 2:10 by Hayward, you wonder, you know, there it is. Hayward into that second position. I thought that the pass may have been made. And look at Kawan Matoya bringing himself into the third position here with a lap to go.
So Tickner's mistake.
Costly.
Yeah, from a 2 to a 5 right now, and that's that bubble you were talking about when you get into championship conversation.
Absolutely. All of a sudden, that 5th place becomes worrisome. That becomes a concern when we look at the overall picture. And that was just a very small mistake that cost those positions and could be very costly in the big picture.
Tickner, you got a little bit of time left. See if he can pick up at least a spot. He was only about a second and a half back from Berg. Justin Berg, that number 61, gas.
But great job in defensive, Tickner, though. Great job
for sure
of limiting the damage right here.
Exactly.
Getting himself back on track, being able to maintain, because I can tell you, at this point in the race, when you do make that mistake, sometimes it's just the mental ability to be able to gather it back up, get the heart rate back under control, and really find that drive, not give up. Find that drive to race this thing to the end. And that could be all the difference. That 5 could be what saves the day as well.
It's exactly right. One of these guys mentioned it earlier. They were talking about, you go down, even if you have that bobble and you almost come to that stop, that's when you realize how hot it is.
Absolutely.
I'm cooking, I'm sweating.
Listen, the vision gets a little funny under that helmet.
Bingo.
When you're picking that bike back up, now all of a sudden the heart rate goes, now the steam's coming out from it. It all sets in and hits at once, Mikey, and the realization of what happened hits you.
Seconds or minutes.
Absolutely.
I mean, for sure.
For sure. So just about to bring this one to a close here, Mikey, and I got to tell you, impressive performance by Geis. Chance Hayward now in that number 2 position. Believe this is going to do it. And there it is. Believe checker flag is out. That's it right there, Mikey. The number 14, Lance Geis, bringing home a win in Moto number 1. Wow, sets himself up perfectly for the championship challenge.
All right, well, big congratulations to Lance Geis, snagging the P1 out there. He's on his way to talk to Jason Wygant, as is Chance Hayward, finishing in the 2 spot. And Kawan Matoya rounding out your top 3.
And we talk about gathering it back up. Tickner was in the number 5 spot, brings it home in the 4th. So again, that one position, that shows us a lot about Tickner. That shows us who he is. Absolutely, because that 5 could have easily turned into 8 that last lap. Give up, cruise around, it's over. But no, absolutely not. Not satisfied with that 5th. Had just a little bit left in the tank, and I'll guarantee it was everything he had to get that 4th position. Awesome effort.
Absolutely. A couple riders a note there. Kawan Matoya, who finished in the 3 spot, ended the race about a half-second back. Good finish there. Good battle right there up into the checkered flag between P3 and P1. Chance Hayward able to hang on to that 2nd place position. But, hey, throw that. If you're paying attention, you're here to watch the 450C class, pay attention to that next time these guys are out, as Lance Geis locked and loaded. Weege going to hook him up with some hardware. Shout out to Wygant, by the way. Look at him. He's still hobbling, not slowing him down. He's actually been sprinting in between the podium.
Oh, no, he's not. Look
I'm
at
good.
this.
I'm good. Don't worry. I'm good. Hey, we got ourselves a C class, so a lot of times when they come up here, it's a whole new experience for them. Gold medal for Lance Geis. How'd you do this?
Somehow put my head together and got a good start finally. Didn't fall. Knew the track was slippery because they watered. And just stay steady, and I'm up here.
How good does this feel? You got a gold medal at Loretta's, bro.
So good. I've been trying so hard for this. Gavin Gersick has got me literally dialed with this.
He did. Who do you want to thank?
God above for keeping me safe. Gavin Garisick for everything he's done. Next Level Motocross. FXR, 100%. Black Diamond MX, Fine Tune Motorsports. Mom and Dad, everyone else I got. Thank you so much.
Lance Geis wins the moto. All right, let's bring up our second place finisher, Chance, who takes the number 2 spot. All right, we had Lance up front. We had Chance in the number 2 spot. Let's hear it for our silver medalist, Chance Hayward. Come on out front. How was that moto?
It was pretty gnarly. I don't think I've ever rode a track that rough. Just kept pushing through, and he started catching up at the end. Just held my line and just finished it.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank for that, second place?
Caleb Tennant, my trainer, Art of the Craft, Reading Rancheria, DT1 Filters, Blue Crew, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Chance Hayward taking second. I believe it's Kiwan taking third. And this is a come-from-behind effort. Moved up to that podium spot pretty late. And he ends up with the bronze. Come out front. Help us out so we don't butcher it. Give me your first and last so we don't mess this up.
Kiwan Matiola.
There it is. Kiwan Matiola taking third. Good job, Kiwan. So not the best start. We saw you a little out of the podium spot, and you made it on to third. How'd you do that?
I just kept making my way up and got a bad start, obviously, but yeah.
How hard is it to make those passes and dig deep late in these motos? Track's got to be super tough.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely hard for sure, but Club MX definitely helps out with that.
Awesome. Who else do you want to thank?
Club MX, FXR, Rhino Power, Motorbikes Plus, DC3 Suspension, BRZ Insurance, Franklin's Cafe, my mom, my dad, Lord Jesus Christ, keeping me safe, and yeah.
Kiwan Matiola taking third. That's the bronze. Congratulations. I do have a whole shot award to give out. Anybody else need picks? And we do have a whole shot award. This is an awesome name here. We need Walker McGreal to the podium because we've got a Stasic whole shot award for Walker McGreal. Oh, we got a big photo shoot going on there with that moto win from Lance Geis. Walker McGreal. All right, I'll give this to him at some point whenever I find him. Round of applause for Walker McGreal taking your whole shot in 250C. Good job, Walker. And that's a wrap on that moto. Looks like we got some more track maintenance going on, and I'm going to send it back up to the tower. Although, wait, let me just announce. We'll have Zach Osborne, by the way, during intermission, is going to be doing some laps of the track. Zach Osborne on the Road to Recovery Husqvarna that we're going to give that bike away. So stay tuned during intermission and watch Zach Osborne cheering this place up, and then we will give that bike away to support Road to Recovery. They got a tent right here on Vendors Row if you want to sign up.
Oh, Hannah Watt out here just cleaning house, man. Congratulations to you. I'm so proud of you. Uncle Mikey's proud. I told my wife last night I've adopted you. Jason Wygant has wrapped up down here. It's back to us. We're live. We're on Racer TV, and everybody at home is watching in droves as the Open Pro Sport is coming up next. Well, we've got a second, though. We just had, pretty much about the coolest guest you could have. Master Sergeant Cornelius Bostic of the United States Air Force came up here and joined us. He hooked us announcers up with some pretty awesome Air Force swag. Hey, they got something real cool going on down there. If you're here on the property with our United States Air Force, they've got the Activate Special Warfare United States Air Force. That is as cool. How cool rolling off the tongue, right? A United States Air Force virtual reality experience. How does it work? Well, I got a thing here, and it is about 2-point font, but I'm going to make it work, okay? So basically, your description here, this Special Warfare is a 4-dimensional VR experience based upon the Air Force's TV commercial, the calm and the storm. So if you've seen that, I'm sure it's probably, I mean, got to imagine that's something we play during the races in commercial breaks. So I know you guys are familiar with that. It portrays an intense firefight in a deployed location between special warfare operators and enemy combatants. The trailer features 5 identical user bays, each equipped with technology for the visitor to use that assess the user's composure, observation, and reacting and effectiveness. Hey, Mega, where have we heard these words? Composure, observation, reaction time, effectiveness.
Wow.
All while playing the game. So
Holy
you think
cow.
you're good?
Yeah.
You Open Pro Sport guys down there on the starting line, you think you got it, what it takes?
You think you got it?
Go give it a shot down there. Visit our good friends down there with the United States Air Force. That I got cold chills.
Yeah, absolutely. Master Sergeant Bosick been here with us 3 years, and did you see how excited he was? That guy loves being here, man.
I was
He's a
excited
fan.
to see him.
Yeah, you know what? Getting cold chills right now thinking about it. But Open Pro Sport coming up right now.
Yep.
And it's going to be our 9th race of the day, but it's actually race number 37. So looking at Chance Hymas out of Pocatello, Idaho, Heath Harrison out of Silver Hill, Alabama, Gabriel Urala out of San Antonio, Texas, Ben Ibanakis out of Lamont, Illinois, GT Money, Gavin Towers from Venetia, PA, Brock Bennett from Bakersfield, California, from Rockford, Illinois, Eddie Nord, and Dane Folsom out of Francisco, Indiana. Justin Olaf comes out of Blanchardville, Wisconsin. Ryder D. Francesco out of Bakersfield, California, on that number 23 machine. Spencer Winter out of Waverly, Tennessee. The local guy here, Tampa, Florida, sends us Cole Bradford. Russ Chapman comes out of Concord, North Carolina. And from Camp Verde, Arizona, we have Cole Martinez. Aiden Shive out of Dade City, Florida. And Telford, PA, sends Bryce Shelley on the 34 machine. The 35 is Travis Meckling. He comes out of Middletown, New York. From Clinton, Iowa, we have Patrick Murphy. Landon Armbruster comes from Brooksville, Ohio. From Los Condes, California, is Benjamin Garib. Preston Masangelo comes out of Waterford, Canada. And Gage Linville out of Lake Park, Georgia. From Taylorsville, Utah, it's the 43 of Chase Adams. And the 45, Jaden Clough, comes out of Elko, New Market, Minnesota. Charles A. Tolson, the 4th, comes out of Crosby, Texas. Eddie Norris out of Lansing, Michigan. Number 49, Dakota Kessler, coming out of Jackson, New Jersey. Chandler Basker comes out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Chase Yenser from Carlisle, PA, on the number 61. Marshall Reed, Waxahachie, Texas, on the number 65 machine. And Wyatt Reimer comes from Claremont, Oklahoma. Temecula, California, sends us the 71 of Talon Hawken. Stephen Magis comes from Sardinia, Ohio. Jacob Bomert comes out of Buckner, Kentucky. And Shalimar, Florida, has the number 77, Kate Braswell, on the line. Mike Alessi, the number 80 machine, comes out of Hilliard, Florida. Daniel Bodelin out of Venezuela. Ethan Lane from Dade City, Florida. The 88, Hamden Hudson from Danville, Virginia. Bryce Kipple out of Bradford, Tennessee. The number 94, Kimball Jett from Norwood, Louisiana. And the 99 of Caden Palmer. That's going to wrap up our Open Pro Sport lineup. Just a few moments away from the gate drop. And I can tell you, Mikey, take a look at the infield. Take a look at the fences right now. All the way down beside the tower. They are lined up waiting to see this Open Pro Sport battle. Riders like Chance Hymas, Gavin Towers, Ryder D. Francesco, Chase Yenser, all these guys believe they can win, Mikey. These guys believe they are contenders, and you know what? Each and every one of them are contenders. And then take a look at Mike Alessi in there on that number 80 machine, 34 years young, out there bringing the heat. Stephen Magis, 31. Dakota Kessler, 32. And looks like our youngest rider out there, 17 years. That could be Chance Hymas. Ryder D. Francesco. Several of these guys, 17 years old. Ethan Lane as well. And here we go, just about to see who gets this hole shot. Who is it, Mikey?
Right now, I'm just trying to remember to breathe, as these guys are as well.
Is that the number 10? Yeah, Heath Harrison, your guy out of Silver Hill, Alabama.
It was the message I sent him last night. He said, all right, you know what, I'm waking up, I'm doing 25 reps, 315 pounds, and I'm going to grab me a hole shot, and that's what he did.
And I got to tell you, bad news for the rest of the field. Now, one of the strongest dudes out there, he has a lot of speed as well, but he's going to be tough to pass, is Heath Harrison on that number 10 Phoenix Honda machine. He goes goes right through the middle of that 180, headed back into the red zone. Heath Harrison trying to make a break for it, wants to get away. That's the 23, Ryder D. Francesco, right on his tail. RD said, not yet, Double H, I'm coming at you, son. And here we go. The battle is on as we work our way through Storyland back into the waterworks.
Ryder D in that P2 spot on that Kawasaki machine. Boy, Heath Harrison putting a little bit of a gap on him right there, but I got to think Ryder D being patient right now. Let's not force the issue. We got a lot of race here.
Oh, yeah, this one's going to go 25 minutes, as a matter of fact. So,
and there it is.
Open Pro picks up a little bit of time, and look at this. Heath Harrison now, talk about opening up. He started to open up a gap, and DeFrancesco makes a small mistake. Is that Hymas, I believe, might be Chance Hymas.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
In that number 3 position. Look at this. He goes to the inside of Francesco. See if he can make something happen here as they work their way down into the Bermuda Triangle.
Little bobble right there by Hymas.
Heath Harrison already checking in. And here we go. RD checks in that number 2 position. That's Cole Martinez in the number 3 spot.
Okay.
Patrick Murphy rides in fourth. GT Money in that number 5 spot. And look at this. Mike Alessi comes through lap number 1 in that number 7 spot. He's followed by Cole Bradford 8th. Kimball Jett in the number 9 spot. Eddie Nord rounding out your top 10. But look at this. Gage Limble, Jaden Clough, Bryce Klippel, Marshall Reed, Brock Bennett, and Gabriel Urala all in the hunt here, your top 16.
All right, after one, Heath Harrison hanging on to the lead. What are your thoughts? And also, where is Hymas?
Have not seen him in the camera shot yet. Did not see him check in. Of course, we've got the top 16 waiting for the screen to change here. Going to get an idea of where Hymas sits and how much work he has cut out for him.
Heath Harrison, your leader, former pro privateer. Oh man, that rut almost swallowed Ryder D. Francesco.
Gee whiz.
Almost got stuck in there. So Harrison, who I believe won a title in one of the age divisions last year, so he'll change that 10 to a number 1 a little later in the week. But he's trying to show these kids what he's got. He's actually a mechanic now for that Phoenix Honda team.
Yep.
And look at him go as a racer still.
Think that bike's set up?
He's got that all dialed.
Think he's got that thing dialed or not, Weege?
Well, I don't know. He might be the only rider on the team that doesn't have himself as a mechanic.
He's got everybody else's bikes dialed. Yeah, for sure.
His thing, he needs another one of him.
Oh, my goodness.
He's doing it, though. Holding off DeFrancesco. That's no joke.
Right. So I wonder if David Eller maybe come down and prep the bike for Harrison, since Harrison did everybody else's team bike. So maybe Eller was down there setting sag and turning some clickers.
Eller said, I got you. I got you covered. You just do me a favor and go out there and put a hurting on him early. And Heath Harrison, okay, no problem.
Yep. Just go win the toughest class here at Loretta to win.
Yeah. My goodness.
Cole Martinez, another Honda rider, is in 3rd. Another lap clicks off. Let's watch the times.
That's what's going to be interesting to see in this one, because you're going to see a big variance in these lap times. But look at this on lap number 2, 158, 158, 158 for your top 3, and all of a sudden, Harrison Martinez have company in the form of GT Money, Gavin Towers.
And also the 80, MA80, Mike Alessi has moved up to 4th now. He was 7th. Now, we know Mike is maybe the best starter here ever, but we're going to assume First Moto gate picks are a little weird, so we're not going to say that his whole shot streak or his reputation is in jeopardy. But if Mike doesn't pull one of these whole shots in these 3 motos,
exactly.
Exactly. Coming through traffic, he's up to 4th behind Towers.
And that's what I'm saying. You know, you look at Alessi, he's picked up a few spots already. Towers was back in about 7th position, so he moves up into the top 3 within the opening lap. So this thing's going to heat up quick.
And DeFrancesco is going to have to get Alessi after a fall. He's going to have to get Alessi to move any further forward. There's that rut that almost trapped him a lap ago.
Wow. And still no sign of Hymas. I have not seen, 37, I believe. What is Hymas's number? Oh, number 2 is what he's running here. Yeah, is what he's running here, number 2.
So there it is. There's Alessi. There is DeFrancesco, who was 2nd early. He was 2nd early, right?
Yes, correct. Yes. Yep.
And then he went down toward the end of the first lap. So he's got some serious work to do.
Yeah, Ryder D after go.
We did see Alessi and DeFrancesco battle back at the Daytona at the Ricky Carmichael Amateur Supercross. Ryder D got the better of him there. Let's see what happens now.
Yeah, Mike pulling one of those patented hole shots, was able to put some distance on him. But cool, calm, and collected. RD just did what RD does. He put in good laps, hit good corners, and just kept dropping those lap times slightly, closed the gap. And once he made the move on Mike, was able to pull away.
That's the battle you're watching right now. Harrison's your leader, then Martinez and Towers, and here you're watching Alessi versus DeFrancisco. I was going to say I never thought I'd announce that battle, but we already did back in March at Daytona. It's the weirdest combination of ages and eras.
I'm having flashbacks.
And, it was so neat, as we see here, too. Very different body position, very different line choice out of the two riders. So I don't think age is the only difference between these two guys.
Watch Gage Linville. He is rolling up from behind. He has caught the DeFrancisco-Alessi battle.
And that's exactly what he needed to do. We know Linville has the kind of speed it takes. The 41 machine threw out a rope. He's on that rear fender right now, and all that's going to do is give momentum to DeFrancisco and Alessi. He's going to bring them with him.
Ryder D down to the inside. Let's see if he can make the move on Alessi into the 10 Commandments. Oh, tripling from the inside. Triple. Alessi's going to try to rail this corner. Watch this. Alessi fighting him off. Who's going to get the exit? You got to get to the left side, and DeFrancisco does it.
Youth prevails on that one, and able to take control of the race line. Mike drifts wide just a bit too little too late, and Ryder D takes control of that number 4 position and starts to motor away.
Ryder D going to try and catch up with GT Money now. That number 15 Yamaha sitting in the 3rd place spot. Meanwhile, Cole Martinez, Heath Harrison doing their thing out front. Heath Harrison still, after 3, sitting on a 2.5-second lead.
Till the tape starting to come out, though. Take a look at RD and Gage Linville back in the 5th and 6th positions. They're almost a full second quicker than the riders have. Jaden Clough, he's turned to 157 as well, and Pat Murphy. So you've got a train of about 4 guys right there, a second quicker than the riders ahead of them. Let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, I love how the deck's been shuffled here with these gate picks, and the riders you expect to be up front having to work their way through traffic right now. So we finally got Clough on the radar, 7th place, and Linville in 6th. They've got to deal with Alessi. You're watching the green machine. That is Ryder DeFrancisco trying to catch Gavin Towers for 3rd.
And I still haven't physically seen the two on timing and scoring or on the track of Chance Hymas, so yet to locate the number 2 machine.
Yeah, he was definitely the favorite, I'd say, coming in after finishing 2nd in this class to Levi Kitchen a year ago. Kitchen obviously has moved on to a pro career. So you check back in with DeFrancisco. This battle with him and Towers, he was 2 seconds quicker than Towers the last time around, and you can see that number 15 Yamaha just up ahead. There it is.
Has him in his sights now, Weege. Going to make it a little tougher on GT Money. He's going to start feeling the heat from that 23, and he's already got the pit board. He knows exactly who it is that's behind him, and knows he's going to have to get on the defense. But unfortunately right now, the hard part is he needs to race forward and forget about the number 23 behind him.
That's not going to be easy. That line he's got in the 10 Commandments, and also this low line on the left. Did he already make the pass?
He's loving it.
He already got it, Mikey.
Yeah, he's loving that inside line. It's working for him right now. That first lap, a little sketchy, got a little deep right there, but he's clicking it off now. Gets around GT Money, at least for the moment. Looks like he's going to make it stick right here.
Wait, that's the leaders right there. Martinez has caught Harrison. Towers is trying to come back on Ryder D.
It's 4-way.
Riders are all in the shot.
Exactly. Ryder D jumps to the inside of that rut past the tree. What a technical move that was. GT Money hard on the gas around the outside. Is he going to be able to make that work? No. RD comes to the inside, shuts the door one more time. Leaders Harrison and Martinez just ahead. Look at this. It's a 4-way battle, folks. Focus your eyes on the beach right now. Look at this.
Ryder D going for it, getting that P2, taking it away from Martinez, at least for the moment.
What? Look at this. He's going to get a 2-for. Goes to the outside. Whoa!
Battle!
3 wide, coming around the beach turn and back to the front. That's Martinez to the lead.
So DeFrancisco made 2 passes in 1 jump, and then when he drifted wide, that allowed Martinez to get both of them back.
And there comes GT Money. He's not done with this battle yet either. In that number 4 position, he wants to stick the number 15 Yamaha right up in this battle.
Look, he had the front row seat to that 3-way.
Yes.
Those guys coming together, and he's like, you know what? I'm going to go up and get me a piece of it right now.
How about this, Mikey Waynes? As soon as Towers got caught by DeFrancisco, he stepped up the pace.
Exactly.
He's trying to go with him.
Yeah, let me hook up with you. Let's just push this thing out in front.
Yeah, he's trying to follow. So DeFrancisco's got to go back to work to retake the lead. He had it for about 10 feet, and here it is, down the long short chute. He loves this inside. Watch, he's still going to be able to triple through the middle. Triple. No, he cased. Not enough. I thought Martinez was going to get him back. DeFrancisco has done it. He was as far back as 6th after a first lap crash, and he's in the lead.
In which we've seen that inside move 3 times really work for Ryder DeFrancisco, and right now Heath Harrison and Cole Martinez have their work cut out for them. Gavin Towers, he's going to hit the reset button as well. He needs to pick it back up. Back into that third position right now. Perfect. Look at this. Now we're going to see what he's made of. He knows exactly what he has to do. He knows the riders ahead of him like the back of his hand. Does he have a spot picked out? Whoa, makes a big mistake right there. Comes up a bit short.
Oh, these ruts are so deep right now. And DeFrancisco just learned, I'm going to take it anyway. I don't care how deep that rut is. I'm just going to go inside no matter what. Towers is still digging back there in third. And we've seen this from Towers before. He has some laps in the motos that are as fast as anyone else, just not all of them. So at one point, DeFrancisco catches him, and then he steps up the pace. And now he's got the leaders in sight.
Absolutely. There we see what you're talking about. He's able to reel him back in just a bit here. And then all of a sudden, he'll be right on the fender of somebody. Gavin Towers has a unique ability to turn it on and off. And I got to tell you, mid-moto, 13 minutes remaining, just about 11 minutes in. Nobody's going to question the fitness of Gavin Towers. Nobody's going to question his training style. Nobody's going to question his physical conditioning whatsoever. He's going to be strong late in the heat.
Another battle watch. We'll see if Linville, who's up to 5th now, can get Harrison for 4th. And this is all valuable points when you look at it as a 3-moto format. If you're Linville, you really want to be on the podium, 4th at worst.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. 5th place, just about the cutoff, to salvage any kind of championship title. You want that to be your worst finish. That has to be your bad moto. And Heath Harrison now in that number 4 position really needs to hang on to keep himself in contention for an overall championship.
Taking a look down the line there, Ryder D keeping that consistent sub-2-minute lap times with a 1:58.57. Go back to, like you guys were saying, Gage Linville there with a 1:59 on the move, about a second back from Heath Harrison. And then you go all the way back, Caden Broswell, a 1:59 back in 10th, trying to chip his way at this one and work his way up. Right on Jacob Bomert, but boy, after that, he's got a long long road to home.
Here's a battle right now. Towers. Oh, Powers. Martinez. Can Martinez hold it around the outside? They almost touched Barnes through there. Martinez is just not taking no for an answer. Did everything he could to hold him off. Just no room. Ended up having to go wide. So Towers has stepped up the game. He's up to 2nd.
Gavin Towers finding traction where I did not see a real line. I did not see a real berm in there. He was able to wake that outside peg and make it stick. He was absolutely committed to that one a turn before.
So Towers up to 2nd, and they've gotten through that Honda wall of Harrison and Martinez. Still got to watch Linville back there looking to make some moves.
And this, of course, as we mentioned, this is a 25-minute moto. So lots of time left in this thing, still above 11 minutes. And Ryder DeFrancisco turning consistent 1:58 right now. Take a look back to Talon Hawkins, though, in that 12th spot on the number 71 machine. He's turning a 1:58, and he's got a bunch of 2:00s, 2:06, 2:02 ahead of him. Still plenty of time for the number 71 to gather up some more positions. And as we say that, there it is. Talon Hawkins jumps up 2 more spots within the last lap.
The 25 minutes is going to help him immensely. We used to always do 20-minute motos down here. We're trying to get closer and closer to replicating pro motocross. So Hawkins, those extra 5 minutes could be a couple extra spots by the end. But right now, just moving in that top 10. So here it is. Martinez trying to keep Towers in sight. Trying to learn from him here. He's trying to walk that tightrope on the inside. It's so tough, Mikey.
Yeah, he's trying to, he said, all right, I saw Ryder D do it a couple times. Now I'm going to give it a shot, see what he's seeing there. And he goes, oh, wow, this is really deep. I don't know what he's seeing there. I don't know how it's working for him. But Ryder D's got that thing figured out, no doubt. He's up about just shy of about a 4-second gap now for Ryder D out in front of GT Money.
And we've talked about pro motocross. We have to talk about Mike Alessi. And this is one of the longest careers in the game, one of the winningest riders here at the ranch, and still out there, number 8 position right now, turning a 2:02.7 behind Jaden Clough on the number 45 Yamaha.
Yeah, Mike has not ever stopped racing. You might not have seen him in Supercross or motocross on the professional side the last few years, but he's been up in Canada. He's been doing arena cross. So he never stopped. Just carrying that right into Loretta's, right now running 8th. He's going to have to deal with Broswell and Hawkins. Again, another collision of eras two of the young stars here battling with Alessi right now in 8, 9, and 10. There's Martinez in third. Linville's done it. He's gotten around Harrison. And Linville was going to want more. So on lap number 8, DeFrancesco turns a 1:58. I got to tell you, talk about consistency. His best lap was a 1:56. That was lap number 4. Halfway through this thing, he's still turning a 1:58 and turns that gap into almost 6 seconds. So just slowly chipping away. Very, very consistent, Mikey Waynes.
Yeah, you're right. Took him about 10 and a half minutes to get out front. Sir. And since then, the lap times, these last 4, they've been real consistent in that ballpark, that 1:56, 1:58 and a half in there. So really finding his groove right now at the open air out front.
The 41 Yamaha on the screen, that's Gage Linville. We've been talking about him. Can he get Martinez? You can see the gap he's working with. It was 2.8. It's going to be a little lower than that. All right, we're just told that Braswell went down, and that's the scoop right there on his gas machine. Not able to get the thing back up in time, loses some position.
Chance Hymas, the number 2, back in 15th.
Wow. Finally on the radar screen. We have not seen him all moto. Hymas in 15th place. Now, the rider you're watching here, that neon green gear, that's Patrick Murphy on the Muck-Off Club MX Yamaha. He is in 5th behind Linville. There's Linville on your screen. Can Linville make a run on Martinez to get to the podium? Look at the lap times. He's catching them.
Absolutely, and we look at Hawkins again, too. A 1:59 this far back. Now he's picked up one more position, and all of a sudden, there's the number 2, Chance Hymas, in that number 15 position. Didn't even see him on the radar for the first half of this race. There he is plugging away, still turning a 2:01, 3 to 4 seconds faster than the riders ahead of him, Weege, with 7 minutes to go.
A little bit of a bailout, this 25-minute moto instead of the old 20-minute mark. Going to help these guys who are way back. Looking for that number 2 of Hymas. The Martinez-Linville battle. We are here for it. As they go over that Thor tunnel. There's Martinez. There's Linville on the 41. This is for a podium.
Yeah, Linville right now has the mojo working. He's got the momentum. He's got a couple good lines there that he's using down around the billboard. His that just came through. And I got to tell you, he knows exactly how much time is left. He's got a spot picked out right now. He's just waiting for the opportunity to come to him before he has to force the issue.
That's it. Meanwhile, they got the number 36 Yamaha, Patrick Murphy, really not too far off that pace either. It could be, these guys come together. Hey, if I'm Patrick Murphy, I want to capitalize, so he needs to get up there and be battling with them.
Linville's got that same combo that DeFrancesco had. Inside, roll, triple, triple. Let's see if he uses the inside of the left-hander as well. Oh, he does, but it was tough. He still made up ground, even with the mistake.
Wow, catches a big bump in the middle, but still able to capitalize, as Weege says, and makes it work.
Look, that's a grown man line right there. That's the grown man line right there. Kudos to him. Little bobble right there by Martinez.
So a good battle here for third. Murphy, as Mikey Waynes mentioned, not too far back in 5th. Clough is around Alessi for 6th. Heath Harrison, who led early, is back to 8th. Got to imagine leading some laps. Probably some arm pump kicked in for Heath. We'll ask him about that. I don't know if Heath came here thinking, yeah, I'm just going to run. I'm just going to leave Ryder DeFrancesco in the dust. This is a fun thing on the side for him. But he got to lead some laps. Good job, Heath.
Absolutely.
I got to tell you, strong opening laps, no question. And Harrison's still inside that top 10, sitting at that 8th position right now, putting that physical strength to good use late in this one. And look at that track. I have to tell you, we've seen it get rough in past years, but midday like this, just about noon, open pro sport, this thing is rough.
DeFrancesco has it. 7.5 seconds is his lead, and he had to work for it. He crashed. Was back in about 5th, maybe 6th, and passed all these guys to get there. Well, not all of them, I got to say. Linville was even further back, but he was able to get around Towers, Martinez, and Harrison to get to the number 1 position.
And slowly chipping away. Talon Hawkins now up into 8th.
Okay.
Just a matter of laps ago in 13th. Hymas picks up another spot. He was in 15th last time around, so having to do some work back there in the middle of the traffic. Not easy. A lot of roosts going down. Now you're starting to get into similar lap times, so the gap's getting harder to close.
Yeah, because it's faster at the front of the pack. And that's what Linville is learning right now. He cannot figure out a way to solve Martinez. Well, it's inside work. No, he's going to go to the middle.
Right in the middle.
Oh, wow. I really thought that one was going to work out. I thought it was going to be a very good line chase, but you see the wheel spin, lost traction, got through that top traction down to that hard base, and that was all she wrote.
It's pick your poison in these corners. Martinez, he's muffed that exit of the corner every single time, but Linville can't do anything with it. Still on for third. Linville to the inside. Martinez railing that outside, able to hold him off.
Now watch Linville through this sand section. He's going to go feet up wide around the outside. Can he keep the momentum? Chooses not to follow. This time he's actually going to take that inside. Tried to shorten the track up just a bit, Weeds. That didn't work either, so not for a lack of trying each and every one of these lines.
Cole Martinez can deal with some pressure, I can tell you that.
Absolutely.
He's had Linville behind him here for 3 or 4 laps.
Oh, boy.
And almost took that lapper out.
Like Chase Sexton style.
Yeah, that was,
Plant that
get out of the way. Get out of the way. All right, 2-lap card. I'm going to head down to the podium. What's going to be the order? Got a feeling it's going to be DeFrancesco and Towers, but who's going to take third? This battle's still going.
I got to tell you, it doesn't matter what that order is. It's going to be a story to be told down there on that podium regardless. Looking forward to this one. Weege making his way down there right now. Just a couple laps left in this one. Going to get this thing sewn up, put to bed, the first of our Open Pro Sport motos.
Boy, Mega, you got to hand it to Cole Martinez, really shutting the door on him and answering to the pressure that Gage Linville's been bringing on that number 41 Yamaha. Meanwhile, by the way, hey, out front, still Ryder D, and he's still turning and burning those sub 2-minute lap times. Been consistent, slowed up by about a second the last couple, sitting on that 158.5, 159.5, and there's Linville on screen.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that went down right there. Linville about went tire to tire, and good thing we didn't get collected in that one. That one could have been a disaster.
So Linville trying to put some separation.
So is that Martinez?
Correct. Yeah.
Right behind. Yep, there we go.
Linville, I mean, Martinez still right there.
Absolutely. He hasn't let him go by any means.
Right.
Still in the picture. Going to pick up, well, white flag coming out right now. So 1 lap to go in this one.
Martinez going to have to make a decision. Does he want to go for it? You want that? I mean, you definitely want that podium spot.
You better
believe it. Do you risk it this early in the week? You push it?
You know what? That's a corner by corner call.
Okay.
You know, early in this week, do I take the big chance?
Right.
Probably not. If an opportunity presents itself, shove it in there.
Okay. Ooh, riders dang near coming together. They just showed us why they're in the Pro Sport class. Very cognizant of their surroundings. Ryder D on screen. Took him 10.5 minutes to find his way out in front, but boy, since then, consistency's paid off. He's right in that 2-minute mark, but you got to consider, hey, he's got the pit boards out there. They're saying, you know, +8, +9, and hey, hit your marks, ride smart. He knows what he's doing.
Exactly.
He knows exactly
I got to tell
doing.
you, an incredible race, showing a lot of restraint, a lot of control. Did not panic. Kept the heart rate under control. Kept the breathing steady. Didn't have the early opening laps that he wanted, but able to overcome a couple mistakes, put his head down, put in some perfect laps, and then consistency was the name of the game for Ryder DeFrancesco after those opening laps.
Ryder D pulling off the DYJ, the do your job.
Exactly.
Pro Circuit Kawasaki Monster Energy rider. That team's happy.
Headed back into the red zone right now, going to head to Storyland. When he makes his way back out of Storyland, of course, around the waterworks, down through the sandy beach one more time. And that's going to do it for Open Pro Sport. Just a few more sections away. There we go past the waterwork now, come up just a little short right there. The only mistake he made on the last lap, and that comes with a 9-second gap. So a little bit of a safety net there for the number 23. There we go now, back down, coming off of the beach into that tight left-hander. Up and over the anthill one more time. Here comes the number 23 back into sight. Launching back down in front of the Polysport pond. Comes into that Polysport sand turn. Big sweeping right-hander going to head to the Bermuda Triangle. And that's going to be a wrap for the number 23 rider, DeFrancesco, able to overcome some early moto adversity. Puts his head down, a little bit of a fist pump. There it is. Open Pro Sport Moto #1 winner, Ryder DiFrancesco, going to make his way down. Speak to the Weege here in a few moments. Looks like Gage Linville was able to make the move. He took the measure of Gavin Towers there on the last lap, as did Cole Martinez. Look at this. Martinez puts himself into the #3 position on the final lap.
Holy
Gavin
smokes.
Towers moved back.
GT dropped a couple.
Gavin Towers either had
something happened
fall
to
over
Towers.
or a mechanical. Let's see, is he checking in?
Alessi gets
now?
around him.
Mike Alessi made his way around as well. So rounding out the top 6 going to be Alessi, Clough, Murphy, Martinez, Linville, and DiFrancesco.
So Ryder D taking it. Gage Linville, what a finish to the race by Gage Linville, man. Turns a 1:56 on that last lap, able to hang on to P2. Cole Martinez rounding out your top 3. Patrick Murphy taking 4th. SSR rider Jaden Clough rounding out that top 5. As we're looking at our podium, we'll get Ryder D up there just a moment. We'll get a word with him. He's going to talk about that grown man line, man, that inside line. The grown man line, okay? That's what that's what's going to be. But a solid ride. As we expected, Ryder D out there checking boxes, if you will. So Weege head down there, get a word in with him on the podium here just a moment, as well as the 41 Yamaha Gage Linville and Cole Martinez. And have a whole shot award for Heath Harrison as well. Solid start to the race for Heath Harrison. Ended up 7th when the checkers flew, but boy, first couple of laps, Heath Harrison came to play. He wasn't messing around. It wasn't like, I'm going to be content getting this whole shot now. I'm going to check up and let a few guys around me. He hung on to that thing. It was a good ride.
Absolutely not. Mike Alessi style. You're going to work for it, okay? I'm going to make you earn every position.
All right, boys.
I'm going to get out here.
I'm going to steal it from you. We got our moto winner coming up. Made it a little interesting with some problems early. Went back to 5th or even 6th. Was able to rally back, get the lead, and the goal. Let's hear it for Ryder DiFrancesco. Well, thanks for making it a little more interesting to watch. What happened? Was it lap 1, lap 2? Something happened and you dropped from 2nd, a little further back.
Yeah, they watered the track right before we went out, so it was super slick, and I almost crashed a lot before then. So, but I just got on the throttle too hard and did a complete 360 and kept the bike running. I almost stayed on the bike and kept it going. So let's keep this going. And last time I was here, I went 6 for 6. So can't start off any better.
Yeah, that's going to be tough in pro sport, but I know you're feeling good about it. And you already kind of know where you're headed next. We'll probably see some more pro races at the end of the year. Does that take some pressure off?
Not really.
You still want to win this thing?
I'm here to race, and there's some good riders that came out this year. So I'm pumped, and then this should help going into the last 4 rounds also.
That's cool to know. It still matters here. Who do you want to thank for it?
My mom, my dad, my mechanic Tyler, my race mechanic Tony came out here just for this race. Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki, my off-the-bike trainer Darren, Tyler back at home, Ivan. We put in a lot of work, and then everyone else, thank you.
There it is. It's #1 in his first moto of the week, Ryder DiFrancesco. And there's lots of competition in this class. We'll talk to 3 of them here, our podium contenders. Second in this one's going to go to the number 15. We'll bring up second place. We're looking for our second place finisher. That's Gavin Towers. And Towers had to make some moves as well. Not the best start, but able to follow Ryder D through, and they end up first and second. Let's hear it for the Blue Crew rider, Gavin Towers. All right, GT, how was that moto for you?
Dude, it was gnarly. I had 30-second gate pick. It's hot out here. I've been training in Florida. I've been putting a lot of time in out in California before Mammoth and everything with Bradley Taft, and I got the opportunity. And I got to go ride with Swanee and the guys and Jeannie and all those guys, and that helped me out a lot. That was a brutal moto. The track is definitely gnarly this year from all the, the flood last year, and it's just gnarly. Like a lot of more hard pack, And, I never really get arm pump at this place, and a little bit at the end. But we're going to fix that. And, the first moto is always the most nerve-wracking. We got the first moto jitters out of the way. And with that start and just everything, my bike hooked up amazing. Can't thank Jake enough. Dunlop tires, 100% goggles, Moose Racing, Alpine Star boots. Just everybody in my corner. My mom, my dad, my sister, Cindy. They sacrificed everything. My whole family and friends watching. Can't thank them enough. This is definitely the best start we've had to the ranch, and we're just going to keep her on going.
All right, let's hear it for Gavin Towers. And we got another Yamaha taking third. Whoa, sorry. I'll tell you what, the gate picks, I messed this up. I gave him bronze. We'll fix it down there. This is what you want a little later. Coming through traffic, let's hear for Gage Linville. You'll get gold, who knows, maybe later in the week. What was your gate pick?
15, yeah. Last year was 42, this year 15. We're making progress on off the track, so yeah.
Take me through it. It wasn't, you weren't as far up front off the start as you probably wanted to be.
Yeah, man, somebody just shot out of the gate and it caught me off guard, but yeah, just put my head down and rode hard, tried to ride good hard laps, make passes, and yeah, I saw the 2 car and I said, man, you gotta go, and yeah, was able to bring it in for second.
All right, who do you want to thank, Gage?
The good Lord for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, Pure Outlaw for everything, UFO, Factory Connection, FMF, 100%, Monster Army, MTF for everything, man. They prepare us for the year. Colleen, Big B, Jacob, my mechanic David, and my mechanic Gregory. Just, man, everybody who supports me, thank you so much.
Third place, Gage Linville. So good talking to the kids. We'll have to swap those medals out. I'll handle that in a moment. But first, we got to talk to the guy who was showing the kids how it was done with this hold shot. Yep, letting it eat. Let's hear it for our whole shot winner, Heath Harrison. Now, a whole shot is one thing. Holding these kids back for 3 or 4 laps is a whole nother, and you did it, Heath. You're running and hiding. Did you think you could win that one?
You always have hope that you can, but yeah, it was cool. I ripped the whole shot, and then I think the top 5 of us, 3 of us were in the 25-plus class, so that was sweet. We were out there trying to show the kids how to do it, and yeah, no, I got hot and started dropping back, so we'll cool off, get ready for this 25-plus moto at 3:30, and try to rip another whole shot and see if we can stay up front this time.
Defend that number 1 plate. Who do you want to thank?
Yeah, I got to give it to everybody that's out here watching and cheering, the whole Phoenix Racing Honda team, Arma for supplying us with the supplements we need with this heat, and Pirelli tires, FMF goggles, Moose Racing, Parts Unlimited, Alpine Star, everybody that makes this possible. Thank you.
Heath Harrison, your Stasic Whole Shot Award. And he'll be back in his age group a little later to put on some more battles. That's it for Pro Sport. Send it back up.
All right, thank you, Weege. 250B Limited just about to take to the course. Just about to get back into that gate right now. 250B Limited, that's Jordan Bice, Crockett Myers, Lucas Geisler, Gage Ripplinger coming out of Dallas, Oregon, Russell Bucheri from Duxbury, Massachusetts, Easton Block from Weston, Wisconsin, Garrett Allenbaugh from Newark, Texas, Ian Kierson comes out of Sandyston, New Jersey, Logan Riggins from Easley, South Carolina, Enzo Timmerman from Visalia, California, Michael McLean from Wetumpka, Alabama, Brock Walker from Joshua, Texas, Tevin Nelson from Stokesdale, North Carolina, Jesse Wessel comes from East Falmouth, Massachusetts, while Belvedere, Illinois has the number 30 Mason Halsey on the line. The 32 Dylan Howard comes out of Ramona, California, and the 33 Drew Adams comes from Chattanooga, Tennessee. Vinny Bossalina comes out of St. Louis, Missouri on the number 37, and Aiden Dickens coming to us from Skippers, Virginia. Sparks, Nevada sends Owen Bills on the 41 machine, and Seth Shaw comes out of Centersburg, Ohio. From Simi Valley, California, Slade Varola on the 45 machine, and Keegan Raleigh comes out of Chinanon, Illinois. Dominic Busher comes out of Liberty Hill, Texas, and Shane Haywood from Diamond Springs, California. Bryce Lazarga comes from Kennedale, Texas, and Casey Clinton comes from Twin Falls, Idaho. Nashport, Ohio sends Jack Winland. The 67 Blake Gardner comes out of Canyon Country, California. From Riverton, Utah, Jace Allred. Hudson, Colorado sends Jackson Pascal, and Peyton Jackson comes from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Jaden Wolf comes from Franklin, Wisconsin. Thompson, Illinois, has Colin Burns on the 83 machine, while Wyatt Creighton comes out of Ordig, Washington. Kobe Carper comes out of Goldboro, Washington, and Randall Myers comes from Birdsboro, Tennessee. From Lake Elsinore, California, it's Nicholas Israel, and Rodrigo Borges comes from San Rafael, California. Jared Hannon comes from Cambridge, New Zealand, and Drew Thomas out of Monroe, North Carolina, with Alvin Hill from Visalia, California. Here we go, 250B Limited underway. Who is it with that Stacy Cole shot? Was that the number 57 machine? Not sure if he held on. I think it was the number 67 possibly. That was Blake Gardner on his KTM. And then all of a sudden into the front went Shane Haywood out of Diamond Springs, California. There it is, the number 67. Mikey's right. His eyes, I believe, just a little better than mine. So that is the 67 Blake Gardner out of Canyon Country, California. And look at that pack coming through the 10 commandments. Holy cow, 5 wide through the commandments. Better not break one of those rules, I can promise you. Back into that right-hander. Here we go, and an early lead for the number 67 machine. Wow, starting to open things up just a bit. That's the number 24 back behind him in the number 2 position. That's going to be Brock Walker out of Joshua, Texas on his Kawasaki.
Hey, real fast, we got a lost phone down at the MX Sports office. Rhonda Ducato, if you are missing your phone, head on down to the MX Sports office. We'll get you hooked up with your cellular phone. Back to it.
All right, here we go, making their way into the sand section, back around into the midfield. Here we go with our early leader, Blake Gardner. Comes down into the Polysport Beach turn, tries to open that gap into a couple seconds. Not having it is the number 24, Brock Walker. Down into the Bermuda Triangle come the leaders. Here we go to complete lap number 1.
By the way, given that hole shot, that Stasic hole shot to the number 11 Yamaha of Crockett Myers, Blake Gardner, your leader out in front, the 6'7". He did not let Crockett Myers hang on to that very long. Brock Walker in the 2 spot, Enzo Timmerman in 3rd, Keegan Rowley 4th, and Slade Varola rounding out the top 5. And Donde Esta Crockett Myers, P14.
Yeah, I'm going to guess Myers fell over after that whole shot or got shoved off track something. Myers now sitting in that number 14 position, and very unusual for Crockett Myers, especially a half a lap in after a hole shot.
No doubt about that. So Blake Gardner out in front on that number 67 KTM, and the 24 you can see on screen just behind him there. And Enzo not far off that pace, so pair of Kawasaki riders and KTM out front.
So race number 9 on your schedule, 250B. Coming up next, race 10. That's your 65cc 10 to 11. And you know what? Looking forward to that 65 10 to 11. We're going to talk about that here in just a few minutes. And right now, all about our 250B Limited. Blake Gardner out front on his number 67 KTM, starting to open that gap up ever so slightly. The number 24, Brock Walker, giving up some space here on lap number 2. Starting to really see these guys choose some alternate lines, Mikey. The good lines are starting to get used up right now. Really starting to get some chatter going into these ruts. Starting to see a hook on the end of them. Potholes in the middle of them, some craters in the middle of these ruts, and it really affects that line choice. Sometimes lap to lap. Now, berms tend to hold up a little better down here at the ranch. You get, half a moto or so out of it, a few laps out of it, but constantly changing, and these guys really adapting to some new lines that we really haven't seen much of here this morning. These guys using some center lines, but now really starting to search those outside edges, looking for that smooth stuff, going out into the green, going out into the what we call the fringe, and trying to find the smoothest lines. Small mistake by Gardner that time around. Had a little bit of a bobble there. Whoa, drags the foot off the back of the peg right there, almost into the rear wheel. And just that small mistake, look at this, allows the number 24.
Brock Walker,
and that's Enzo Timmerman on the 21. Wow, Timmerman does the same thing Gardner did. Those ruts are getting so deep, even when you lift your foot, they're still getting caught in the bottom of some of those ruts.
Looks like
2
me.
laps in.
Looks like me on my street bike dragging a foot peg and then going, okay, maybe it's time for a break for old Mikey Waynes on the street bike. Road bike. It's not a crotch rocket either, okay? So I like to go slow and easy.
Wow, and look at the difference in the soil right now, Mikey. You see the shade sections back there, still pretty dark, still has some moisture in it from that early watering. And, man, as you get into the front sections of the track, you see things really start to lighten up where they've been sun-baked here this morning. And that is the number, let's see, 21, Enzo Timmerman, still in that number 3 position we're looking at on our monitor right now. And he basically riding in no man's land. Doesn't look like he has a battle behind him anywhere, and he's trying to race forward. He needs to get up there and get on the rear fender of Brock Walker.
Hey, our Stasic Hole Shot Award winner, Crockett Myers, again, was back, way back outside of the top 10. Has clicked off a pretty good lap there in lap 2, picking up some time. Ran a 2:03. That's, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds faster than the guys in front of him. It's got him up into the number 9 position. So Crockett Myers, after the great start and then, I guess, the bad first lap, kind of rebounding here in lap 2. See if he can't click off a few more positions here the next few laps.
Absolutely. Needs to put together some good laps right now. Has to be consistent. We say the word consistent. We say the word survival. We talk about a guy who survives year to year. We're going to welcome Kevin Kelly into the booth, one of the original contestants on Survivor, and able to hang it in 30 minutes plus 2 week after week. He did, what'd you do, like 37 hours straight at the fire station over the last couple days, then you got in, did a 4-hour drive, so you're working 48 hours with no sleep here?
No, we get to sleep. But I got up 3 times last night for a bunch of nonsense, so.
Prostate problem.
Yeah, don't call us unless you really need us. Let me just put it to you that way. All these emergencies, I'm using air quotes, man.
Air quotes.
They're not. Nobody. I didn't run a single emergency yesterday. I ran 9 calls, all of it BS. I'm a little disgruntled, as you can see.
I couldn't tell. Life?
Oh, Lord, no. No, I mean, we do it, but they were not necessary yesterday.
Lord, no.
All right, well, he needed Jaws of life to get him out of that. So pumped to see our man Kevin Kelly.
Kevin Kelly fresh out of saving buttons from the tree last night. Little kitty cat.
No doubt. Shows up here right at the crack of 12:30. Him and Rodney Tomlin are going to bring it to you here in just a moment. And got a special treat coming up here just about 1 o'clock. Zach Osborne going to do a lap for us real quick on that Road to Recovery Husqvarna. It's going to be signed by him as well. It's an FC 450. All proceeds go to Racers for Waverly, of course, and Road to Recovery booth is where you can buy those tickets, $10 a piece. And I got to tell you, what a great way for you guys to give back to the community. Great opportunity to win a fantastic prize for only $10. So you know what? Go lay down a 50, go lay down 100, get yourself 5 or 10 chances, and what a great way to help out the community of Waverly, and maybe win a bike for yourself.
Hey, real quick, Enzo Timmerman moves up into the 2 spot. You still have a battle happening right there on Racer TV. Brock Walker drops to the 3 position. So Enzo Timmerman working the track, able to get around him. And now, look at that, Timmerman setting his sights. They have reeled in Blake Gardner. Might just have ourselves a little 3-way battle here in a minute. Enzo about a second and a half back when he checked in last time, and forget about it. Here we go, side by side. Timmerman, getting around some lap traffic. Got to keep your head on a swivel. So Timmerman ends up checking up just a little bit, and Blake Gardner able to put that gap back on him, but I don't know if it's going to last much longer.
All right, down to 8 minutes, Mikey. Down to about 11 minutes. So 8 minutes into this one, down to just about 11. Enzo Timmerman, now he's turning a 2:00 up there in that number 2 position on the 21 Kawasaki. He is blazing fast right now. Blake Gardner had the fast lap of the race, a 1:59.9. That was on lap number 2. But guess what? Lap number 2 was a long time ago. Enzo Timmerman
History.
Said, it's lap number 5 we're worried about, and I'm going to be the fastest guy on that lap. Just about 4 seconds quicker last time around than Gardner.
This is racing, man. It's all about what have you done for me lately.
Hey, we talked about Road to Recovery just a moment ago. Here's a very important program I'm going to let you guys in on. Today, just about 4:30, you guys can join Road to Recovery and Mr. Cotter. Tim Cotter at the Monster Energy Arena for a mental health pro panel. This will be an amazing discussion on mental health and the role it played during and after their professional careers. We've got about 6 or more professional racers that are going to be in an open discussion, and that's going to include Justin Bogle, Ryan Hughes, Heath Harrison, Caden Braswell, Ryan Sipes, and more. The list will be announced, but that's coming up at 4:30, and a very, very beneficial workshop there this afternoon, our Road to Recovery Mental Health Pro Panel.
Good battle on screen going right now. Blake Gardner trying to hold off Enzo Timmerman. And Timmerman finally able to make the pass, get around him, trying to make it stick right there, and he does. So Gardner in that number 2 spot on that KTM on your screen right now. So the 21 Kawasaki, your new leader. How far back is Brock Walker? He's fallen off that pace just a little bit, about 2.5 seconds back. And by the way, Crockett Myers still clicking them off. 5 laps into it now, picks up a couple more positions. But Crockett Myers, I think, exerting some energy out there. He's right on par with the guys around him, running about a 2:05. Sits about 1.5 seconds back from Jordan Bees. We'll see what he's got for him here in lap 6. Slade Verola in the 4 spot. Jordan Bees, that rider on the gas, the number 7, rounding out the top 5. And Crockett Myers, the rider just outside of the top 5.
Well, Mikey Waynes, I got to tell you, we kicked it off with a bang with our Vet Plus 30. 450B come out and slapped us in the face. That was a great one. 125C, well, they knocked the taste out of our mouth. Yeah. That thing was fantastic. Then all of a sudden, those 85 riders come out. We see 5 lead changes in 3 laps with those guys. Absolutely incredible. And that's what we expect here at the ranch. Looking at race number 9 right now, 250B Limited coming up. Race number 10, our 65 10-11 Limited. So 8 minutes left in this one, and man, it's going to get rougher than a night in jail out there, Mikey. Take a look at the beach. Take a look at these whoops as they lead into the 10 Commandments over there. Yeah. So take a good look at these track conditions. Going to do a little track prep here a little later in the program. That's going to be right after our 65. So intermission is going to come up, and that's going to be when we're going to have a special treat. Zach Osborne is going to be on that Road to Recovery giveaway Husqvarna, that raffle Husqvarna. He's going to do a couple laps on it, going to sign that machine. Again, you can work your way over the Road to Recovery, buy raffle tickets, $10 a piece. A great way for you to give back, and an easy way to give back. Mikey, they do all the work.
Yeah, you're right.
Come
Absolutely.
by, drop a 50, drop 100, whatever. You did your part. Lori and the team down there, they're going to take care of the rest. They're going to make sure your money gets spent on food, medical supplies, housing, shelter, clothing for all these folks in Waverly. They're still recovering. Yes, a lot of progress has been made, but there's a lot of work to still be done. And, you know, it's the outpouring from our community, our Moto family, that's helped make that possible, and they're counting on us to help get the job done.
Yeah, kudos. Can't say enough good things about Road to Recovery. It's like the greatest thing in sports you hope you never have to utilize, you know. It's exactly what it is, but man,
Absolutely.
are we grateful and thankful to have them.
And, you know, we talk about Lori. Lori's one of the busiest ladies in the industry. She multitasks like no other. She's everywhere from amateur motocross, pro motocross, bagger racing league.
Yeah.
You name it. She is everywhere with the Road to Recovery. And that organization itself is an unbelievable blessing to our sport and our athletes. For those of you that don't know about Road to Recovery, you need to look it up and see what it does for our injured athletes, our athletes in need. An absolutely amazing, amazing organization. And knowing that Lori is in charge down there, that's just a comforting fact, because, again, one of the hardest working ladies in the industry, running one of the most influential programs out there, Road to Recovery.
Amen. Amen. Doing work on the track right now, Enzo, the 21 Kawasaki out in front. How about it? Turns his lap time a 1:59.864. So he cracks into the sub 2 minute category. There he goes. 7 laps finished now. Slowing up a little bit, but not a lot of it. Still in control. Turns a 2:02. Blake Gardner in the 2 spot, back about 8 seconds now. So again, Enzo just needs to ride smart, stay in his own helmet, and keep it rubber side down. Brock Walker in the number 3 spot. Slade Verola not checked in just yet, but the number 45 Yamaha sits fourth. There he is, Jordan Bees, rounding out your top 5 aboard that number 7 Gas ride. And Crockett Myers still trying to catch up and crack into the top 5. Just might get it here on lap number 8, as he's only about a second off the pace of Jordan Bees in the 5 spot.
Mikey, I got to tell you, dude, you're on a run there. Sounded fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
And I got to tell you, when we take a look at this, 5 minutes to go in this thing. Enzo Timmerman, 7.9 seconds, as you mentioned, over Blake Gardner right now. And look at Brock Walker. He's only another 2 seconds back. So things are really heating up there, as you mentioned just a moment ago. Something's going to go down here in these last 5 minutes. And there is no shortage of competition between Bees and Crockett Myers as well.
That's right.
You know, we made mention the other day when I was talking about the transition into bigger bikes and how bigger bikes sometimes suit other riders more than they do, you know, and you see big changes. And, you know, watching these riders grow up and seeing them now here in this 250B limited class, I think is as evident as ever. You still have a lot of the cream of the crop to the top, but it's a lot of mix-up, you know, riders that you're used to seeing up there battling from start to finish, like Bees and Myers and Adams and a few of those guys, you know, still having some struggles. But again, this is first moto at Loretta, so you really can't judge a lot of that until second gate drops. I mean, you get an idea of what you're looking at, but to really know what's going on in this class, the second motos is when you really get the tail of the tape.
Enzo Timmerman 8 laps into it now. Blake Gardner checks in P2. That gap now about 11.5 seconds between P1, P2. Brock Walker should be checking in here in the number 3 spot. And Brock Walker, boy, he had some breathing room, has some breathing room between him and Slade Varola. Man, everybody, this is about the first class we've seen, this 250B, where you got riders kind of all out there by their lonesome out front. They got those little islands are on, if you will. And Crockett Myers, though, hey, he's cracked into the top 5, gotten around Jordan Bees, so Bees drops to the 6th position. And Myers now, Bees got to be all over that rear wheel. Slade Varola.
Time continues to roll, Mikey. 2-lap card should be coming out this time around for our leader. Shows about 3 minutes to go. And again, Timmerman last time around about 9 seconds. Now 11.4 out front is the gap.
So Enzo Timmerman continuing with Blake Gardner back at 11.5 seconds. The gaps, I tell you here toward the end of the moto, do not tell the tale of the battle that led us to this particular point. Is Brock Walker holding on to the number 3 spot. Slade Varola, as they said, in 4th and in 5th. Crockett Myers. Myers, though, looking to make that pass, as they said, on the 45
All right,
machine.
should be picking up the white flag here in just a moment.
So Timmerman taking the white flag.
Hey, listen, Rodney, when I mess up like that, I got to recover somehow, and I'm going to blame it on you.
Hey,
okay?
you know, and the beauty of it is I've got broad enough shoulders, I can carry that weight.
Yeah, shame on me for taking the earpiece out. Didn't mean to walk on you there. I thought you were talking to legs there.
Actually, it was at a natural pulse anyway, so it wasn't a big deal.
He's used to carrying the whole announcer's tower anyway. That's why he's got those broad shoulders.
We're not heavy,
right?
we're his brothers.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, so looking at these results, so one thing that stands out to me is the number 33, Drew Adams, has just held tight in 8th spot. You guys were talking about bike setup. Like, I don't know what's going on, but that's not a Drew Adams moto right there. That dude should be leading. I've seen him beat every one of these guys all year long.
You got to take into consideration too. I mean, what was the early part of the race? Did he get that 8th place start?
He's been in that spot for 5 laps.
Well, what's happened is he's probably got that bad start. He's worked his way up, and he really exerted a lot of energy to get to where he's at. So we may
I don't know. That's no.
Nice
Drew
try,
Adams,
Rodney.
I appreciate you being positive, but I watched Crockett Meyer shoot all the way to 4th, went buzzing right by him.
Right.
That's just and Crockett's a great rider. Don't get
no excuses then, right?
Yeah, no. And I'm sure Drew will tell you that. He's got red hair. He does not accept 8th place. No redhead would ever accept 8th place. Not happening. Hey, man, this race is almost over, Megawatt. We've almost hit the 20-minute mark here. So
Absolutely.
Enzo Timmerman on his way, 12 seconds out front, the Team Green Speedster, earning his spot there. Ryan Holiday picked him out. Checker flag is out.
Checker flag. Yep, this one comes to an end right now. And interesting observation, Kevin. Man, glad you're here, dude. Pumped up, man.
Yeah,
Yep.
I wouldn't. Obviously, I would not miss this race. I have not missed this race since we started announcing it. What? 04, 05. Haven't
Been a
looked
regular,
back.
bro. Yeah, you got 20 years in this thing, just about.
I was here way before that too, like Rodney. I was out here.
Exactly. I was here in '82 with a kid named Phil Amos, but didn't pick up a mic till 20 years after that.
Well, here you are in the good hot spot
man.
here. Got the new bump out, the new slide out here we installed here.
Oh, yeah,
like
we
the slide
talked
out.
about that last year, didn't we? Absolutely.
We need the room. So checker flag is out, and they're saying Trevin Nelson now. I'm going to go no on that. A 4-second lap time. We're going to go with Enzo Timmerman is going to bang out a moto win, and he will bring this thing all the way to the Team Green rig, and he is going to be psyched to high-five his boss man, Ryan Holiday. Unfortunately, he does have to chat with Jason Wygant. That's one of the bummer parts here. If you do win, you do have to speak with Jason Wygant. And they might be ready down there. They might be getting ready. There's the bike. The 21 sits atop the stand, and those guys get cooled off. If you guys have been under that tent, Rodney, you know how hot it is. It is a scorcher. Those guys come in. They look like they've ran a marathon in the Sahara, so they try to get as hydrated as they can. And unless it's Mike Brown, I was listening on the way up. That guy, he could have taken the SATs right there or whatever, debated someone. The guy's an animal.
Yeah, it's like he just got off the stationary bike. You know, it's like he was warming up for the moto. Yeah, it's like before the start.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. Yeah, it was pretty tough out there, man.
I did. Rode up there. I did 6 hours. I've been on my bike.
There, man. And, you know, I just went ahead, instead of bringing a truck, I went ahead and rode down.
I rode the bike here. I rode a 10-speed with my bike on my back.
Man, you know, love that guy. One of the best influences on the younger generation. You know, you talk about role models. It's Mike Brown.
100%.
You know, without question.
50-year-old Mike Brown. Those poor suckers in that 50 class.
Oh,
bless their hearts. Bless your hearts. He's an animal. Jason Wygant down there trying to sort out the colors. He's nearly blind. The gold medal looks the same as the bronze at this point in this old man's career.
No, I did. I actually handed out a gold and a bronze, and I got them mixed up just 2 classes ago. So it 100% happens.
Absolutely.
Yep, and the atmosphere here has completely changed as Kevin Kelly has arrived at the ranch. Hope you folks enjoyed yourselves until now.
It's over.
It's all over, man. You made it to lunchtime on the very first day of racing and bringing this place down.
5 minutes in, the whole vibe dropped.
Let's get Enzo Timmerman on up here. That was a dominant moto victory, pretty solid gap, and he's just getting the jersey back on, getting the podium gogs dialed. And this is a big breakthrough because B-Class is often where you see riders really establish themselves at a much higher level than ever before. Now, Timmerman was fast on a mini-cycle, but to do it on the 250F, that certainly is a statement. And he did it with a pretty big margin. Let's hear it for the Kawasaki Team Green rider, Enzo Timmerman. How'd you do it, man? That was a solid performance. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I got a good start. I was like third the first lap, I think. And then just kind of paced behind those guys. And when I had an opportunity to pass them, I passed them. And then I was able to just manage the rest of the race from there.
Awesome. What kind of work you been putting in?
A lot.
I'd imagine. Who do you want to thank?
The whole Team Green, Kawasaki crew, Ryan Holiday, Fox, Dunlop, Rental, my mom, my dad, my mechanic rider, my trainer Garrett, and everybody else. Thank you.
Enzo Timmerman taking the gold. And second place is also our whole shot winner, so I got to go over there and grab that. We'll bring our second place finisher on up. Looking for Gardner, also Brock Walker, who finished third, if you want to head on over. Here we go. Second place, Also grabbing the Stasek Whole Shot Award, let's hear it for Blake Gardner. Hold that thing up. Be proud of that silver. And I'll give you this one, too. That's a heck of a haul right there in one of the toughest classes out here these days. We know that B has become one of the tougher ones to win or podium or whole shot. First of all, that start, how'd you pull it?
Well, my mechanic, Troy, he packed the gate pretty well, and that Scorpion rear hooked up real good.
All right, how'd the rest of the moto go?
It was pretty good. I had a good lead for a little bit, and then got a little tired, tried to make sure I didn't crash, and yeah.
Hold on. Who do you want to thank, Blake?
I want to thank my mom, dad, my mechanic, Troy, FXR, Clover Hill, X-Brand goggles. I'm not very good at this. Raynard Training Complex, Robbie Raynard, practicing starts a lot, and everyone else, thank you.
There it is. Let's hear it. Blake Gardner with your whole shot award and your silver. He'll get used to these podiums. Oh, yeah. And we got Brock Walker to take the bronze. Let's bring him up. Wow, these kids grow up fast. I'll tell you what. Give me a couple of years, they're totally different. It's a grown young man here. Let's hear it for Brock Walker. How was that moto?
Oh, it was great. I came out to a great start. I think I came out second, which was awesome. I never do that. And then I was just trying to stay behind him as long as I could until the end, and then got passed by Enzo, and then I just made a small mistake going down the corner. I was able to get up and maintain third, so it was a good moto.
All right, who do you want to thank?
I like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa, my uncle, my whole family, my girlfriend. 152 crew, Sean Hackley for getting me up here, Kelly and the Smith family, O'Neill, 60, Scott, Altus Motorsports, and just whoever else I forgot. Thank you.
Brock Walker taking third. That's a bronze medal in B. All right, bad news, everybody. I'm sending it back to Kevin Kelly.
All right, let's get down to business at the table. We've got the gear running around out there, fixing up this racetrack, water trucks, tractors, all the good stuff out here. Get this track in ship shape. I'll go ahead and set the table for you, let you know who is on the gate. Rodney Tomlin to my left here in this expanded announcers tower for the egos we have in this booth now.
That's exactly
It's
it.
incredible, the amount of ego, the jostling for position up here. Do you think it's happening on the racetrack? It's in this booth.
Absolutely.
The best mic. We all know the hot setup, the good mic, the good faders, the good everything. And you know all of it.
Whose level is set the loudest so they can be heard the most?
Trump everybody else. I listen on the way up. I was taking notes all the way up here. I listened at least for 3 hours.
Whose mic level was loudest?
You were very loud. You were a little bit hot, I would say.
Yeah,
hot
I was
Rodney,
wondering
that
about
only
that.
makes sense.
It only makes sense.
It sounded like you were on a walkie-talkie. Honestly, the quality was a little bit off. I'm being straight up with you. Listening to my truck.
That's what I need to know. I can't hear it myself.
Yep.
So.
Yep. But that's what I picked up, and I also picked up that my buddy Cole Martinez is a bad dude. He's like 30-something years old, racing with all those young bucks out there. I love listening to the Open Pro Sport class. That was a good one. All right, let's check in with, it looks like race number 10, 65, 10 to 11. The number 12 is going to be Bracken Mass. 13 is Hunter Porco. 14, Cooper Johnson. Braxton Meese, number 15. Jacob Badgley on number 17. Sam O'Leary on the number 18 machine. Malachi Kraft on the number 19 machine. Jump in here if you need to say something, Rodney. You think about saying something?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Luke Roshi on the number 20. Number 22 is Parker Trujillo. That's a soft J. Forget the J, bro. And then you got Marcus Trujillo. Are they from Oregon and Texas?
They're cousins.
Are they?
I'm sure.
But they're from opposite sides of the planet. Oregon and Texas.
I got a cousin that lives in California.
I know it's possible.
They're half brothers.
For them to be 12 years old. Well, I mean, they're racing Husqvarna's Cobras. We're going to have to sort this out, Jacob. You got a mission here. Parker and Marcus Trujillo. And then you have Brayton Craiglow on the number 29 machine out of Panama City Beach, taking time off from going to Spinnakers and during spring break to come hang out with us. Oscar Joseph on the 30 machine out of Zanesville, Ohio. 31 is Easton Graves, Walker, Louisiana native. Idaho rider's going to be 32 of Brady Landon. Braylon Hardin on the 33 machine out of Tuttle, Oklahoma. Minnesota rider number 34, that is Carson Walt Whitman. 35 is Dane Pappas out of Livermore, California. He's on the gas. Timothy Scott on the 43 machine out of Hagerstown, Maryland. That's my buddy David Iser's hometown. Nolan Ford, number 44, out of Fairfield, California. He goes good. Evansville, Indiana native, that is Jeffrey Drysdale, number 45. Colt Martin, number 47, out of Talladega, Alabama. Visalia, California brings you Maddox Timmerman. We just saw his brother or cousin race. We're going to say they're related. He's on the number 50 machine. We can verify that. I know they are related. I think they're cousins. Colton Holbrook comes to you from Wetumpka, Alabama on the 51 machine. Mateus Thompson on the 52 out of Windermere, North Dakota. Is this where we hand it off here? You're sitting there ready to go, jump. Whatever, you guys have been talking all day, whatever. Yes.
I haven't.
Elliot Bosher out of Clinton, Louisiana. He's on the 53 machine. Corona, California brings you rider Lou Dorigo on the 55 machine. Justin Schuff, 56, out of Mechanicsburg, Ohio.
And, you know, we can't say enough about this next rider, Kevin. This is the number 57 coming out of Commerce City, Colorado. That's Hannah Jamison. Hannah Jamison, the only young lady out there to qualify in the 65 class against the boys, and did it 2 years in a row. And I got to tell you, you see Pops Ferry out here on the deck right now. You know who he's out here to watch and support? Hannah Jamison, number 57, coming out of Commerce City. Remember the name, remember the number. Hannah Jamison.
We will check in with her during this moto. Love to see the girls in there banging bars with the boys. Creighton Harris out of Monticello, Arkansas on the number 61 machine. That's Bryce Danehoer out of Owensburg, PA on the 67 machine. Minden, Louisiana brings you Lawson Show, 69. Jason Vick's going to be on the number 70 machine out of Highland Village, Texas. Driggs, Idaho brings you the 71. That is Max Daniels. 72, that's Caleb Luttrell out of Bloomsdale, Missouri. Anderson, South Carolina native, that's going to be Steele Kelly. How about that name?
I like
number
that.
73, Steele Kelly. No relation to me because he qualified for Loretta. The 76 is Jackson Bailey out of Prosper, Texas. Claremont, Florida brings you Tace Morgan on the number 80 machine. Chas Hawkyard out of Fallbrook, California on the 81 machine. Travis Schneider on the 82 machine out of Rhinebeck, New York. Fairfax Station, Virginia brings you Chase Dashiell on the 96 machine. Ryder Blomqvist on the 98 machine out of Michigan. And Glendale, Arizona brings you Rodney Tomlin. Brody Moss, that is your field. It's race number 10, the 65 10 to 11s. These little grommets have been sitting here waiting all day to ride their little dirt bikes here at the ranch. We are, and actually they're going to get greeted to a nice, I'm going to say smooth, somewhat agreeable motorcycle racetrack, even though 2 laps into this thing, it's just going to beat you straight up.
Well, here's the interesting thing. You know, you take a look at the schedule. They actually flipped the intermission and the 65, 10, and 11-year-old class around. And, you know, probably a good move to even the playing field up a little bit because that track is getting pretty gnarly in some places, putting some water down, taming down some of those turns a little bit, some of those, they're peg deep and deeper for those.
And Rodney, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if it's even so much taming things down. I think it's getting the wet dirt back up to the top. Because if you wet this dirt when it's hard, as you know, it'll be a problem. So we'll flip it around, get a nice wet surface to race on.
And that makes a lot of sense because I did hear on the podium someone said that there's some hard pack areas starting to develop out there. So that too makes a lot of sense, Kevin. And we've talked about this a lot with the flood last year. Obviously, they
changed
had
all the composition of the dirt.
It did. They actually more than changed it. It's a totally resurfacing.
Totally agree with that. As we all know, the flood came through here, and if you've ever seen what a flood can do, I mean, it will just take everything with it, and it leaves only the hardest of the dirt there. Everything, all this beautiful dirt they bring in every single year and have done so for years, gets whisked on away. So somebody down 50 miles from here probably has some great dirt. If they want to find out where that dirt went, dredge it up. You've got 20 years of Loretta Lynn's dirt here. I mean, there's Jeff Emmett somewhere out there. There's some dirt he rolled around with his motorcycle with Damon Bradshaw back in the day.
Absolutely. And with that being said, again, we didn't know what to expect out of this race course, but the dirt they hauled in some 100. It was just below 200 tandem loads of dirt that they brought in. And
the move used to be wood chips. That was everybody's go-to for many, many years. And even here it was the deal. Until they first started bringing the sand in, they're like, okay, the dirt develops really well here. The sand works awesome here.
One of the major things after the flood on this, I don't know if you saw, but there was a lot of river rock that was across this. I mean, it was like what you see over in the camping area is what the motocross track was like. And so, I mean, like a complete resurfacing of the
It's like
race.
Unadilla or something like that. You got to put the bark busters on there, get your fingers broken or whatever.
Interesting point about Unadilla. You know how rocky Unadilla is.
Sure, that's what I mentioned.
They go out and they actually take about 18 inches to 2 feet of dirt up and scoop the entire track. Sift it every year and put it back, and there's still rocks that come to the top.
My brother flew to not Jamaica, but Bermuda to help build the motocross track over there, and they sifted every bit of the dirt that went onto that race surface.
Makes all the difference in the world.
Sure.
And Greg Robinson was telling us this year at Redbud, they actually had some new equipment to do that and make it easier, and actually sifts it even finer, so they'll get even smaller stones out of that surface. So really looking forward to heading to Unadilla in a couple weeks, definitely.
Parker, that guy from that History Channel, he brings his big dredging machine down there when he's not digging gold.
Exactly.
Sifts all the dirt for him here.
Exactly.
Looks for gold flakes.
Gold Rush, Unadilla.
There you go, Gold Rush.
Loretta, New Berlin.
It's a gold. Hey, we could start a rumor, man.
Absolutely. You'll have people digging when they're not
They'll be
supposed
panning for gold at the Unadilla.
Down there.
We'll have people that never seen a race before coming down to see Parker. We're going to sell like another 5,000 tickets. People think Parker's here.
Absolutely. Man, another beautiful day, another hot day. It wouldn't be, Loretta Lynn's without some mid-90s. I mean, you got to earn this stuff here. We've gotten really lucky. I think a few years back, we were in hoodies at one point. I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Remarkable weather. It was wild. Yeah, straight up hoodies. And then about 5 years before that, the governor shut down all outdoor activities. Remember that one was 100-plus degrees. So we've had the gamut here of weather, from tornadoes to rain, and as customary, you're going to get some sort of a rain moto. I hate it, but it seems to happen once a year, sometimes twice a year, sometimes 3 or 4 times.
89 degrees outside right now.
Now, if you were on the radio, give me a little traffic update here. 89 degrees here.
Come on, Porterhouse, check in with us.
Let's go, Porterhouse. I want to be Pork Chop.
Give us an update on the I-40.
Who's Pork Chop?
Who's Pork Chop? I don't know.
I want to be Tater Nut. Tater Nut.
I got a Tater Nut, man. It's Dave Ozofsky is Tater Nut, believe it.
There it is. So Rodney, on his free time back home, you're a morning show DJ. Is that right? Back to your roots, right?
I'm actually a co-host on a morning show. I get paid to laugh more than anything.
Dude, I love it.
Yeah.
As you should. You have a great fit for that. Great sense of humor.
And
face for radio.
I get poked at fun. They make fun of me there.
As we do here. This is the mini version of that.
Yeah, I'm kind of the Johnny Knoxville of our radio station.
They just don't send bulls into the studio and flip you up in the air.
They want
Jeez.
to. Actually, they have there's this big Bigfoot hunt going on in the Hocking Hills.
Of course there is.
A Bigfoot festival going on in the Hocking Hills of Ohio this weekend. They had a big thing, and they were trying to get me to come up there. They wanted me to come up and be a big part of it, do a live radio remote, and they also wanted me to judge the Bigfoot calling contest. And I'm like, so you do that? I have no idea what a Bigfoot sounds like.
So you have to literally judge these dudes making Bigfoot sounds with their mouths?
Yeah, however you call a Bigfoot is.
So we're going to see who can whack a tree with a log the hardest. That's what the contest is. Who can break a branch the hardest.
Yeah, that's the kind of things that I get into on my radio show, believe it or not. We have
you go down rabbit holes, and next thing you know,
all the time.
Well, there's a 78 Chrysler now. If you will understand, the 78 bumper was a little bit different. The bracket was 3 inches over the right. It won't fit a 76 now. Don't try. What just happened? I know, right? All right, so we are in between motos right now, waiting for our little guys, the 65, 10 to 11s. We've already kind of set the table for you. You know who's on the gate. That is race number 10, race number 11. Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14. They're in staging. They've got cool towels around their necks. They are nervous, Rodney. They've been sitting there all day.
Tater Nuts is tuned in, by the way, he says.
Tater Nuts is tuned in. Is that really his name? Is that really his name?
That's really his name.
I totally made that up. I had no idea his name was Tater Nuts. Tater Nuts.
Yeah, 5 minutes. All right, so Wes Kane, come on over, buddy.
Wesley Norman Kane. Jump on in here, bud. Do a quick little interview. We'll just shut up because you just walked into the booth. It's your world, my man. Take it away.
All right, well, I got Miss Sophia here from Kick Arena Cross, a new vibe, a new schedule, a lot of cool races. Tell me about Kick Arena Cross and what we're looking for in the new year.
All right, we got the 2023 National Championship this year. We got the East and West Coast. We're hitting 14 major cities this year. Come see us. We're at the tent by the Yamaha tent. We're handing out free T-shirts. All you guys got to do is drop a like and a follow.
And where are we going to find you at on the internet?
If you come by, we have a QR code. You can scan us. Our website is axpro.co. Our Facebook and Instagram is Arena Cross USA.
We already did a trial run. We went out to Gallup a couple of weeks ago and had like standing room only. Chris Bloss was out there, Addison Emery. We had a good time.
Yeah, it was great out there. We had a huge turnout. Major fans. Our next event is in Denver, Grand Junction. Come and see us. It's this August 20th.
August 20th, and the season kickoff is going to be in Albany, Georgia, Kevin Kelly. We are bringing Kick Arena Cross right down there, and it's going to go Albany. It's going to be right there. Then you got Josh Wood's race, and, of course, Minnie O. So it's going to be a good one.
Yes, come and see us. We're excited this year, kicking off a new one.
All right, stop by the Kicker Arena Cross booth. See Jack, see Robbie McQuarrie. He actually raced this morning. I think he got 7th. So good things happening with the new and improved Kicker Arena Cross. It's going to be a barn burner.
So we're excited to see you guys. Thanks for coming out, guys.
Come see her down there. She's giving away free T-shirts. Come down there and see Miss Sophia. Get you a T-shirt. Shake a hand, make a friend. Rodney, Kevin Kelly, love you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Wes Kane. Hey, just want to remind you until 1 o'clock, you can still stop by the Oakley setup to participate in the Oakley Air Brake Challenge and win a free pair, or win free Oakley swag, I should say. Air brakes and signed air brakes from Barsha, Tomac, and Sexton are up for grabs. If you can beat the Oakley Elite Amateur Athletes, that will be blindfolded. Yes, that's right. You're racing someone that is blindfolded, changing Oakley lenses for a chance at free Oakley air brakes.
Man, it's like the only chance I have of winning anything as long as my competitor is blindfolded. And he's still got a fantastic chance of beating me.
Absolutely.
Oh, man.
Hey, while you're down in the vendor zone, be sure and stop by the Road to Recovery Mental Health booth.
Hey, I heard you talking about that. That's a wonderful idea. I really like what those guys are doing. You were talking about some of the mental health things they're going to talk about, have some coaching and all that.
Absolutely. Tim Cotter at 4:30 p.m. tonight at the Monster Energy Arena will be doing they'll be doing a Health Pro panel. Basically, this will be an amazing discussion on mental health and the role it played during and after their professional career, because again, mental health, you don't recognize it or realize it, or it's something that people don't talk a lot about. That's the problem, is everyone experiences it, just no one talks about it. And this is an opportunity to get a lot of that out on the table and out in open air and for discussion, and let people realize, hey, you're not going through this world alone. There's other people out there that feel just like you. So we're expecting over 6 professional racers in an open discussion that include Justin Bogle, Ryan Hughes, Heath Harrison, Caden Braswell, Ryan Sipes, and more to be announced. And each and every one of those have got a great story to tell, because they've all experienced highs and lows.
Highs and lows, yeah. And like whenever the crowds go away and you're back home and you're not doing what you've always done for your whole life, things change, life changes. They all have a story. Everybody here has a story. We all could be depressed. It's all how you handle it. You know what I mean? We've all met adversity, no doubt. So very cool of those guys to think outside of the box and offer that.
Yeah, and also some other great things going on with Road to Recovery. They've got T-shirts down there and bracelets. They're raffling off a 2022 Husqvarna FC 450 at $10 a ticket. All proceeds go to Racers for Waverly, which in essence, basically the money will not leave Humphreys County. Once you've donated, that's exactly what it is going for right here in the Racers for Waverly. So stop on down by that. Some other great things going on this Tuesday, race day number 1. As we know, coming up tonight, 6 o'clock, we've got the Husqvarna Motorcycle Parent Appreciation Cornhole and Cocktails. Cornhole and Cocktails with Zachy O, Zach Osborne. 21 and plus only.
No U12, 15 kids. 16? No.
21 and only.
See that ID.
Over only.
You better have a mustache. You better have a pension.
Cobra Family Dinner coming up tonight at 7 o'clock. Open to all Cobra riders and families. That'll be taking place at the Monster Energy Arena. And at 7:30 tonight, Cobra model introduction. You might want to stop by and see that. That'll be taking place at the Monster Energy Arena. You'll be able to see the new 2023 Cobra models. 7:30, the annual AMA Organizer Appreciation Reception. That's going to be taking place at Loretta Lynn's Plantation House for those involved with that. And at 7:30, I think folks will enjoy this. It's the Jam Fest. Non-racers only at the Stasic Pump Track.
Jam Fest. Tater nut. The good folks from Monster dropping in. Of course, this is the Monster Energy AMA Loretta International Championships. They've got the backpacks. They are hooking the dudes up, the announcer guys up. We don't deserve it. We're not riders. We have no athletic skill, but...
All right, so what's this again? Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
That's perfect. You got it all set up.
All right, yeah, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice work out there.
Wow.
Keep doing what you're doing. Monster Energy, a big, big part of this race. I mean, you look around, I'm sipping on a nice cold. This is zero.
Zero
Pinky up.
Pinky up. Oh, is that a thing now? You must drink with pinky up?
It
Only
is.
when drinking zero sugar.
When you drink zeros.
Okay, I got you. Does that also fall in line with, say, Pepsi Zero and Coke Zero?
I'm going to go no. I'm going to go just the Monster Energy.
I got you.
White ones here, so.
I can dig that.
They are working on their, is this a race or are we sight lapping it here? I'm ashamed to say it.
No, this is a sight lap.
Okay.
They haven't gotten around yet.
I've already set the table, so I'm a little discombobulated. Normally we are saying the
they
names
did a little bit of work there, and as I was going through the last bit of the schedule, I saw that they'd taken off on their sight lap. So, you know what's funny is though on more than one occasion over the course of,
I've heard you guys.
Yeah,
I've done it.
Yeah.
And these guys are really just not pushing it.
Yeah.
What is the problem here?
Announce the sight lap.
Yeah. What is the deal? They're all spread out so nicely. Looking around, just checking out lines during a race. Like, I don't understand it. Yeah. It happens to the best of us. So even the apprentices that are about to work with us here in a bit.
Yeah, good.
Just trust me. I've announced since 5 decades. I figured that out. I announced my first race at the end of 88. So the 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010s. And the 20s. 5 decades. I'm not even 50 years old.
And you've announced in 5 different
100%. Yep.
90s,
I started at my
2000s,
80s.
and 20s. Yeah, I've done 40s.
There you go.
4
decades. I've got 5. Tim Cotter's got 19. Tim's got a bunch. He's got his cover. I don't know, man. I don't know if he did the 70s. Did he do the 70s?
Well, I think he was part of
maybe
Blackwater and all that.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah, so
he's
70s,
got 6
80s.
decades.
Yeah. Wow.
How cool. Yeah, but I'll say this. I don't know if there's too many people that have announced. I have announced when we owned our racetrack, we had 32 Saturday night races a year for 15 years.
Wow.
I did all of those. Every 32 races a year. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Back when we did the Ohio County Fair Series and Indoor Series, I was doing 52 events a year.
Good Lord.
And that was just for that one company. Then I was going out and I was doing things like Loretta Lynn's and Mini-O's.
Yep.
And,
dude, you're like a running back. You know what I mean? Those miles are hard miles. Those are hard miles on you, Rodney.
They have it. But you know what?
You are hammered out. If I was buying you, I'd have to pull the Kelly book, the Carfax on you, because
you just might as well pitch it.
That's 7 owners. That thing's been tossed around. This guy's he's been to every racetrack. I don't know if you want to buy this announcer, guy. He's a jalopy. He looks pretty. The photos are all kind of fuzzy.
I still drive like a Cadillac, man.
Okay. You do have that silky smooth voice, but you're right.
Hey, you know,
you're like a Pinto. One shot from behind, you're going to blow up. I bet you did. My mother did too.
I had a Pinto, but I also had a Cadillac Escalade, like one of the first years they made them.
Okay. You could fit your Pinto in the back of that Escalade.
I could fit my Pinto in my Escalade. Right. So, and I always like saying, talking about it. I said, man, it drives like a Cadillac.
It does, because it is. It is, in fact, a Cadillac. Race number 10, we are waiting for these little guys to finish up with their hot lap. Race number 11. Don't worry, gang. We're going to get you out there. The Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14. I have a pretty cool story. My buddy Gregory Jordan's in this next one. One of the rare chances that I've told the story a few times. One of the few guys that I've never heard of, I saw him at a regional. I'm like, I watched him race. I'm like, who is that guy? Never heard of this guy. Never said his name. Nothing. And he finished second to Kay Johnson, wheel to wheel with the guy right to the finish line. I'm like, I called him down to the announcer's tower. I'm like, Gregory Jordan, who are you? His parents were all there, and next thing you know, we have a relationship. I hooked him up with Fast House. Rob Fox got him set up with tires, and then Janolfi's got him hooked up with goggles. But, like, fastest kid I've never heard of.
Wow.
Never seen this kid, never heard of him, but he raced earlier. It's his first time making it to Loretta. It's just one of those cool stories that they're out there, hard-working family. And there's everybody here. I'm sure they all have a cool story like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, they're probably more at home right now that
didn't make it.
That didn't
Bad
make it.
luck. Maybe the finances.
Exactly.
Sure.
I mean, didn't even try because they knew
the commitment
it's
is
just
tough.
too much. I mean, there's a lot that goes in, like you said, the commitment to the road to Loretta's. You know, you think about it in an aspect of an area, a regional, and then the national, but
it's way far exceeds that. You have to have, you know, if you're at a training facility, you're training, you're working with someone, maybe you're homeschooled, you got to take care of that. Getting you to and from the racetrack 4 times a week. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. It takes a village to get those kids there.
If you're one of those kids that aren't homeschooled, that isn't at a training facility, you know, you too want to, you know, you want to have that rocky atmosphere, that rocky attitude, you know, brawling out on the streets of Philadelphia, you know, and doing it the old school way, and coming up and doing like what we're talking about here, the fastest guy that you've never heard of. You know, there are, like you said, there's kids out there that are doing it, swinging from ropes in the barn, pitching bales of hay across the loft of the barn, just to get trained for today, get ready for the heat, whatever the case may be.
Sure. As we have talked right through the start of this race now, Rodney, I didn't realize it either. Told you we would.
I thought they were getting. You said they were still getting lined up. I was going on what you said.
I'm embarrassed here. So Elliot Bocher is your leader of the 53 Husqvarna. 2 laps into this race. We're 2 laps into this, Rodney.
Wow.
Thankfully, the guys at home were like, guys, there's a clock, there's a running order, there's all the indicators that
they could turn the sound down on this one.
Yes. When we first started announcing, we had none of this. We had to actually hustle and pay attention to all this good stuff.
Jason Wygant's
and now,
to the rescue.
All right. Oh, yeah, cool, yeah.
So Bausch out.
He's so cheap he wouldn't give me a high five. I gave him. We're out of it.
Birdie Moss, Travis Snyder in the number 3 spot after 3 now. Chase Dashiell is the number 4. Maddox Timmerman moving into the number 5 spot is Nolan Ford in the number 6 spot. Marcus Trujillo in 7th. Brecken Moss in the number 8 spot. Easton Graves is 9th. Colt Martin rounds out the top 10. That is Malachi Kraft, Braxton Mees, Justin Schuff in 13th. Dane Pappas in 14th. And Chase Morgan rounding out the top 15. Right now, Brody Moss, the fastest rider on the track, your second place rider with a 2:16.2, 1.7 behind your leader when they came through at the end of 3. But here on lap 4, it looks like things could be tightening up just a little bit.
Yeah, there's a good shot going into the 10 Commandments. You talk about tightening up. They're in stereo, but on different frequencies there, about like you and old Tater Nut. Every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to what's your, when do you work, Rodney?
10. 6 to 10.
6 to 10, okay. 6 to 10 a.m. you can catch Rodney and old Tater Nut. That's his call sign.
What's it? Porterhouse.
Porterhouse,
yeah.
And his buddy Tater Nut.
Your old pal Porterhouse.
I was just kidding. I said, I want to be Tater Nut. And I didn't even know. He goes, that's my guy's name.
Actually, the guy that I do the show with isn't Tater Nut, but Tater Nut is another guy. It happens not be the guy I do the show with.
Yeah, you were talking about, but you do know Tater Nut.
I do know Tater Nut, yes.
Of course you would, Rodney. If anyone would.
Does Tater Nut spread pixie dust on the tilt-a-whirl at the fair?
Gosh.
Hey,
make sure you're buckled in.
I took a break from the county
2 tickets,
tour,
but
by the way.
your mom rides free.
I took a break. Hey, wow. This ain't no county fair, though, I tell you. Watching this, these guys are still going at it, and
Boucher and Moss.
Yeah.
You got mossed. He's trying to make that pass.
You got mossed.
Can you imagine if he jumps by and we're going to run that?
You got to have.
We're going to freeze frame it. Oh, right there.
You just got mossed.
You just got mossed.
The countryest dude. Like, he is from Mississippi.
There it is.
Brody Moss making moves right now around the outside.
He's going to moss him
a
in the
long way around, though. I don't know. I don't think it's over just yet.
No.
Yeah, he just mossed him for sure on the inside. And that's where it all happens. We talk about the names of this track, so I know you guys have already explained. That place right there has ended many a moto for these kids out here, the Bermuda Triangle, as you guys affectionately call it. I'm sure if you ask Nick Gaines what he calls it, it's where he lost the championship.
Yeah, Fred Andrews said first year here, first year ever. Loretta's 82.
Got him.
Bermuda Triangle got him in the third moto.
Amelia
and thus
Earhart
began a tradition of titles being thrown away.
Right there in that turn. And you'll see it because it gets so gnarly and chewed up. Seems like a basic little left-hander.
That should be
easy.
easy.
Access to your brake, all your clutch, your controls. Nope. It'll get you. She'll get you.
So Moss wasn't able to make that happen.
Not quite.
I thought he did. I mean, they were side by side 3 or 4 times. Still showing Boucher over Moss.
Yeah, I think we were watching.
Yeah, we were watching
Schneider
Dashiell and Schneider.
Okay. So no mossing going on.
No mossing as of yet.
Might have got Dashield.
A rolling Brody gathers no moss. I think is that how the saying goes. Don't want him to roll, though. He's rolling right along right now. He's in second. Man, Drew Adams, did you have a chance to watch Drew? I'm kind of curious. He started about the same spot, finished about the same spot. Oh, yeah. Those redheads don't like losing. Not at all. His head probably just caught fire and just spontaneously combusted.
Yes, we had to take the water jug not to cool him off, but because he's literally caught fire. He's so angry.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, he was not happy with that, as you would imagine. Loretta's is weird, man. I've seen more recently. I feel like riders just have good weeks and bad weeks, where just things don't go their way, and then things do. Like I feel like in earlier memories, it was like the guys would right the ship, but I don't know if it's confidence, momentum, simply having bad gate picks, and then that leads to a bad moto, which is a bad gate pick in the next one, whatever it is.
And then you see them win out the next 2-3 years.
Well, I'm saying I feel like the next year, yes. But the rest of the week, it's a write-off. So riding that ship, that's going to be tough.
Well, we saw what Ryan Hughes was able to do last year. If you remember in practice, it looked like he was riding a 74 Elsinore out here. And then they flew in parts from all over the world. And
from HRC Japan.
Yes. That was a wild turnaround for Ryan Hughes last year.
Probably gaining like 20 seconds a lap just with some settings.
Just clickers coming through, click, click, click every time.
That's the magic setting.
And 5 laps in, just about to the halfway point, man. I heard you guys talking when we went up to 25 minutes in the Open Pro Sports. I like that. Those last 2 laps are money.
Yeah, and where it really helped, we had a bunch of kids with the bad gate picks.
Chloe, one of them.
Linville came through, at least got podium, but we saw like Hawkins and Broswell and Chloe, like a lot of big hitters way back. They're probably pumped to have 2 more laps to at least gain a few more spots.
Hey, how about some props for the old guys, though? That was such a fun mix of guys. I was watching on my way up. I was listening, I should say. I was not driving and watching. I was watching for sure. But listening to Mike Alessi in the mix, Cole Martinez, Heath Harrison, that was wild. And I knew Cole. I watched him at Mammoth. Cole Martinez and Josh Grant destroyed each other for 30 minutes there.
Battled.
He's a bad dude.
So he's a 30-plus guy.
Absolutely. They are gonna clash in that class. He's a bad
Him and Harrison.
He's an SLR Honda Desert guy. He races all the.
It is that same guy?
Same dude.
It's the off-road guy, Cole Martinez.
He's a bad man.
Oh, okay. If he could just get like 9-hour motos.
Oh, if they were just coming for pit stops and just zipping all the way to Waverly and hauling butt down
with a helicopter following him the whole time. Chase truck.
Yes.
No change. Bauscher just slowly getting away from Moss. Dashiell is 3rd. Travis Schneider 4th. Maddox Temmerman is 5th.
Is he related to Enzo?
Yeah, I'm just going to say yeah.
Sure.
No verification necessary at all.
Then what about these guys out of Oregon and Texas? Same last name, Trujillo.
Oregon and Texas, 2 brothers from completely different areas of the country. Impressive. We had one year where we had 2 guys from the same town with the same last name, and we were calling the battle. We're like, can you imagine these 2 brothers? And you're like, I would do anything to beat my brother. It turned out, nope, not related.
And you're like, I've never seen the guy. How do you rate?
Yeah, you're in the same town. You don't ride at the same track.
Nope, we hate each other.
Heck? We hate each other that much. We hate each other like brothers.
Wow.
We're just not related.
We've just never raced. So this is your 65, 10 to 11. They have a younger division there of 65s as well. So that's really the turning point when you get off the 50 and you got the clutch to deal with. The bikes get bigger. And you hear the stories like their dad makes them ride both bikes throughout the year. They're like, man, as soon as they get on the 65, he never wants to train on the Cobra anymore, the 50.
Oh, this is so much cooler.
Yes.
Having that.
That was me on the 125. I went from a KE 175 to a brand new, crispy 89 KE 125.
You didn't want to get back on the
KE?
The heck's a KE? What the heck is
a piece of crap is what it is.
KE.
It's got blinkers, metal gas tank, a seat that's that thick. Like,
oh,
seriously, you own a
Seat
Cowie
doesn't go over
dealership.
the tank.
Oh, absolutely. No, you just smash into that thing over and over again.
Okay, I've never ridden one of those like early 80s, 70s bikes that doesn't have the safety seat.
Oh, no.
Did the whole time you ride, is the whole time just like,
don't
get up on that tank?
No, you're on that tank.
What?
You do. You got to get up on that thing. Well,
just go for it.
Well, back in the day, that style of riding in the 70s was not as
get
big.
off the back.
Correct. But I knew in the 80s I need to get on that tank, and I was up on the metal gas.
Come on.
The gas cap was metal, way up on that. I was dragging, like rusting, knocking the paint off the side.
What's his buddy's name from the radio show?
Tater Nut.
Yeah, that's what happens after a moto on
Tater
that thing.
the nuts, no doubt.
That's a moto on that thing.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, we'll check back in with Elliott Bosher. 2 seconds in front of Brody Moss. The 53, there's Bosher. We're watching him on screen. And
2-lap card out.
2-lap card is out. There's Moss right behind him. Early in the week, you don't want to toss it away, but if you could take a stab at a moto win, man, those things are few and far between.
Want that gold medal.
Hans Bronze Neal, man, I heard it, man. I was like, man, you got to run with that. Hans, the Bronze Neal. He got 3rd, got the bronze for Hans. golden opportunity for Hans the Bronze. And the 2-lap board is out as we continue to watch Bosher. Yellow flags, dude, that's – so, Rodney, later on in the motos, that becomes a thing. The track becomes a thing. Down riders become a thing. Lap riders become a thing. So there's so many moving parts to a late moto surge if you're trying to hold a guy off.
And again, I mean, that's where we get, our national champions, and that's how the 3 moto format works out. We talk about it, we hype it up all weekend coming into this event, so the people around here have heard us talk about it all.
That's it.
All weekend, and basically all week. 2-lap board out on this one this time around.
That's our leader right in front of us, Rodney. We can see him. Elliott Bosher has led this bad boy. 2 identical lap times. In fact, our second place rider, Brody Moss, has carved into that just a tad, sitting back there in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, gap sitting right at about that 2-second gap and has held there right about 7 seconds now, still to 3rd place. Chase Dashiell there, the 96. Maddox Timmerman in 4th, and Nolan Ford moving up as he gets around Travis Snyder. Snyder evidently encountering some problems there. Suhilo up as well into 6th place, so we've got a few changes going on there, it looks like, as our riders check in. But back up front on this one, Dashiell.
That's the battle there.
Yeah.
I believe the 96 of Moss has gotten around him. He has. Moss on the Husqvarna has gotten around. There's the shot, the overhead shot. Now Moss is going to go on the inside. And now going through the 10 Commandments. Don't toss it away now. You worked so hard to grab that lead. Moss has got him.
I think that's Dashiell and Timmerman in the battle for the number 3 spot right now. We're watching Kevin catching the 96 and 50 now.
I believe that's the 53, right? The white machine there. We're just going to guess. Let's just keep guessing. No, that's them. That's the 96 and the 53. They're side by side again, right?
This is a different battle.
No, that's the one.
Oh, that
he
is.
was in front of him.
Okay,
He's passed
you're right.
back and
You're
forth.
right.
So the 53
right.
of Bosher back out front, and Moss had it for just a moment.
Why?
He's trying to moss him so hard right here. That's a football term. Some of you guys that have never watched any other sport other than motocross won't get it, but Brody Moss trying to moss Bosher right now. He had the pass for just a split second here, Rodney, and just like that, Bosher, it'll come back through. The results will never say that Moss made the pass. Unless we had scores on the back half of the racetrack.
Right.
Half of the
Writing it down for the history
Correct.
books.
Everybody needs to know that. Now look at what he just opened it back up, Bosher. What a wild and radical lap for those two guys. Right into the meat and potatoes of the day, Rodney. It is really getting hot out there. It's starting to heat up on the racetrack as well. What a great segue. Should see the white flag this go around, or are we looking at a checkered flag? No. We're going to go back around again.
Yep, white flag is out. There's your leader right there, Bosher, in front of the...
Up and over the tunnel of love there. He's going to drag Moss right along with him. So, wow, that was a wild lap there. Moss made a pass and lost 3 seconds in the process of doing that. You can make the math work out for you. That's exactly what happened.
I really think what we were watching was a sky battle for Maddox and then the ground battle.
Everybody at home's going, no, Kevin is right, Rodney. Yeah, I promise you, he is right. If you would text Rodney, let him know that I was right, folks. Here we go.
Regardless, there are 2 good battles.
Great battle either way.
Anyway, at that particular point. And there continues to be as we race toward the checkers. Now, yellow flag's out, but looks like that rider's off the edge of the track now. So it's open, wide open now into the red zone.
The red zone here. That's where you want to hand it off to your running back, let him punch it in there for a quick 6. Very effective in the red zone late in the game is Elliott Bosher. So it's 1 and inches here. 1 lap to go. Some more football references for you. There's the 53, and there's 300 lap riders in front of him. So it's a clogged traffic jam for this guy. He's got the flashing the lights at him. Move to the right.
He's doing a good job, though.
Yeah, he is.
Through you
got to be decisive. You have to just make a call and go for it.
Very
he is jumping very big jumps, landing right next to riders he fully trusts. There is the 53 of Elliott Bosher. Still our leader. Nothing's changed there. Man, cool, calm, keeping it all together here on this last lap ride of this track. And like we said, they just smoothed this racetrack out. Look at how rough it is.
I know. And these are 65
Come
cc
on.
riders.
Good Lord. Easy on the track, guys. Jeez.
Wow, what a day. Moto number 1 for Elliott Bosher. The 53 machine is taking home a Moto 1 win as he approaches the Bermuda Triangle.
Trying to get through there clean.
And it looks like he will do just exactly that. The drive home to the checkers and gold. Moto gold here at Loretta Lynn.
Big classic Jetboard fist pump there for the ladies. And he will take that Moto win. Elliott Bosher, we're going to look and see if Brody Moss is able to hang on. Maddox Timmerman, I thought that was what was happening. He finished 2/100ths of a second behind Brody Moss. So Timmerman with a late Moto surge. There's the rest of the results. Dashiell will finish 4th, Ford 5th. Trujillo, Schneider, Morgan, Graves, and Meese round out your top 10 as things continue to heat up in the tower. Handshakes, dapping folks up, rowing down up here, continuing to announce the world's most lopsided ceiling fan out there. If that thing comes on, it's going to knock somebody off the tower.
They turned it on.
Do not do that. It's a wild, wobbly affair, I'm sure.
It was.
It's got 3 blades instead of 4, and you understand. You put a penny on one to balance it out if that tells you how wobbly that thing must have been.
Wow. What a real deal there for that young man as he really, under pressure.
Calm. I mean, he got past.
Yeah.
Didn't give up the ghost. Didn't get wild. He immediately struck back. That's the one thing we talk about. Like, if you get past, you want to get in there and just jump right back in there.
And not only that, I mean, even toward the end of the moto, whenever the anxiety should be building because you got the checker, he went through that lap traffic it was early in the race and he knew what he was doing. I mean,
he did. They trained for this.
Handled
stuff.
it well. Handled it very well. Well. So we got podium interviews getting ready to tell the tale from their perspective out here, Kevin. And, of course, the excitement that we watched unfold and what it felt like from their perspective.
There you go, Jason. You've got our winner. Ask him about getting past on the second to the last lap and still firing back and taking that number 1 position back. We'll take it away. Send it to Jason.
Will not be denied. High drama, high emotion down here, and it all leads to a gold medal. Let's hear it for Elliott Bosher. Tell me about that moto.
I got off to a good start. Passed on the first lap, got passed him back, and then just rode my laps.
All right. Can you do this again? Can you get this title? What do you think?
Yes.
All right. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank the good Lord Jesus Christ to keep me safe. My mom, my dad, Ridley Max Training Facility, Farm 14, Michelle for kicking our butts in the gym, Dunlop, FXR, 100%, 6D, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you so much.
There it is. Let's hear it for Elliott Bosher. Taking the gold. Yeah, hold that up. Looks good in the photos. All right, we need second and third. Come on up. And we're going to have a real special presentation during intermission here because Zach Osborne's going to light this track up on the big bike. Second, right? Here, come on over the front. Looks better that way. Let's hear it for Brody Moss. All right, Brody, how was your moto?
I got off to a decent start and just snuck around the inside and came out like third.
All right, who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Master Lynn and Master Dry Cleaners, Caleb Tennant for helping me this weekend, Buddy Antonez, my mechanic Bike Mike, Steam Graphics, Leah, AEO, and everybody else. Thank you so much. Oh, and Maxima.
All right. Brody Moss taking the silver. Hold that up. Looking for Temmerman here. Another Temmerman podium. Busy down there in the Temmerman camp. Let's bring our third place finisher on up. Enzo Temmerman taking third. Maddox. Come on. Now come out front. You look the other way. We already had Enzo 2 motos ago. Well, what'd your brother get?
What?
You're better. You got podium. You feeling good about that?
Yep.
Tell me about your moto.
I got a really bad start, made my way up through the pack, and then passed third place and won it. And got third.
Got third, yeah. So with a better start next moto, what do you think you can do?
Win.
That's the goal. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Husky, Fox, DRS, Dunlop, FMF, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There it is. Third place is Maddox Temmerman. And I got a Stasic Whole Shot Award to give out. Come on up, Travis. Thanks, Maddox. And the Whole Shot Award goes to Travis Schneider. There you go. How'd you pull that start, Travis?
I just said I was going to get the whole shot, and I got it.
Gotta believe. I like it. Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, family, Lamp PMX Training, Moto Sandbox, Eden Point, Big Top Tent Rentals, FX Racing, Roost, Lynx Racing, Dunlop, GT, T-Rex, Tony C, Factory Connection, The Compound, Asterix, and Oakley, and Moto Sandbox.
Nicely done. Let's hear it for Travis Schneider. Hold that up for the photos. That's a wrap for a little bit. I'm going to send it back up.
Alrighty, folks. Well, those of you at home on RacerTV.com, of course, beautiful, beautiful day here you're watching. We hope you're enjoying yourself. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here with more live coverage of the 41st Annual Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's.
I've seen, the floods here and there and bad weather and even a hurricane or two, but that was the absolute craziest weather system I had ever seen.
We're going to fire it up.
I started thinking,
Zach Osborne
this is
on
the
the
really bad for
Racers.
the people that live in that valley and the people that live in that community. Wayne Spear, the ranch manager, who was hanging on for dear life at the staging area behind the starting gate. And when I found out that he had passed in the storm, I was devastated.
And with Wayne losing his life here, is a big part. We all knew him. Whether you talked to him or not, or whether you personally met him, when you saw his picture, you remember him from being here.
Wayne loved the ranch. He loved the people. It was actually what he lived for. I shared more of Wayne with the ranch than I did my own life. Oh, I feel like Wayne's right here with us because he never liked to leave.
I was pretty overwhelmed whenever I first was there, and that first day, after that first day, and we actually found Wayne's body after he passed away in the flood, and I actually had a dream at home, and I was there, and I was standing in the middle of the motocross track actually, and I'm looking around just totally devastated by what's going on. I'm sitting here looking around like this, and I catch something out of the side of my eye, and I look around, and Wayne's standing there. And I'm like, what do I do? And he just said, you got to just start, buddy. And that was kind of whenever I broke it down into pieces for myself and figuring out how we can get help from outside people and things like that.
We all have our reasons to accomplish, to work hard. We share a common goal, to be the best. Keep fighting, put in the work, never take the easy way. Your drive and determination fuels our passion.
born of family values and a homegrown work ethic. Cometic Gasket seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best inside their engine. Cometic Gaskets are always constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environments. Whether it's a championship on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts alike depend on Cometic. Cometic Gasket, sealing championships since 1989.
VP Racing Fuels. No matter what motorcycle you race or ride, amateur or pro, we have a fuel to make more power. Keep your bike running cool with VP Stay Frosty Coolant, available in 2 formulas. Race ready, designed to be glycol-free and track approved, and high performance with freeze protection for street applications. Visit vpracingfuels.com to learn more.
The Earth is 70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us. Copy that. Aim high, Airman.
On Track School is an online private school catering to some of the top athletes in the world. We offer a flexible schedule for students that are chasing their dreams and always on the go. We are an accredited K-12 school where students can graduate with a diploma. Scan the QR code or call us to book an appointment with one of our learning coaches to discuss your students' next steps.
OnTrackSchool.com. Check it out.
I had this weird gut feeling about that day. It's just crazy how fast it can all happen. Trying to get those demons out your head of flashbacks of bad things that have happened to you.
CRF 250R. Lighter, faster, stronger. Ready to help you find your edge.
This Racer TV broadcast is brought to you by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Parts Unlimited. We support the sport. And Rocky Mountain ATV MC. Get ready.
Did you know the answer to that?
These kids are looking in here like, why did they all know that?
Tiger,
why was that obvious?
Did you know the answer to that?
Okay. Hey, we're starting out easy.
He did. He knew it because it was on the sheet.
Okay. So we got another question, but listen, we're going to challenge you guys every day. Okay.
So oh, all right.
We're going to lead up, but we got two today. All right. So we've got Jonathan Getz. So Jonathan, go ahead. Tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Getz.
What class?
We're learning all the time.
What class do
I
you
raced a 10 to 12 stock and mod.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and with your trivia question.
What was Loretta's nickname for her husband, Mooney?
Was that the answer?
No.
Okay, I was like,
no, you don't know it?
Mooney?
Doolittle.
Doolittle, yes. Rodney got it.
Rodney.
All right,
Rodney.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for playing today. We will be back with another
Okay.
version
we're just getting warmed up now.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
Give us some more. Give us some more. Oh, my gosh.
We didn't even let Megawatt near a mic. He was disqualified. You're pro. We're amateur.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't even let Mega compete.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, they're only going to get harder. But thank you guys for having us up here. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you so much. We appreciate it. You guys have a great day.
Awesome.
Good luck out there.
Thank you, Tasha.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
All right, Tiger. Good job. Hey, Jonathan Getz.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey.
Whatever Jonathan wants. Jonathan.
Good job, boys. Hey, Jonathan Getz.
Oh. Hey, welcome back. RacerTV.com, by the way. Those of you watching on the World Wide Web, we've just been challenged by the on-track school kids with Loretta Lynn's trivia, and we also were just
look at these guys.
The new 450.
Look at these guys. We got our bags. We out. We got our swag. We out. We out.
It's their turn to take a break.
That's it. We're done.
All right. We came for the free bag. Later, bro.
We just got some monster swag delivered to the tower, and Megawatt and Mikey Wayne just grabbed their bags, and they are gone.
They swagged out.
See you next year.
They swagged out.
It's got all the tube socks, tube tops.
All right, so Minnie.
Yeah, you want to chat real quick? All right. Hey, great to have Bob from 6D Helmets here, and I don't know what Megawatt's got going on. 6D. Actually, I remember when 6D came about, it was so revolutionary, it was so new, but you've actually been at this game for a long time. Those years have gone by pretty quick.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's been 10 years. We started in 11 years, and started selling in 13.
Incredible. Oh, so it was 2 years for 6D Helmets of what, R&D?
Yeah, 2 years of development on the first helmet of working on it. Yeah.
Now, obviously, there's some real philosophies and concepts in there. They say imitation is the form of flattery. I feel like, okay, they might not be doing what you're doing, but I feel like it made everybody try to step up their game.
Yeah, I think it actually absolutely did. Everybody worked, kind of went back to the drawing board and got busy on working on something to address what we had done, which was brought a much better helmet to the marketplace. So it's been good for everybody.
So talk about what 6D's got going on here this week at Loretta's.
Yeah, we're here displaying as we always are. We can clean helmets and repair visors or rebuild helmets like on our ATR2 or the youth helmet for customers who might need a refresh. We've got product down there if you need something, and we're just here to support the sport, and we just really enjoy being here. It's such an excellent event.
Awesome. Yeah, and just give me the brief of the rotation and all these things that 6D tried to bring to the picture, which, again, I feel stepped up everybody's game, the philosophy behind the helmet.
Yeah, I think in the beginning we wanted to develop something that not only addressed rotational acceleration, because there was a solution out there for that really nobody had adopted as of yet. but we also wanted to make the helmet more effective on low energy impact. So we incorporated suspension into our system that basically made the helmet more compliant over a broader range of energy demands. And that we've worked really hard to protect that technology, and we've got a really good system, and we're working on a future helmet now for our next generation. HR3 is in the works, and we're just continuing to push forward.
60's got a booth out here. Check stuff out, right?
Yeah, we're down by the starting line across from Factory Connection right there.
All right, cool. Always good to chat. 60, making everybody step up the game. Thank you. And we're back underway. That was a fast intermission. Man, we brought all kinds of action at you, and we got racing back on track.
Yeah, we're back underway with race number 11, Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14. So some of these kids have already raced at their 1030 moto. I know a few kids that were, Kay Johnson was in that one. I'm not sure if he's in this one, but I know a few of my buddies are in this one. So we'll see how this one shakes down. Not sure who got the whole shot. I'm not hearing Jason Wygant currently. All right, so we are early in this moto, and as you can see, these kids are all over the place. We'll try to catch you up to speed as we get caught up to speed with race number 11, Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14. Coming to you live from the 41st annual AMA Monster Energy Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Championships. They are coming right at us. Jason Wygant right in the center part of the racetrack. That was where Tommy Hahn was flattening out his Honda back in the day.
Oh, you will never forget.
Never.
You just got so amped over those Tommy Hahn whips.
They were so good.
They were so good. Look at that.
And that was when that tabletop was so sketchy to even jump. Catching backside, it was just a tiny little sweet spot. All right, let's check in with our leader coming through. Jace Baker, Seth Dennis. We'll go with that, number 93. Heath Fisher in the number 2 spot.
Same kids we saw battling earlier. Heath Fisher got a moto win earlier in the day.
Kate Dudney was in the mix there as well.
And Dudney, I believe, had a bad start earlier in the day, so this is much better. It's just going to be interesting to see all these guys up front together.
There you go.
Dennis, Fisher, Wells, Dudney.
I was telling Rodney about this kid in 8. Let's see if we can get you back in there. It's working. So there's the 93 of Seth Dennis, but I finally ran across a kid. It's like this never happens, where you're at a race and you're like, who is this guy? Never seen. He lives in Winder, Georgia. He finished on the wheel of Kay Johnson at the race I was at. I'm like, how have I never said your name? No idea who you are. And he's in 8th place right now. I said, dude, you ride like that, you will finish top 10. And there he is. I said, you got top 10 speed, 100%. And there he is in 8th place right now.
He has not been racing as far as you know.
He's never made it here. He's never been here. He's only been racing. What? He said, his dad's a truck driver. And he goes, yeah, we finally, for the last 6 months, we've been able to ride and train straight. And there you go. So the ceiling's super high for this kid. So I called a few of my buddies. Rob Fox got him the tires. Fast House decked him out. And Ginolfi got him hooked up with 100%, and here he is.
In the 8th place spot. Yeah, you do not see first-timers at Loretta's and Mini Senior very often.
Nope, and you're watching the battle with Cade Dudney, and looks like the 29 of Wells. Dudney, one of those Team Green elite riders there. Some elite flaggers there as well. They're flying past.
Dudney, man, way back, got 3rd in the moto earlier today, so this is a lot better. They're really buzzing about his lap times, but right now he's going to get Cody Wells. Wells on the 29. Got a little of that Hep Suzuki Twisted Tea look on the bike. I don't believe he'd be sponsored by them. I get it, everybody. It's only a 12 to 14 class. Oh, there's Dudney on the inside.
Dudney, not Dungy. There's Seth Dennis, though. That's who we're watching right now. The 93 KTM coming right around us. Dudney working on that 47.
He is no dud.
No, not at all.
Not a dud. Knifing inside, outside. Now he's back on the outside. The 40 of Dudney trying to take it away from Wells. That's for 3rd. Heath Fisher, I believe out of Australia, is in the 2nd place spot. Dennis in the lead. There's Dennis and there's Fisher in your shot right now on Racer TV. Left side is Dennis, your leader. There is the 47 of Heath Fisher on a Jeff Emig looking 47 Husqvarna. Emig not racing this year. He was here last year on the 47 Husky.
Had to call and get permission to run that number.
What?
Yeah, it's like, the football team, when you're a new guy to the team, you got to call Jeff Emig. He had to pay Jeff
call
Emig.
He had to pay, yep.
Hey, you with me running your number?
He was retired. Husky had retired the number.
Yep.
It hangs from the rafters at the race shop.
Pull that jersey down.
Retire his number.
Yep. So look at the lap times. Dudley with that 2:08 early on. He's 2 seconds quicker than the guys in front. That tells me there may be a push from that Kawasaki rider. Put it
oh, boy. Coming on strong. Oh, Seth Dennis. They call him Send It Seth, and you can see why. That 93 airing it out.
He has stayed true to that name, too. Remember, he was on 50.
He embraces it. Yeah, that was way back.
Just jumps off the deck every time he comes to see us here. Just hooks it off. You don't have to do it on. He's just on barefoot, dude.
You have to send everything, dude. Got a nice lead right now. It's 2.5 seconds over Heath Fisher. And now we're headed in the sand section. There is Dennis. Oh, hold on to that. Bike getting thrown all over the place, left and right. Nick steals a brief glance over his shoulder to make sure he's still got a solid lead. We go back to Dudney.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's hop in and take a ride with our apprentices who have been patiently waiting up here. See if I can turn this microphone on here. Hard to tell what's going on here. Well, Cole's already done a moto.
We need Kelly.
You've already done a moto. We still got to get some dudes that haven't done a moto.
You're in, dude. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Bring it. Bring it. Put the headset on.
Put your helmet on.
No escape now.
Put it on.
Strap in.
What's your name, Mason? Like the jar.
Yeah.
Like the jar. All right, Mason. We're gonna make this easy for you. So, do you ride? What class do you ride when you're normally racing?
This class.
This will be your class.
Yep.
So you can speak honestly. Who are some of your guys? Where do you think you would be if you were racing out here? What position? Nowhere near the top 10.
I'd hope top 10.
But are you a top 10 guy?
I was, and then I took a couple of years off.
Yep. Broke collarbone? Is that what happened this year?
No, it happened this year. I got a pretty bad concussion.
Yep. And then this year got derailed with the collarbone?
Yep.
Wow.
Still came down to hang out, though. Yep.
His parents made him do this, I'm sure. He's like, his dad made him do it.
If you're going to go here, do something constructive.
Right. Learn
sit around and hang out with your friends in the creek.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
So you know some of these kids out here?
Yeah.
Who are you friends with?
Chase Lawton.
He's in 8th currently.
He's in 8th, yeah, that's solid.
Yeah.
Yep.
Michael Gerda. And, I think that's it.
That's solid. You ever hang out with Seth Dennis or Dudney or Wells?
No.
He sends it
we'll
really
maybe
hard.
Bring you down to the podium and maybe you'll get to hang out, become buds.
Sure.
Yep.
Just hang out.
It's all kinds of jobs if they make it to the top. Just get in their wheelhouse, man. Just get in there.
Be a friend.
Yeah,
be a
just
man
be
friend.
in their group. Just be in their group.
I mean, Dan Truman's made a living out of that.
He's just everybody's fixer.
Everybody's buddy.
You need something?
I'm your guy.
Yep.
He's like the mafia. Anything you need, he can get it done.
Just call me.
I need a factory 450 for this weekend.
Oh, we got it. Done.
Helicoptered in for you, bro.
There's the 47 of Fisher. So he has dropped back. He was second. I saw at one point Dudney getting close. Fisher has now dropped back, and we got a battle on our hands because Fisher's been pushed off the podium. And it's still Seth Dennis, no problem up front.
And this is the point in the race where 3 laps in, the track is absolutely brutal. These kids are tired, and now lap traffic's coming into play. And that's the battle, the 47 perhaps right in front of us. There's the 51.
Well, are these the loudest motorcycles we've ever had at the ranch? What is going on?
He needs to go to Midas and get that muffler. He needs to get a muffler for that.
Pack your exhaust.
I think parts are falling off his bike.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's the bike. He's missing part of the machine there.
So Mason, what's your last name?
Mickle.
Mason
Mickle.
Mason Mickle. Mason Mickle. What's your best out here at Loretta's? What's your best moto?
I don't really think
He doesn't want to say?
Say it. Overall, the 34th, and I raced here for 4 to 6.
Gotcha.
And 7 to 8. I had 7 to 8 50cc. I think I DNF'd almost every moto.
Oh, yes. You told me your hellacious story of bad luck in all 3 motos.
Oh.
Yeah.
You were aiming for top 10.
Yep.
Battling in the top 10.
Oh.
And then had problems every single time.
Yeah.
Yep. Every time. So it's like the Bermuda Triangle.
So it looked as a DNF.
The results will never show the speed.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, well, you can find the Racer TV footage maybe, and they'll see the ticker on the screen. What year would that have been?
2017.
17?
All right. We probably had some TV.
Run the tape back on Racer TV for Mason Mickle here. There's Seth Dennis. He's pulled away. Dudney is second. And Heath Fisher has gotten back into the top 3. Saw him battling there the gas of Cody Wells, and the 43 KTM of Cole Timbo. Timbo! It's going down.
Tim Tebow.
I'm calling Timbo.
Timbo.
Deacon Deno 6th, Chase Lawton, Mason's buddy, 7th. Cannon Hargrove 8th, Jace Baker is 9th, and Greg Jordan. That's your guy, Kevin.
My guy, still top
10.
I like what's happening here, though. You're looking at the lead starting to close down. Caden Dudney, you see him in the shot there. It was 4 seconds. It's not 4 seconds anymore. It looks like Dudney is on the move. Seth Dennis actually looking over his shoulder a moment ago.
Mason, we got a battle brewing. Dudney's catching Dennis. Think he can get there?
Cut it in half.
There's a lot of time left, so.
Good call.
That's right. We're only halfway through. Man, it feels like they've been racing a while. Still have half the moto left.
Yeah, and like you guys have already covered, we know the first motos are wild because of gate pick. It's so random and how you get put on the gate. Like, there's a guy that was top 3 moments earlier in the day, Max Shane. He's 14th now. So this guy's rifling through the field as well. So you're going to see a surge of guys towards the end of the moto as they overcome adversity or bad gate picks or bad starts. So we'll see how Max Shane does. He's back in 14th. And let's give you a top 10 rundown. It's Seth Dennis, Caden Dudney, Heath Fisher, Cole Timbo, Deacon Deno round out your top 5. Then you have Cannon Hargrove, a Houston Astros fan. Sorry about your luck, Cannon. Chase Lawton, 7th. Cody Wells, 8th. Jace Baker and Gregory Jordan rounding out our top 10. It's so cool hearing all the people that are back home listening. I've gotten messages from, not from me, but like just in general, people screenshotting their setup and hashtag LLMX, like what are you doing back home? Are you at work? Or are you watching on the big screen? Everybody's into it, man. Not paying attention to work. This is the least productive the country of America and the world, for that matter, will be because of Loretta Lynn's. Did you know that our gross national product dips by about 3% during this small span of time here at Loretta Lynn's?
That's right. It's in Spain they have like
Siestas.
2 weeks of the summer where just everybody's done.
Oh, that's Mexico.
That's like us right now.
Yeah, we're doing it right now. Take the week off. It's on us. It's on Loretta's. It's for a good cause.
Trying to pick up the numbers here. The 43 is Timbo.
It's got to be the Fisher, right? The 47.
Fisher's already gone through.
We got to get this white balance dialed in here.
Get that's Deacon Deno.
Is that how you're feeling?
Think about the 49 and the 43 of Deno.
Well, it's a great battle no matter what.
I'm going to say that. Side by side through the sand we go. And it looks like Deacon Deno has made the move.
He has. He's gotten around the 43.
Oh, jeez. Almost tucked that front in the sand.
Look, that's an aggressive haircut. He's going to jump on the mic with us here in a little bit.
That is an aggressive mullet. That is a solid mullet right there.
Angry.
I like it. He's doing his studying right now.
That mullet cusses.
Yeah, that mullet's just angry all the time. Or yeehaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, your mullet. We're giving respect to your mullet.
It's like Austin Fortner.
Yeah, it's got Austin Fortner's face and a mullet.
Wow, what a combo there.
Battle continues here.
Dragging the leg back there a little bit.
These ruts, and the combination of ruts, 85s, and kids that are too tall for 85s.
A lot going on.
Very complicated to get those long legs through these ruts.
And the sand.
It's down a half second, by the way, between our leader, Dennis, and Dudney. Dudney might do this. We could have a battle down to the last lap, Mason. That'd be good.
Half a second.
We would like to see that.
As an announcer, I love that. Like, I know the family's like, no. I want to see a ginormous lead.
Yeah. Let's get Seth Dennis way out front. No, we don't want that.
No. We want a battle, a safe battle. It is very hard to see those riders and their numbers. Folks at home are like, why? It's not that hard. I get it.
How can you not tell?
I know. I get it.
There's Deno.
There's Dudney.
Oh, sorry, Dudney on the 40. He did it. Dudney did
the pass.
Dudney got around Dennis. So Caden Dudney. Again, they were talking about the lap times from the bad gate pick the previous moto, and this time at Moto 1 of Mini Senior 1 instead of Mini Senior 2, he has gone all the way to the lead.
So, Mason, if you get passed during a race, like first moto, you don't want to just give it up and hit the ground. You want to maybe maintain that spot?
Yeah, you kind of want to try to stay same speed as them, or try to close in on them. If you close in on them, you try to find a better spot to pass them.
There you go. Like passing corners. I usually get passing corners. I'm not really good at my weak spots are probably the jumps to start, turns, balance. Very tough for me. I can't read the pit board. That's really a challenge for me as well. So I guess I don't really have any strong points. Literacy.
Yeah, a lot of times when you kind of keep the lead up. Well, when I keep the lead, I'm trying to hold on to the inside as much.
I like it. Way to get us back on track. Hey, so do you read the pit board when you come flying through the mechanics area? Is your dad just writing stuff down? You're never paying attention? Be honest. He's not listening.
At this track, it's hard because where the pit boards are, it's just acceleration bumps and braking bumps.
So all those dads that are over there listening right now, just it's not happening.
Yeah, sometimes it's pretty hard to hear.
Pretty tough.
Hear or read. It's just bumps and then you.
We'll check back in with our leader. He's up on the main board here, the number 40 of Caden Dudney. 7 laps in. Look at that. Dudney 4 seconds quicker that time around. Cade Dudney just dug deep. And let's check in with Max Shane. He's up to 11th. A couple of Fast House kids there, 10th and 11th. Max Shane is climbing into the top 10. There's Seth Dennis on the 93, and creeping up is the 47 of Heath Fisher. So he is on the move. So Dennis leads this thing, and it's not over by any means. Like a second, I'll take that any day going into the second moto. I've never gotten second in anything, ever. First or nothing.
First or last.
There you go. So there's Seth Dennis again on the number 93 Orange Brigade as Jason Wygant starts making his way down to the podium. See how this is going to shape up. I mean, I feel like Cade Dudney has opened this thing up to 4 seconds in about a lap. And look how rough that racetrack is. Seth Dennis bouncing his way through that sandy section there. Mason, was it a sandy when you raced back here in 18?
Yeah.
Pretty sandy?
Yep.
Where are you from, Mason?
I'm from Massachusetts. Thing is there. It's nowhere near as hot here. So when you come here from all the way over there, it's
right.
It's like the heat difference.
Robbie Marshall. He's up from your way, right, bro?
I think so.
Mike Treadwell, Keith Johnson.
Yep.
There you go. There is Seth Dennis again. Yeah, you get a chance to ride Southwick much?
Yeah, I think we're about an hour away from there.
Okay.
It's one of my favorite tracks.
There you go. Keith Johnson would love to know that. He helps run that place. Yeah. There's another look at the number 40 Kawasaki of Cade Dudney. Handling business right now. Got it out to 9 seconds. He put 4 seconds a lap with 2 laps on our leaders there. So you talk about digging deep in the moto. And that's a heck of a surge there for the Team Green rider as he bounces his way into the 10 Commandments. We had that dozed up and smoothed out about 4 motos ago, and look how rough it's gotten there.
Yeah, this track's just full of acceleration bumps and braking bumps.
They're all over the place. And then you got to look way down the track. There's the 93 of Seth Dennis, and we're looking for the 47. Might be locked in right with him. Max Shane jumps up to the number 9 spot. So Jordan is coming. Maybe Seth Dennis got a little arm pump. Totally doable out here. I could see that. Those first few laps, if you're leading, it kind of gets in your head. You squeeze the bike a little too tight.
Might not be as hydrated.
Could be. He raced earlier in the day too, right? I think he's already raced once, so fitness could be an issue here, racing twice in a matter of about 3 hours. But there is Seth Dennis. All is not lost, though. Like we said, he's still sitting second.
A lot of these acceleration bumps and braking bumps, they get your arms pretty, can hurt your arms because so many bumps, you gotta hold on a lot tighter.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you never have a chance to really relax. Talking with Mason here, part of our apprentice program. When did you find out that you actually got the spot?
We found out actually, I think last Monday.
Okay, was there a little bit of a panic whenever you found out you're actually gonna have to do this? Now, who signed you up for this?
It was me and my dad.
Okay, so you agreed to it.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't want to just ambush. Hey, guess what? You're announcing at Loretta. Like, what?
Yeah.
Have you ever announced a race before?
No.
What about local stuff? You ever try to do a local race?
No, normally I'm racing at
there you go. I was never good enough, so my parents would always just be like, yeah, you're not racing. We're saving the money. You're going to announce your 2 brothers are going to race. They'll handle all the family name and keeping it strong, but you're an embarrassment to all of us. All right, Cade Dudney continues here. Almost 20 minutes into this bad boy, and Cade Dudney well on his way. 16 seconds out front of Seth Dennis. Heath Fisher 3rd, Deacon Deno 4th, Cole Timbo 5th, Cannon Hargrove 6th, Chase Lawton 7th. Cody Wells 8th, Max Shane has climbed up to 9th. Jace Baker rounds out your top 10. as we continue to watch here, I believe the 2-lap card is out. The white flag is out. Jeff Canfield gave me the #1 finger there, letting me know the white flag is out. There's Cade Dudney. I guarantee you he is all smiles under that helmet. Got to feel good to win a moto out here at the ranch, huh?
Yeah, I think this is one of the hardest races ever.
I totally agree. Totally agree with that.
Top riders, big class in the country.
Yeah, it's hard just to get here, the best of the best. There's Cade Dudney. He's got one more turn to go, the big left-hander for the Kawasaki rider, and he is on his way to have a chat with Jason Wygant. And that's going to do it. The checker flag will fly for the Monster Energy Kawasaki ride of Cade Dudney. We'll look back and see if the 93 was able to hang on and snag that #2 spot. There is the 93. Seth Dennis will hang in there for a hard-fought second spot. Looking for Heath Fisher on the 47 Husqvarna to finish up third. And there's the bike, the mechanic. There's Zach Comans. He knows his way around this Loretta Lynn's ranch. Now a technician with Team Green Kawasaki. Zach, a fine rider in his own right. There is the #40 machine perched atop the stand. That's where you want your bike to end up right there, Mason. That is exactly where you want to finish out. The #40 Cade Dudney will do it as we get ready to hand it off to Jason Wygant down on our podium. That is the happiest place on earth. Mason, you can take a deep breath, man. You did a moto. Nothing crazy happened. You got comfortable as the moto went on. Well done, man. Good job. Get out of here.
Oh,
Just
all
kidding.
right.
You ain't got to leave. I'm just messing with you. You bet. And I'm just watching Gregory Jordan almost pile drive himself. That man's next. Then you're up. Colt, this guy will block past you in a second. This dude is already announced. Look at him. All right, so we're going to let Jason Wygant check in with Cade Dudney. And we will shut it down up here on the podium as we send it down to Jason Wygant.
All right. About to grab Caden Dudney here. He had some serious work to do in that moto. Had a better start than he did the last time, but still not a great one. Making the old KX85 work. Well, after his first moto earlier in the week, everyone was like, man, if this dude had a start, maybe he'd win it. This time he got a little bit better start, not a great one, but it was enough, and he's a gold medalist. Caden Dudney. Dude, you're on fire so far this week. What's making the difference?
I'm just technique and just trying to stay smooth and not override and be calm.
How'd that moto go for you?
I got off to a better start than last time. And the track is just so gnarly and rough. You just got to keep calm and, just focus through and push.
And you did it. Who do you want to thank, Caden?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Robbie Raynard for getting me here, and Monster Energy, Team Green Kawasaki, Fly Racing, Renthal, Pro Circuit, Dunlop, and everybody else. Yeah, thank you.
Let's hear it for our gold medalist, Caden Dudney. We'll bring up second place. Will be Seth Dennis. We'll bring him on up to the stage, give him a silver. Seth keeping himself in title contention in 2 classes so far this week. So let's bring up the number 93 KTM rider. I think he's getting ready there under the tent. And we're already starting to establish the front runners in mini senior ranks this week after 2 motos in 2 different classes have been completed. So let's bring up our second place finisher. Led some laps, ends up in the number 2 spot with the silver, Seth Dennis. All right, how was that moto, Seth?
It was, started off with a great hole shot. My friend Biggie Baker, he got it. He had a great hole shot. Then I passed him and then just started hitting consistent ruts and lines and laps, and I was just trying to stay positive, and then I was getting a little tired, and then just tried to finish off strong.
Who do you want to thank, Seth?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my sister, Maddie, Daniel, Bear, Scott, Fox, Dunlop, Power Band, Thrill Seekers, Monster Army, Twisted, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Seth Dennis takes second place. Let's hear it for him. Good job, Seth. And we had a moto winner from earlier in the day. Back it up with a third in this one. Let's bring Heath Fisher on up, and we will give him the bronze. And I guess it's Biggie Baker, we're going to say, got the whole shot award in that one. I just learned the nickname. Let's get our third place finisher, Heath, on up. Okay, double podiums to start the week off. Pretty impressive. He's got a first and now a third. Let's hear it for Heath Fisher. How was that moto?
Got off to a fairly decent start, surprisingly off the very edge. Riding my race and just was making a couple of mistakes which I need to tidy up for the next one, which cost me a couple of positions, but made my way back to third, and I'm happy with that finish. Start of the week.
Oh, yeah, our podium's great. Who do you want to thank?
Husband Australia, MotorX Fly, Nathan, my mom, my dad, my grandparents, Mike from Monster. Everyone helps me out. Thank you.
Heath Fisher on the podium again. Let's hear it for him. And I got a whole shot award for Jace Biggie Baker, courtesy of the fine folks at Stasic. If Jace Baker's around, we'll hand him this, or I'll at least give it to him. Jace Baker, are you under that tent somewhere? Jace Baker. He fell? All right, no Jace Baker this time, so do me a favor. Give him a round of applause. You can hear back at the pit. Jace Baker, Stasic Whole Shot Award. And I'm just going to leave that on the table there, so if Jace Baker or anyone from his group wants to come on down back under these cool-down tents, this Whole Shot Award will be sitting there waiting for you. I'm going to send it back up to the announcer's tower.
All right, thanks a lot, Jason. Race number 12 getting ready to go. The Masters Plus 50 class, that's right. Give you the rundown. Here's who's in this one here. The number 11 is going to be James Nagy. The 12 is Gabriel Gallardo. Billy Fosnock on the number 13 machine. Richard Silvers on the 15. Alan Horn on the 17 machine. Jeffrey Pape on the number 18. Number 19 is going to be David Stover. Milt Reimer on the number 20 machine. Michael Keating on the 21. Eric McCann on the 23 machine. Kyle Lane on the 24. Alan Alford, 25. Ray Schlegel on the 27. Mike Brown on the number 30 machine, the baby of the class here, coming in just at 50. Barry Carson on the number 31 machine. He is 113 years old, folks, still racing with us. Aaron Tilton on the 33 machine. Todd Richotte on the 37 machine. Rodney Carrier on the 40 machine. Frank Coing on the 43 machine. Edgar Fodish on the 45 machine. Our buddy Kevin Kozat from MXers for Jesus on the 48 machine. Darrell Smith on the 51. Jeff Hollins on the 54 machine. Darren Shalene on the 57 machine. 58 is Chad Charlo. Jeffrey Yentzer on the 59. Scott Lane on the 63 machine. Rich Thoraldson on the 64. Michael Keller on the 67. John Gruey on the number 70 machine. The number 75 is going to be John Murray. Michael Gage on the 76. Number 80 is going to be Brian Sabal. Wayne Powers on the 81. Earl the Pearl May on the 82. Kevin Walker on the 85. John McLemore on the 88. Troy Asmani 92. Donald Rice on the 93 machine. Steve Thinger on the 95 machine. Mark Guy on the 96. And Christopher Opplinger rounds out our field. It's our plus 50 class. That's right. A bunch of old guys. I'll be hitting this class next year. I turned 50 this year, Weege. I'll be eligible for the plus 50. These are my guys. I'm coming for them. Mike Brown, your days are numbered, bro. Kevin Walker, you're done. Barry Carson, beat it.
Seriously, has Mike Brown or Kevin Walker ever beat you at Loretta's?
Never.
They've never beat you.
No.
They've never beaten you, not even one time.
Never.
Nope, they've never beaten you at Loretta's.
Nope.
Never beat me either.
Nope. Yeah, get some.
Yep.
Come at me.
Earlier today, Mike Brown did win 40 plus.
Nice, comfortable lead there. I watched on my drive up.
Yep. Chris Kiefer kept him honest. Can I even say that or no? I don't know if I even go that far.
No, but I mean, he's in a league of his own. I'm sorry. Like, Mike Brown is
It's Mike Brown, dude. It's Mike Brown.
He's special here, too, though. I think if this race were at other places, maybe at Paula, maybe it'll be
that's what Kiefer said. He's like, we raced in Glen Helen, and I got him, but this is his Glen Helen. This is his Glen Helen.
Completely. You go up and you ride Southwick, Mike Treadwell's going to have something to say about that. Keith Johnson, Robbie Marshall, bro, in the caves, wicked caves up there.
Wicked. Robbie Marshall's battling with Cooper Webb over the weekend. You see this?
I saw that, man.
Heck, man.
J-Day stuff.
Planet are we living on?
That's right. Hey, we got our another apprentice here. Let's go ahead and turn your little mic on. He's a little fella, so it only makes sense to bring in an 11-year-old kid to announce the plus 50 class, right? How old are you, dude?
This year I'll be 12.
Oh, it's like AMA.
You nailed it.
AMA,
Yeah.
11-year-old.
Yep. You nailed it. So you're 11 right now?
Yeah.
How old's your dad?
He is actually 41.
Okay, so
younger than
plus
me.
40 class, younger than every guy on the gate.
Unbelievable. This kid's dad is younger than me. That's how young they are these days.
They make them younger?
Now, how did 41-year-old dad feel about this hardcore mullet that you're rocking? You're rocking some aggressive hair there. Is dad cool with this?
He loves it.
Oh, he likes it.
Dad loves that.
All right.
Dad loves it. Was it either that or the mohawk?
Oh, no, I don't like the mohawk that much, actually.
A little too aggressive?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks good hanging out of the helmet, though. Do you ride, my man? Do you do a little bit of riding yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's circle back here. What's your name? How old are you? Where are you from? Give me all the details. I know you're 11. I'll take that back.
Yeah. So, I'm Daniel.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I'm 11.
Word.
And I'm from Brooksville, Florida.
From Brooksville, Florida. So you've had to listen to Wes Kane quite a bit. You don't even know who that guy is. Wow, there's somebody here that does not know who
Wes is upset.
Oh, he is.
The 11-year-old.
How's that even possible? You got to know who I am.
You had to ride at Croom ever?
Yeah.
Just a bit, I would think.
Croom, Dade
Is that
City.
your spot?
I've rode like 6 times at Croom. I've rode at Dade City a bunch of times.
Yep. Yoho's place.
Yep.
Randy.
So what are your other tracks, or is that your main place, Dade City?
Actually, one of my favorite tracks is Spider.
Okay. Spider MX, that place is nice, man. The dirt is money. That place is cool.
Yeah.
What about Moto Bros?
No.
What? No?
That's the name of the place?
Moto Bros.
What's up, bro?
Oh, just come on in, bro.
What, you Moto Bro?
I give you $20, bro. Jump that jump, bro. Get some awards. Want a hamburger, bro? Concession, bro. Look at this one right here. That's an aggressive look, too. You want a roundhouse kick from that woman right there? You don't want anything to do with her. Are you the roller skater? Used to be in the roller skating smash derby or whatever? That's your sister? I can't ever keep up with it. Did you ever consider doing that? Okay, fair enough. This is great radio.
Oh, yeah, we're talking to someone that's not even on a microphone. Yeah, it comes out great. When you saw her out there, did you want to go out there and smash her? Come on. I find that hard to believe. We know how the sisters get. It's a little extra competitive. Okay, back to you.
Yep.
Our 11-year-old with the aggressive rockin' mullet.
Mullet.
So have you raced Lorettas? Have you tried to race Lorettas before? Is that?
Actually, trying to get here, I broke my knee, my left one.
Oh.
My meniscus completely fell off, and my ACL actually got torn.
Wow.
At
And here
11
you
years
are.
old.
And look at him. He's got to wear a brace because he's just old. Just standing, he has to have a brace.
Yeah, I can barely even function
What
without
about
the
you?
squeaky hinge. How about you? Did you have to get some work done, or what's the situation
I
with the
had
knee?
to have surgery.
Wow.
So
Now,
what's your name again, Daniel?
Yeah.
Okay.
how do the doctors feel when they see an 11-year-old come in? Are they a little bit worried about?
Yeah.
Child services?
Not that level.
No, not that level.
So you got it all fixed up, and how you feeling now?
I'm feeling good. I actually got cleared like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Were you thinking there's got to be a way to try to area and regional it, or did you know no way it's going to happen?
No way.
Okay.
So right now, if we had to
hanging
get
out
you
with
to karate chop somebody, could you do it? Chow. Do that? Could you do that?
Probably not. I mean, my knee
Not quite
still
there.
hurts.
Not quite ready to karate chop folks yet. All right, Daniel. All right, so we're going to call some 50-plus action. Do you know any of these guys? You know Mike Brown, right? You pointed him out.
Yeah, I know Mike Brown, but I don't know him.
Okay. Well, we're gonna introduce you to him because he is going to probably win this race. John Gruey's going to be up there, and he's going to battle. And then Barry Carson's going to do pretty good, too. He's number 34 on the Suzuki. He's 100.
Yeah.
He's very old.
100 years old?
No, he's not quite 100 years old, but he looks like it. Those are hard years that Barry has lived.
Yeah.
Daniel, you believe a lot of what I say? No, you shouldn't, because a lot of this stuff that comes out of my mouth is nonsense. All right, so as we look down the starting line there, where would you want to be on the gate?
See 93.
Uh-huh. You like that spot?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about 10 over. He wants to be right where 93 is. That's where he would be on the gate. I like that that gate pick, parking spot. That's what it would be for me. It would be a parking spot.
What do you think's going to win?
I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it Mike Brown.
Yeah, I think it's going to be
Mike Brown. Flying Mike Brown. He's from Tennessee. Doesn't live too far away. Kingsport, Tennessee, I believe is where he's from. He's on the number 30 machine out of Bristol, Tennessee.
Who do you think's going to pull the whole shot line?
Oh, man, you know, that's a good question. It could be some random guy. These older guys are all good starters, but they all know they have to work on Monday. So some of the guys are like, yeah, I don't think I want to get involved in that first turn craziness. So
yeah.
I'll go with John Gruey. I'm going to say John Gruey's going to get the whole shot.
Starts at the little ends can get dangerous.
Yes, if you come around that sweeper and high side. So we are packed and ready to go. This is race number 12. The Masters 50 plus have got our apprentice program. The 11-year-old Daniel going to call the 50 plus class. And they are off. Not a Kawasaki, so I lost the whole shot game. I lost it. No good. Let's see who got the whole shot, the Stasic whole shot. The number 30 of Mike Brown. There you go. Mike Brown with a whole shot. Go ahead and get that trophy ready for him down there, Weech. You want to go ahead and direct him onto the podium?
Yeah, we're already putting the picture on the billboard during the moto.
Yes.
Putting Mike Brown's updated photo. Now, we're also excited. Our buddy Jessica Coons coming to the tower just to alert us. We have a red alert. This is a Gruey Karsten moto.
Oh, yeah,
so you would expect to see a battle. They will be within 3 or 4 feet the entire way. It already happened. They raced this morning.
I listened.
5th and 6th. Yep, don't worry.
4 laps in, they finally got to each other, the gravitational pull. One was going backwards, and then when they met, they just lashed on. It was done.
It was like 2 magnets. Just
yes.
And it finally happened. There's Mike Brown. Got a pretty solid lead already.
And no disrespect to the rest of the guys. He is just phenomenal here at the range.
Well, it's the other thing that Kiefer said on the podium. I mean, Mike Brown is a 125 national champion as a pro.
Absolutely.
Like, he was high level. You know, a lot of these guys have had decent careers, but they weren't factory riders.
It'd be like being in a home run derby with Alex Rodriguez. Like, come on, A-Rod, like Hall of Famer? Seriously?
With or without the roids, though.
It doesn't matter. He's going to still match baseball or softball. So let's check in with John Gruey, the rest of the gang here. Mike Brown, though, he is the unequivocal favorite here. He has to be. I think he could probably have a swap a motor and still probably win this thing outright.
Do a pit stop.
Yes. Wait
a minute, what happened?
Just as we say that, Yamaha rider out front. Where is Mike Brown? Having some problems.
Well, I hear a 2-stroke, and I saw Kevin Walker said, I'm hearing a 2-stroke this year. Is that's what's happening?
The number 85 is out front, and it's Kevin Walker.
So Brown had the lead and lost
Kevin
it.
Walker.
Kevin Walker in the number 1 spot.
So drama. This is what we want as announcers. Sorry, Mike Brown, but we love this.
We want to have a battle.
Yep. There's Mike Brown, perhaps. Nope. I still have not seen. So Gruey, Mike Brown's in second.
Yeah. So
did I miss something?
How do you try to fix that? How do you try to recover from that? You make a mistake in the first lap. What do you got to do to get back up there?
I mean,
we're going to go for our 11-year-old for analysis.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
I would say take as much insides as you can.
Okay.
But on the 10 Commandments, you're going to want to go for an outside.
Oh, I like this. Okay.
A little triple action. You like tripling in there?
That was actually really good stuff.
It's good.
I was waiting for like a, hey, just regroup and take a breath. But he had real line selection, like real analysis that I wouldn't have myself.
Specific points on the racetrack.
I've
Dylan.
hit the 10 Commandments before. I mean, I've never been to Roletta's, but we have one at our hometown.
Spec'd out. Spec set. They order.
You have your own 10 Commandments.
You can get those on Amazon. Replica, spec. Loretta's 10 Commandments. You can check it out on Amazon right now.
Yep, they just.
Yeah, Jason Baker sells them. Jason Baker sells them.
Yeah. Yep, it just comes in a cardboard box.
And just
they drop it off on your front door. There it is, the pass. Mike Brown taking the lead. It's a 2 of Tennessee's finest.
Oh, they
right
are.
Here.
Got to unbox them in order. This is number 2. This is the 4th one. Swap that one.
Mike Brown's either going to make the hugest gap, or he's either going to just mess up, get stuck in a little spot,
and
get past. Maybe he'll go down.
Wow, it's a lot of options there, folks.
Racing, anything can happen.
Yeah.
There's Walker on the two-stroke there on the 85, trying to hold off Gruey. What
was that?
Is that what you're saying could happen? Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Gruey slinging it sideways like he's on a 1985 Kawasaki three-wheeler. He's pitching that thing. Woo, let him slide that
Donnie
thing
Banks
around.
in third, just not tall enough.
Yeah, it's a battle with him and Walker for the number 2 spot. Billy Fosnock, who's up here every year as well, is 4th. Brian Sabal is 5th. All right, here's a hilarious Barry Karsten story from today. As you know, Barry and I go way back, Kevin. We're both from New Jersey. I see him. I want to say hi. He's in the cool-down tent after his moto.
Yep.
I start tapping on his front fender. He will not make eye contact. I start slapping him on the shoulder. He will not make eye contact. He is watching the next gate drop of the 65 class.
Okay.
And then he starts his bike and does a small clutch drop, a clutch dump, and like moves like 3 feet in the cool-down area, watching the 65 start, visualizing to give himself like one extra practice visualization of a start.
Really?
I was like, I'm like going like this, and he's not looking at me, and I'm like, he's going to do a practice start after his moto, watching the 65s.
That's how you
can never start practice enough, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Can never practice enough.
Wow.
Yep.
Barry
he was
Karsten
in a
never
zone.
shuts it off.
Nope.
And then he had 3 RVs to fix the black tank.
Yeah, gray water to deal with all that.
The generator's out, man. Well, Kevin Walker is out to a nice, comfortable lead. 3.8, not Kevin Walker, Mike Brown.
The other Tennessee guy.
There you go. Then Gruey, it looks like, has gotten Walker. Chewy Gruey has gotten around the YZ250 of Kevin Walker. That technique of three-wheeling around the turn there.
It worked.
Funner on a three-wheeler,
Spinning it
right?
sideways. Kevin Walker, the all-time record holder for most titles at Loretta's. I know Mike Alessi's here this week. He wants to start ratcheting his number up. I think Mike's got to win 3 or 4, though, to get to Walker's mark. But we're going to start worrying about Mike Brown and his numbers, too. Brown has some from back in his, true amateur days, not the age class days. And he's starting to pile them up here. Do I see Karsten starting to move forward?
Honestly,
You absolutely.
I feel like Mike Brown's just barely trying to
Wow.
just get out in that lead, to calm down more. And once they come towards you, just get out there again.
Just ride your pace.
Yeah.
Or maybe even back it down a little bit. Maybe even back it down a little bit.
Mistakes can cost here for sure. You can topple right over here. And that Barry Karsten, John Gruey battle we're all waiting for.
Is it going to happen again?
Yeah, he's only 1 spot behind him.
The 13 is Fosnock, who's up here every year battling for podiums and titles. So it's Walker, Fosnock, and Karsten going by the billboards right now. Walker on the inside, Fosnock on the outside. 2-stroke against 4-stroke, and look at that. Fosnock just blows by.
Just like that.
And Karsten is right there. There is no one I've never seen in all my years, Kevin, and I know you're going to agree with this. I've never seen someone with the riding style of Kevin Walker.
No, and
it is so bizarre.
Yeah, it's all about aerodynamics. The elbows are actually tight to the body.
Like a flat tracker?
Compact, yeah. And it's working. He's going on the inside, and he is trying to make a pass back on Billy Fosnock. And he's going to turn left right into him. I don't approve of that move. You don't want to crash into your opponent. And
That was an interesting line that he took there. He started on the inside, but he used like that half jump as a berm. Do you see that? It almost worked. Almost got Fosnock back. Then there's Karsten right there.
Mike Brown's just gone. He's got an 11-second gap.
Using the technology we have.
Good job using the screen. There we go. We get our apprentices up here helping us on Racer TV as you watch Karsten and Walker. Walker came back to the ranch maybe 3 years ago, and he and Karsten had some huge battles. Here's Karsten. He's going to be on the inside of this next corner. Karsten airs it out, goes right across in front, and gives him a look back. Wow.
Wow.
See how some of the riders are putting their legs out? They need to be putting their legs up, like more like this and going into the corner.
Yeah, when getting those deep ruts.
Yeah.
Yep. The problem is these guys are 50 years old. They don't even have that flexibility. They do that, and you actually just hear
You'll hear
pops.
your knee will break. So if you can't, like, if you've ever seen Gary Bailey walk, just stiff. He does not.
He
bend
doesn't
his
know
legs
what we're talking
anymore.
about.
Well, I know.
Your knee, if they tried to stick their leg out in a corner, they would have the same injury you had. Not even crashing, dabbing,
bending their
just
leg.
trying to move it that much.
It would swell up. It's not pretty.
Yeah, they're not dealing with arm pump in this class. Just general swelling, just things swell, old injuries just swelling up.
They come in there and they just down a bottle of Aleve on the podium there. Oh, so good.
Oh, God.
Pop that Aleve, man. Spray it all
Yeah, they
over
hold
their
it on the
buddies.
podium like their energy drink sponsor is just Aleve.
Yep.
It's good for the arthritis.
And they ride in we call it a position of comfort. So whatever feels good to you, whatever slink, just sit down in that lazy boy and just slink down in that thing, and that's the riding style.
I don't know if you know that Carson has the lever on the side of that Suzuki.
Yeah,
pulls that lever
boy back.
Recline.
Yes.
It's got reclining bucket seats on that Suzuki.
The pegs go up right up there by the radiator. Cup holder for his favorite beverage.
Reclining bucket seats, memory, heated massage.
USB port.
Heated,
got
cool.
Monster Energy in the cup holder.
Oh, yeah. You got it. You got it. These guys got to relax. They're 50-plus years old.
Settle in.
Brown's lead is 20 seconds over Gruy. Fosnock, 20 seconds is a lot. There's no doubt. Fosnock, Karsten, Walker. Todd Raschote is 6th. Jeffrey Yenser, 7th. Alan Horn, Wayne Powers, and Frank Koenig. That's your top 10. Our guy Kevin Kozad in 11th, helping us out every morning with our prayer. And Earl the Pearl May, not giving up on the Loretta's dream. Still getting it done here. Top 12. Good to see Earl May out there. And Mike Brown, he's working on potentially 2 titles this week.
Wow.
If you're 50-plus and you can win the 40-plus, you're a bad dude.
You are a bad dude. He is a bad dude.
You know how much times I've seen the 10th place change? It's changing a lot.
Who do you got in the number 10 spot right now? Good luck.
Frank,
Go for it.
Give it a shot.
Koenig? Try Koenig. Go for Koenig. Frank Koenig.
There you go. He's having to
Big part for all our apprentices of being an announcer is just completely guessing at last names. You don't have to be right. Trust me.
Yes.
We're never. We've gotten names wrong for years. Never correct ourselves.
Boom. There you go.
You know Justin Barsha? You've heard of Justin Barsha? Yeah, down here at Loretta's, he was Barcia for a long time. We butchered his name for years. Barcia.
DiFrancesco. It's Francisco.
Yep, DiFrancesco.
Plessinger.
Yep. We got Aaron Plessinger. It's Plessinger when we were here. We never knew. John Gruy. Yeah, I'm sure we called him Gru at one point.
John Gruy.
There's Brown in the number 30.
No Wyatt.
It's not easy. And he is deep into lap traffic right now. He doesn't have to worry, though, because he's got a 26-second lead. Another thing for our apprentices, you butcher those last names, and you get into any of the treats that get brought up here. Right now we've got Chef Steve's popcorn, and we're handing it out to the apprentices. You don't work for free. Oh, no. You get popcorn into the deal.
Absolutely.
All right, Brown working his way around, going to triple. And Mike Brown, this dude is so gnarly. So he is the co-trainer. So you've got Alden Baker at Baker's Factory.
Yep.
And then Brown is there also to work with the younger riders, the 250 riders. So he will be at the track all day, do the training with them all day, and then he will load his motorcycle up and go to like a local Friday night practice.
Of course.
That's Mike Brown for you.
I got a question for both of you.
Okay, thank you.
What trainer, if you were riding, what trainer would you want?
The one that's easiest on me.
I'm going to go with Mike Brown right now. How about that?
Why not?
I mean, he's putting a teaching on this field. He's showing you how to get it done. He's just on cruise control right now. Oh, 2-lap card is out. I got to head to the podium. We'll talk to Mike Brown again. If he can hang on. Gruy and Fosnock looking at top 3. What do you think? You got a preference on trainer?
Honestly.
We're putting you on the spot now.
Brown went down.
What happened to Brown?
She's got 26 seconds.
Whoa!
That is an enduro cross move.
That was yes, exactly. Foot down, pivot.
Didn't lose a spot.
It helps to have a 27-second lead. What the heck happened there? Spun that motorcycle around 360.
Honestly.
Good call. Good pickup.
I was gonna go for trainer. I'd go for Hunter Lawrence, or not Hunter Lawrence.
Hunter
sorry,
Lawrence.
Jet Lawrence.
Okay. But does Jet train folks? That's the real question. I'm sure he could. So there is Brown going through the 10 Commandments. Clean as a whistle, even though he's already crashed. That's how good he is. When he crashes, he doesn't even get dirty.
He doesn't care.
No, he cares.
He just brushes it off with his, hair.
With how fast he's going, right? Okay. 2-lap card. Should be coming out if it's not already out. as we continue to eat popcorn and announce dirt bike races.
Yeah. Everyone needs to try this popcorn. It's the best.
Chef Steve's, right? Spread the good word. Your popcorn is a big hit up here, Chef Steve. So Brownie goes down that lap. Probably reduces the lead to about 15 seconds. Pops it right back up. Working his way around some lap traffic. Still Brown, John Gruey, Fosnock, Barry Karsten is 4th. Kevin Walker is 5th. Todd Raschote is 6th. Jeffrey Yentzer 7th. Alan Horn 8th. Frank Koenig and Wayne Powers round out your top 10.
The thing that sucks is running into lappers.
Yes, because they're going a different speed than you. And they might veer out into your way. And
if they're in your way and you're good line, you're going to have to go for a bad line. And that means you're going to be going slower.
Or you might go down, too. That's right. You might force you into a mistake. So Brownie comes across the tunnel jump, heading over to the billboards, hangs a left. This is where he met his demise last time through, makes it through clean.
No, I'm actually kind of wondering if he's going to do a trick at the end.
No, he's all business, man. Because I just think if he does a trick, then he crashes, then he's got to go back, and all the guys he trains. Not a good look. Mike Brown, he does not play around. He's not known for his freestyle maneuvers.
No, not really. Although, he is fastest person on this track.
That's a great call. That is a great call. His lap time, a 2-minute flat, was his quickest on lap number 4. 2 minutes flat. That last time around was a 2:19. So obviously the crash slowed him down pretty bad there.
Oh, yeah.
And there is Mikey Brown working his way through that lap traffic. And those guys are all fast in their own right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. These are bad dudes. Chef Steve's popcorn. It's good stuff. There's Kevin Walker on the YZ250.
Yep.
He's got the number 58 just in front of him. That's a lap rider. So Walker and Raschote right behind him. Koenig at 7th, Yentzer, Horn, and Powers round out your top 10. So for a moment, Kevin Walker did lead this race on the two-stroke for about half a lap or so. And Brownie got around him.
I don't lick my fingers.
All right, we're trying to have conversations there. He's like having a conversation with you. Looking for.
See, a new person in the top 10. Or not the top 10, number 10.
That's going to do it. The checker flag will fly. And that'll do it. Mike Brown, even with the crash, still nails down a 23-second lead over John Gruey. Barry Karsten was 3rd. Fosnock, Walker round out your top 5.
Yeah, that lead is absolutely crazy.
Huge lead, even with the crash.
Yeah.
So as we get ready to toss it down, there is the top 10. That's where you want to be. Your bike gets pulled off to the side there. You get a drink of water. You get in the shade for a minute. You know you've done well if your bike winds up right there. We're having a look at the 31 of Barry Karsten's ride. And we will get ready to toss it down to Jason Wygant.
Well, 2 gold medals in 2 motos, and he walloped them. Little mistake there with 2 to go. Almost put it in jeopardy. No problem if you're Mike Brown. We even had a battle of the Tennessee natives with Kevin Walker in here as well. There is a whole shot award. And another gold medal. Let's hear it from Mike Brown. I just got to ask you, like 2 to go behind those billboards. We saw you doing enduro cross moves back there. What the heck happened?
Yeah, I went in there and I was getting a little bit too far left in that soft stuff, and it grabbed my front end and straight over the bars. I thought it was a good line, but don't try that, guys. But
Okay.
yeah, I got up and did my enduro cross spin around there, but I felt good. It got me out to a good start for sure.
Okay, you're already strong in these two motos, but do you actually feel you can get better as the week goes on? That's the crazy part.
I hope I'm a lot better than that one.
Come on.
No, I was good. I tried a lot of different things there. But, yeah, it was just slippery after they watered it. It was my fault. Nothing about the track or the bike. It just a Mike Brown era. But I felt good. Just ready for get some more down under my belt. And
okay. Who do you want to thank, Mike?
FXR, Munn, KTM, Dunlop, and Arma. You know, everybody that still supports me. Not the haters, but I still love yous too. But that's everybody. To my mom at home, she's been sick. Mechanic Joe, Alden, all the guys I train, them guys supporting me all year and pushing me. And like I said, if it wasn't for those guys, I'm too old to be out here.
Okay, doing it for the kids, the pros that he trains. Let's hear it from Mike Brown. All right, we're looking for second place. We know these guys really well. Lots of moto hardware. Probably has to have an entire room or maybe at least a reinforced shelf for all these moto medals. Back at Loretta's again. Let's hear it for John Gruey. Well, too bad for you guys. Brownie's now eligible for this class, but you're riding pretty well.
Yeah, for sure. You know, when Brownie's out here, you know, you just hope to keep him in sight a little bit and learn from what he does and don't count him.
Yep. Okay, so you won as far as you're concerned.
Yeah, totally.
How'd the moto go for you?
It went good. Decent start. I got shuffled a little bit on the first half a lap. I think I came out second behind Brown, but just got shuffled, you know, and then settled down and found my lines and moved into second.
All right, who do you want to thank, John?
Team Babbitt, Kawasaki Team Green, Fox, Dunlop Tires, along with those and my Tamer whole shot devices, man, just puts me out front almost every time. FMF and Factory Connection suspension. I think I said Fox, Decal Works, Renthal, Twin Air. Man, anybody I forgot, Moto Hose, Hinson Clutch Components, and my girlfriend for helping me all week.
All right, let's hear it for John Gruey. Second place on the Kawasaki, and our third place finisher. Yep, if you're going to have Gruey, you're going to have Carson. Another huge battle, and the Bear Dogs getting up with the bronze. Barry Karsten. All right, listen, you don't even realize this happened. Well, we'll let this group go. Your previous moto, you're over in the cool-down area. I tap you on the shoulder. You will not break focus. You're watching the start of the moto after you, and even timing your clutch drop. You're still trying to learn things, watch the start, and get better.
Yeah, I always go up a moto or two before and watch the start, but here it's kind of hot to sit up here all day, so whenever I can watch the start, I do it, and I didn't have a great draw that time. I was number 32 on the outside, and but I ripped a good start, and you know, I had to go wide in the first turn, and I think I came out maybe 7th or 8th, and just put my head down and put a big charge on.
We're going to get some more Karsten Gruey battles this week?
Yeah. So far, I lost them, I think.
Okay, yeah.
So, but yeah, no, you know, yeah, we enjoy racing each other. It's fun and everything. So.
Awesome. Who do you want to thank, Barry?
Action Motorsports out of Pennsylvania. They've been helping me out. The RM Army, Suzuki, Contingency. I mean, we're making bucks on the Suzukis. You got a lot of fast riders here. If you race a lot of local races with Contingency, Suzuki's the one to go to. So thanks for them, and they support me and my son, and I appreciate that. Scott Goggles, FMF, Dunlop Tires, Answer Racing, Arai Helmets, Twin Air, KPS Suspension. Dialed in my bike a little bit better, that one, so it felt a lot better. They did groom a couple of those sections for us, so we had a chance to rest and then and go from there. But thank everybody for coming out, to Coombs' Family MX Sports, for putting on a great event to make us look like old heroes.
Yeah. Oh, you are old heroes. All right, let's hear it for him. Barry Karsten, third place in 50+.
One more shout out to all the boys at home, District 6, MDRA, District 2, and Metropolitan Sports Committee. Thanks, guys.
It's a guy who actually still races all the time. I know it's a crazy concept these days, but he races every weekend. That's awesome. Support your local tracks. Let's send it back up.
All right, coming up next, race 13, 125 Junior 12 to 17 BC. Colin Allen out of Clayton, North Carolina. Logan Best from Northport, Florida. Deacon Van Verde out of Freedom, Wisconsin. Logan Edwards comes from Fresno, California. And James Clough comes out of Elko, Newmarket, Minnesota. Thor Powell coming out of Cairo, Georgia. Ryder Gwynn from Chesterfield, South Carolina. And Clark Robinson from Shamong, New Jersey. Dylan Sullivan out of Spotsylvania, Virginia. And Christian Merriman comes from Collegeville, PA. Tyler Millay out of Stark, Florida. Logan Lesser from Centennial, Colorado. And Tanner Schlegel comes from Scandia, Minnesota. Austin Parker out of Visalia, California. Owen Gardner from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Milo Moss out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. While Trace Holland comes from Spicewood, Texas. Reese Wheaton comes out of Irwin, PA. Landon Papard comes out of Wasilla, Alaska. Peter Parenti comes out of Palos Park, Illinois. And Jordan Miller comes from Montgomery, Texas. Zayden Mason's out of Hazleton, Indiana. Luke Fauser out of Midland, PA. Diesel Thomas from Raymond, Nebraska. Dylan Blecka comes out of Fruita, Colorado. While Mishawaka, Indiana is home to Dominic Felty. Revan Gordon out of Ascondero, California. Connor Lords comes from Pocatello, Idaho. Tyler Crunk from Cotto Mills, Texas. Tommy Callow from Dade City, Florida. Whisburn Smith out of Midwest City, Oklahoma. Casey Cochran comes to us from Claremont, Florida, while Carter Malcolm comes out of Elizabeth, Colorado. Jordan Torres comes out of Watsonville, California. Jesse Furtado out of Placerville, California. Jeremiah Willoughby comes out of Byers, Colorado, while Cole Kish is from Onstead, Michigan. Zachary McGuire from Eugene, Oregon. Landon Hartz out of Wilsonville, Alabama. Holland Russell from Los Angeles, California. Noah Stevens out of Danbury, North Carolina. And Kason Little from Montgomery, Texas. That's your 125 Junior 12 to 7 BC, Mikey, and we are just about to pop this thing off.
Yes, we are. It helps when the mute button's off. Hey, first day, rookie mistake, right? I get to claim rookie all week, right?
That was yesterday.
Oh, darn
yeah,
it.
that
Okay,
rookie thing ended yesterday during practice.
Oh, shoot. You'll have that on the bigger jobs, they say.
Absolutely.
You know?
When you move up to the varsity. Anyways, 125 Junior, 12 to 17 BC. We just announced the starting lineup. Track looking pretty rough, Mike. Look down into the Bermuda Triangle right now. Check out the entrance. All the damage is done there early. You see a lot of big braking bumps, starting to see some real rollers there. A lot of times you're going to see a big hook or a big bump right in the middle of that corner. Not really seeing that so far in these ruts down there in the Bermuda Triangle. Take a look at the beach. That beach is absolutely a mess, dude. That thing is brutal.
What was a berm is now a hillside. We're off and rolling. The gate's down. Is that the number 80?
Jeremiah Willoughby out of Byers, Colorado with the hole shot. I'm not sure if he got the hole shot, but he now has the lead. They were side by side as they came across that line. But I can promise you he took command of the lead by that second turn, the number 80 machine. Look at that group, Mikey. I see 6 wide. 6 wide through the 10 Commandments right there. Absolutely incredible. We talk about needing position. This is one of those classes, that 125C. All of these guys, 12 to 17, pretty experienced. They're coming off of super minis. Not that big a difference between a super mini and a real 125. A few horsepower, and of course the wheels. But I gotta tell you, man, it's going to be a real battle for some of these riders as they try to get position back lost on the start. These 125s are so evenly matched. Right. You just can't twist the throttle and make up time.
And one kid that has been flexing on his 125 for about a year straight now is Casey Cochran. I did not see him. He was way, if I saw what I saw, I think he's buried.
And, you know, I hate to hear that because there's been a couple seasons now, just 1 or 2 small issues really plaguing Casey and some big key issues in some conditions, rather. The rider having issues right there is what I was referring to on the track. Picking that thing back up and on 2 wheels. But back to Casey Cochran, just needs to get back in that, I don't want to say ritual or routine, but just needs to get back into that mindset. Yeah, that positive mindset, and I believe that's the only thing we're really lacking right now.
He is mid-pack right there, probably about 20th place right now. Wow. Casey Cochran, the perennial favorite, he absolutely mopped the floor at Mammoth, and I know he did the same thing at Minio, so yeah, he's got a long road to hoe, as they say.
And look at this, Logan Best out front. That's bad news for the majority of this field right now. The number 6 machine out front early. He has clean air. He's got clean vision. And it's going to be extremely easy for Logan to take control of this racetrack.
Yeah, I agree. Logan Best probably would love to say he's as fast as as Casey Cochran, and sometimes he is, sometimes he's not. So we'll see how this thing all shakes down. The who's who of 125 riders in America right now. Logan Best on that Yamaha, looking strong right now. That's a best case scenario for Logan Best to have the issues with even Landon Peppered back there in 16th. So just a who's who of riders. Geez, Colin Allen on the number 2 comes Revan Gordon, Luke Fowler, all outside of the top 5. So long way to go here. That's the number 17 of Clark Robbins on the KTM. So this is working out beautifully for Logan Best on the number 6 Yamaha ride. Now it's off. So our leaders now working on their second lap, Mikey Wayans, and this traditionally is one of the most competitive races we have here. This schoolboy 125 class is one of my favorite races of the year here at Loretta Lynn.
Well, like you guys were saying, the names are stacked. You look outside of the top 5 and you've still got huge names back there trying to make their mark, trying to get up there in the competition with things. And right now, Logan Best, the guy out front, ringing out the old Yamaha there. When he clocked in after 1, he had about a 2-second gap. Let's see what he's got. Runs a 2-minute flat. And, hey, Clark Robbins still kind of with him. About a second and a half back.
And there is the 66 of Casey Cochran. I got him coming through in 13th. He's right here. And he's got a murderer's row of guys that he's going to have to fight through. It's not like you're at a local race. You're looking at the 3 or 4 best dudes from every region in America. So good luck with that.
Yeah, when you say that, take a look at those lap times. 2:00, 2:00, 2:01. Everybody's running within a second and a second and a half of each other. The problem is that's a lot of real estate, Kevin Kelly.
Sure.
That's the neighbor's yard. You know,
100%.
for sure.
Yeah, so watch Landon Peppered on the 37 gas, and Casey Cochran as they kind of work their way through. There's Casey on the 66 machine. Our first look at him, the Fox ride there as he is trying to make something happen there on his Husqvarna. But there's a lot of dudes right in front of him.
And you see he's sitting on that 2:00, and the guys in front of him, 2:03, 2:12, 2:03, 2:04. That guy's anywhere from 3 to 10 seconds quicker than the guys ahead of him. He needs to make no mistakes and doesn't want to have any altercations with any of you guys. Be patient.
Yeah,
work your way around.
Take a deep breath here. You can throw it away. You can ruin your whole week right here if you just
absolutely
get a little caught up in the moment.
Oh, we've seen it this morning already early in the day, Mikey. We've seen some heartbreakers. Very first race. Yeah, we've seen some heartbreakers. Casey's been here. He's got a lot of experience. He's mature beyond his years. And I can assure you this, he's going to put himself into championship contention. He'll get up in there far enough.
Top 5 would be a huge accomplishment.
He'll get up there far enough that he'll still be in contention.
Barring any unforeseen problems as we follow along with the 66 of Casey Cochran. All the while, Logan Best consistent with his 2-minute lap times there. Luke Falls are the quickest though on lap number 2, a 2-minute just about flat, 2-minute 0.3 seconds. They're all about in that 2-minute range. So we're watching the progress there on screen of Casey Cochran. He's got 5 riders right in front of him. He's right in front of us, guys. He's going to be okay.
Oh, he absolutely will. You mentioned Fowler. Fowler, one of the kids that I watched grow up, literally right down the road, and went from a smaller kid, starting to get some real good size, natural speed. And what's coming with Fowler right now is the racecraft. That's what's really coming with him. And he's young. They didn't even ride super mini.
Sure.
So they're straight in, so they're going all the way. So pretty good ride for him right now as he moves himself into the 4th place.
Landon Peppered has jumped up to 9th. And he has moved a little bit away from Casey Cochran. So Peppered, the hired gun for the Gas team. He's from Alaska. His dad's a bushwhacker. They fly the planes around. They kill big, huge, big game animals. So he's an interesting kid.
They sent us the salmon and stuff last year. There's the tray.
Right. Yep, he sure did. Oh, and Peppered just about loses the front end. Casey Cochran's parents have an interesting story. His dad is a member of Top Gun. He went through the Top Gun school, and the whole movie you just saw, he goes, I have flown that mission. He goes, when you see the movie, come talk to me, Doug Cochran. So Doug, I'm going to bend your ear later on because I want to hear about that. I was fascinated with the movie. His wife was a F-18 mechanic. That's where they met on the flight deck of a carrier. So
what you're saying is he knows a thing or two about going fast.
Correct. Not afraid.
Preparation. Preparation. Yeah.
And what was it? What were all those words we went through earlier?
I heard you guys saying that.
Very cool.
And there's a look at Landon Peppered. He's a feisty little guy himself. I like that kid. There's Cochran just behind him, a couple steps back. So The push is going to be coming from all those kids. Revan Gordon goes good. Peppard goes great. Blecka, Colin Allen, he's got the number 2 on that bike for a reason. He is the returning second-place finisher from last year. There's some bad dudes out on this racetrack.
Explain something to me, Kevin Kelly. When we have these quick lap times like this, these 150-62 minutes, how does it go that fast? We are 7.5 minutes into this thing already. It's like, I thought we were a lap and a half into it. Here we go. We're on lap 4.
They are just banging them out.
We're clicking off lap 4 here in 1 second, dude. That is incredible.
Just the racing is fantastic. There's Cochran now. He's working on, looks like the 57, or the 97 of Noah Stevens. So the kid we need to talk about is Landon Peppard. He's moving, boys.
Wow. No question. Fowler still hanging in, and Robbins turns a good lap. Actually, Robbins made a mistake that time. 2:04 allowed Fowler to close the gap up just a bit. Colin Allen, look at that guy. That guy's a scrapper, and he wears number 2 for a reason.
Absolutely. There's Colin Allen, the Cookie Monster, on the number 2 on that EBR Yamaha ride out of Texas.
Heck yeah.
Colin Allen on screen right there, the number 2 Yamaha.
All those EBR kids, I believe, had the custom helmets. It's so cool what the teams all do for their guys now. Like, it used to be you just show up, you're on your own program. Now, no, it's team orders. We have team meals. We have team this, team that, team uniforms, the whole deal.
Listen, me and Kevin first come down the ranch. Man, you had O'Neill gloves.
A pump sprayer and a flathead screwdriver.
Had Cinesalo pants, Axo jersey. Nothing matched, dude. Yeah.
My brother had one set of gear in 93. To get us through the whole week. Rode 125C in the 500 class.
Washington Creek.
15. Absolutely.
Washington Creek.
We stayed in Dixon, had to go back and forth.
Yeah.
And had a Ranger, no tent, no easy up, no
Love
pressure washer, nothing. Just a pump sprayer. And literally I had a gallon to get me through the day.
Right.
Scrape that mud off with a flat head.
Love that story, dude. That's what it's all about down here.
You
man.
had me at the Danger Ranger.
And you know the reason the track looks this good, and all these guys are wearing custom uniforms and all that, because guys like that,
they trailblazers on the backs of all us losers.
Come down here and made it happen.
Battle. That is a 5-way battle.
5.
What a great battle. Casey Cochran at the tail end of that one.
Wow.
Oh, he was.
He's got the 97 of Stevens behind him now. And they worked their way to the center point of the racetrack. Peppard just ahead of all those guys on the red gas. You can pick Peppard up here on the right-handed sweeper. Cochran has gone blow for blow. They have traded punches. He'll try to split these two guys right here, and he'll make that happen. He's got Peppard again on his radar. Got the missile lock, if you will. Pardon the pun, Doug Cochran, but take the shot. It's no good, Goose. Come on. So Peppard and Cochran running through this field, up and over the Tunnel of Love, heading towards the billboards. That's the race we're watching as they work their way towards the end of this moto.
So we were talking about a top 5. Now all of a sudden, look at Casey Cochran sitting in that 7th position. Logan Best just doing what Logan Best does, man, putting in really good laps. And that's a comfortable lead. Not a huge lead, not a tremendous lead, but 4.3 seconds, he can swap one time.
Yes.
He can blow a berm one time, and he's got this thing in race management mode right now. Just about 9 minutes to go, and I can tell you, he can handle pressure as good as anybody out there for sure.
Yeah, he's on that bike and that team for a reason. They love what he's all about. Logan Best is fantastic. Some of these kids just blossom at different times in their career. Like some of the guys, you're like, he was not a phenom, he wasn't this or that on an 80, but when they get on the big bike, it's a different ballgame. Landon Peppard may be that guy. Peppard was a solid top 7, 8, 5 guy, but now you'll see him. He's probably going to approach that podium by the time this is all said and done, and he's going to drag Cochran with him.
Quick story, Anthony, the ranch manager here, was in Morgantown as a child. 10, 12, 13 years old, he could not ride a mini bike. Bless his heart, he could not ride an 85. Sure. As soon as he got on a 250F, the guy was on fire. He's blowing by me and Alan like we're standing still and stuff in 6 months' time. Bike change, all it took.
Yeah, no idea why that happens. Everybody just hits their peaks at different times.
And it's just a bummer because some of them hit that peak at 4 and stay with it.
I'm trying to
those are the oddities.
I've not hit a peak yet.
It's coming.
Still
I feel
waiting.
it for you, man. I'm rooting for you.
Our leader coming into the finish line, turned the blue Yamaha, the number 6 on the plates. That is Logan Best. He's having it like, if you scripted a moto, this is how you do it. Make your competition finish way behind you, make them battle and exhaust themselves. And Cochran has gotten around Peppard. So finally, he has followed that guy. He's been a fullback. He has been punching holes for Casey Cochran all through this field, and they are coming.
Yeah, so if you're Logan Best, you set the fastest lap on lap number 4.
And look at your boy Falzer at 3rd now, dude.
After getting the whole shot. So, yeah, that's pretty much an ideal race for Best. So you set the fastest lap, you lead from the start, you open up about a 5-second lead, And that's about as good a scenario as it gets if it rolls that way to the end. Like you said, Fowler able to put himself in the number 3 position. Let me tell you something. He's that guy. Like I said, he was super fast on little bikes, but now he's a real player on the big bikes.
Settled in, for
and
sure.
I'm pumped to see that because folks are great people, man. Love the Fowlers.
There's our leader, the number 6, Logan Best. He has handled business from the drop of the gate. And as they say, the cream literally has risen to the top here as Peppard and all the boys have came through from about, Cochran was literally in the 20s.
Oh, no question. Yeah. No question. He was mired. We couldn't even actually find him because there's lots of Huskies out there, lots of white machines, blue machines. And to put himself in this position in a matter of 5 laps, because it took him a lap to get rolling, and then, man, it was on. You know what I really like about Logan Best? Watch his social media. Watch his training videos. It's like he's here. The bottom line is it's race conditions for him every time.
I like it.
There's no, yeah, absolutely. You take a look at any of his videos.
Yeah, all you guys that are hunting smooth tracks and a nice, cool Thursday night practice, you're doing yourself a disservice. We do it at 95 plus degrees. This track is beat. So you need to go, like we used to tell all our guys, like, hey, come after our big race. That Monday, we'll leave it rough. You go out there and just sweat to the oldies, my man. And that's where you earn these positions. There's Logan Best, and he's doing it right now.
Man, just powering through the beach, Kevin. Feet up, gripping that bike. And take a look at our favorite corner of the Bermuda Triangle right now, Kevin. It is chopped up, going down into the bottom. It is absolutely sick.
I believe Casey Cochran and Landon Peppard have a shot at a top 3. That's 5th and 6th. They've got Colin Allen directly ahead of him. They may have gotten Colin. I don't see Colin now. Yeah, they've gotten Colin Allen, so they are now 5th and 6th. So these dudes are still moving. And this is when you really can see who's done their homework.
Yeah.
Deep in a moto like this.
Yep. We talk about survival. We talk about suffering. And this is where it's at right now. You're suffering. We're 14, 15 minutes in right now at 90-plus degrees. So at full race pace, championship race pace.
Man, what a fantastic ride for both Casey Cochran and Landon Peppard. They are catapulting themselves into an actual championship contention now. When you're talking 3rds and 4ths, you're getting things done. Cochran now almost comes to the low. He gets around Clark Robbins just like that.
Yep.
He wastes no time.
That was James Stewart style. Passed him where he came to him. Didn't set him up. Didn't look for a line. Took the other line. Went around him.
Carried it right to him. All right, so Cochran immediately sets his sights on the rider right in front of him now, and it's going to be Falzer who's going to have to deal with Casey Cochran now.
Yeah, it'll be a scrap here, no doubt about that. Falzer pretty defensive, carries some good speed, but Cochran right now has the mojo, has the momentum. He's on a mission.
Split him again.
He's going to be in 4th by the time he gets here. He's going to be in 3rd, excuse me.
Mistake by JJ right there, the number 80 KTM.
Wow, I believe you're right.
Yeah, had a little bobble, and here he is, right on Falzer. So I guess Falzer and Casey Cochran both get around JJ.
I believe you're right. As we watch that battle, the KTM, that is Luke Falzer, Casey Cochran on the white Husqvarna.
So this is for second.
Yeah, correct.
This is for
second.
Now. Oh, here we come down the beach.
On the inside. Oh, it's so rough. It is so rough there. Falzer able to hang on. So not sure about the 2-lap car. There's Logan Best. And there is that battle just raging on.
As soon as that turns 8, we should have the 2-lap card out.
And that is for second. There is second, third.
Yep.
It's going to be Falzer, and Cochran going to work his way around the outside. That is the long way around. Can he do it and race him to the apex of this left-hander?
On the rear fender, Cochran lets it hang out, takes possession of the inside line. Falzer tries to go outside. Can he defend? No. Cochran on a mission into that number 2 position. And look at this. When we take a look at timing and scoring, a 13.5-second gap for Logan Best. The battle between Falzer, Cochran, the battle between Cochran and the field.
Everybody
has allowed Logan Best to take off. And I do have to give a shout-out to Thor Powell right there. I believe he was like 25th place.
Good call.
After lap number 1. Man, there he is in that number 14 position already.
And tough break for your boy Willoughby. He slips all the way back to 9th, so something must have happened. He was second on that lap. Oh, there's Falzer now. It doesn't get any easier, Luke Falzer, because now you're going to have to deal with the number 37 of Landon Peppard, who's not going to be outdone by Casey Cochran. He wants a podium spot.
Meanwhile, there's Logie Bear doing his thing out front, hitting his marks, clean air. Another day at the office.
Just all the cliches you can run out there, right?
Exactly.
Throwing all the cliches at him, man. He's got a 5-pitch cliche. Here comes the curve, the slider, the changeup.
Oh, I told you guys will get along swimmingly. Swimmingly. Okay.
We're going to have bunk beds in here. We'll have them built by the end of the night.
Yeah, we're going to do activities in here.
Do I hear power tools?
I see karate in the basement tonight.
Without a doubt. It's on.
Catalina wine mixer coming up. There's the yellow flag. That is just the absolute nastiest straightaway.
Okay.
I think he was aware of it.
He
had it under control. That's why he's just a pro's pro. He's not a pro.
That's why he has a 13.5 second gap.
Yeah, we're all freaking out. It's like, hey, I got this. Y'all calm down.
Calm down.
Calm down. All right, so he'll come around the big Polysport sweeper here. And Logan Best on his way. I believe the 2-lap board is out.
Yeah, we should be getting white flag here.
Did Pepper get
I'll tell you. Here comes Cochran and nope, not yet. He is working on him, though. He might get the same pass. Oh, the lap rider has to change up the line there. He's going to try to sweep around the outside. No doing there.
Man, that was a swap by that lap rider.
The billboard's there. Logan Best looking for where they might put his portrait up there at some point in his career. Maybe right there at the end. He looks over, spots his mechanic.
He says right there.
He said right there.
Right there.
Kevin Kelly,
bro.
He said right there.
He's got Bob Ross working on that portrait right as we speak here. Happy little red hair for Logan Best there.
Happy hair.
You can't just put one there. You got to have lots of little hair for Logan there. Heading towards the 10 Commandments, that's where you're going to pick up your leader. I mean, this has been a flawless run for Logan Best. Of course, I don't like to count your chickens.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
We know how this works.
Yep, for sure.
Unless you're Mike Brown, you have a 98-second lead. You can crash a couple times, go in for a burger, and still win the thing.
Rodney Tomlin almost got beat up by Chad Wienan's dad because he put a jinx on him.
Oh, yes.
One day. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Oh, no.
That happens more than you think. Like, as announcers, you guys know. You're like, man, this guy's having his best day here. It's like, bloom, he goes down. You're like,
oh, yeah, Pops Wienan was coming at Rod. Hey, I did not put a jinx. I did not break the chain.
A perfect day here. You can't stop this. Oh, and he goes down.
You know, remember the last time we were here, there hasn't been a breakdown since his chain broke. And Pops Wienan went crazy. It changes the championship and stuff. Oh, it was nuts.
Son of a gun.
A son of a gun.
Son of a gun. The big sweeper there one more time. How tired are these guys? I try to explain when I'm watching this back at the fire station. They're like, how hard is this? I'm like, dude, get in the squat position. I'm going to give you this 45-pound bar.
And you just bounce.
We're going to wrestle for the next 20 minutes. You just push, pull, lean back, just stay in that squat position. And I won't let you go until we're done with it. 20 minutes. It's exhausting.
It'd be basically the same as just grabbing that hose in full gear and running for 3-4 blocks.
Tiring. Super exhausting.
Thing, right?
They're much better athletes than I am, for sure. All right, just a handful of seconds to remain as Logan Best will grab this. There he is. He is pumped. The Monster Energy Yamaha ride will take that machine right to the top step of the podium. But, man, honorable mention for these two guys here.
Absolutely.
Falzer, hold off. There's Cochran, and Pepper got Falzer at the finish.
Look at that great move by Pepper. Yeah, on the gas, thinking right there.
Hey, you know how important at one point can be, man.
Set it up. That was a great move. And, hey, props to Falzer. You know what I mean? Finishing fourth right there. Noah Stevens able to hold on to that 5. Clark Robbins is where we're calling that bubble for this championship contention. You need it needs to be your worst finish to that 5-6 area right there, and then hope for some help.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Man, that is I am tired of watching these guys get after it. Well done. Congratulations go out to Logan Best as a wire-to-wire win for him. The NSA Yamaha ride. Grab yourself a congratulatory sip of water, Logan Best. Talk to Donnie Luce. Tell him to hand that wallet over. I need some Yamaha contingency, my man. And we'll call this moto done, folks, and we're going to toss it down to, unfortunately, Jason Wygant.
Man, he doesn't look that worse for wear, considering a nice, strong 20-minute moto and a strong pace to the end. Bringing some retro touches when I see a number 6 on a Yamaha up front. Let's hand the gold medal in our first 125 moto to Logan Best. All right, moving up to the bigger motorcycles this year is Logan Best and still winning. First of all, a lot of people were excited. Yamaha came out with a new 125 this year. How's the bike?
Well, amazing. We worked really hard to get it right, and we worked really hard to you know, get it up here. So JMS builds an amazing motor, and Donnie sending us parts to make sure everything's right. So, I mean, I just can't thank them enough.
How'd that moto go for you?
Went good. Got a really good start. Swanee and Matt, and the other Matt, helped me pick a gate. So, yeah, it was just amazing.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, the whole NSA Rock River Yamaha team, Danny, Ed, Cole, Jake, Donnie, everyone over there, they're amazing. Monster Army, Bell helmets, 100% goggles, Moose Racing gear, Asterisk knee braces, Alpine Star boots, Swanee, SKDA, JMS Motors, Enzo Suspension, SOB, they're amazing. And yeah, just everyone, thank you so much.
There it is. Logan Best takes the moto win. All right. And we'll look for Casey Cochran, who ended up with a comeback ride for second in that one. Yeah, from way back to a silver medal. It's a great ride. Let's hear it for the 66, Casey Cochran. These kids are worn out. Man, you were way back. Was it the bad gate pick, or what happened early on in that one? Because you had some work to do.
So I got off to a pretty decent start. Holy.
There you go.
I'm dizzy, dude. Got off to a pretty good start, and then just collected with another rider off that roller. I don't know what happened. I mean, I jumped inside, he jumped outside, a racing incident. That's what it is. And in that moment, I thought it was over. I was like, well, we'll come back for the next one, but I put my head down, tried to make passes, and then I saw Grizz put 8th on the pit board, and I was like, that's pretty dang good. And then I never saw halfway, so I felt like I was riding out there forever, but it was a good moto. I mean, just charged through the pack, saw P3, saw P2, and then just cruised it in. I mean, I was whooped out there.
That's amazing. Good ride. Who do you want to thank, Casey?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe out there, Husqvarna Motorcycles, Vision Wheel, Dunlop Tires, Monster Army, Holden Baker, Mike Brown, Baker Factory, Factory Connection, Power Band Suspension, On Track School, Fox Racing, VP Fuels, and everyone out there who supports me, I appreciate it.
All right, that's a heck of an effort. Let's hear it for Casey Cochran. Hold on, I got to go grab our whole shot winner, too. I'm just trying to figure out the whole shot in this moto. In the meantime, let's give out a bronze medal. He's already there getting ready for it. Made this one happen in the last lap. Let's hear it for the 37, Landon Peppard. Yeah. Takes a village. All right, Landon. Good run there for third. Looks like you had to work for it. Was late in the race when you got that spot.
Yeah, got a horrible start. I think I was like 33rd or something. It was bad. But I just fought the whole moto, tried to be consistent and smooth and not freak out and panic. And I got to 4th. I saw P4 on the board on the 2-lap card. And it was the last lap. And then I said, all right, this is my only chance for the championship. So I sprinted as hard as I could and got him on the last lap and rode her home.
All right, that's an awesome ride. Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Fox, 100%, Gas, Monster, my mom, my dad. Wouldn't be anywhere without them. The Lord Jesus Christ wouldn't be, none of us would be here without him. Daniel, Blair, he's been helping me since OB Camp and Redbud. The whole Gas team and everybody else, thank you.
All right, great job. He's third. Let's hear it for Landon Peppard. All right, that's a wrap on 125. Now we know. Whole shot from Stasek. The award goes to Tyler Millett. I saw you going bar to bar with a couple guys to the first turn. Take me through that.
Yeah, I got a good jump, and I knew it was just pin it to win it to the corner, so I went for it as much as I could. Got it done.
Cool. Who do you want to thank for that?
My mom, my dad, everyone at Moto Sandbox, Tyler Bowers, Kyle Cheeseman, Dunlop, 100%, Belt Wells Brothers, and everyone else. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Tyler Mollett taking Whole Shot Award. Tyler Mollett. All right. That's a wrap.
All right. Thank you a lot, Jason Wygant. I'm happy to hear from him. I know, Kevin Kelly, you can
By the
rip
end of
on
the
him.
week.
Okay, all right.
I
got you.
hate that guy. Everybody does.
Coming up next, race number 38, your 250B. Who we got out there? How about Drake Dion out of Lena, Wisconsin aboard the Yamaha. Parker Ross out of Harold, California. The number 13 of Drayton Smith out of Spicewood, Texas. Tell me that's a hot city.
Oh, it's hot, baby. It's hot.
It's hot. Matty Jorgensen Jr. out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Garrett Allball out of Newark. You got it. You nailed it. I'm from the Midwest. See, I can't pronounce the Florida names. Newark, Texas. Grayson Fair out of Jonesboro, Louisiana. Lux Turner out of Gardnerville. You're good. Nevada on the KTM. Grant Hoffman out of Georgia. Wyatt Fields out of California aboard the Yamaha. Trevin Nelson out of Stokesdale, North Carolina aboard the Yamaha. Julian Bowman on the number 29 Yamaha. The number 30 of Trevor Payne out of Berlin Center, Ohio on the KTM. Marcelio Leodoraco. I butchered that, didn't he?
Marcello Leodoricio.
You nailed it. I knew you'd know.
I've just heard it. I had to ask.
I know.
So don't act like I'm not acting like I can read it.
For me, you look at it,
hey,
you look
I'll
away,
help
then
you with
you
this
can
dude
say
when
it.
you get to him. That's bass flute.
Bass flute.
So forget the,
that
don't
one.
even, that one blows my mind. It's bass flute.
Preston bass flute. Brody Bennett on the number 35. Hayden Deegan, Danger Boy out there, the number 38 Yamaha. Reagan Cochran. Daxton Bennick. Yeah, you got to make more notes, man. Seth Scholl out of Centerburg, Ohio. Brennan Schofield. Hayes Edwards. Aiden Kiefer. Lane Allison. Brody Propernick. And Brandon Nelson. And here we go. Only got through half the pack before. Whoa!
Big get off there. Pops right back up. That is correct. So everybody's up and okay. That's Kawasaki riders down. And this is your 250B class. I'll give you the quick little rundown while we try to set the rest of the table. The 64 is going to be Christian McCauley. 65, Cole Godfrey. 69, Bryce Saylor. 70 is going to be Joseph Spadero. 71, Josh Bryan. Dayton Briggs, 73. Ronald Johnson, 74. Evan Ferry, 75. Casey Bernard Jr., 77. Travis Henry Bellotti, 79. Michael Corcoran, number 80. Talon Zollers, number 82. Josh Bowman, number 85. Devin Salo, 87. Trevor Collop, 92. Gavin Mays, 98. And Mark Finesse round out your field. Folks, this one, as it always is, probably one of the more deeper, more stacked fields you're going to find out here, Mikey, as we watch. Oh, and that's Evan Ferry with the big mistake. Oh, he gets KO'd from behind.
Danger Boy.
Oh, that bike is for sale. Danger Boy says, I will gladly slip past you there. That was unintentional, but I mean, it just happened.
But something tells me we're going to see them connect a couple more times for this.
I am here for that.
Hey,
I love it.
Little mishap by both.
Yeah, so he just
fair play.
A little bit of a bobble there for Ferry. Deegan comes in hot and makes it work for him. So we're going to watch the 38 of Hayden Deegan and track his progress. Evan Ferry had a nice little moto going for about 11 seconds.
He did, yeah. Had a good, strong start there. That little bobble by him. So
let's see what the leader is. The number 14, perhaps.
Is it Matty Jorgensen?
Matty Jorgensen on the KTM. That's a soft J.
A soft J.
There you go. Matty Soft J Jorgensen. Oh, he's probably the actual Jorgensen, though. Yep. So it's jogging. Oh, really? Jogging. All right. So Dayton Briggs in the number 2 spot. Julian Balmer is 3rd on the 29 Yamaha. Base flew back in 5th. Lane Allison, Trevin Nelson, Evan Ferry, and Dax Bennick. So some of the big players all kind of marred up with some crazy first lap action here. So a lot of movement here, Mikey Waynes. There is another problem for Hayden Deegan. Goggles are off, and he is going to the mechanics area. I'm not at all sure what's happening here. So he is going around the racetrack, heading into the mechanics area as we try to follow along with what's going on with Hayden Deegan.
Now they're looking at the bike right now. Hayden Deegan with his hands up. I mean, he's beside himself. I mean, what do you do at that point? What do you do besides what? I mean, if you're Hayden Deegan, what do you do in that situation besides say all of the bad words?
Yeah, you're cussing in the helmet.
Threw his hands up. So we'll see if we can find out more on that. Hey, meanwhile,
there's 75 of Evan Ferry. So Mike Burkeen from the AMA, I was kind of asking him, like, how's that work? Like, can you do work on motorcycles not in the mechanics area?
Good
so
question.
I don't know if that's an issue or not, but we'll let those guys sort that out. I know he's having a mechanical. I know he got a little tangled up there with Evan Ferry, so there's a lot of moving parts here. I believe Preston Baseflug is who you see on the screen now as we watch the 29 of Julian Balmer getting some pressure now. And that is Preston Baseflug.
Yeah, he's moving.
He is actually moving. So they're working. They're dead center of the racetrack. We'll pick them up. They touch down the 14 of Matty Soft J. Jorgensen. He is out front. He has got Evan Ferry. I don't know how Evan Ferry's in second. That's crazy. Is that no, that would Julian Balmer. My apologies. Evan's a little bit further back here. There we go. I'll get it right here in a minute, I think.
Look at that battle.
There's Baseflug. So it's Jorgensen, Balmer, Briggs, Baseflug. Evan Ferry is in fifth. So not out of this by any stretch.
Good move by Preston Baseflug there on the number 36 Cali.
Is that Evan Ferry again getting just abused? They are going hard on the paint. They're backing him into the post there.
They are, man. I don't know what was said down at the starting gate, but
that is the second time Evan Ferry is going to need new graphics.
But we're sorting it out on the track right now. So Evan Ferry coming right back at Dayton.
Right back at him, the 73. They're a long way around. They're going to sprint to the inside. He pushes him out. He goes, I'm not playing around anymore.
Yeah.
Like you either get pushed, you're the hammer or the nail right here at this point. And he has been the nail a couple of different times now. So Evan Ferry, though, if you ever met Evan, super funny kid, super polite. He's probably in his helmet saying all kind of clever, funny things.
I guarantee it.
Just cutting up there, huh?
Yeah, solid kid. Great personality. And another mistake by Evan Ferry.
I totally would have cleaned those ruts out, so I'm not sure what's going on with Evan. I'm a superior rut rider, apparently. They're another little bit of a bomb. I totally kid there, Evan Ferry. As we are following along the 75, we lost Hayden Deegan. I'm not sure if he found his way back out there. Mark Finez back in 15th. Dax Bennett buried back in 7th, so some of our players having some problems. This has been a wild moto here. So there is Balmer, Baseflug. Baseflug a big kid, man. His dad, I believe, used to race the GPs.
Okay.
Way back in the day. His old man goes good. Following along with our drone footage, Baseflug apparently likes to scrub that jump. His foot came off the pegs. He almost high-sided it right there. Evan Ferry has cleared the rider in front of him, Allison, and now he is going after Baseflug, who's made a few mistakes in the push coming from Dax Bennett as well, who's in 7th.
Hey guys.
Go ahead, Rodney.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just saw Danger Boy go by. He just came up. I was going over to the mechanics area to see if I could figure out what was going on. He evidently re-entered the racetrack, circulated one more time as he came by the finish line, exited the racetrack. His rear wheel was totally demolished. It was wobbling all over the place. I don't know if it had broken spokes or bent rim, whatever happened, but there was no way he was going to ride that machine.
Hey, thanks Rodney Tomlin out there, the man on the scene there. Probably that collision got into Evan Ferry's foot peg perhaps, and took care of a couple of spokes and a couple of hard landings, and you blow a wheel out doing that. So better safe than sorry there as we follow along into the 10 Commandments. There's Baseflug. There's the 29 of Balmer. That's a three-way battle for the lead. That's Jorgensen, Balmer, Baseflug, and you should have Evan Ferry coming in the mix here in just a moment. That is a just brutal section. That's a slot car section.
Matty doing a good job right there, answering to the pressure, able to put a little bit of a gap on it, back on them, at least for the moment, but it ain't going to last long.
Oh, we got it.
3 freight trains are on their way.
This is it. Yamaha riders running 2nd and 4th. Baseflug, a Yamaha sandwich, if you will. Got a little bit stuck in your teeth there. Got a little Evan Ferry in the top tooth there if you want to get that out. Now around the big sweeper there. That flagger is not impressed whatsoever as he follows along. Matty Jorgensen is your leader. And now they'll touch back in. The crowd is just piled up around this point of the racetrack. There's Jorgensen just sending it. That's not even a double. That's just a pile of dirt that they're calling a double now. I love it. And here comes Dax Bennett. He's going to make this a 5-way battle. Bennett has come from outside the top 10 along with Ferry. So coming across the stripe there's Jorgensen. We have a rider go down. Not sure what happened.
Was it Bomer?
Oh, Bomer, I believe, is off the side of the track. Yep.
Dropping positions right now. We'll see.
So the pace is just pushing these guys into, and the track itself.
That's the last thing you want on the track, facing the opposite direction.
That's the worst.
Seconds are like minutes.
For real. There's Baseflug on the Team Green Kawasaki ride, the Fox rider. Just says, I want to jump over the ruts. I do not want to deal with these ruts, nor do I want to deal with the guy in my rearview mirror. There he is, the 75 out of Florida. Evan Ferry, continuing the winning ways of redheads worldwide. Evan Ferry ready to carry the torch for SPF 50 great racers worldwide. Jumps that triple, hops out of it, avoids the ruts. Don't blame you, my man. Don't blame you.
That's it. SPF 50. Those are my people. I understand.
You know, me and you both.
I got you. Yeah.
I've been out so many races getting sunburned.
I got you.
All right, back into Storyland we go, and the story is still being written by your leader. How about it? Matty Jorgensen. Still hanging tough.
Yeah, he's been real consistent those lap times. Of course, he got the fastest with a 158. Daxton Bennett flirted with it with a 158.349.
There's Jorgensen there. Wow, he just had a great lap. I thought we were reading it wrong.
2:04 his last time around. Preston a little bit faster, got him by about 4 seconds.
A little bit.
And the gap is 3.7. So knocking on the door by the end of this one. At least should be.
You'd think. Here comes Jorgensen up and over that big camelback. And then whatever you want to call this ginormous jump that is really not a double or whatever. Around the big sweeper front end almost tucks. There's Baseflug in second, Ferry third. Dax Bennett is slowly creeping into the picture here, folks.
Shout out to the drone operator, by the way, racertv.com here, giving us the bird's eye view, staying on those guys.
So Bennett hanging tough. And then you got Briggs in fifth, Leo DeRiso in sixth, Trevor Collett, Lane Allison, Trevin Nelson, and Casey Bernard rounding out your top 10. Lux Turner back in 11th. Ballmer, tough break, he's in 12th. Finez was outside the top 20. He's KTM's hope here. He's got some work to do, but man, I want to hear what Evan Ferry tells you on the podium when he got smashed from behind from Deegan, and I believe that's what blew the wheel out. Then he got hit again. He was a punching bag in that moto, Jason Wygant. So there's Ferry. Now he's wanting to do some punching on his own here. He's working on Preston Baseflug now as they take similar lines through the 10 Commandments. Double. That is not the hot way through there. Baseflug again dabs. That's going to cost a couple of points there. And he will make the pass. That was a very uneventful pass there. But can he stick it here in this deep, rutted out?
Hey, took the grown man line right there.
That was tough. Baseflug fires back. Baseflug comes back on the inside. Can he make the pass back? Now they race back to the left-hander, and he does. Baseflug is not done yet. He says, learn how to say my name right, boys. I'll give you plenty more opportunities here at the ranch the next couple of years.
I promise you.
There is Baseflug. He's a man's man. When you get up next to Preston Baseflug, his old man's 6'4" of twisted steel and sex appeal. He's a big dude, old man Baseflug. Big, huge hands. This reminds me of the Tedders.
Banana hands.
Old man Tedders, he's got the old man Tedders build.
Does he move houses, though? He doesn't move houses.
No, not like Nate Thrasher's.
No, not like Nate Thrasher's. No. All right, Ferry's going to reset. It looked like it was done. It was over. He had made the pass.
The Josh Lichtel, Davey Millsaps battle we always talk about.
You talk about Loretta's. Yep. Suddenly they find the speed. So basically got caught past, made it back around him, and pulled back away again.
2 seconds, no problem. I just found 2 seconds worth of speed.
I know, really Kevin, you go to all these amateur races around the country all year long. Is this Matty Jorgensen performance, is this expected?
I did not expect that.
Okay, because there are some big names that he's leading right now.
These are the who's who, in fact, for sure. I don't think Matty Jorgensen even pits under the Orange Brigade tent, so props to him.
Doing it for himself. Matty Jorgensen, independent.
Independent, yes. They are dancing in the streets in Slovakia or wherever Matty's
from Denmark. The Dane.
Strong Scandinavian presence here.
Daxton Bennett, his charge kind of stalled. He was closing in on Ferry and Baseflug from fourth, was Daxton Bennett, but no longer making up time on them. He's still fourth. Dayton Briggs fifth. And I know people are watching right now saying, isn't this the moto that Deegan is supposed to be in? Well, yes.
Correct.
But he had bike problems almost instantly. ran into the back of Evan Ferry in the first lap, crashed.
He's already on YouTube Live giving everybody a breakdown.
Yeah, probably breaking it down right now. Go check out his Instagram. And then his rear wheel was disintegrated. He only did about 2 laps, and Deegan was done. Yep. So if
now
you're wondering where he is, he's not on the track anymore.
He could be the real spoiler later on in the week.
For
All these guys
sure.
seem pretty evenly matched. And look at the lap times. They're going 6 laps in, and they're down in the 159s.
Matching each other.
Wow, they are going to be exhausted. Evan Ferry's
not had to break this whole race.
No,
I mean,
just one battle after another. It's like Bruce Lee. He just turned around another 50 guys. Good job, pop this guy. And
So Ferry's got to go back to work. He had made the move a lap ago. And Base Flug has answered back.
I will say this. I believe a racetrack like this will favor a big, strong guy that can just fight the powers of gravity and physics here because, man, Base Flug has just really done well at fighting those big, deep ruts, as has Jorgensen. Both those kids are tall. Evan Ferry, more of a point guard frame.
Yeah, doesn't like it in the paint. More of a perimeter guy.
Yep, likes to dish it off, set his guys up. And now we're back with Jorgensen directly in front of Base Flug there. So we are not done yet. They come across right in front of us, Jason Wygant. We have another battle here. We're 7 laps in. Another 159 for Base Flug. You talk about digging deep late into a moto.
Yes. He's got it down under a second now between Jorgensen, who's right there on the KTM, and then the Kawasaki of Base Flug, and they put a little time on Ferry now. So Ferry put in his flurry, a Ferry flurry, got to him, passed him. They got him back, and they've pulled back away. So Ferry's third, but it's really a 2-rider battle for the lead now.
So, Jason, I'll ask you this. This track is so technical and has so many different lines. Do you think it's just taken this many laps in the race to put this whole thing together, put all the... I mean,
for Base Flug. It could be. A lot of riders telling me.
AJ Catanzaro could probably answer that question.
I thought that's why we had the cat up here. Come on over. Let's chat about it. Yeah, we got AJ Catanzaro from the Moto Academy. First of all, a lot of riders telling me the track feels more hard packed than usual. But what are you seeing with some of the riding styles and things like that? It's taken Base Flug all moto to get it all pieced together here.
Well, okay, this is first moto of the week, and think about how excited these kids are. With this track being this technical, you can't override it. So I guarantee what's happening is the first, I don't have no idea how deep into this moto we are.
7 laps.
The first 5 to 10 minutes, everybody's going to be overriding, making mistakes, dragging the brakes too deep, jumping across ruts. And then once they figure out, oh, okay, I got to take a deep breath and just slow down, they're actually going to end up starting to go faster. That would be my guess.
Well, that's what's been going on.
So the tendency is to want to go hammer your first moto and show everybody what you got.
Well, especially as an amateur. I mean, these kids are how old? Maybe 16, 17 years old. Yeah, they want to go out and go wide open. But a track like this, which is why I like this track, is that you have to go slow, you have to stand up, you have to get off the brakes, get off the clutch, and you have to be really patient with it.
Makes sense.
Great
and then the conditions, I think, have thrown everybody a little bit. I don't know if it was that huge flood we had last year or what, but everybody's saying it's a little bit more slippery and hard packed than they expect or than they're used to out here. Definitely looks choppy in spots. Base Flug has put it together. He has caught Jorgensen now.
I mean, again, they're in the sub 2-minute lap time, so Base Flug is going to take this thing deep. We've got the 2-lap board out.
Don't forget Daxton Bennick. He's going to make one last run on Ferry for third as the battle for the lead rages. I'm headed to the podium. Oh, jeez. Was that nasty, though? Chop coming into that corner.
So Base Flug just manhandling that motorcycle right now as he tries to track down the number 14 of Matty Jorgensen. A lot of fun to watch this battle. There's Ferry on the 75, and just behind him on the orange KTM, you'll pick up the 41 of Daxton Bennick. So a couple of good battles we are watching. And like AJ was saying, man, those are great points. These kids are been sitting all day, ready to go. This track is, you cannot override this racetrack. You've seen feet off the pegs half the moto by a lot of these guys. And it looks like Base Flug has gotten around. Is that the 14? He's done it. And Jorgensen comes right back at him on the inside, makes the pass back.
Yeah, Matty said, dude, I've led this whole thing. I don't want to let it go now.
Unbelievable.
I don't want to let it go now.
And they are going to race to this left-hander here. We've seen this happen twice for Base Flug. He's made the pass in that exact area. Got that foot as high up as it'll go, like Adam Cianciarillo back in the day there. The high leg kick. They'll triple out, and, dude, they are exhausted. Sub 2 minutes. Deep into the moto. Here comes Base Flug again. Setting up, and there's a guy just running frantically on the racetrack, getting his miles in, his steps in.
Oh, look at how tight. Both of them want that inside line. Matty able to edge him out just for the moment.
Man, what a great battle here. Base Flug using every inch of this racetrack for sure. Looking for a problem. He might have gotten around it again. Nope. Made that up.
Just kidding.
Just totally kidding. Around the big right-hander, the Poly Sport sweeper here. The white flag should come out this go-around.
Correct.
And one more to go. We have a slew of lappers directly in front of these guys. Jorgensen, Baseflug, Ferry, and Dax Bennett putting in a late moto charge. So which race do you want to watch, Mikey? They're both fantastic.
Hey, it's going to be interesting this last lap. White flag out is hopefully they're around the lappers. Not going to be an issue.
Oh, Matty Jorgensen. What a fantastic ride if he can pull this off.
Mano right now.
Oh,
big misstep right there by Matty.
Still able to keep. How does he keep that lead? Jorgensen, you know how exhausting that is to try to pick the bike up?
And that was Preston's chance.
That was it.
That was his chance right there.
He is, the pressure's there. They're looking for a mistake. Different lines here. They almost collide going into the 10 Commandments. One more time through. Try to double through. Try to grab the triple. Here we go. Can he triple again? Oh, so close.
Here we go.
Baseflug had to check up. He saw what was happening there as Jorgensen. Now we've got lapped riders. We've got 5,000 different lines to choose from. And Jorgensen cleans that section. Yellow flags are out. Riders are down.
Matty on that inside, man, looking good. Less than a minute before they should check in for checkers.
I need some water after this.
Boy, I'm telling you what, hats off if Matty can hang on, both of them, regardless, wherever they finish between 1 and 2, and it's come down to this.
Here it goes. It may be an all-out blitzkrieg, if you will, for Baseflug around the outside, lap rider on the inside. Jorgensen has to change the lineup. They're going to jump right in front of us here. Jorgensen, a couple more turns to go. Baseflug feeling froggy deep into the moto. Into the right-hander. Bobbles everywhere, and he's still, and it looks like Jorgensen's going to bounce his way into this finish line turn. And what an incredible battle, taking it down to the stripe. Ladies and gentlemen, Matty Jorgensen will grab that race win. Unbelievable finish there, Mikey Wayans.
Yeah, Matty Jorgensen, a solid ride, answered to the pressure, and boy, he gave Preston a few opportunities. Preston wasn't able to capitalize, and Matty's going to take that P1. He's on his way to talk to Jason Wygant. We'll get the scoop down there. We'll talk to Preston Baseflug, and Evan Ferry rounds out that top 3, the number 75 Yamaha, after what started as a pretty gnarly one for him. A lot of question marks around Evan Ferry those first couple laps.
It's Jorgensen, man.
I'm telling you what.
I blew it.
It was Jorgensen?
With a J, man. So, Jason, it's Jorgensen. You still have time. Still have time to get it right, man.
Jorgensen. You told me it was a soft J.
I thought it was
my God.
Like Tyler Soft J Schoberg, man.
That's all right.
Yeah, heck of a ride there. Those guys are exhausted. There's the number 14 of Matty Jorgensen, Jason Wygant, with a J. Pronounce the J. Pronounce the J.
Soft J.
Not a soft J.
No.
It's a hard J.
It's a hard J.
We got the clarification from Mike Burkeen. Hard J.
Okay, we're going strong with the J.
Mike, you just said Burkeen says I could be wrong. You're not helping us out.
We need full confidence. Does any recollection of the whole shot in that moto up there, boys?
Did Jorgensen get the whole shot? I cannot answer that question.
Okay, neither can anyone else. Okay, we'll figure that out. I'll give these boys just a second to cool off. They are whooped. Woo. And we'll be back with a podium. All right, we're going to grab our gold medalist, and this is huge. One of the most prestigious classes out here. We've really seen the B class kind of become the class at this event over the last dozen years or so. It's a lot of rides and dreams begin here, and this guy's telling his story right now with a gold medal, Matty Jorgensen. I know it's early days here at Loretta's. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but man, winning a moto in the B class has got to feel awesome.
Yeah, it feels really good. I even had a bad start. I'm on a stock bike with a pipe and ignition, and I made my way up front, had a small crash, and managed to keep it there. I was tired for sure, but it was a good race.
Now, Baseflug was coming at you. You guys had a battle, right?
Yeah, I was feeling him there. I was hoping for the white flag a couple laps earlier.
Hey, you held on. Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my brother and my dad, TLR, Enso Racing Suspension, SOBMX, Matt, Bishelia, Matt Toth, Ryan, Jennifer. I'd like to thank Scott Goggles, Aero Helmets, MX Locker, Active Gear, HTS Exhaust System, VP Racing Fuels, Engine Eyes, Dunlop Tires, and everybody else around me. Thank you.
Matty Jorgensen taking the gold in the prestigious 250B class. That's big. We'll bring up our second place finisher, which is going to be the Kawasaki man. We're looking for Preston Baseflug, who finished second, to come on up. And we'll also bring Evan Ferry, who finishes that moto in third. We need Baseflug on up. They're saying 1 minute. All right. He's coming. Well, he fought hard for that one and almost ended up with the moto win. It was a duel. Jorgensen comes down on top this time. We'll see what turns out the rest of the week. Solid ride for the silver medal. Preston Baseflug. Around this way. Everybody see your logos. All right, Preston. Man, at one point I thought you got the lead there. It was a battle to the finish.
Yeah, that was a good race. I didn't get off to the best start. I wish I would have started more up front and been able to pressure him off the beginning. But yeah, passing the lead, I think about halfway. Then I took the outside and got passed back and wasn't able to get him. It was actually 2 laps left, not halfway. Yep. So yeah, I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my mechanic Ty, my trainer Yanning, Monster Energy Team Green, Pro Circuit Kawasaki, Fox, Ethica, Dirt Bike Kids, Asterix, Dunlop, yeah, Renthal, Ryan Holiday, and yeah, anyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There it is, Preston Baseflug taking second place. And he's going to be a contender for this title at the end of the week. So is our third place finisher. Let's bring on Evan Ferry. Let's hear it for third place. Evan Ferry. Dude, you were involved in some carnage out there. You got run into by Hayden Deegan. Did you even realize who that was or what even happened there? It was like the first lap, I think.
Yeah, you know, I got up to a really good hole shot and then just overshot that corner a little bit, fell over, and then all of a sudden I felt somebody plow me in the side, and I'm like, oh man, I saw him down on the ground. You know, sorry about that, but yeah, you know, I got my foot caught in his back wheel too, and I was like, ooh, I got really scared right there. But yeah, you know, got up to a really good hole shot, and then yeah, you know, swap positions with Preston. You know, I got out, I think I fell like twice, but you know, hopefully fix those mistakes for the second moto.
Okay, your speed is where you want it to be, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I just need to clean up a couple of those little tip overs, but yep.
Who do you want to thank, Evan?
Yeah, you know, I want to give a huge thanks to the whole NSA Yamaha team and, you know, Danny and all them. You know, I went through a lot this year, and they got me up here, and Ed and my mechanic Cole, Jake, everybody that got me up here, you know, Moose and the Alpine Star guys are awesome. And, yeah, you know, everybody else, FMF, Dunlop, you know, I used the 14, that moto. That thing's hooking up really good.
All right, there it is. Third place, Evan Ferry. Yep. A lot of action in that moto. I'm not sure who grabbed the whole shot. If anyone knows, bring it. Was it you? Your whole shot was... We're not sure, but we'll get Stasic some photos. Well, I'll hand it to Evan Ferry. We'll sort it out who actually got it. Stasic whole shot award. Thanks, Stasic. Evan Ferry. Kevin Kelly, I'm relying on Wes Kane's eyesight to determine who got the whole shot here. That's very scary.
That is very scary. But, you know, he's kind of partial to Evan Ferry, so do with it what you will with that information. Hey, Hot Rod Tomlin. We are here at race number 14, plus 25 class. You got a mouthful of popcorn, a professional still, though.
Not anymore. I've swallowed.
We're going to bring a friend to the microphone.
Yeah, what's your name, man?
I'm Brett Bell. I'm the new team manager for Cobra Moto.
Well, welcome to Loretta Lynn's as a team manager, man, and I guess I don't need two microphones.
Look at this guy, two microphones.
I got a headset on. So you got something special going on?
Yeah, looking for Skagit Williams, number 79 in the 7850cc class. If you could come to the Cobra Moto tent, we have some number plate backgrounds for you to get you a little more official for the race. So if you can come down there and grab them, I'm looking for Skagit Williams by the number of 79 in the 7850cc class. Just come to the Cobra Moto tent, and we got a little package for you, bud.
You want to tell that story a little bit?
So this kid qualified from Washington in the Mutter, which was one of the gnarliest races. He come down here on an older model bike. We tuned it up a little bit for him, but they didn't have any graphics for it. So me and Sean Hilbert decided to go talk to Christina from Roost, and we got him some graphics overnighted here to make his bike look a little better and hopefully get this kid to the front of the pack.
Hey, man, that's what it's all about right there. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, thank you very much. Wow.
Yeah, I love when OEMs jump in there and just see a need and hook a kid up who he didn't have a problem with it. He's just here to do some racing. But Skagit, is that his name?
I'm horrible with names.
Well, he just said it. Figured you might were listening, but I can't remember. But anywho, yeah, if you have like mailbox numbers on your Cobra, then get down there. They order overnight some numbers for you, and you'll be all set. Rodney, we're about ready to roll out with our plus 25 class. If you want to set the table, I'll jump in on this page here.
Defending champion this year will be Heath Harrison. He's out of Silver Hill, Alabama. The number 10, Brock Peterson, out of Delta, Ohio. The 11, Brandon Haas from Chesterfield, South Carolina. The number 12, Kyle Gills from Boise, Idaho. The 16, Alex Hildebrand from Olepan, Pennsylvania. The 17, Josh Tickner. He is out of Oroville, California. Gina Carlo Clowns are out of Shawnee, Oklahoma on the 18. 19, Alex Waskop. We got the 20 of Travis Hardcastle.
TV show. Go ahead.
Okay. The 21, Miguel Mayhew. We also have the 22 of Jeff Luke. The 24 is Brock Rupert. Number 25 will be Forrest Player. 26, Justin Kurtz. The 29, Tucker Schneider. The 30 of Cole Martinez. Number 33, John Borello. The 37, Tracy Cloy. 43, Chase Adams. The 48 is Eddie Norris. 49, Dakota Kessler. The 50 of Jetty Piper. 54, Matthew Hotentogel. Dwayne Regal on the 55. Then we got the 57, Connor Robinson. The 61, Michael Mitchell. The 62, Kenny Henry. The 65 of Marshall Reed. The 66, Jimmy Albertson. The 67, Daniel. Is that a soft J?
I want to go with Jaramillo. I'm a little gun shy now. I want to go hard J.
68 of James Singer. Also the 73, Steve Mages. The 75, Alex Forte. The 76 of Jacob Bomer. The number 80, Mike Alessi.
Dude, he just raced.
Huh?
Bomar just raced.
Did he really?
If that's the same one, same number, 29 on it. No, that's a Yamaha, though. Go ahead.
All right.
Julian Bomer and then Jake. Okay, good.
Bomer. Luke Bollinger, the 81. The number 89, Joey Olson. The number 90, Bryce Kipple. The 91, William Hall. The 92, Richie Colcom. 93, John Redding. And the 99, Justin Joyner. I hurried through that because I thought they were all ready to drop the gate, and I was going to miss some racing.
I think you made the right call, though. I think you made the right call. We're getting ready to go. They are up. The revs are up, and I'm going to go ahead and say it. There's going to be three guys in this one. It's going to be Martinez, Michael Lessie, and then your defending champ, Heath Harrison. But Martinez is my guy. I watched him at Mammoth throw down with Josh Grant for 30 minutes straight. And they just it was a fist fight.
I heard about this young man, the number 80 of Michael Lessie.
Oh,
I heard he's got
a bright future.
Got a bright future in the sport of motocross
racing.
He
should consider doing it full time.
He really should. But in all seriousness, though, it's really cool to see Michael Lessie back at the ranch. And you know, Heath Harrison, another one of those, too, you know, to see some of these recent pros back out here on the starting line and enjoying the
there's Mikey
labor.
There.
Yeah.
Right next to the box, it's got the black bib, it looks like. Classic Michael Lessie's spot there. Let's see if he's able to nail this hole shot. No. Got the baby blue gear, whoever that was. That is a ginormous hole shot there. Big get off there. Big full somersault for that rider. Pops right back up. I believe that's the number 12.
Kyle Gills from Boise, Idaho on the Fly Racing back machine.
Better be wearing some Fly Racing if he's from Idaho. Like, you're not even allowed to have gear. When you hit the state, they check your truck for any form of gear other than fly. They dump it right out there. It's like Border Gear Patrol.
State law. And here comes the...
No, dabbing. Who was that? Is that the 30 of Martinez? Well, let's just keep guessing. I was so hard to see that. It's impossible for me to see that. There's a ton of Hondas in this one. You notice that? Like all the front runners are going to be on Hondas there.
A lot of Hondas. And, well, there might be a lot of Hondas. There might be a lot of gas gases out there.
Now, that's a great point. The 61.
That's 81, I believe.
61, maybe Michael Mitchell? Yeah, it's not.
It's Luke Bollinger.
Okay.
Good Lord. You know, I got a 65-inch TV
we need
at home
that
the other day, man. That thing is like, I mean,
this is a black and white. Okay.
Is that a Lessie up front now, I believe?
Sure.
Number 8. Sure, he said.
Absolutely. There's the one. I saw the one. I did see Heath Harrison. Just so many Hondas and gas gases. Good Lord.
The 81 machine back there as well. Luke Bollinger putting the hammer down. So we'll get them all sorted out as we are.
It is.
Wow. Did you see that launch? Who was that? That was, I believe that was the 30 of Cole Martinez. Wow, he just launched into that sweeper turn.
Yes. It is the number 80, though, of Mike Alessi, who is just shocking the world here. He needs to think about racing full time. He is a good little rider out of California. We've not heard much about this kid.
Not hardly at all. Heath Harrison back in the number 3 spot. Martinez launching into 4th place, and another gentleman.
Very dramatic fashion.
Jimmy Albertson here with us in the number 5 spot.
Gentleman Jim, as Wes Kane called him. The gentleman,
Jimmy Albertson.
Gentleman Jimmy. Always a gentleman.
He's always a gentleman. Kyle Gills, Jacob
Swing arm
Bobert.
stickers, Gentleman Jim. Ladies and gentlemen.
Alex Waskop, the 19 and 8th. Brandon Haas in the number 9 spot. Bryce Klippel rounds out the top 10 after one lap of racing, and we've got a drag race for the number 2 spot right now.
I believe the baby blue gear, that would be the 30 of Martinez. He's got the defending champ behind him, so that's where the push is going to come from. And all the while, Michael Alessi just slipping away. Sliding away there.
Well, just to let you know, 92 degrees on the thermometer. Feels like temperature 100 degrees when we take a look at it right now. So
feels like blackout.
Yeah, right. And you heard down on the podium, when I'm feeling dizzy at this point.
I believe it.
Yeah, and this is some intense heat. And wow, look at this. These guys are pushing hard, and the pass has been made now.
Martinez rides for the SLR Honda team, so he does Baja. He does all these 20-hour races. This is just a little spread. This is a warm-up for him, so he has to actually cycle into Nashville and then cycles back to get him that full where he's in race pace by the time this race happens.
I'll tell you, Bollinger trying to fire back, but Martinez, as you said, if he's got those kind of credits behind him, he's no stranger to the heat either. So these temperatures in this short 20-minute race is not going to bother this young man much at all.
Not at all. Honda's running top 4. Mike Alessi with a great start out front and leading. Vonlinger has flip-flop positions with Martinez and Harrison. So Martinez leaped from, like you said, 4th to right there where he sits now, basically into 2nd. Jimmy Albertson climbing up there into 6th.
Well, actually, I think he just dropped back. We had the top 4 Hondas and a gas. Albertson was running in the 6th spot or 5 spot. He drops to 6.
Slipped back to 6.
So, man, so a good ride going on for a lot of riders. Keeping an eye, Haas, I think, is up a spot there, it looks like.
Brandon Haas, he is the proprietor over at Club MX. That is his business there. So Brandon Haas telling those guys, I own the place. I can show you how to do it.
You'd think that would be the case, but as we heard earlier, I don't think his training is afforded as much as you would think.
Something happened there. We had a big turnaround there as Harrison and Martinez swapping paint there.
And that's Bobert moving up. He grabbed 2 spots coming through the 10 Commandments right there.
And there's Martinez just in front of them, huh? Is that where we're watching the battle for the number 3 spot? So there's Alessi at the top of the frame. There's a 3-way battle for 3rd. Beaumart on the 76 says, I will jump right in there with you. He's going to take Heath Harrison with him.
So you got to wonder what might be going through these riders' minds right now, knowing the temperatures and what kind of intensity they want to ride at. I mean, I don't know what it's been like around everywhere else, but I know where it's been like around me. It's not been like this. We've had a few days like this and not so much like this. So being acclimated to this heat is going to be very
critical if you want to be able to do well here, I think.
I think Martinez has been in Texas or Oklahoma training since Mammoth,
fine.
so he's been there for a month.
He should be fine.
With Robbie Raynard's crew. Albertson, of course, trains over there, Trey Kennard over there in Oklahoma, or at Game, I believe, is at his brother's facility there.
So riders settling in. We're looking at the paces. We've got top 3 riders under the 2-minute mark. Alessi turning 159.7.
Wow, 158. That's as quick as I've seen here today. Have you seen a 158 or the pros today?
Not since early this morning.
I mean, this is a rough racetrack for Martinez to turn that 158, so that tells you how serious he is about wanting to win this thing.
Absolutely. Beaumont a 159, Harrison a 201.9, almost a 202, so seeing maybe a little bit of a fade back there going on, so he's going to watch and see what happens with these front 3 riders out there. You know, and it might be one of those choices, you know, he knows when to push and when not to push, and this might be one of those days where he's willing to let this go. You know, he does wear the number 1, and
for a reason.
And, you know, he has been down this road before, so, you know, winning races and championships, sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to play the cards right.
Yeah, and you know that anything can happen in a 3-moto format, so don't want to rush it. There is Heath Harrison on that number 1 machine. Got Jacob Beaumont right in front of him. Martinez on the move there. He was a second quicker than Alessi.
Yeah, I think proof positive is what we saw just a few moments ago with Danger Boy and even Ferry out there. Ferry also suffering when he got held up in that rut, and you know, it made for some pretty exciting racing from our point, but a lot of challenges being set forth for these riders to try to overcome as the week progresses.
It's a good lap for Mike Alessi. It was 2 seconds. I believe it might be closer to 3 now. Here comes Mike. He will begin lap number 4. They have settled in now, as AJ Canzero was talking about. It takes probably 5 or so laps to finally just settle in and then kind of put this racetrack together. You know what I mean? This line, that line, kind of sync them all together. Because it's such a busy racetrack.
Absolutely.
Every straightaway requires you to be here or there and jumping over this bump and in that rut. There's no place to rest out here.
Yeah,
there's no rest stop. You cannot pull over. They don't. You're not going to win races. You can.
Yeah, I was noticing that earlier. There's nowhere really to sit down. I mean, you might sit down for a moment to seat mount something or something, but you know, I mean, there's no real true relaxing or anywhere on this racetrack.
A 158 now for Michael Alessi. He drops down in the 158s. I told you, it looked like a good lap. So Mike knows this is where you've got to put some distance to see if you can break your opponent's will, and he is dragging Martinez right along. You will not break that dude's will. He is a fighter to the end. Before he came to Mammoth, he said, I just slugged it out with Michael Alessi at the 2-stroke world championships like a week before. Now I got to deal with Josh Grant. Now he's got to deal again with Michael Alessi. It just does not get easy for Cole Martinez.
You know, I was talking to, we were talking with Mike when he was in the tower the other day, and, you know, he says it's been 18 years since he's raced here at Loretta Lynn's. And, you know, I asked him, he said, everything is so much different than what it used to be. He said, everything is different. The dirt breaks down different, the ruts. He said he was not prepared for it to break down the way it did there on practice day.
I believe it. Yeah, for sure. If anybody can figure it out and put it all together, you know they are just tinkerers. They are always looking for a 1/10 of a second here, a half a second there. So Tony Alessi is going to get every advantage he can out of that bike, out of practice, out of where they park, how they sign up, how much shade is over their RV to make it 2 degrees cooler.
That's
I
important
guarantee
today.
That dude has thought about it all.
Wow.
Around
Martinez,
the big sweeper, there we go. Martinez
launching again.
It was 3 seconds. I believe it might be closer to 2 again. Martinez probably on another sub 2-minute lap time. Here they come. They're going to come across the stripe. There's Mike Alessi. And Mike knew coming out here he was going to have to deal with this guy. They've raced each other a lot out in California. And there it is, another 159 by Martinez. He's under that 2-minute Mendoza line. Got it back down to 1.8 seconds, Rodney.
Yeah, Alessi dropping to a 2:01, though. That's something to look at as well. So, and it didn't look like, and I didn't see any mistakes.
Just really. A dab here, a bobble there.
But obviously enough to do that. And that's got to be a big breath of fresh air for Cole Martinez now, because he sees it happening very quickly. So that's going to be a surge of energy for him. So here, maybe by the end of this lap, we might see these guys starting to tangle.
Totally different lines there. Martinez on the inside. Alessi carries a lot of momentum, at least, it looks like. As we follow along, Mike Alessi tracking his progress there, stands up all the way through the ruts. Finally has to sit down, put the leg out. Now I want to see Eli Tomac and the gang go through these ruts with their feet on the peg like everybody's hyping them. I don't know if you can do that. I guess you could, but they show, you've seen the videos of them lately breaking down these dudes doing pro nationals with their feet on the pegs a lot of the time. I don't know if you can do it out here.
Yeah.
Some of the turns maybe.
Yeah. It'd be kind of scary too, man. You catch a toe, rip a boot, rip your foot off.
Literally rip your whole foot off.
Right.
Well, there's Alessi doing what Mike Alessi does. Stay out of trouble. Good start.
Riding the edge out there.
Whoa! Just as we said, stays clean, out of trouble. He's off the racetrack, and here comes Cole Martinez.
Yeah,
he saw that.
Yeah, that momentum breakdown there.
Did you just put that? You put it. Tony Alessi's listening. Rodney Tomlin said that. How calm and cool Mike Alessi was.
So the momentum buster there for Mike Alessi. Let's see if Martinez can capitalize. He's got the inside line in the Bermuda Triangle.
And there it is.
Yep.
Just like that, Mike Alessi tries something on the inside. That one mistake, and Cole Martinez, blood in the water, Rodney. That is a classic example of striking when the iron is hot.
Yeah, something appears to be a little off right now. Mike Alessi's whole timing is
mistake
off.
he may be tired. He may know his body well enough to go, hey, I'll take a second. We'll go 3 more motos, 2 more motos.
Here's what I got to say. I preluded what this moto coming into the saying feels like 100 degrees out there. And the reason that I said that is because on my walk back over, I was like, man, I can't believe how hot it is right now. And then, I was listening to the podiums and watching those guys into the tents, and I was like, these guys are really waxed right now. And as this afternoon progresses, it only gets hotter.
Right.
And I'm not saying anyone's not coming in prepared, but it's really hard to be prepared for the kind of intensity and the heat right now.
Just as we write Mike Alessi off, here he goes. He's going back after Cole Martinez. He's not going to mail this one in. He wants to win the moto. That's the only way Mike Alessi knows how to do it. Just win the moto. Just win the whole thing.
Yeah, that's the will and the want to win, that's for sure. Another thing that Alessi said when he was here in the tower the other day, he told us that, he wanted to break that tie, the three-way tie of 11 national championships. He says this was the way to do it.
That's how you do it. All right, so he's not done yet. Maybe he's going to let Cole go, put together his lines with his lines, and at this age, these guys are smart enough to actually do those kinds of things.
Right.
I think when you're 16, you're just going bonsai in the B class. I don't think you have the wherewithal to do that kind of stuff, but Michael Alessi's crafty enough to actually do that.
He's figured a thing or two out since his last go-round here at the ranch, I believe.
There's Martinez, Alessi, Beaumart is 3rd, Harrison 4th, Bonlinger 5th, Jimmy Albertson still 6th, Brandon Haas, the Club MX owner, is 7th, Bryce Klippel 8th, Brock Peterson and Alex Waskov round out your top 10. Jeff Luke coming in at 6'7" there, back there in the number 13 spot. You know Jeff Luke, raced the Pro Nationals, tallest guy for a long, long time to ride the Pro Nationals.
And consistent top 10 it seems that we've seen since basically lap number 1. Not a lot of changes, a handful of changes here and there, but it's staying pretty consistent as Martinez and Alessi. Bowman are all in now. There's 2.7 between Martinez and Alessi, another 4.6 back to Bowman. Heath Harrison was 6.3, now 9.2 seconds back. Bollinger 4.1. Jimmy Albertson still back in the number 6 spot, is running at 2:04, nearly 2:05, is 5.8 seconds. So, elapsed time in this one is almost 14 and a half minutes. So we're in the home stretch for this one. So if they were holding anything back for the final push, it's time to let it go. Yeah.
Yeah, Alessi passed about a lap ago. Not going anywhere. At this point, he's kind of staying close enough, looking for a potential mistake. You can capitalize, still close enough to make the move. He is just looking for smooth real estate. That track is so beat.
Yes, absolutely.
Got him.
Martinez, we've seen him going sub 2 minutes for a long time, and nearly every lap, a 158.5 is fastest and the fastest up the moto right now. He's still just barely over 2 minutes at 2 minutes .093 this late in the moto right now.
Their second moto of the day as well. If you think about Alessi and Martinez both racing at Open Pro Sport earlier in the day. So we will hit lap number 8 as Cole Martinez circulates around this Loretta Lynn's motocross track, still hucking that big jump to roller to single to pile of dirt, whatever that is.
I believe we should be seeing a 2-lap board come out this time around for our leaders as they dive through the Bermuda Triangle now. Martinez working through the lap traffic.
Coming across, heading towards the billboards, we'll take a ride with Cole Martinez on his number 30 SLR Fly Racing Honda. He is working his way towards the championship.
Hunter Porco to the MX Sports office. Hunter Porco, please report to the MX Sports office trailer ASAP. Hunter Porco to the MX Sports office trailer. And Tyler Watson. Tyler Watson, if you are, know the whereabouts of Tyler Watson. Tyler Watson is needed at the MX Sports office trailer.
2-lap board is out. You'll see the white flag next go around. This is about the halfway point in this lap. Cole Martinez working his way around some lap traffic. The blue flags are out. I would gladly get out of the way. Take it away, man. Go around.
Quicker you get around me, that means the less I have.
I get to finish this race.
Absolutely.
There is Martinez heading back to Storyland. And he is dragging the rest of the field here in this plus 25 class. It is race number 15. Martinez, Alessi, and Beaumart. That's your top three. Harrison, Bondlinger, and Albertson back to 6th. Albertson kind of been just right there in that number 6 spot since the slip back there. Hanging tough.
And holding steady. Consistency. Like I said, I mean, the biggest part of the top 10, it's been a consistent top 10 and very little variance.
I mean, it used to be when a plus 30 guy did good in the pro class, like, whoa, that's impressive. Ryan Dungey is a vet rider.
Right.
And he is doing very well at the professional level. So, I mean, it's impressive still, no less. But
yeah, you know, and one thing that, you know, I made this statement several times over the last few years, and I may have even made it to you, but the longevity of careers now is just amazing. The science, you know, when I first started announcing, and you know what I'm talking about, when a rider was 21 years old, he was done, dude. If you had a 21-year-old rider, what are you doing with a rider that old is the way it looked like.
You need a job.
Yeah, at that particular
mortgage,
point.
You should have a wife at that point.
And the thing about it is, you know, as technology, modern medicine modernized, and, you know, obviously with training and advancement.
Yeah, 25 is the new 30 in terms of vet riders.
And you know, training, the bike setups themselves. I mean, everything, all the pieces coming together, it helps a person stay healthier longer, so they can actually peak at a later age. And if you notice, a lot of the athletes are really strongest right around that 26, 27-year age range, and that's whenever you start to see their true dominance.
Yeah, and it used to be when you were 16, if you weren't pro and making headlines then, ball game, it's done.
Absolutely.
That's not the case anymore. Levi Kitchens, proof pudding. Justin Cooper, proof in the pudding as well. 19-year-old kids. There's no, like, you can push everything back a little bit. No rush. White flag lap here for Cole Martinez. Pick a rut. Any rut there, Cole. Jumping that triple. Around the outside there, and he's got about a 5-second lead now, so he can manage this one, Rodney. And he looks to be on his way to a first moto win here in this plus 25 class.
Absolutely. Alessi still back there about 5 seconds, another 6.5 back to Beaumont.
So if you're going to see a lightning moto out of Alessi, it's got to be the next one, right? He's got to win that next moto to win this championship. You would think. You think he's going to come out guns a-blazing. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, Martinez takes the measure of this plus 25 class. Cole Martinez handles the lappers, the braking bumps, the bad dad jokes, everything that was thrown at him. He has handled business here, and he comes around this big right-hand sweeper one final time. Everybody else will see the checker flag as well. Michael Alessi's there, though. That 4 seconds, he let that happen. He just kind of backed it off, and I think he's ready for round 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you didn't really see a lot of resistance out of Mike. It wasn't like he really even tried to
stay close, see what happens.
Yeah.
All right. If something happens, I'm 4 seconds back, I can capitalize. Checker flag is out.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, both of these, this is their second motos. It's 100 degrees out there right now, basically. And
hottest part of the day.
You know, a second, as they say, as good as a first. That first moto.
And I take that thing right to the creek. As soon as this is over with, I take that bad boy apart like the Red Sea. All those people, I'm bringing this 450 right in there.
Martinez with the gold, Alessi with the silver, and Jake Beaumont will pick up the bronze here in moto number 1. Heath Harrison will hold on for a 4th place position. Looks like Luke Bollinger will be the number 5 ride. Jimmy Albertson holding on for a solid 6th place position, pretty much consistent from lap 1 through lap 10. Alex Waskob moving up a few spots into that number 7 spot. Brock Peterson switching around a couple of positions as well. The number 10 and 8th. Brandon Haas dropping back a couple spots to the number 9 position. And Dakota Kessler looks like he is going to round out your top 10. But Cole Martinez really putting it together and went on the attack early on and was able to capitalize and, of course, make this round 1 in the 3-moto championship battle for the Junior 25-plus class all his. We'll be heading down to the podium here in just a moment with Jason Wygant, who will get a word in with these guys. But I have to tend to think that they're probably taking an extra moment to maybe dump a cup of water or grab some something cool to drink to cool them down inside and out right now. Makes that Rapici Italian ice stand seem even more tempting today, huh?
All right, we're down to the podium. Hey, we knew late in the moto this guy would be good because he races for a long, long time in his day job, and it pays off with a gold medal. Let's hear it for Cole Martinez. There you go. So, Cole, give us your moto background. I know you can do some serious damage in off-road in the desert and all that, but what about motocross?
Oh, man, it's been a while since I've rode some moto. Going on my 3rd year racing off-road full-time, so I'm just blessed to be back at the ranch and have a great team behind me, the whole Monster Energy SLR Honda team. Man, finally got a moto win here after all the years. It's nice.
You've been on the box, though, right? We've seen you up here, right?
No, quite a few fourths, never up here.
And Supercross stuff, too, back in the day, right?
Yep, so it's been a little while.
Take me through that moto. You had to track down none other than one of the greats here.
Oh, man, Mike was on it that first half, and I knew it was going to be a battle to the end. Yeah, it felt much better than that first one in the Open Pro, and I made some changes. Bike was good, and I actually got to push the whole time. So I'm very thankful to the good Lord, and, you know, like I said, the whole Monster Energy Skechers, SLR Honda, Fly, Dunlop, Twisted Development, you know, Maximum, everyone else. Thank you.
Cole Martinez has the gold in Junior 25+. Good to have him back here as a moto guy, at least for the weekend. We'll bring up 2nd place and a welcome back to Loretta Lynn's podium for him. First time since, I believe, 2004. Well, you know he's here for the gold, and there'll be 2 more motos to try to get that done. Right now, he's going to take the silver medal. Welcome back to Loretta Lynn's, one of the all-time greats here, Mike Alessi. Yep, go ahead. Makes it cooler up here anyway. 2004? 2004 last time you were here, Mikey.
Yes, sir. It's been a long time. It's been 18 years, so a lot's changed for sure. You know, wife, 2 kids, like just, you know, enjoying life now. It's not so serious, and I get to at least have some fun. And it's funny because coming back to the ranch, I have never really been in the river, floating all the way down to the bottom from the top. So some cool experiences, going to the pool with my daughter. That's always cool. But you know what? Just want to thank my sponsors, Hoosier Tires. They were hooking up for sure out there. Felt really good. Race Tech Suspension, all the guys at UFO, Doug Wilson, Ian Payne, just all my sponsors that are supporting me, Gear CBD, Silverback Racing, Bobby Hitz, just some cool people that are supporting me and being behind me. Hammer Nutrition, this is definitely a lifesaver in this heat because it's definitely warm. And like I said, just enjoy being back at the ranch. It's, like I said, 18 years, and I'm hot for sure. It's been a while since I rode a track that rough. So looking forward to the 2nd and 3rd moto. Try to be a little bit more consistent. Do a little bit of bike work. I wasn't super happy with the bike overall, but there's some changes that we can make that I know that are going to be positive for the next moto. So that's what I'm looking forward to. So thank you.
More under the hood for Mike Alessi. Let's hear it for him. 2nd place. And we welcome the 800, or 80 in Loretta's terms, back. And another rider that's been back here the last couple of years. He's had a bunch of podiums. And he's got another one right here, the 76, running the bronze medal, Jacob Baumert. Yeah, Jacob, becoming tradition here. How many years that you've been coming back in your 2nd part of your racing career now?
This is my second time.
Yep. And you were in the hunt for it last year, right?
I was. I got third overall. I was up there every moto. Fitness wasn't good. Felt a little better coming into this year, but once you get here, man, it's a different story. But we're good.
Okay. Who do you want to thank, Jacob?
Crosley Radio, Rider Assurance, my mom and dad, my sister, Shannon Ide MX Schools, CC Power Sports, my girlfriend Mackenzie feeding me all week, and that's it.
Jacob Balmert, 76, is third in the moto. And if Kyle Gills is around, I got a whole shot award to hand him. You already got it. I like it. Making my job easy. These classes, they know the drill up here. Let's hear for Kyle Gills and your Stasic Whole Shot Award. How'd you pull that one, Kyle?
Dr. Honda, Pocatello Power Sports Honda. Those guys put a ton of work into my program and getting ready for this trip. It was a bummer. I was kind of running mid top 10, which is where I wanted to be, top 10 each moto. Had a tip over, but man, this class is stacked. But if you can get a whole shot on the 800 that's missing a 0, I'll take it.
Yeah, you can tell me about that for the rest of your life. You got a whole shot over Mike Alessi. Who do you want to thank?
Pocatello Power Sports, Western Power Sports, Fly Racing, Mom, my dad, my wife, Chase Hymas for putting together my motorcycle, firepowerparts.com. There's a whole brand of people. In the office at WPS watching, I appreciate it, and everybody else, thank you so much.
All right, Kyle Gills, congrats. Stasic Whole Shot Award. So many racers, ex-racers, you name it there with WPS in those offices. All right, we're going to send it back up. Closing in a close of Tuesday.
Join the Road to Recovery and Tim Cotter here in just a few moments at 4:30 at the Monster Energy Arena for Mental Health Pro Panel. This will be an amazing discussion on mental health and the role it played during and after their professional careers. Expecting over 6 professional racers in an open discussion to include Justin Bogle, Ryan Hughes, Heath Harrison, Caden Braswell, Ryan Sipes, and I'm sure more to be announced as Andrea leave here in the tower with us. I know that's getting ready to get started here in just a few moments. On Track Schools partnering with Road to Recovery, and making mention that mental health is a big thing that isn't discussed nearly enough, and this is a groundbreaking panel discussion that is getting ready to take place up there at the arena.
Right, and we've got Blake Wharton is going to be joining us. Brian Deegan, Hayden Deegan is going to be joining us as well. And so I've been helping to facilitate monthly peer group support meetings. And, Trey Kennard will be next Tuesday, 4:30 Pacific. And we address things like anxiety, depression, suicidal thoughts. Rick Johnson was on a couple months ago and really sharing transparent stories. So today is a little bit different. We've got some questions for our panelists that I think that riders and parents alike will want to pay attention to.
Absolutely. And the one thing that you got to remember, you may feel like you're the only person that's ever experienced this. You may feel like you're the only person that feels this way. I'm going to tell you right now, you are not alone, and you can find that, and you can find that out and figure that out. And if you go to, if you're having some issues, maybe you're not, maybe someone is, it might still be a good opportunity for you to go up and at least check it out.
Right, and the panel with Road to Recovery monthly support group meetings, they include myself, a counselor, a psychologist who was here on Saturday. We actually had our behavioral counselor and our sociology person. And we held little seminars for people, so next year it'll be even bigger. And I believe, Rodney, that we heal our community from within.
Absolutely.
So we've got the resources here, and we're really happy to be a part of it.
Absolutely, and just as you said, our community, and that's exactly what it is. And nobody else is going to offer this stuff to us. We got to do it within our community to offer it and open the eyes. Again, you may feel like you're by yourself, and I'm sure. Some of these guys that are going to be talking tonight will be saying just exactly that, and hopefully, we'll bridge a gap for a lot of people that will help in the future for sure.
I'm happy to be a part of it, and happy that On Track School can also help the apprentice program. I feel like we are kind of the cutting edge in helping some educational topics be brought to the surface, and more opportunities for people to be the best that they can be.
It's amazing what everything has blossomed into over the years whenever you just took the idea of just making sure you get a quality education, and to see what it's blossomed into now. You got to feel pretty proud to know that you've been a big and huge and obvious instrumental part of what's been taking place with on-track schools, and to see what it's growing into. wow, I'm just shocked and overwhelmed and can't believe the huge successes that you're enjoying.
I know. You're not alone. I couldn't have gotten this far without the team, so thank you so much for being on our team and letting us come up here and share this good news.
Hey, love being a part of it, Andrea. Thank you very much. All right, going on to our race 15, the 250C class now as they are off and checking out this race course. We had a little bit of track maintenance taking place there, a little restructuring, if you will, some water going down. Again, it is a hot one, a sunny one. We've got not a lot of resurfacing, but more water going down to keep the moisture in the soil. Right now, 250C out on the course. We've got the 11 of Adam Hain out of Pembroke, Massachusetts. The number 12, Jake Colbert out of Omaha, Illinois. 13, Matthew Sterling from San Jose, California. The 14 of Caden Gorby from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Number 15, Dawson Cobb from Honey Pass, South Carolina. The 16, Connor Brown from 9 Miles Falls, Washington. Number 17, Marshall Bussey from Green Bay, Wisconsin. Number 18, Kyler Withrow from Crane, Kentucky. The 19, Frisco, Texas is Brandon Harden. Number 20, Gabe Ladeau from Casper, Wyoming. Number 21, Jordan Pinninger out of Varadale, Washington. Number 23, Max Schroyer from Temperance, Michigan. The 25 of Caleb Keitel from Rupert, Idaho. Number 26, Carson Mills from Interlaken, Michigan. The number 28, Ryder Krug from Oxford, North Carolina. 32 is Micah Grubbs from Chardon, Ohio. The 35, Jack Parkin from the Woodlands, Texas. The 36, Bradley Sharma from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Number 35, Timothy Volk from Siloam, North Carolina. Number 38, Jackson Huntwagner from North Pole, Alaska. The number 40, Jarek Norris from Alma, Michigan. Number 41, Walker McGreal from Curtis, Washington. Number 45, Kobe Gilsdorf from Monterey, Texas. Also in this 250C class, the 47 of Kai Sorella. He's out of Victor Harbor, Canada. The number 48 of Mason Haverick out of Niverville, New York. Number 50, Chance Hayward from Anderson, California. Number 51, Austin Abernathy from Techapaqui, California. The number 54 of Axel Paulson from Temecula, California. The 61, Justin Burge from Salt Springs, Nova Scotia. The number 65 of Ethan Caceres out of Alamogordo, New Mexico. Number 62 of Trenton Furukawa from Spokane, Washington. Number 69, Ryder Holland from Cumming, Georgia. The 72, Bly Dusa from Castle Rock, Colorado. The 74, Jaden Seegers from Wellington, Florida. Number 75, Christopher Colantani from Metamora, Illinois. The 77, Ronnie Higgins from Carlsbad, New Mexico. Number 79, Carson Burns from Bonnie Lake, Washington. Number 80, Kaywin Madiola from Billerica, Massachusetts. The number 82, Drew Freeland from Rogers, Minnesota. The 83, Robert Schuster from Irwin, Pennsylvania. Number 94, Logan Renninger from Warren, Pennsylvania. And the 99 of Caden Gamond from Roswell, New Mexico. WMX class, race 16 coming up after this one. Waiting in the wings right now, along with the College 1824 race 17. As we look at our race schedule today, we are slated to make our way all the way through race 17 at 5 o'clock, and then at 5:30 our first motos for our micro races. We'll start with A, B, C, and D. It goes micro 1, micro E, micro 2, then micro 3 to round out our day of racing. Megawatt Matt Watson joining us back here as the stage is set now for our 250C class. Again, an entire field of relative unknowns getting ready to take to the racetrack here at Loretta's. And a good slice of the nation is here with us as we see some West Coasters, some New Englanders, Midwesterners, and of course Southeasterners in Texas.
Just about everywhere, Rodney. We got it covered coast to coast.
Got some Nova Scotia riders. Yeah.
Absolutely. Got some riders from Mexico. Got some riders from
not
Costa Rica.
Not only New Mexico, but Roswell, New Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. Area 51.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're just about ready to go, Rodney. Everybody getting cleared away from the starting area right now. Just about to see the card go up.
4:15 here this afternoon.
Coming up next, WMX. Then going to move, I believe, into college 18 to 24 and in our micro classes, as you said there, Rodney.
Yeah, normally we always brag on being at least on time. Today a little bit behind. Well, rightfully so, man. It's been hot. This track has deserved a lot of attention today. And they're off. 250C always hold my breath through that one.
I'm telling you, man, we've had several blown first turns this afternoon, though. There have been several guys in several classes go right through the bales, and always one of those things about running wide. When you tuck the inside, man, you really stand the chance of getting run over on the inside.
Well, that inside rut there coming out of the hole shot 4 is certainly taking its toll on some riders. The 72 grabbing the early lead is Bly Duza from Castle Rock, Colorado on a Mondi MX Moto Adventure Kawasaki backed by Moose Racing in Blue River. And I'm not sure that he got the hole shot. Yeah, he did get the hole shot according to our hole shot clock. So we got that, and he's got the early lead. So he is one of those riders that has been able to capitalize on crossing that hole shot stripe first. You know, it seems like we've seen a lot of those guys under fire and pressure early on, and sometimes dropping back 3rd or 4th place position by the time they reach the end of lap 1, but not Bly Duza.
And he's taking advantage of that because this track is gnarly right now, Rodney. Take a look at it. Insides, outsides. A lot of times we'll go out to the fringes and start looking for really smooth parts, but too late for that. Those guys have already been out to the fringes. The fringes are used up. There is no more smooth surface out there right now. Those guys have used every square inch of the track. Bly Duza, as you said, still out front on that Kawasaki number 72. Makes his way back into sight. Around the Polysport Beach turn, here we go. First time around for our leaders. Still the number 72, Bly Duza, out front. Making his way across the line right now. Going to get an idea on our timing and scoring, what we're looking at here.
2 to 153. Oh, okay, wait a minute. This is
right.
First lap.
That's first lap, man.
I was like,
yeah.
Wait a minute. those are some wild lap times right there. Okay, yeah, that's from the start. Sorry about that.
Marshall Bussey in that number 2 position. Justin Burge rides in the 3 on the gas number 61. KTM mounted Walker McReel on the number 4 position. Axel Paulson rides in 5th. Max Schroyer, he's on the gas number 23. He rides in the 6th spot, while Brandon Harden rides in 7th. Jake Colbert in the 8th spot. Adam Hain in the 9th position. And Robert Schuster rounds out your top 10. Just a little further back, Kai Sorella, Juan Montoya, Carson Mills, Chance Hayward, and Austin Abernathy completing the top 15. 250C, this one, of course, this one's going to go 20 minutes.
Yeah, I believe this one probably is 15.
Yeah, I see that we've got remaining time, 17, so this should be a 15-minute moto.
Yeah, and I say that's what will happen, so.
Yeah, good deal. Want to make sure I wasn't messed up on that, so all of our C classes, of course, 115 and have done so far today. Now starting to see some more shadows, Rodney, coming into play. Going to be a issue here this afternoon coming out of this extreme bright sunlight as you work your way back into Storyland. From out back by the waterworks, you're just getting blasted by the sun straight in the face.
I tell you, that's the nature of the beast here at Loretta Lynn's, and any moto track you go to, honestly, with the sun. The only saving grace sometime is an overcast and cloudy day. We have fortunately been presented with a lot of great sunshine today, but it's also creating a lot of heat. And I tell you, Bly Duza, wow, what a doozy he's got going on right now. He is like, he had a 3-second lead nearly when he came by the finish line the first time, and he is at least doubled that, close to doubled that. The number 17 machine of Marshall Bussey, Justin Burge, Walker McReel, that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place positions right now. And they've got some battles. Here comes the 19 machine as well. Brandon Harden up from the number 7 spot, trying to break into a top 5.
Yeah, we absolutely have a battle right now, Rodney. When you take a look at it, Marshall Bussey, he had a clear track as well because he was about 6 seconds behind your leader, but he has the pressure from behind Burge, and I believe that was Harden definitely trying to make the move. Take a look at the monitors. They work their way around the billboard turn.
Well, but Bussey in trouble. Yeah, I thought he was in a little trouble there.
He's under attack right now, no question about that.
And I think he may have just, well, but they're going to crisscross up. Let's see what happens here going through the hole shot forest now.
Harden, he goes to the inside. Harden sees if he can make it happen. The number 17, Marshall Bussey, answers back. Look at this, Rodney. These guys really pushing the limits of these bikes right now. Into the 10 Commandments we go, just about 3 wide. Starting to see way different line choices right now. not quite as deep as it was there just a little bit ago. These guys starting to use some of the outside lines as well. So as we look at the middle of the track, that's one of the smoother parts as we move later into the day. So those guys are pretty much moving the lines over just a bit closer to the outside, but not using that rail berm. As you see both of those guys right there trying to find good traction, getting extremely deep on the inside right now. Everybody's played that out.
Dawson Cobb.
Yeah, got a challenge.
Yeah. Dawson Cobb's the rider to watch out for, I guess, if you're not already watching him, I believe. Marshall Bus is still under pressure there as we near the completion. This is the 41 marker. Oh, McGreal gets around now. So Bus has got to feel like a moving target right now with the riders taking their turns. Brandon Harden now trying to close gap up to challenge for a top 3 position, but looking back in the pack right now, back in the number 11 position, the 15 of Dawson Cobb turning a 2:07.8 amongst 2:15s, 2:19s, 2:13s. So he has every bit of 4 to 5 to nearly 8 seconds faster than everyone he's riding with back there now. And Cobb now up to a number 9 spot as he checks in with 3 laps complete, still in the 2:07 range, and getting by Max Schroyer and Kaywan Mattiola just ahead of him now. We'll see if he's able to track him down.
I got to tell you, Mattiola impressed me the other day in practice, had some real good speed, some real good lap times, and was using a pretty unique system, Rodney, where he was just simply crossing over the track, crossing some of the ruts as well instead of riding through the ruts. Had a real good technique.
Absolutely. Speaking of technique, I was just noticing that Blythe Duza has like a textbook technique when
he looks good, doesn't he?
He does. I mean, coming through those 10 Commandments, it looks like he studied every film and every book and listened to every coach that's probably ever told him anything. Elbows up, son. Keep,
Funny you say that, because that's a tough technique to master right there. When I was growing up, it was all Gary Bailey videos. That was called the rowboat. You know, you moved with a bike, use those elbows like that. And he does a masterful job of executing that technique.
Absolutely. Duza up front. But again, I'm keeping an eye on the 15 of Dawson Cobb back there now in 9th and up to, I believe, at least 8th place position. If we can catch up with him. Harden's still back in the number 2 spot. Burge, McGreal. Actually, what happened? Yeah, McGreal. There's McGreal. McGreal should be closing up. Maybe not on Burge. I thought we might see a challenge for a top 3 here in just a few moments. Had the momentum, and pace he was going anyway. It looked like it was going.
Yeah, Rob, I believe that's what was cooking up, what was brewing. Looked like the perfect storm there for just a few moments.
Duza coming through the Polysport Beach turn now.
Brandon Harden right behind him in that number 2 position. So that,
yeah,
I believe that is going to be, the 61.
Burge in the number 3 spot. Walker McGreal. And now look at this. This is where it starts to tighten up.
No. Yeah, that's 61.
All right, so here's where it starts to tighten up. I mean, we see where it goes Duza, Harden, Burge goes through, McGreal, then Busey. Oh, what happened to Busey? He must have gone down because Paulson's up. Cobb is up to 6th place now, and Busey now into the number 7 spot. Mattiola 8th, Micah Grubbs in 9th. Max Schroyer rounds out your top 10 after 4.
So, yeah, something happening there with the number 17 machine. But Mattiola not able to capitalize on it. Cobb, Passalon, and McGreal were.
And Cobb still 2:08s that time around. 2:12 ahead of him is Alex Paulson, so he should be by there less than a half a second ahead. I don't know what happened to the 17 machine. Wasn't looking out the window. Didn't see.
I got to tell you, it would be concerning. We're still looking at a 20-minute clock. And that would be a concern if you're Blythe Duza or Brandon Harden.
Right.
For sure.
So we'll see I'm sure here in just a few moments what's going to happen with the official flagging system down here. The cross flags are out right now. So they are at the halfway point. They must be giving these boys a 20-minute-er. 20-minute-er. Did you like that word?
I like that, 20-minute-er.
But wow.
I could do a 5-minute-er.
Right? I'll tell you what.
Listen,
that
could be a game changer.
It very well could. And here's the thing, like you said, most of our C classes traditionally they're a 15-minute race. you know, that's probably what a lot of these guys have trained for. Couple
Now
that.
we got
okay. All right, that's making more sense now. So we're now down
4:51, not 9:51.
Two lap cord is out. Now I think so that's what happened. The finish lane flagger was also going under the same assumption.
Yes,
He's been
absolutely
informed now by the referee.
Yep.
That is not the case. This is a 2-lap board lap coming up right here. So I believe we'll see the 2-lap board for Blythe Duza. Yep, there it is. So we are right on track. So yeah, so a big sigh of relief for I'm sure everybody over in the Yamaha pits right now. They're probably said, we only trained for 15 minutes.
Oh, you know they were going crazy over there. You know they were.
So Justin Bird still third. Cobb up to fourth now.
Wow.
2:06 lap time. He's 2.8 seconds behind Burge and 5 seconds faster right now. Don't be surprised.
5 seconds, dude.
Don't be surprised. The 15, Dawson Cobb on the KTM. Don't be surprised to see him possibly battling for maybe second place by the time the checkers fly on this one. If things go his way, and especially if lap traffic gives him a hand here in these final laps.
Yeah, everything's actually playing into his hand right now. If you want to know the truth about it, he's got the speed. He's still got a lap and a half left here. Got some lappers to work with.
There's Harden, your second place ride. The 19 machine, is that Cobb already ahead of him? No, that's the lap rider.
That's Blythe, isn't it, out front, 72 on the Kawasaki that we're following. That's our leader coming right there on the Kawasaki.
Yeah, right there, yeah. Now that's the 19 right there. That was second place.
Oh, he's off the track.
Second place off the track. That's definitely going to spark a thing there for Cobb. I think Cobb's already up to third, and he's smelling the blood in the water.
Wow, and you know, late in the race, you lose a little concentration. You get tired. You lose that grip just a little bit, Rodney. You know, things happen, and there's an example of that. And look at this, renewed life for Cobb.
No doubt about that. And around that big Sandy monster sweeper now we go. Over the molehill and back into the heart of this race course. Wow.
Elbow to elbow there. I believe that was a lapper. That could have been costly, man.
Oh, Blythe Duza. Yeah, I think that, man, almost over jumping into a really soft spot. That 15 machine of Dawson Cobb almost went down there. I don't know if you saw it. He was on the extreme outside, but he is now up to the number 2 spot, I believe. He's around Harden now, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see that for sure. There's Duza is through. He had 6.5 seconds. Cobb is up to second, just as I said. Burge is third on the gas. Brandon Harden now back to the number 4 spot.
He turned to 2:06. He's 6 seconds faster, and he's 6 seconds behind with the white flag out. What's going to happen with lappers, Rodney? Where are we going with this one, buddy? We got less than a lap to go, and we talk about heaters. We talk about burners. What are we doing? Saving the best for last here today? What's going on, bro?
I tell you what, Blythe Duza right now, I don't know if he's got the pit board or not, but here comes the 15 machine with a head full of steam right now, and you pointed it out just perfectly. Lap traffic, if it's out there, and it gets anyone in the way of the 72 of Blythe Duza, we could see this whole thing really change quickly. But as we watch it right now, down through the 10 Commandments, things are changing before our very eyes without the assistance of lap traffic.
No way. There comes Cobb right now. Duza, he's got limited time. He has to keep this thing on 2 wheels, keep the pace, keep the focus forward, Rodney. That's all he needs to do. He's got enough time legitimately, you know, by the lap, that he's going to ride this thing out, barring no mistakes.
Absolutely, and at this point, and that's kind of pushed to see the kind of ride that Cobb is putting forth. You know, a second is as good as the first in this first moto as far as 3 is concerned. And what a ride for Dawson Cobb. But Blythe Duza at the same time, man.
Yeah.
He definitely a rider that is well-deserved of this win, but what a push up through the pack by Dawson Cobb, who's going to come across most likely in the number 2 spot.
And I got to tell you, he's been in the hot seat since the very beginning. He got out there the early lead, had some challenges, had a gap there for a bit, as much as 7 seconds. But right now, about a quarter of a lap to go. Blythe Duza on the number 72 machine.
They're both in the sweeper right now, but it's not going to be close enough. Duza's got just enough breathing room that he can cruise it on in, out of the Bermuda Triangle and into the finish line, where he takes the checker flag and a Moto 1 win here at Loretta Lynn's in the 41st annual running of the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship.
And Cobb able to cut that lead in half at the finish line. Absolutely. Still ran a 2:08 on the last lap of the race. Everybody around him, 2:12, 2:11. Including your leader, Blythe through the dude, a fantastic ride, dude.
That was a push all the way from the very beginning. I don't know what happened to Cobb off that start. We didn't see him in the top 15 or so, and then all of a sudden he was there and he was climbing hard and fast. So Duza, Cobb, Burge, Hardin, Micah Grubbs, K1 Mattiola, Walker McGreal, Axel Paulson, Michael Bussey, and Robert Schuster are your top 10. And the VP Fuels finish line flag waves. Blythe Duza living the dream here at Loretta Lynn's. A virtual unknown, if you will. Rags to riches kind of story here in Moto number 1. Blythe Duza taking the win and talking to Mikey Waynes.
Hey, thanks, guys. Down here with Blythe Duza, man. Hey, just about as flawless as you can get. Step on up here next to this machine, man. You did all the work on it. Talk to us, man. Going home, you grabbed the Stasic hole shot. You grabbed the P1 and the gold, man. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I ripped that good start. Got a second draw, two classes in a row, which was sweet, and got that start and just tried to sprint away and then just keep calm.
Well, I'd say you did. You checked all the boxes, my guy. Congratulations to you on the big win, the whole shot award as well. I know you don't do it alone, man. Who you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank my trainer, Rob Amondi. He helps us out so much. I'd also like to give a big thanks to my family. They all support me so much, especially my dad. I'd like to give a big thanks to Moto Adventure Kawasaki, Blue River Tree Care, MWC Elite, Moose Racing, and anyone else I forgot, thank you so much.
There you go. First place finisher, Blythe Duza. Good work. First place finisher and whole shot award winner. Congratulations to Blythe. Do it for the gram. Snapchatter, it didn't happen. Do it for the TikTok. All right, we're going to get P2 up here in just a second. That's the funny face? Hey, you nailed it. You nailed it. Living the dream. All right, let's get P2 up here on the box. We're going to talk to him, and then we'll talk with our third place finisher as well here in just a second. All right, Dawson Cobb, man, come on up here. Come on up around here. We'll get you in front. Let's get the jersey, everything showing for you. Talk to us, dude. A tough, hard-fought battle. Pretty close right there at the end. You had a shot.
Yes, sir. I got a bad start, and then fell and take him out, so I was probably dead last. I just tried my best to come up.
Hey, I'd say you did pretty darn well, man. You're soaked. I don't know if it's sweat, water, whatever, but, man, you earned that one. Congratulations on that P2. Who you want to thank?
God will keep me safe. My brother, my mom and dad, BDR, Privateer Connection, the Shoals MX, Stu Baylor, and everybody else. Thank you.
There you go, Stu Baylor watching at home. Mr. Cobb, Dawson Cobb, doing it for Stu Baylor back home at the Shoals MX. He'll be stoked to hear that. Well, congratulations to you. All right, got one more rider coming up, our P3 finisher, making his way onto the box. He said, "It's so hot, Mikey Waynes, I'm losing the jersey." This is the guy doing it for the gram. Go ahead, throw that around the neck, man. Come on up here, center of this box. Burge. It's Burge, guys. Justin Burge, man, the P3 out there. Tell us about the ride, man.
I got off to a rough start. I had to push my way to the front. A few kids fell over. I was able to get around them. It was good. I got arm pump. I mean, track was rough. It was rough.
Rough to say the least. I'm going to let these guys rip past us. Oh, we're good. We're good. They can hear you. We're plenty loud. So, man, I know you don't do it alone like the last two guys. Who you want to thank?
I want to thank Good Mountain Sports for getting me here, Callus Moto for keeping me fresh, Moto X Training Facility for keeping me in shape and keeping me fast, SKDA for the wicked graphics, and everyone else, thank you.
There you go. Oh, and Liat
Moto, of course.
Hey.
We got you. Justin Burge, your P3 finisher. That's going to do it for us down here on the podium. We'll throw it back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Mikey Waynes, as we get set to roll into race number 16, and we are joined by one Jordan Jarvis here in the booth. An expert, if you will, on the WMX class, I guess you could say. You've probably had a time or two around this racetrack with many of these girls, and if not, you've certainly been keeping an eye on the progression of this class over the last couple of years, because we have been seeing quite a bit of it. As we take a quick look at our starting lineup, the number 12 out of Blaine, Tennessee, Shelby Rowland, Ara Schmelian out of Fort Pierce, Florida on the number 13, the 14, Olivia Silveira out of Lemoore, California, the 15, Brianna Sheltema out of Caledonia, Michigan, the number 16, Michaela Chambers from Marysville, Washington, 17, Hannah Hodges from Pearson, Florida, the 18, Shelby Britton out of Midland, Texas, number 20, Brianna Mueller from Coos Bay, Oregon, number 21, Kylie Stallings from Austin, Texas, number 22, Ava Silvestri from Redwood City, California, the number 23, Sienna Brown from Boise, Idaho, the 24, Ellie Gokin from Brighton, Illinois, number 26, Destiny Burgess from West Valley, Utah, the number 27, Riley Wirtz from Council Bluffs, Iowa, 28, Katie Benson from Greer, South Carolina, 29, Brittany Gagney from Milan, New Hampshire, the number 31, Bryce Martinez from Bronson, Michigan, number 32, Tiffany Fanala from Irwin, Pennsylvania, the 33, Caitlin Lane from Brooksville, Florida, 34, Taylor Allred from Riverton, Utah, 35, Alyssa Fitch from Elbert, Colorado, number 38, Ashley Heavener from Cameron, Oklahoma, 41, Corey Steed from Beloit, Ohio, number 47, Sutton Ann Scodress from Sussex, Wisconsin, the 48, Allie Welch from Westminster, Colorado, number 49, Alicia Goggle from Minola, Florida, the number 50, Viviana Contreras from Winnemar, California, the number 52, Carrie Wilson from North Chesterfield, Virginia, the 53, Mackenzie Mercado from Olive Branch, Mississippi, 56, Sophia Phelps from St. George, Utah, the number 61, Anissa Ingersoll from Mexico, New York, number 66, Haley Nowicki from Wisconsin, the number 68 of Adeline Malcolm from Elizabeth, Colorado, number 69, Jamie Ostadillo from Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania, the 71, Maddie Taylor from Emmett, Idaho, the 77, Regan Greenwell from Cairo, Georgia, 83 is Ignacia Riveras from Chile, the number 86 of Jenna Schultes from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, the 88, Jaylee Gallagher from Redmond, Oregon, the number 90, Preston Rains from Travelers Rest, South Carolina, the 92 of Nicole Voorhees from Honey Path Falls, New York, and the 95 of Cameron Negrete from Love Lady, Texas. And as we go into this WMX class, I can't help but notice, I note several off-road girls and girls that are quite handy in the off-road world are signed up with us. Corey Steed, we look at that name. Also another name that we would see. I've seen Jamie Ostadillo out there quite a bit, as though she's not a regular, but she comes out a lot. Preston Rains, obviously one of our top WXC riders we see out there. Shelby Rowland has also cut her teeth more than one occasion out in the woods. So it's good to see some of the woods girls making the step over to the MX side of things now, huh, Jordan?
Actually, fun fact, Corey Steep grew up racing here.
Absolutely.
I raced against her when we were in girls class and stuff like that. She ended up stepping away for a little bit. She does phenomenal in the wood side of it. If I'm not mistaken, she just got selected to do the ISDE team.
Absolutely.
I got a chance to do, well, I was supposed to get a chance to do that, but I ended up getting hurt. But to get picked for something like that is phenomenal. So she's doing a great job. It's awesome to see her come back to the motocross.
And actually the girls coming off of the win last year, so there's a lot of hope and a lot of excitement for that team that's going back over again this year. So going to be exciting, no doubt about it. Good to see, like say, and there's several of these girls, you yourself included, have taken to the woods as well in a GNCC event.
I did a sprint enduro when I was getting ready for ISDE, and that was a whole different world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trees don't move.
Nope.
Not at all. They hit very hard.
Yeah.
So it was definitely a very, very big adjustment. Different suspension changes and stuff like that. Your suspension has to be super soft, which is a huge change for me. I run my moto stuff fairly stiff.
Right.
And I do Supercross as well, and that stuff, you need two grown men to help pull you down for a whole shot twice. So yeah, it's a whole nother world.
Well, gates down on this first moto of the WMX class as we are off and rolling. And, you know, again, you know, you've got your favorites, you got your ones that you expect that are going to do well, but you never really know until this gate goes down. And right now, is that the number 50, I believe we're seeing out front there, Viviana Contreras from California. Now, that's a girl I'm not real familiar with, to be honest with you.
She, I'm not terribly familiar with her as well, but, you know, you got to give respect to her. She's on a 250 two-stroke right now. So that's always cool to see. You love the two-strokes out there. But this is going to be a great race. Personally, I think there's at least 6 or 7 front runners that all have the capability of winning. And that always leads for some great racing.
I believe that was Hannah Hodges on the 17 Gas back in the number 2 spot there out of Pearson, Florida. We saw exiting the 10 Commandments, but it's still that early leader out there. The number 50 machine still holding the down the.
I could be wrong, but I want to say the number 3 spot is Sophia Phelps, which is last year's winner.
And she's in a good position to get things started as well as we continue this first lap. It's always really confusing. You can look at it at one turn and then a third way around the racetrack. Yeah. I mean, you pass 10 people and you don't know how.
If it looks confusing to watch, I promise you it's very confusing for us when we're out there riding, especially if you don't get a good start and you're trying to come through the pack.
Isn't it amazing how fast things happen, though?
Oh yeah, I went to Colorado for the National this year, and I started way back on the LCQ, and I made my way into like 5th by the end of the lap. And my dad came back to me after the race and said, "How did you do that?" I said, "I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't remember the passes. I don't know what happened. I was just riding the dirt bike."
Well, there you go. You need to ride your dirt bike more often, it sounds like.
I do, and I believe I made a mistake. I don't think that's Sophia Phelps. I believe that's Kylie Stallings in second or third.
Viviana Contreras in the number 1 spot. She got the early lead in this one and has not looked back. That is Stallings in the number 3 spot. Katie Benson, another girl with some off-road credit to her background as well, in the number 4 spot. Taylor Allred in 5th. Corey Steed, Jamie Ostadillo, Sophia Phelps is 8th. Shelby Rowland in 9th. And Aurora Schmelian in the number 10 spot. That is Hannah Hodges once again in the number 2 position on the 17 machine, as she's still got her head down and charging. But look at the ladies behind her, Stallings, Benson, and Allred. They all look pretty hungry right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you got to look out for the number 34 of Taylor Allred. She is looking. She's looking to fix the mistakes and stuff that she had last year. She wants that win bad, and she's going to push hard for it, just like the rest of these. And I do believe Katie Benson made the pass on Kylie Stallings.
The riders making their way through the red zone now. Whoa!
I was just about to say she looks like she's a little off the back end of that bike. If she catches her foot just a little bit, it's going to pull her down. That corner was super deep yesterday.
Yeah, and
those ruts in it right now are gnarly.
Yeah, and it took its toll on Stallings, so she's going to lose a few spots. I'm not sure how quick she got back up, but that should move up Benson, Allred, and Steed at least.
It did not look like. I'm still seeing a yellow flag, actually, so I don't think she's up. Unfortunately, that's one of the downfalls of being on the shorter side.
Yeah.
And falling in some really deep ruts, it makes it difficult to get the bike up and get moving.
Can't get help.
No.
Did we have Viviana Contreras on the radar coming into this race as a front runner? This is impressive.
Actually.
Okay, good scouting here, Jordan Jarvis.
I do tend to keep a good eye out on this racing. You know, even though I might not be racing out here, I am still, you know, hopefully fighting for somewhat of a pro women's class to come back. And these women out here that are doing such a phenomenal job are helping me make a case to bring it back.
I like the style, too. She's standing up, coming into the corners, looks good, and getting away. About a 3-second lead after one lap for Contreras. Then you got Hodges here and Katie Benson. This is second and third. Benson closing in on Hodges. Here we go toward the billboards. Let's see if Hodges can hold on. Benson tracking her down.
Hannah is fairly known for holding up pretty well under pressure. Katie looks like she's pushing extremely hard right now, and when you're pushing that hard, it is not.
Man.
Dang, that was a good pass, but it's not hard to make a mistake when you're pushing that hard.
Using the outside to make the move, bike kicking all over the place. Katie Benson wants to go to the front.
Well, I tell you, she's found and seems to be comfortable on that ragged edge, kind of, so to speak. She knows she's got to dig deep, and she sees the 50 of Contreras getting away, so She gets by Hodges, and she's got her head down and charging. I really think that she believes that she might be able to bridge that 6-7 second gap that she's looking at right now.
I'm still looking for the number 4 of Taylor Allred. I know she didn't get the best start, unfortunately. And I actually, real quick to interrupt myself, is that, okay, no, I thought that was still Kylie Stallings down. It's not. But, you know, I'm really looking for Taylor to step up in this next part of the race. She didn't get a very good start. You can kind of see her in the background right now, but I'm also looking for the number 56 of Sophia Phelps, last year's winner, to make a show.
You see those random bad starts with the random gate picks in Moto 1 for sure. So some of the big names are having to work their way forward. But are there any answers for Viviana Contreras in the lead on the number 50? And the gap's pretty sizable. It's going to be Benson now in second to track her down this time around. Here comes Allred. We might have a battle here between Hodges and Allred. Oh, and Hodges dumps it.
Same thing again. Typically with your smaller riders, height-wise, it's very easy for them to make a mistake and fall. All it takes is a quick dab of the foot, and that dab just pulls you straight down. And if you're not really tall enough to, you know, muscle your way through it, or even put your foot down and plant you to pull yourself back up, it's very easy to make a mistake and fall over. And that's, honestly, that looked identical to what happened to Kylie Stallings.
So tough break for Hodges. Taylor Allred is into third now.
It looks like that's Corey Steed just behind Taylor Allred.
It is.
Steed, everybody's favorite mini cycle racer. I know when they have the big mini bike races, they're all drawing straws. I want her on my team. She can rip on a mini bike, GNCC, and right here at Moto, there she is, 41, starting to close in. She the Trail Jesters team,
yep.
Right? Trail Jesters team,
yep.
Which develops a lot of talent for KTM on the off-road side and helps some motocross riders out as well. Corey does it all, and she's closing in right now.
She's got some good experience here. You know, like I said, I raced against her for, oh gosh, I can't even tell you how many years. When we were here on the little bikes, I'm sure you called
really?
some of those
Probably
races.
did, yes, probably did. Probably was last lap,
Super
last
mini
moto,
days.
crazy battles.
Yeah, it's super mini days. So it's
In the regular super mini class, too.
in the
Whoa, no, the leader.
Oh no,
No, that's
Kate
Benson. That's
Katie, I'm
Benson,
sorry,
second place.
I thought we were watching.
Oh, that was a
Viviana.
hard hit.
That was.
That's going to be hard to recover from. I mean, she hit the dirt,
The hardest
lawn dart
part
style.
actually is going to be to get herself turned around those ruts.
Yeah.
That's the same corner Kylie Stallings just fell in.
Almost went down again.
Those ruts, they'll get you. If you're not careful and if you're pushing too hard and you're not paying attention to where you're positioned on the bike, they'll get you.
Those ruts are so deep now. Okay, we saw earlier in the day, Ryder DiFrancesco pretty much got stuck into a dead stop. And then he took the rut the next lap, and that did not happen in the same exact. So is it literally lean angle?
It is. It's
Yeah.
all it takes is just to be leaning just a little too far, maybe positioned upward a little
Yep.
bit, and it's going to completely change your positioning of where your tires are
Yeah.
going into the rut. Maybe if you're leaning a little too far over, your bike's going to go actually higher in the berm of the rut, so that's going to make you stick a little bit more. It's such a fine edge that you have to get used to riding and figuring out.
Crazy. Yeah,
yeah.
same exact line, 2 laps in a row. It looked totally different. And we go back to Contreras, our leader. I mean, she is checked out, and her lead's going to be even bigger now because second place Benson. Man, Benson went down hard. I'm impressed she got up at all. Like, she was scrambling right back to the bike.
These women out here, you know, it's the same thing. They're honestly, in my opinion, we're one of the toughest ones out there. You know, we don't get a lot of recognition for it, but a lot of these women, they push hard for it. You know, you see some gnarly crashes, and we get up from it most of the time.
Benson's proven that point. Go ahead, Rodney.
Oh, I was just saying 5th place for Katie Benson. I mean, that's kind of remarkable if you think about it. I mean, as hard as she went down and the struggles that, you know, had to get turned back around. So dropping from a 209 to a 231, she may have a little bit of time to make up another position or two. So I wouldn't count her out yet for a Moto medal.
Yeah, could still make a podium run. I'll give you the top 10 rundown right now. You got Contreras in the lead, Allred second, Steed third, Sophia Phelps fourth, Katie Benson after the crash is fifth. Hodges had her own crash. She is in, she's seventh now. Jamie Astudillo is sixth. Alicia Goggle eighth, Brianna Sheltema ninth, and Shelby Rowland is rolling out there in the top 10. And we're halfway through this one.
I think this just proves even more, and I was really guilty of this when I was racing here. I couldn't get a start to save my life, but Vivian.
Is that all races or just Loretta's?
Oh no, I'm not a very good starter.
Oh, okay, all right.
I know. I'm working on it, but here it's such a big difference. I mean, look at Vivian Contreras. She has the whole shot, and she pulled out a gap and stayed ahead of all of the carnage, and she's now got almost a 13-second lead over Taylor already.
Man, she is absolutely flying. She's 3 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field. So when did Contreras first get on your radar? When did you first notice her, hear about her?
I've been kind of hearing about her here and there. I do still pay attention to the other amateur races as well. I hear some other people talking about it, and when I hear, some other of the top runners talking about it, it kind of gets my interest going, and I make sure to listen for that name. And that was one of the riders I was looking at in practice yesterday, was her. And obviously, the two-stroke, she's going to draw some attention. You got to love the two-strokes. So that definitely caught my attention some more. But I did watch her yesterday, and she did look good. And I don't remember who I was talking to, but she was on my list for
good scouting on your end. I mean, she's got this thing. If she can just hold on to it, it's her race to win or lose. Allred was riding well to get the second, but still about a second off on the lap time. And look at the gap. There's Allred on her traditional 34.
It looks like she did pull a little bit of a gap back out in Corey Stude, so I think we might see Taylor start to click off some more good lap times now that she's not under pressure. When you're under pressure like that, you can't hit the lines you want to hit. You have to be protective about everything, and unfortunately, a lot of that time, those ruts aren't the fastest rut.
Man, none of those ruts are fast. I mean, it looks nasty.
That's what I was talking to these guys. I just turned off the mic and I said, look at the amount of lines. How do you make a choice? How do you know which line to choose and commit to coming down through there?
I mean, a lot of it comes down to having paid quite a bit of attention on site laps. But me personally, probably not the smartest on my part, but I typically go for the very inside or like the deepest rut on the inside because I know nobody else is going in there.
Oh, because no one else is going to be there. Okay.
That, and I personally, I love ruts. I love ruts. Like at the Colorado National, that very inside by the mechanics area, I went through that inside almost perfect every lap. I don't know.
So you look forward. You see it as an opportunity.
Yes.
Not as, I got to get through this thing.
Oh, yeah. That is definitely where I felt I was one of the strongest on the track, was through the ruts. A lot of times you'll see women typically try to avoid them or go to less of a rut.
Yep.
So, I mean, that was always one of my stronger passing points. And I think we've seen that same corner cling 2 riders so far.
Yes. Yeah, that was a rough one. Well, you need to find alternate lines because you said you're not a good starter. So I guess it all comes into play.
You got to make it work somehow, right?
You got to find somewhere to get around. I think the battle we're watching, is Phelps and then Steed, I believe. That's your battle, right? I was watching the 41.
Yeah, I think so.
And then the Kawasaki is Phelps. That is 3rd and 4th. So there's some motivation here, everybody. It is for the podium in this moto. We have 6 minutes to go. Almost off the track goes Phelps.
So actually, Phelps
won.
Phelps got that lap. She got that pass on Corey Steed.
She did. Yep.
She's now 2 seconds behind Taylor Allred, and Steed is behind 2 seconds behind Phelps. So if
Phelps champ last year, right?
She did.
Yes,
yep.
Exactly. So she's starting to make things happen, get herself back in title contention. And look, Allred is not that far ahead. This is second place.
It's going to be a slight mistake, and I want to say last year it came down to the final moto between Allred and Phelps. So this is going to be a good battle. There's obviously some unfortunate issues that happened with Taylor, but she wants to win. So if she gives this up, that's going to make her week a heck of a lot harder.
There's going to be some serious motivation here as Phelps starts to close on Taylor Allred for second. But they've also got to solve the riddle that is Viviana Contreras, who is long gone. A new and very strong factor in this class. Phelps is closing the gap. We're going to have a battle on our hands here.
I don't know if you just watched, but that same corner that we had Katie go down.
Benson go down, yep.
Taylor actually ended up going fairly wide, and Sophia stayed somewhat towards the middle and made up a good chunk of time. A lot of times you will see that happen in the women's race, but a lot of times there is some really deep ruts that are wicked fast. You just got to be brave enough to get through it. Yeah.
Willing to do it.
Yeah.
And Phelps is. Here comes Phelps. part of a real strong contingent of riders coming from the Idaho and Utah area. They talk a lot about how gnarly and rutted the tracks that they race in Utah are, and that definitely pays off when we get here to Loretta's. I know like Chance Hymas, for example, comes to that same, it's called Rec MX, I believe, is a series that they race there in Utah, and riders from Idaho will come down for that as well. They get a lot of practice on rough track and ruts, and Sophia Phelps is closing in on all red right now.
How about the number 21 of Kylie Stallings, who's getting back up onto her screen, running about 13th right now after being down for a while.
Yeah, she lost a lot of time.
Yeah, she was down for a while.
2-lap card is out for Contreras. I'm going to head down to the podium, and we'll see how this Allred and Phelps battle for second plays out for the last lap and a half.
Well, after 7 laps of racing, Viviana Contreras in the number 1 spot, Taylor Allred second. Sophia Phelps is third on the 56. Corey Steed, now the 41 machine in fourth. Katie Benson running about 13.6 seconds back in fifth. Jamie Ostadillo, the 69, in sixth. Gas rider number 17, Hannah Hodges in seventh. Eighth place, Brianna Sheltema, the number 15. Ninth place, the number 12 of Shelby Rowland, and Ignacia Riveros, the number 83, checking in, I believe, in 10th. And looking to see, did we see? No, we didn't see a change there in our top 6 as they are the only ones checking in so far with 7 laps complete. As we watch our leader here on that number 50 machine, Wildomar, California, Fast House, Pinnacle Racing, as we said. So she's
had a phenomenal moto. I mean, very, very few mistakes that I've seen.
Right.
And that's what it takes.
Absolutely.
That's what it takes. I was telling one of my friends down in staging earlier, if you can stay up and stay smooth, you're going to do fairly well. And that's exactly what she's done. She's gotten a great start. She put herself in a great position right off the get-go. She's just holding strong right now. They're coming into some lappers right now. Choosing some pretty good lines to get around them. That's another big thing that we have to worry about in women's classes. Unfortunately, running into quite a few lappers and being smart.
And it's not like you run into 1 or 2. You packs
you run
of them,
into them in packs.
It'd be easier one at a time, obviously, but I think white flag coming out this time around because when you get them in packs, they're in their own battles, and then you come up behind them and they think that you're another rider that's trying, and so they fight with you.
Yeah, they do, and it makes it tough. You don't want to get close to anybody, but it is what it is. But I think I'm starting to look for that battle between Taylor Allred and Sophia Phelps because they are less than half a second apart.
Yeah, that battle's already here.
Oh, yeah.
34 Allred, 56 Sophia Phelps, second and third. The war wages on as we roll through the final lap of racing now. So this is big news right here. There's the 34 machine.
Now this is a huge spot for Taylor and Sophia Phelps. Whoever gets second spot is in great contention still for the championship. Now, obviously, if you do get third, you are still in championship contention, but second place makes it way easier and takes a lot of stress.
I think Allred, is that Allred there, or are we looking at Viviana? That's Viviana.
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering, I thought maybe Taylor had dropped Sophia Phelps through some of that lap traffic, but maybe not the case. We'll see if we can pick her up visually out here, out of the window. They are running just a little less than 10 seconds off the pace of our leader right now.
I think Sophia may have possibly gotten her. I can't. There's a Cowie, a KTM, and then a Cowie.
And then a tree.
No, okay, so it looks like Taylor Allred still has that spot. Maybe the lappers did end up helping her out a little bit, but Sophia is not giving up. She understands how important this final lap is in that last spot.
Viviana facing some troubles with some lap traffic there, some going down, but able to get by. She finds her way into the heart of this Loretta Lynn's race course, rounding the Polysport Pond around the Thor sweeper now, and heading into that Bermuda Triangle for the hard left-hand turn and the drive home and the win in Moto number 1 here in the WMX Moto 1
last corner battle going on right here, and I want to say Taylor's going to keep that, but awesome job for Vivian Contreras. I wouldn't say this is her first win here ever, as far as I know, but that was a great battle. Taylor, stuck that out.
She sure did.
That was a phenomenal charge on Sophia Phelps. And how about Kylie Stallings making it back up in the 9th?
That is impressive, and she may have gotten another spot there. Actually, we'll look a little bit closer, but Contreras, Allred, Phelps, Benson, your top 4. Corey Steed rounding out the top 5, it appears, with Hannah Hodges, Shelton Rowland, Stallings, and Ignacio Riveros rounding out the top 10. We'll keep an eye on that just to make sure here in just a moment. But pole shot, I guess you could say wire to wire for Viviana. And we haven't seen that a whole lot. It's happened a couple times, but not a whole lot. So right now, Benson does check in with the 9 laps complete. 4th place, Corey Steed also with 9 and secures 5th. Hannah Hodges in 6th. Sheltima Rowland and Kylie Stallings and Riveros to round out the top 10.
Now this was a great race for Fox Racing. There's 3rd, Sophia Phelps wears Fox, Katie Benson wears Fox, Brianna Shelma wears Fox, Shelby Rowland, Stallings, and Rivio, all Fox. Majority of the top 10.
All Foxes. Is that what you're saying? They're all Fox riders?
Yeah. I'm serious. A good portion of them are all Fox riders.
And that's cool. That's good to see them representing. And
Fox does well for women. Fast House, I think you said.
Yeah, Fast House.
Fast House.
All right, that's enough racket up there in the podium. We were taking it here at the podium. And how about this? We got another name to throw in the mix of potential champions here at Loretta's. Stasic Holshot, dominant gold medal, moto win. Let's hear it for Viviana Contreras. You had them covered, at least in this moto. Did you expect that coming in? What was your confidence like coming into this week?
Well, first I started off with a 33 gate pick, so I was a little scared there. So I knew I was going to have to wing it from the outside and just give it all it's got.
You got the whole shot with the 33rd pick?
Yeah, 33 pick. I was a little worried there.
Okay. After that, you're riding really well. I mean, how are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. I was checking behind me every time to see if they were behind me, but they were on me, pushing me. So I had to keep it going and just try to ride in and hit my marks.
What's your experience here at Loretta's in the past?
I've got 9th both times in the women's class here, so.
And now you got a moto win.
Yeah, I'm stoked.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my family, my mechanics, Travis, Pinnacle Racing, ASV, Bray, Trim Wholesale Lighting, Rock Oil, Bray, and Throttle Syndicate, Moto Cuts, and ODI, ASV, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
All right. Welcome aboard to the podium, Viviana Contreras. Couple of 9ths and now a dominant moto win. How about that? We'll bring up our 2nd place finisher, and this was a battle to the end for this silver. And Taylor Allred is going to take it by a narrow margin to keep herself looking good for championship contention as the week goes on. Here is the silver for the Orange Brigade KTM rider, Taylor Allred. Good to see you again. Gnarly last couple of laps. Phelps was behind. You weren't going to let it happen.
Oh, yeah, that was so sick. You know, the first lap, Hannah and Kylie both went down. That was a bummer. And then just tried to put down steady laps. And those last 3 laps, Sophie was catching me, and we both came into the 10 Commandments. And I just held it on a little bit more, but it was super fun.
All right. Who do you want to thank, Taylor?
The whole KTM Orange Brigade crew, my mom, my dad, Fly, 100%, Dave Janolfi, Monster Army, Pro Taper, just anyone else. Thank you.
There it is. Let's hear it for Taylor Allred, 2nd place. And last year's champ ends up 3rd in the moto. That was hard fought, working her way back. And we'll talk to her about the bronze. We'll bring Sophia Phelps on up. There we go. Well, we got quite a championship scenario set up. A great battle down to the wire with Allred and Phelps. And Viviana Contreras making a name for herself. One of the great personalities in the game. Let's hear it for Sophia Phelps. We'll give it a second here as the thunder clears behind us. All right, first of all, let's start. Was that the gate pick that got you?
I'd like to blame it on the gate pick, but I probably just could have had faster reaction time. The gate pick wasn't ideal. I was far inside, but I was like, let's make this work. My pro circuit motor is so fast. Holy moly. I was like, okay, I can at least pull something good, hug tighter on that inside corner, and then try and like blast down the outsides of the straightaways. So it was good. I was happy with the start that I ended up with. It put me in a really great position to start battling forward. And we did it. It's warm out here, but I'm happy to be here. And yeah, grateful for all the training that I've done with Kyle Lewis this summer, as well as RMX Academy. They've been really helpful with that.
Yeah, talk about that little riding scene that you guys have in the Utah and the Idaho folks come down. You got something special going on over there.
Yeah, so a lot of people, when they think of, Utah and Idaho, they think just like snow, and which we do have snow. I live in the southern part of Utah, so it's very deserty, a lot like Arizona. So in the winter, the RMX is the race series. They come down to southern Utah and parts of Nevada, and we ride during the winter, and then we slowly work our way up in the spring, and in the summer we train in Idaho. So it's back and forth, but it's pretty fun. It's a great group of people, and they prep the tracks just like this. So we're prepared coming in, which is awesome, and everything I could ask for.
Awesome. All right, who else do you want to thank there, Sophia?
Yeah, huge shout out to Rocky Mountain ATVMC, Factory Connection, Fox, Fast Company, Dunlop, Blended Up, CrossFit Dixie, Kyle Lewis MX Academy, Hinson, Pro Circuit, and yeah, all of those guys. Thank you very much.
All right, one of the great personalities in the game. Third place in this moto. She'll be back for more. Sophia Phelps. That's a wrap on WMX. Only a few more classes. We're going to wrap today up with our 50cc divisions, but a couple more big bikes out on the track right now.
'18 to 24 college class rolls out onto the track. Here are your riders. On the number 4, it's going to be Eddie Norred. On the number 10, Gage Stein. Number 13, Ben Ivanaskas. Number 14 is going to be Gage McIlvain. Number 15, Jordan Smith. Number 16 is going to be Gray Tate. Gavin Tilfer will be on the number 18 machine. Jordan Fancher will be on the 22. Mitchell France will be on the 24 machine. Matthew Jackson on the 25. Kyle Allison on the 26. Ethan Hughes on the number 27 machine. Trevor Dunn on the 28. Jesse Grosso on the 29 machine. Mason Holsey on the number 30 machine. Collier Martinez on the 31. Kyler Brabeck on the 32. Nicholas Hunt on the 33 machine. Kyle Epperson on the 34. Landon Armbruster on the 37 machine. Dakota Bender on the 39. Cameron Dufault on the 41 machine. Skylar Leaf on the 42. Tyler Smith on the 43. Trey Fagert on the number 47 machine. Ryder Fox comes to you on the 48 machine. Danny Perry on the 49. Tyler Gosnell on the 51. Luke Allison on the 55. Bryce Lizaraga on the 59 machine. Noah Chambers on the 61. Wyatt Reimer on the 66 machine. Joshua Boaz on the number 70. Alex Panzarella on the 73 machine. Michael Matthews 77. Jace Russell on the number 80 machine. Daniel Bortolin on the 81. Ethan Esslinger on the 85 machine. Kyson Palmer on the 88. Kimball Jett number 94. Blake Grinstaff on the 96 machine. And Caden Palmer will be aboard the number 99 machine. That is the college 18 to 24-year-old class. Table is set. So we are just about ready to go racing here in race number 17, the college 18 to 24. We've set the table 42 of the best riders in America set to do battle here as the gate and the revs come up. The gate will drop here. Watch their heads dip. And it's about to get serious. Around that first turn, let's get everybody through here clean. And we are up and running. Well done, college 18 to 24. Everybody making it through that first big sweeper. That's a huge hurdle right there. So we've got one of our apprentices. What's your name, my man?
My name is Jackson Burrell.
Jackson Burrell. Where are you from, bud?
Yeah, Georgia, Blairsville, Georgia.
Blairsville, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Home of the
mountains.
I don't know.
Yes, sir. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Home of absolutely nothing, man. Blairsville, Georgia. Home of this guy. I'm from Georgia too. Not Blairsville though. Cartersville.
I'm close to Cartersville.
There you go.
I know all about Cartersville.
So if you thought you heard an accent with me, we're picking it up with you now.
Yes,
You're going to
sir.
step up the accent game here.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're working our way back. They call that Storyland. That's where the flaggers, their names were Story, so they kind of aptly named it Storyland as they come out of Storyland. Some bigger jumps have gotten added throughout the years. And let's see who our leader is. It's Daniel Bortolin. Oh, that's a good look, bro. That is a really solid look. So opening stages here of college 18 to 24. Next up, we'll have some 50cc racing coming your way. Get in there. Let's see what you got. Let's bang some bars here. Look, when you don't know what to say, just make stuff up. Like, just, nobody's even listening.
Well, we're coming around here for the first lap. Let's see who we got up front here. We've got the number 10. Yes, that is going to be
Gage Stein. How about it? I bet you got some friends back home listening. In fact, I know you do. The Stein clan.
We're gonna have Stein up front. We got the 48 of J. Ryder Fox out in second.
There you go. Our hole shot artist in the number 3 spot, Landon Armbruster, is 4th. Eddie Norrid is 5th. Kyle Epperson 6th. Mason Holsey 7th. Kyler Brabeck, Kimball Jett, and Kyson Palmer round out your top 10, but it's early. We know how that goes.
Yes, sir. This is one of the last motos of the day. This is going to be a rough one. They're
hot. It's rough. They've been waiting all day.
Yes, sir.
Think about keeping these 50cc riders at bay all day long. These kids have been all jacked up on Mountain Dew and Monster Energies, trying to keep those kids calm. They're sitting in staging now, bouncing off the walls.
Ready to go to battle. Looks like we had a rider down there. I don't know if that was the Yamaha J. Ryder Fox or not.
It might be. The Kawasaki rider now is up from 5th. Eddie Norrid has jumped all the way up to 2nd. That's a heck of a lap there. So there's the Kawasaki and the Yamaha. Looks like J. Ryder Fox still up, barely. Got the yellow gear, the blue bike. He's got Eddie Norrid, who's made a couple of passes. Norrid trying to creep around on the inside. All right, so we're working on lap number 2. We have a lot to be determined here. There's rider number, is he number 1 or is that number 7? Oh well, we'll figure all that out. Still the 81 out front, followed by the 48. So J. Ryder, what am I seeing? No, Gage Stein's still your leader. All right, I'll get it right here. A 2:03 for Gage. He's got it out to 6 seconds. That's exactly what you want to do. Just get the whole shot, and well, he didn't quite get the whole shot. Bordelin got the whole shot, and then Stein made the pass pretty quickly. We are watching Daniel Bordelin, who's now in 2nd. There's the 48 Yamaha of J. Ryder Fox. You got to say all 3 letters, the names, everything. Whatever he's giving you, say it all. Kimball Jett up to 4th. He was in about 9th moments ago.
Yes, Kimball Jett's making a strong comeback. We'll see what he has to offer.
So what's riding like up in Blairsville? Where do you guys ride at?
Oh, we go all over. We have a couple local tracks. We got some guys actually out here from the local tracks.
In this race right now?
Not in this particular race, but in the mini senior class.
Okay. All right, there's your top 10 on the left-hand side of the screen. That is Gage Stein handling business. One of our scorekeepers slams that door, says, I don't need to hear this.
She came in to soak up 30 seconds of air conditioning and go back out and
just,
oh, here come the riders back to the tower. I got to go back outside.
Oh, got to write these numbers down. Gage Stein, man, what a great start for him. Out of Maryland. coming here for a title in the 1824 class. All right, things starting to heat up. We're going to have to see some movement here. The number 81 under the attack there. J. Ryder Fox might have gotten it done. J. Ryder Fox.
Michael J. Ryder Fox.
Michael J. Ryder. Michael J. Ryder DeFrancisco Fox.
Oh,
a lot of names.
Racing.
Yes.
Michael J. Ryder DeFrancisco Fox Racing.
Wow.
That's his name. What's the longest nickname ever here?
Adam simply eating a pack of
Rolos. No, his rival had a
hanging
baby.
from Cooper Spud. Web of deception.
Guy hang with Mr. Cooper Spud Webb.
Too much. Yes, that's exactly right.
Guy hang with Mr. Cooper Spud Webb.
They even battled with nicknames.
Even everything, man. We took it down to the wire.
All the way to the wire.
There's Stein on the 10 on your screen. Stein has opened it up to almost 10 seconds.
Over Dr. J. Ryder DeFrancisco, Michael J. Fox Racing. Jeez.
That's unbelievable.
All right, I'm done with that.
Whatever happened to that Cooper Webb? J. Ryder Fox, second now.
He's just racing off-road stuff now.
Bortolin, yeah, he's battling out with Robbie Marshall up at MX 207.
Marshall, bro. Here's a part of your course here. Have you heard Luke's?
Robbie Marshall. Oh, yeah. Features.
Features. Key features here
Key
in Loretta
features.
Lynn's.
Key
The
features.
10 Commandments. Bro, don't break a commandment. There's 10 of them.
Key features.
Key features. The mud. It's dusty. Where did they get water from? Keep doing those, Luke. We're fans.
Yeah.
His
Luke
accent-
Rensland.
Yes, Luke Rensland's, and his accent's gotten wilder and wilder. Say it, Jason Weigand. Say it.
Adrian Mayo to the MX Sports Office. And also DeMarco Gruden? DeMarco Gruden to the MX Sports Office, and Adrian Mayo. Yo, Adrian Mayo to the MX Sports Office, and DeMarco Gruden to the MX Sports Office. We have $100 we're going to give you.
Wow.
Yep.
Hustle
Come
down
on
there.
down. Just come on down to the office.
The Jeff Cernick way. I watched him do that at High Point.
Tell people I'm going to give you something.
And they stole something from him. He goes, the first person down here, this guy, if you come here, we've got a $200 gift certificate to Cernick's Racing.
And then he just grappled with him, just put him in the Scorpion.
The Scorpion. And if you've ever had, ask Jeff Cernick if you're just curious what the old Scorpion is. Just say, hey, I'd like to see what the Scorpion's
We
all
will.
about.
They only got Rodney. Don't do it. You'd be done. You'd just turn to dust. But everybody else, I want to see what you got.
If you would take 5 seconds of the Scorpion, I'll give you $100. Whistle Dixie.
5 seconds. Uncle. What happened to Michael J. Ryder Fox there? He was in second.
Kimball Jett is on the move.
Kimball Jett's on the move, and Ryder J. Fox has gone back to the number 4 position. So he was in podium contention. That's going to cost him there, Jackson.
Yes, sir. Caden Palmer's made up a couple spots. He's looking like he's going to try to make up the chase on Gage Stein. He's got 11 seconds ahead of him.
Woo!
That's a tall order.
And look at the lap times from Caden Palmer there, Jackson. He's on the move.
Yeah, that's a great battle we're watching right there. The 48 Yamaha. It looks like Kimball Jett has gotten around him, so it's just he won't be denied. Just like that accident. Cannot deny this accident. I got one too,
Fox,
man.
Fox has been pushed back to 4th. That's the battle you're watching right now. Daniel Bortolin, they are battling for 4th and 5th right now.
Bortolin Cologne. Man, look how deep those ruts are. That is something else. There's the 81. He's going to get past there.
So J. Ryder Fox, he had Bortolin and a couple others covered, and it has come unraveled for him and allowed Caden Palmer and Kimball Jett to get by. And now Fox is just trying to hold on for that 4th place spot against the 81 of Bortolin. Then it's Armbruster in 6th, Epperson 7th, Kyler Brabeck 8th, Eddie Norrid 9th, and Collier Martinez, that is 10th. Who's working this outside line in the sand?
That is the 48. That is Dr. J. Ryder Fox. Going to thunder dunk it right past Kimball Jett there. That is the 81 of Daniel Bortolin. So they are battling out. Bortolin's gotten around Dr. J. Ryder Fox for 4th. That'll shuffle him back 1 position. Now, have you ever made it to the ranch?
No, sir, I've not. Tried many times. A bunch of long shots and near misses.
How many times? How many times have you tried?
My whole life.
Every year?
Yeah, every year.
What was the first class?
50s? 85s.
85? And now you're 43, right? 44?
He's into the age classes, hoping one of those works out for him.
Sneak in there.
50 plus.
You'll get in there. Just keep trying. It's a battle of attrition, man. So that's the 94 of Kimball Jett and Daniel Bordelin just behind him. There's the 99 of Caden Palmer.
Caden Palmer there's going to be in second. It looks like Gage Stein is going to run away with this one.
Stranger things have happened, though, man. We know how this racetrack treats these guys. So that's why we do the 3 motos, and we're 5 laps in, so anything can happen. We've seen our leader in our women's class go down.
As we saw Brown go down as well. Anything can happen. This is racing, and this is Loretta's.
There is the number 10, our leader, Gage Stein. FXR getting a little tired there, getting a little sloppy. It happens. I always like to watch the flaggers. They're just not. This guy right here, you'll see him in a minute, not at all. It's like Morgan Freeman, not feeling. He's not even watching. He's like, I'm not going to watch that section. Not a fan. There's Stein trying to win over everybody here.
Stein is on the gas, on that gas.
Nice. There it is.
Nice.
You've been waiting on that one, haven't you? Now, is that a perm or are you coming in? Is that natural? We doing that?
All natural.
Really? Because I know some kids are doing it.
I can't believe the perm's a thing again.
It is a thing.
I was not
pencil
aware of that.
stash.
It is.
Can you grow a pencil mustache? Can you do that too? Because that's the hot setup.
Yes,
you can
I
grow a
sure
pencil.
can. I just shaved it off this morning. I wish I wouldn't have now.
Oh, he was trying to be professional.
Appreciate that.
I'm clean shaven if I'm in the announcer's tower. I respect that.
Better than Rodney. Look at Rodney. He looked like he breezed in from the local pub this morning about 8 o'clock. Slept in the parking lot. Works third shift at Amazon, packing your packages over there.
Guys, as the day goes on, I know this track just has to keep getting harder and harder, especially with the ruts. Not only are they getting deeper, but they're getting dry and hard.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
The amount of people that told me about that, how slippery the track is this year compared to usual. Hard and slick underneath.
Is it slippery when wet?
Bon Jovi?
I knew you'd catch that.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
We had a tribute band at Southwick. They sounded better than the real thing. I was like, that was my sister, actually. I was just along for the ride. Gage Stein is he's up to 11 seconds. Caden Palmer worked hard to get to second and brought Kimball Jett up with him, but their charge is probably going to stop there unless Stein has a problem. We're going to give him a nice Stein full of Monster Energy down there at the podium.
There it is.
Maybe put a little gauge on it to see how much capacity it can hold. Gage Stein's gotten away.
Tying both the names in there.
Thank you. Yep.
Probably give Caden and Arnold Palmer there for his hard work back in the number 2 spot.
Oh, nice. A little iced tea, lemonade blend.
Not sure what Kimball Jett's
You can't come up with anything with the last name Jett. What could you possibly come up with? Jett's son. Oh, yes. Are you Kimball Jett's son? Wow, that's good. Daniel Bartolin has won that battle. J. Ryder Fox, he must really be in that 88 mile an hour flux capacitor time machine, because early in the moto, he was like the fastest guy on track, and we thought he might catch the leader, Gage Stein, and now he's gone back to 8th place. So he has been up front, and he's been in the middle of the pack all in one moto. Depends on when he sets the time-space continuum warp in that J. Ryder Fox.
Yamaha DeLorean. Man, these guys look tired, man. They have been sitting in the sun waiting for this moto. This is the pinnacle of heat for Loretta Lynn's right now. It is just
They look tired.
brutal.
Yes, sir. It's been in the low 90s today, so it has been a hot one for them.
And if you get behind on hydration, it's just a catch-up game at this point. If you were dehydrated yesterday and try to catch up again today after racing, it is a rough go.
If you don't maintain that heartbeat, you'll throw it all away quick here.
Coming across past the mechanics area. I believe that's the 81 of Bordelin. Martinez. Collier Martinez off to the side of the racetrack.
Bartolin on the screen there in the 81. Been a lonely race for him once he got away from J. Ryder Fox.
And the number 99 of Caden Palmer in second has turned our fastest lap of the race on lap 4 with a 2:02.0.
And that always shows you fitness there. They're 7 laps in. He's only 2 seconds off his best lap, so that tells you he's pretty consistent and pretty fit to go 7 laps in and stay pretty close to his target lap time. There's the 94. We are following along Kimball Jett. Bordelin still right there with Jett, just behind him in that same frame there. You can see him. Around the big beach we go. Kimball Jett in third on the 94. He has got company. Bordelin right there with him. And that's not what you want to see late into a moto. Somebody just dogging you. Running it in right here, putting that front fender there so you can see it.
Let you know he's there.
Sure, looking for a mistake now. Your leader coming into the finish line. Medic flags here for the rider, I believe, Martinez, that went down about 2 minutes ago. Not a lot of action in this one. I think that it was decided on that first lap.
They've been turning consecutive lap times, especially the top 2 guys. It's been almost exactly the same all race.
Just handling their business.
Gage Stein stayed very consistent the whole moto. He's maintained about 11.5-second gap. Caden Palmer has managed to make a 12-second gap over the third place of Kimball Jett.
Just as we say that, Stein's foot peels off of the peg there. A little bit of drama for Gage. He's able to keep it upright, if that was in fact him. Nope, that was the number 51. Awesome. Let's catch back up with, there's Gage on the number 10 machine. Working his way through lap traffic. We talked about this earlier, how that's like an obstacle on the racetrack. The track itself, then all of the riders that force you out of your normal line there. Then you got to kind of have a backup plan when you come up on a rider. I was always that rider holding everybody up. Sorry. Middle part of the racetrack, the number 10, Gas of Gage Stein. Stein has lap riders all over the place. I mean, they are front, back, everywhere.
He's working his way through the pack.
He has done that. And the white flag comes out. One more to go for Gage Stein. Keep it up on 2 wheels. Don't get tangled up with any of the lap traffic. Don't pull off and check your Instagram and friend requests and all that because you're winning the moto. That'll cost you. Seen it happen. Look at these flaggers over there discussing their line choices later on in the moto. Going over their flagging strategy there. Of course. And there is Stein, continue to work his way through traffic. That track's just ridiculous.
It is. I've heard several people say this is one of the roughest years that they've saw so far.
I mean, Michael Lessie said it was rough. That dude rode the Pro Nationals. And those guys come off going, man, it's tough.
That tells you everything you need to know right there.
Tells me I do not belong on that racetrack.
Yes, sir.
Unless they fully prepped it, I'll give it a lap. Closing moments here for Gage Stein as he looks to nail down a college 18 to 24. Credits are up for grabs here at UTC. Get that associate's degree when he rolls out of the ranch in motocross. One last time through the nice, smooth, and comfortable beach there. Just a nice stroll. Sits down, parks, puts that thing in that left-hander up and over. A little roller that's now a multi-bump jump there. Humongous ruts there in that right-hander. And Gage Stein on his way, man.
Gage Stein just got to make it through a few more corners here, and he'll take home the win in college 18-24 for this first moto.
Heck of a ride there. Avoids all the drama. Makes it a boring race, to be honest with you. Gage just absolutely taking care of the field. And the checker flag will come out for the Maryland native. It's Gage Stein. And he unfortunately has to go talk. Jason Wygant, while you get the win, you get the L when you have to talk to Wygant down on the podium. It looks like it's going to be Stein, Palmer, Borderland, Jet, Armbruster, Epperson, Fox, Martinez, North, Braybeck. That'll be your top 10. Gas taking the top 2 slots there.
I wouldn't count Palmer out on the week. He's had consecutive lap times the entire race. Maybe with this better gate choice this time, we'll see what he's able to do this next moto.
Good point. We'll see if Dr. J. Ryder Fox can get it together. Put together another top 5 finish there as we get ready to toss it. I'm going to crow hop it down to you, Jason Wygant, on the podium with our winner, Gage Stein. Those dudes are hot. And I'm talking about temperature.
Well, it's pretty crazy how quickly the years go by. Now we're in the junior 25 plus class, but taking a gold, Gage Stein. You've been around Loretta's a long time, since the kid days, right?
Yeah, I've been here every year since 50, so first time winning a moto, so it feels great.
Oh, it's awesome. How'd you pull this one off?
Got a bad jump, but I'm light on this 450, and I just gave it some gas, and I came up about 4th, and I passed everyone in the first and second turn, and just rode my own race and got it done.
All right, who do you want to thank, Gage?
Huge thanks to Cal NMX, FXR, 919 Designs, Evo, Factory Connection, Arai, Mom and Dad, JT Motorsports, Fredericktown Yamaha, everyone that helps me out, thank you so much.
There it is, everybody. Gage Stein takes the moto win. Good job at number 10. We'll let you go cool off over there or take pictures. I don't care. You earned it. We'll bring the 99 up here on the gas for second place. All right, there it is. Huh? What did I say, 25 plus? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's not college. It's before college. It's before 25 plus. It's up to 24 college. That's right. And another kid we remember here through the years, now in the college boy class. Let's hear it for Caden Palmer. How was that moto?
It was really good. I mean, I got dead last start, but I don't know where I was riding in the open pro sport class, but I felt good that moto. It was hot, but just stayed up. I think that's what did it this time.
Okay. Sometimes that's all that matters. Who do you want to thank, Caden?
All the Palmer Compound supporters here. They've been awesome. And my family, Fast Company, and everyone else that supports us. We appreciate it.
All right, let's hear it for Caden Palmer, second place. And our whole shot award and third place goes to Daniel Bortolin. Let's bring him on up. College class, Stasic whole shot award and bronze medal, Daniel Bortolin. Did I say that right?
Bueno, yo no hablo inglés, vengo de Venezuela. Y quiero darle las gracias a toda la gente que me está acompañando, a mi novia, a mi familia, a mi equipo Planeta Sport. This is my dream.
Yeah, that's his dream. All right, congratulations for third place. Thank you. I heard him say my family in there. That's what it's all about, and this is his dream. That's also what it's all about. Awesome. Thanks for getting him up here. We'll send it back up to the tower. Our day is almost done, but first look at our 50cc classes in 2022.
All right, everybody, how we're getting the track prepped here for the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive limited class. I'll go ahead and tell you about some events we have going on tonight. At 6 p.m., the Husqvarna Motorcycles Parent Appreciation Cornhole and Cocktails with Zach Osborne is going to be at the Husqvarna Motorcycle Pits, and you're going to have to be 21 plus to attend that. At 7 p.m., we got the Cobra Family Dinner, open to all Cobra riders and families at the Monster Energy Arena. At 7:30 p.m., we're going to have the 2023 Cobra Models introduction, also at the Monster Energy Arena. At 7:30 as well, we're going to have the annual AMA Organizer Appreciation Reception at the Loretta Lynn's Plantation Home. And at 7:30 as well, we're going to have the Stasic Jam Fest, non-racers only, at the Stasic Pump Track.
Man, it sounds like we got all kinds of things going on this evening. I hope you guys can join us for all that activity. We've been waiting all day for this. We got the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drives out there on the line. Race 33, it ought to be a good one right here. We're going to do a little track maintenance, get this track good and prepped for all these Micro 1 riders. And they saved these guys at the end of the day in case we had any rain or anything. Make sure we get that track smoothed out. It's nice and dry and hard, like everybody was saying out there. You excited to watch this shaft class or what?
Oh man, am I ever. I've been waiting all day for these little 50s to come out. These are some of my favorite classes to watch, man. These guys have so much heart.
Yeah, exactly. The Stars of Tomorrow, they definitely have a lot of heart. We got the number 7 of Talon Robinson going to be out there. Ollie Johnson, the number 11. Boone Lloyd, the number 12. The number 13 of Cadrick Stewart. The number 14 of Wyatt Cole Solons. The number 15 of Jackson Castro. Hudson Workman, he's going to be the number 16 machine. The number 17 of Anthony Lozano. The 18 of Cole Fitzwilliam. Then we got Cooper McKenzie there on the number 19 machine. Hudson Holbrook on the number 20. The number 21 will be Tucker James. The number 22 will be Michael Sadowski. Sadowski out of Oceanside, California, doing it for you. The number 23 machine of Barrett Counts. The 28 of Lincoln Lambeth. The 29 of Levi Meyer. The 33 of Tucker Chase. Jackson Morris will be on the number 36 machine. The number 37 will be Knox Johnson. Carter Early, he will be on the number 38 machine. The 39 of Brody Jones. The number 40 of Easton Dove. And Bodie Bowerson, who'll be on the 50 machine. And last but not least, number 51 of Justin Carcopa. I've actually seen Carcopa a little bit. He's a Florida boy out of Riverview, Florida. Oh, we got no more riders in that class. My bad there. Thank you for that. Intern hooked me up right there. The 52 of Frank Sullivan. The number 53 of Luke Yepes. Trevor Capps is going to be on the number 55 machine. Brenton Gonzalez is going to be the 56. 57 of Jerry Urbanowski, the third. I don't know that one on the third as well. The 59 machine of Weston Brace. The 63 of Racing Regal. Luciano DeMuro, he's going to be on the number 66 machine. S.J. Jones, the number 69. The 73 will be Nathan Arico. And behind him, the 75 of Enzo Pasca. The 80 of Graham Ferguson. The 82 machine will be Lance Pierce. The number 84 machine of Brantley Assurin. And we got the 87 of Michael Hall. And the 94 machine of Cruz Schexnedre. I'm going to go with that. That sounds good. The number 95 machine of Knox Palmer. And again, last but not least, I've got it this time, it'll be Matthew Simino out of Zachary, Louisiana. All these riders are going to be doing it for you. Once again, we're doing a little more track maintenance. Make sure this track is good and prepped for all these little riders. And we got a few little bike classes coming up. Of course, got the Micro 1 4-6 shaft. Then after that, we'll have the Micro E 4-7 limited. Then after the Micro E 4-7 limited, it'll be the Micro 2 4-6 limited. Those guys down there in the staging area as well, as we got Micro 1 loaded up on the gate.
And guys, don't forget, these guys, the boys coming up next will be 4 to 6 years old. It's amazing that they can come out here and do what they do.
It's one of the things you see before our 50 races. We do extensive track maintenance to try to make it at least somewhat tameable for a, in this case, PW50 coming out first, or what we now call Micro Shaft Drive Limited. But there's only so much you can do in a short amount of time, but try to take some of the deeper ruts out, try to tame the bumps a bit. But, man, you see the rough ride these kids are in for. We talk so much about the low horsepower of the PW, but also the almost complete lack of suspension does not help either. And you're going to see these bikes bouncing around quite a bit.
Not only bounce around these little guys, though, they're so good with the technique now. They'll be jumping, hop, skipping, and jumping through those braking bumps to treat them like they're doubles and rhythm sections rather than braking bumps.
That's what they see that's what they see the guys do on TV. Yep, hopping those bumps. You see that dozer there? We're trying to get that rut out because that would trap a P-dub. We have the entire field just stopped right there in traffic. Get mom and dad could look on the Google Maps and see, oh, there's a 15-minute delay in that corner. Yeah, I saw red. Yep. Alternate route suggestion. Yeah.
This line will save you 2 more minutes.
Except yes or no. Waze. We got Waze out there.
I love Waze. Waze is one of the best apps. Of course, I put them both together, do a little comparison, but Waze never goes wrong.
Waze is more accurate, you feel?
I feel that.
We got to get Waze on this racetrack.
User submission.
Yep. Trying to, again, drag those bumps out, disc them away, try to make this track as smooth as we can for a couple of micro, so we call them now micro classes. But this is tradition here to have the Yamaha PW division, age 4 to 6, and we'll go to, I believe the next 4 to 6 is next. Yep, and then the 2 older classes, Micro E, the electric, that's 4 to 7 this year. And then we'll wrap it up, I believe, with 6 to 8. 7 to 8, sorry, will be the final class. That's Micro AMA Class 3.
And that was hard for me to get used to at the regionals, all these micro classes. But I finally got the hang of it a little bit. And man, I've been through a lot of name changes here. I remember last time I raced down here, it was Motocross and Motocross Lights.
Yeah, yeah, that was the thing for a while, yes. And Motocross, I raced the Motocross class. Yeah. Which class? Motocross. Yep. Yeah.
I'm riding the dirt bike 1 class today. How the podium's been down there? I got to ask you.
It's been pretty good. This is a big curveball when we get these. I guarantee you, whichever of the 3 riders makes the podium in this division will be the first time I've ever done that. They've never made the podium before. So that makes a big difference, the lack of experience. Yeah, but it's been fun. I feel like the riders get better and better at that every year, a little more dialed with the podium speeches. But you do notice about halfway through the day, they're all pretty much hot and exhausted. That doesn't help.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it. I've had a tough time myself, actually, keep myself hydrated. I want to tell you guys, keep yourself hydrated. If you wait till you're thirsty, it's too late. You got to make sure you keep plenty of hydration going through that body.
Yeah, it's we've been lucky the last couple years on the heat. A little bit hotter today than I feel it's been the last few years at the ranch, but nothing like the all-time temps that we've seen, and might get there later in the week. So try to stay ahead of it for sure with the hydration.
Looks like the track guys out there a little bit longer, you know, doing that extra love. I see here in the beach corner up to the finish line. They got it all groomed up.
It looks like we've got at least one smooth line through the track, so hopefully these fellas won't have a hard time with this. We can have some good racing.
Absolutely, that's what's good about the site lab. It gives a chance for these little guys to get out there and check out what the good line's out there before their moto. Whether they take it or not, that's another thing, but we won't go there. So you said you've been trying to get to the ranch. How close have you got?
I've made it to regionals before, but I've not advanced out of regionals.
Yeah, not about it, man. It's tough for sure. Are you still trying? Is that something you're currently doing?
Well, currently I own a business, so it's hard for me to get out to the races, especially doing all my own bike work and whatnot, but hopefully in the future. If the announcing doesn't work out, I'll definitely be out here again, trying my best.
That'd be awesome. You're definitely doing a great job. I've actually been thinking about it myself. You know, you grow up, you're like, plus 25, man, those guys are old. Then you get to 25, like, oh, when I'm 30, I'll race, and here I am, you know. If they had a plus 35 race, I'd be ready for it in a couple of years, but I'm just going to take my time. I actually trained some kids down there in Florida, so I sort of lived through them, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Looks like we're getting them all around. Oh, we're going now. We're going to get out for our site lap now. All these riders get a chance to take out the tracks. You can check out the track. Look at that. On Racer TV, you can check out the creek. Creek looking good right now. I wish I was in it.
As do I. I floated down the creek earlier this week. It was great.
Yeah, I got my run out of the way as well. Here we go. Oh, one of our guys going down on the start straight. Hopefully he's got that fall out of the way.
That just goes to show how rough it is here at Loretta's.
Now, it's where it gets tough on us because they got the mailbox size numbers here. It's like an address on the side of your house to fit those number plates on the Yamaha P-Dubs. The unbelievable win streak, 40-some years here Yamaha's got going.
Yeah,
they do own the shaft class.
There's nothing about it, man. Most of these guys, they go to Walmart to get their numbers.
$80 total horsepower, is what you're saying? Is it really? 2 horsepower? Yeah, yep. There is, somebody might have a bike that has more power than this entire class combined. Yeah, yeah. There's someone on a 500 two-stroke that has more power than this entire class combined. Yes.
So are you telling me are you gonna, Kevin Kelly, you're gonna push your lawnmower around the track with your 7 horse?
He just does it for the workout, man.
Yeah, he's out on that one.
Waiting to see some stats here as our PW shaft is underway.
Got 42 of our little rippers out there doing their sight lap, checking that track out, finding the smoother lines. Like we were saying earlier, they do a great job of smoothing it out, but it's only about half the track there, so make sure you guys are paying attention and looking ahead. And again, you shaft riders got to know these micro 1 riders. This is a full caution sight lap, so we don't want you guys jumping any triples out here on this sight lap.
Yes, I saw quite a few of them go down. Hopefully they can find the smooth lines and have a good race here.
Absolutely. I couldn't be any more excited to be up here in the tower announcing this micro 1 4-6 shaft drive.
And as they make their way around the sand here for this sight lap.
They're just walking that tightrope around the outside, that one area where the ground's a little bit hardened up. Makes it a little easier on these P-Dubs. Really tough for the drone to fly this slow and remain airborne. Almost losing it there. Yeah, he starts the moto up high and he just lets it go. By the time it glides down to the ground, it's caught up with our leader.
Yeah, these guys still out there on the side lap. Might have to wait about 5 minutes, get down there in line, make sure they're good and ready. Hopefully they don't run out with all their energy. These guys are definitely racing around the course right now, trying to find the hot lines around the track. Got another one of our riders going down after the sweeper here in front of the finish line. Hope the little man gets up, gets regrouped, gets back up the starting line. Tweak his handlebars, maybe get down to fix it up for him before the gate drops. Got a little guy going down. What the most important thing is for these shaft riders is keeping their feet on the pegs. Last thing you want to do is put your foot out and drag that leg, because then you get all squiggly wiggly. Next thing you know, you find yourself getting out of the dirt.
Yes, sir. You lose that balance and it tumble over.
There they go. It's like herding cattle, getting these shaft riders off the track and back onto that starting line. They're looking for mom or dad, mechanic, brother, sister, whatever they have down there, to get them in their gate. I'm sure some of you guys remember old school moto down here. That little pavilion there behind used to be right over the starting gate. And I'll tell you what, probably 2 years in a row, I banged my head right up against it, pulling into the gate.
Yeah, that is definitely not the way you want to start your moto off.
Just get excited, man. I should have learned the first time. I had a year to No, I didn't learn the first time, but this new one they got, man, it's awesome down there on the stage here. There, the fans going as the riders get the gate pick and get up on that wall. Big shout out to the crew here that were able to rebuild the ranch and make it happen this year. You guys have been through that program. You've seen the devastation out here. They were able to rebuild. When I got back in here, I was like, man, Nothing's changed.
Seriously, it looks the same.
It does.
Crazy. I don't know if you go back to area 3 or 4 or something if it seems whacked, but the racetrack and all the structures here, that mechanics area was gone. That pavilion over the start was gone. Big shout out to Phoenix Racing and Maxon Construction. The billboards, were they gone too? But Maxon Construction, which is the construction company as part of Phoenix Honda, they came down here. They volunteered a lot of service, a lot of labor, a lot of lumber. Seriously, the project managers down here. Yeah. Wow. Yep. Okay, good for them. They get to watch some racing now. They worked really hard to rebuild this place. So shout out to that's David Eller's crew.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Huge shout out right there to those guys.
And really, that was the key. That whole Racers for Waverly situation we talked about, Road to Recovery, none of that money was earmarked for the ranch or the race. That is all for the local community. So the industry came together for the ranch racing part to be rebuilt. Not to mention all the other structures for this campground to function for the other 50-some weeks a year that were not racing. And they rebuilt themselves internally. It was key to that money go to the community. That was a scary moment for sure. And it's pretty crazy that we're back here and you almost can't even detect that all went down. So now we got the drone in the air and we are just about ready for our gate drop for micro shaft.
Yep, here we go. We got that card up. We're going to get his parents off the starting line. I remember being a little amateur racer when I was younger. The dads used to push their kids off the gate. That's definitely not allowed here. We got to get all those riders back out of the starting line area. We're going to gate drop with Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive limited.
Oh, you can feel the thunder. You can hear it. With all the ground pounding power of these 2.3 horsepower, you're saying? They got the Pro Flow bearings. That's all you can pretty much do. You try to get the best bearings you can in these bikes to make them roll as freely as possible. That seriously is the hop-up to stock class. But you can put nice, fresh bearings in there to make that thing roll as clean as possible because you can't do anything to the engine.
Got some riders over there.
We're still waiting.
Some of the riders stand up over their bike. I don't know if that's a technique they have. They don't want to bury the bike down in that rut, but man, we got to watch this guy take off the gate. Doing some last minute adjustments down on the starting line. Man, how exciting for these little guys down there right now, too. This gate is about to drop, and this is the first time for a lot of these young riders to be out there on this Loretta Lynn starting gate.
Come on, man.
I see Team Fried Tom Jornet down there ready to bash out another killer edit. Yeah! Shout out, Tom. I tried to get your name in the quietest class I could find. Look at that, Team Fried. They're covering the P-dubs. Core! We are ready to go with this class. We got 4 classes of micros. This will have the E-bike class next, and then we'll follow it up with 2 divisions of older or faster classes with the more unlimited 2-strokes. They're still limited in modifications, but the Cobras right off the showroom floor are plenty race capable.
I'm not sure if we have a 2 board up. We're waiting for a rider to get off the track, get back down to the starting line or something, but we're definitely going to get it going here very shortly. Man, if I was one of these dads, I'd be picking that rear end up, ringing her out, getting her revved up, ready to go. All right, getting a much better view of that starting line now on Racer TV. Looks like we might have a 2-minute hold there as we see the card in picture now. We got it on the mainframe on Racer TV. Looks like I got a 2-minute hold down there starting. There goes the 2 board. The 2 card is up. It is official. We're going to go through these guys, check them all down. Then it'll flip to the 1, go sideways, and before you know it, gate will drop. You'll hear that thunder roaring. That micro 1 4-6 shaft class going to be charging down the start straight. And I'll tell you what, one of the main goals is getting through the first turn in this class.
And the revs are up and the gate's down here in the 4-6 shaft drive limited.
Yo, we got 2 riders going down immediately. 3 riders there collected. Will we get more? Too much clutch. I don't think these little guys have clutch. We'll get into that in the 65 days. These guys are charging, standing up, feet on the pegs, wide open.
There we go. And you can see how much they smoothed this racetrack out, but you can still see how rough a ride it is. Good name there.
Looks like it might be the number 20. It is the number 20 of Hudson Holbrook. I got that number on the screen. Those box numbers coming into play. Hudson Holbrook with a great hole shot there, and that's what you need out here in this shaft class. Oh, we got a lead change already, though.
Big run around the outside. Good corner entrance speed as they deal with these ruts on these tiny bikes. Side by side of the 10 Commandments. And then making a beeline to the left side of the track. It worked.
All these riders cutting over and getting into that smooth lane there as they go through the split section. Of course, I say split section for these guys because one side of the track's groomed, the other side's not.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They got that goat trail line on the outside. Look at this side-by-side duel as we go to Storyland. Pick it up there, Jackson. This is good stuff.
This is. I'm having a hard time seeing the numbers from here, but we've
Mailbox
got a battle going on.
Exactly.
All right, we got a battle here for first.
I had to believe Hudson Holbrook's probably still in that mainframe there in that top 3.
So let's try to figure this out. Look at these ruts on the inside. I don't think a single P-dub is going to go over there on the inside. That's way too deep.
This is a battle we have on hand here as they go into this little sand area here. One rider going outside, one rider going the inside. We'll see what the shortest distance is for these little guys.
He's going to make the pass on the end of first.
Ooh, our second place rider having some struggles now. Looks like maybe the number 55 machine, if I can see his back right.
And already opening up a gap.
Might have been Trevor Capps having some issues right there. He's going to fall all the way back to that 4th place position. All kinds of passes going on. And then as they come by the time and score, we'll give you guys an update. Yeah, someone asked, just tell him your kid is on the blue bike. Look for the kid on the blue bike. The one in the lime green gear, though, he's pretty noticeable. That's definitely what I'd do with my kid if I had one out there.
All right, they're going to come around for their first lap here, making their way through the sand section.
Our leader taking a look back, like, where are these guys? I haven't had any pressure. We're 1 lap down, and it looks like, I thought I had an eye on it, but I didn't. It was the 29 of Levi Meyer. I thought it was the 29, but I definitely want to reconfirm it. The 29 of Levi Meyer coming around with the first lap lead. The second place position is Boone Lloyd, number 12 machine. S.J. Jones thrown up in that 3rd place position. He's got a nice top 3 ride. Cooper McKenzie in the 4th place position. 5th spot round on the top 5 is Trevor Capps. In your 6th spot is Barrett Counts. Hudson Holbrook in 7th. 8th place is Talon Robertson. In 9th place, Anthony Lozano. In the 10th place position, round out your top 10 will be Caverick Stewart. That's your top 10 right now in this Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive.
And Levi Meyer's already opened up a 6-second gap on the first lap here.
Yeah, now you wonder why he was looking back, right? Where are these guys at? Boone Lloyd, though, he's gonna set the tone right here and really charge hard and try to reel him in. But he's got about a 6-second gap now to catch up, and 1 second behind him, that 3rd place position is S.J. Jones, so he's right there in contention. What are you seeing over here on Racer TV?
S.J. Jones is making a charge for Boone Lloyd for 2nd place.
And there's battles all over the racetrack right now. As you see, some of these guys are getting caught up in these rough lines because they don't have a choice. They're going 3 wide down a straightaway.
It looks like they're getting the track figured out as the laps go on.
I like how they go through these 10 commandments. They're really pumping it like on a pump track. Oh, we got a pass made right there, trying to get a read of that number right there. That might be Cap's number 55 machine, I believe. I noticed that style because I worked this little man down there in Orlando.
Yes, that is going to be the 55 of Caps, moving up to 4th place.
Awesome move there for Caps. It's like, there's a little whiplash there.
Woo! He came into that corner hot, stopped on a dime.
He gets it going, though. Look at him paddle that thing right out of there. Real quick.
Yeah.
It's like he had a push mower out there.
He didn't let it phase him, though. He kept it up, kept it going.
So Levi Meyer led after the first lap. He had already built up a big lead, got the lead in the sand. He's checked out. We had that Boone Lloyd, S.J. Jones battle in the number 2 spot. Cooper McKenzie and Trevor Capps. That was your top 5. I think we've seen some changes, though.
And from the looks of it, we're going to be seeing more.
9 gates from the box. So this way? All right.
Here we go, 3 wide to the sand section. Oh, our ride on the inside having some problems. Paddling back in and getting control and only losing 1 position, it looks like, as they go up over that single.
Yep, I got him.
They'll be coming at us live here soon. In the middle of the track they go. Into that Poly Sport sweeper. That's a tricky one for these little guys for sure. It was tricky for myself on the 450, so I know it's got to be tough for these guys in the 50s. I haven't raced here since I believe it was 2008. It's been a while. There we go. I remember serious race wear for sure.
Okay, so here we go. Battles on the infield. Look at this in the beach turn, side by side. And I love how you can hear the parents screaming. In this class, you'll hear it in the next one with the electric machines as well. Only class where crowd support really can be heard.
Looks like Levi Meyer, he'll going to check in again for lap number 2 with that lead, but only a 2-second lead this time. And S.J. Jones. S.J. Jones on the move, turns the lap time 5 seconds faster than Meyer. Boone Lloyd there in that 3rd place position, around on the top 3 with a 2:22. Sorry, 3:22. My apologies. They run same lap time as too many riders. No, I'm kidding on that. Again, 3:25, Levi Meyer, he is your leader. That is his lap time. 3:20 for S.J. Jones in 2nd place position. Boone Lloyd, he's in the 3rd spot on number 12 machine. He ran a 3:22 that time by with a 3:20. Checking in is Caverick Stewart in the 4th place position. 3:26 for our 5th place rider, Trevor Capps. That's the top 5.
And the 3:20.4 from S.J. Jones looks like it's going to be the fastest lap of the race so far.
Exactly, that's something to pay attention to. As we know, 6 seconds separated Levi Meyer and S.J. Jones on that first lap, and now only 2 seconds separated. With that 5-second differential right there, we might see a lead change in this lap. Notice those orange rims on that bike right there going to 10 Commandments. I know that was Michael Hall. That's one way to recognize your rider. Change the wheel color.
I'll make sure I get the helmet colors for the next race. That way I'll know what is going on just a little bit better.
I was wild, but now I knew I had responsibility. Me and her mom split up.
All right, and as they make their way around, it looks like it's going to be the Levi Meyer on the number 29, still in the lead with S.J. Jones following him. Boone Lloyd will take over the 3rd spot. Caverick Stewart in the 4th spot. The 5th will be Trevor Capps. 6th will be Cooper McKenzie. 7th, Talon Robertson. 8th will be Brody Jones. 9th is Anthony Lozano. We've got 10th as Michael Hall.
He got a big heart. Very big heart. I like Rodney a lot. Good deal, dude. He's going.
Look at that, you're talking about the fast lap time. Caverick Stewart also laying down a 3:20, so only 0.3 of a second off of our fastest lap time. It was ran by S.J. Jones on that lap right there. Look at Racer TV.
All right, it looks like S.J. Jones is called up to Levi Meyer for 1st place. We'll see what happens here. There's still a couple seconds dividing them, but it looks like they'll be close to it soon.
Here they come to the beach area. They're going to come around and get a little closer to us so we can see this action firsthand. There they go. It looks like S.J. Jones has a different wheel color as well, as he is all over Levi Meyer right now. Can Meyer handle the pressure? Oh!
S.J. Jones going to the outside.
Get a little sideways right there, but making it happen as they charge up to the finish line area.
Levi Meyer able to hold him off.
Levi Meyer nearly jumped that double there into this finish line area. There goes S.J. Jones right there behind him. It looks like it's Boone Lloyd, actually. We were saying it was S.J. It was Boone Lloyd the whole time as I see him come through on the number 12 machine. It wasn't number 69. The 69 is going to slide back to that third place position. And Boone Lloyd, look at him, dropping into the 319s. The only rider to get in the 19s here. Oh, Talon Roberts. Man, these guys are flying out here.
318.9.
So that's Talon Robertson, the number 7 machine, making some moves, trying to charge up through this pack. And as they came through, again, it was Levi Meyer leading the way, but had all kinds of pressure by Boone Lloyd, the number 12 machine. 7/10 of a second behind Levi Meyer now. They're 1.8 seconds behind him in the third place position. Is S.J. Jones, Tyler Robertson in the fourth place position, and number 55 and fifth of Trevor Capps. Look at these guys. They're tucking like they are Joe Schmoda.
They're on that back fender, man. I love watching these little guys.
No doubt about it. Somebody actually commented on my Facebook. They were like, what do you say about Joe Schmoda's elbows? Like, Japanese aerodynamics, that's above my pay grade.
What can you say? If it works, it works.
There's no doubt about it. As they go through the 10 commandments, obeying those commandments. They're young. It's important that we teach them the young to obey their commandments. And here they are, charging through them right now. It's still, I believe, the 29 Levi Meyer leading the way. He has actually a painted green frame. If you really pay close attention there, that is one way that parent can tell that rider apart from the rest. And different wheel color again there for Boone Lloyd, the number 12 machine, who's in the second spot, really trailing. Actually, I say trailing, but here he goes around the outside, trying to gain some more momentum on Levi Meyer.
I can't express it enough how hard it is with these little wheelbases to get through some of these ruts that they're going through. Some of the ruts I know have to be touching their pegs. It's amazing that these little guys are getting around here as fast as they are.
And there they go. You see that lime green there of a Levi Meyer leading the way. Zach looks like he's stretching it out a little bit again over Boone Lloyd. I'm not sure if Boone Lloyd has some problems.
Boone Lloyd's been very solid through this sand section. We'll see if he can gain any time. And you see in the middle of those jumps, they just watered the track recently before these guys came out, and it's still a little slippery in some spots. Slippery, dry, sandy, you name it.
Nice line right there by Levi Meyer. He's going to come around that big bump right there and drive in with some momentum as they go up over this single to be hopping up through the middle here in just a second. Our third place rider trying to make some moves and get back into contention for this win right here. That's S.J. Jones on the 69 machine. We got 2 minutes left on our race clock right here. Do we see a white flag coming out yet? I'm not too sure. I believe they will be picking up the white flag this time around as they come through, checking in here shortly.
All right, we got the number 29 of Levi Meyer coming across the finish line here. He's still going to hold the first place down. It looks like Boone Lloyd is still going to be in second. We've got the white flag out. One more lap.
Levi Meyer must have climbed the hill and got some cup coffee there because he's going to throw down a 3:15. That is the fastest time of the moto without a doubt there for Levi Meyer. He's really turned on the afterburners there as he leads out Boone Lloyd. S.J. Jones there.
It looks like Talon Robertson is still going to hold the fastest lap with a 3:15.013.
He's going to match it and then some. 4/10 quicker than Levi Meyer, but unfortunately, I think it might be a little too late for that rider in that fourth place position as he has about 10 seconds to gain on Levi Meyer, who is in the lead right now. Yeah, the body position, you could tell these guys have been to a training facility a time or two, or at least with some riding coaches, got them elbows up, they're over the front of the bike, they're using those legs through the bumps. Yeah, they're not tucking, they're not riding the street bike, you know. That was the hardest thing for me to try to adapt to a street bike. I thought about getting one. You got to have your elbows down and hunched over the handlebars. No thanks. I'll stick to a dual sport. We watch these young riders making their way through the 10 Commandments. And it looks like it's still Levi Meyer with full control. Boone Lloyd in second, but he has some company. This one's definitely going to come down to the wire right here.
Levi Meyer and Boone Lloyd are just making their way through that 10 Commandments. They're really getting on it through there.
Yellow flag out right here. And the beach sweeper, I'm not sure what rider that is. It might have been one of our riders down there in the back of the pack, but no doubt it's a tough break for that young man. He gets back going and underway. That's what I'd like to see. Track crew and officials, they're quickly on the scene there. We got one rider going down here at the exit sweeper.
Come on, buddy, you got it.
And again, out on the track right now, about to finish up, wrap up is Micro M46 Shaft. Micro E47 Limited going to be taking the next gate drop if you guys want to see some e-bikes ripping. That's the only class that is more quiet than this Micro 1 class. This time in E class. Looking for our leader to make his way through here very shortly. I feel like it's sort of been a battle of lap times out here right now in this Micro 146 shaft class. As we see the race clock down to 0, and they're making their way through the sweeper. There he is, Levi Meyer making his way through. He's got a little bit of lead. Not much pressure by our second place rider, which is still Boone Lloyd on the number 12 machine.
All right, it looks like it's going to be Levi Meyer on the number 29, going to take our win in the Micro 1 4-6 shaft drive limited class.
Yeah, look at that little man taking that checker flag. He's fist pumping. He's pumped up. He knows he won the first moto here at the ranch, his first year ever here at the ranch, and he's going to get it done right there, getting 5 laps down, running a 3:19 on the last lap. Boone Lloyd, he'll come in that second place position. Number 12 machine, S.J. Jones is going to lock up that podium down there. See Wygant on that number 69 machine. The number 7 machine of Talon Robertson, he'll finish up in the 4th spot. 5th spot will go to Caverick Stewart. 6th place position going to be Trevor Capps. So great ride for Capps right there, keeping it up into the top 10. Michael Hall going to finish up 7 out there on the number 87 machine. And coming in, checking in, Anthony Lozano. Lozano going to be in that 8th place position. Looking for our 9th place rider, Bodie Bowerson, making some moves there in that last lap and making it happen. And the 10th spot, rounding out your top 10, is going to be Cooper McKenzie. Tough break for Brody Jones. Looks like he was up inside that top 10. Going to lose some positions now as all these riders come checking in and throwing him a little bit further back into that pack. And it looks like we're about ready for that Monster Energy podium down there with Wygant. He gets to organize these guys, single file, you know, just like they're in kindergarten.
Yep, we'll go ahead and pass it to Jason Wygant to hear from Levi Myers taking your number 1 spot.
Oh, he's already ready. Look at that. Hey, lesson learned for the rest of you classes. I wish you could be on the podium as quickly as these guys. Yeah. Oh. Wow, they got the names on the back now. Let's hear it for Levi Meyer taking a big win. Yeah, Levi, tell me about your moto, dude.
It was good.
Where do you ride?
At Moto Bros.
Moto Bros, that's an awesome name. Who do you want to thank for it?
My mom, dad, 110 Racing, Moto Bros, GPF, JMX, and that's all.
All right, there it is. Levi Meyer taking the win. And we'll take our second and third place finishers. We also have a whole shot award we're going to give out if Hudson Holbrook is down there. There you go. You can go hang out. Moto Bros, bro. Good job, Levi Meyer. Boone Lloyd and S.J. Jones. We'll bring them on up, as well as Hudson Holbrook. Boone Lloyd, second place. S.J. Jones and also Hudson Holbrook with our whole shot award. Who do we got here? Here's our silver medalist here. I'll bring you out front. All right, he kept some heat on the leader. We saw him catch back up for a while. Boone Lloyd taking second place. There you go. Tell me about that moto, Boone Lloyd.
Good, got a good whole shot.
And you had fun?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
My mom, dad, Profo, God, my family, Lake Sugar Tree, Ron Smith, and that's it.
All right, let's hear it for him. Boone Lloyd. Good job. High five on that. You can go hang out. And finally, S.J. Jones is your bronze medalist. Also, Hudson Holbrook, if you're around, we'll take you on up. Is that Hudson? Bronze medalist right here, S.J. Jones. There you go. All right, stand right here. How'd that moto go?
Good.
You having a good time?
Yeah.
You ever ride a track as rough as this one?
Yes.
Where?
Washougal.
Oh, nice, Washougal. It's a long trip down here. Who do you want to thank?
My sponsors, my mom and dad, my family, AOT, Let Schwab, CycleWorks.
Anybody else?
Motul. And that's it.
All right, good job. Let's hear it for S.J. Jones on a podium. All right, S.J., you go hang out. Thank you very much. We got Hudson Holbrook around. Stasic Whole Shot Award. Now, this is a group of riders that would actually appreciate some Stasic money. Hudson Holbrook grabs your whole shot. How'd you get that start?
The power of my bike.
Yeah, the power of his bike. All the bikes are the same. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Jesus Christ, Ploflo, and Roast, and that's it.
Good job. Hudson Holbrook with your Stasic Whole Shot Award. And you get to keep that, bring that home. You got a certificate on the back. That is our, now it's called Micro Shaft Limited Class 4 to 6. We're going to move to, I believe, Mini E next.
All right, if everyone would just be quiet, we have the E class now, the Micro E 4 to 7 class. So it's one of those classes, if you yell or say something disparaging about your child, like when my kid plays baseball,
yeah,
they're going to hear everything you're saying at this point.
No doubt.
They can hear every word you're saying. So that is our race that's officially underway. We've already done a sight lap. No, sight lap?
No. I think this is our sight lap.
Wow, are you sure that was a wild? Man, they came charging out.
Okay.
If the yellow flags are not flying, no, this is
not doing a sight lap. Okay. We're not the only ones behind the 8 ball here. I saw photographers sprinting as well, so we're okay. We're on par.
Guard.
They did catch us off guard. You got to keep your head on a swivel. Levi Brace has got his head on a swivel right now.
The electric motorcycle called the Gas. There's the irony there. The number 91 of Levi Brace out front. Your microphone's off, man. Oh, you're so close. You almost got in there.
Is it? Yeah.
It is off.
just a bit outside.
So you are watching the second, I believe, of 4 of our 50 classes, the Micro
Correct.
E 4 to 7 class. And we have got a full gate of these guys. They've been charging these things all day long. Turned the AC off in the RV, full charge, all allocated to these machines here.
Mom's sweating in the RV, so the bike will run.
Yep.
Priorities.
That is sacrifice right there.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. All right, so Levi Brace with the host. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Oh, it's refreshing.
Cheers, cheers, boys. Courtesy of Phoenix Honda, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Heath Harrison back there mixing these up all day long in between wrenching on motorcycles, racing.
10mm T-handle mixing up these.
This guy.
And I thought it was the number 14 machine coming through the sweeper in the lead right there. That's the 14 of Cooper Langdon, it looks like.
I believe he might be in second unless that's a 24. But we'll get all that taken care of here. We'll do some housekeeping when they come across the stripe. Oh, yellow flag is already out. Imagine that. Yellow flag and the green flag. So we are racing under a caution.
There it is. That's officially checking in with the lead right there. Yep. Cooper Langdon. In second place position is Cannon Stone. Good ride for Stone right there. Parking Becky 10 in that third spot. Fourth spot is Kason Taylor. Fifth place position is Nathan Tucker. Sixth spot is Pooh Posca. And behind Posca is the seventh place position of Levi Brace, who's our whole shotter out there. The eighth place position, Tate Bueno. And behind Bueno in the ninth place position is Gage Desmither. And behind Desmither in the fifth place position, rounding out your top 10, would be Landon Hyde.
So Jason Wygate, you've got the benefit of owning one of these machines here, so you can speak to the crowd at home, like what it is to own the benefits or advantages, for, especially if you're not mechanically inclined like
so
you.
if like, look, I can't even work Keurigs. I tried to put air in my
My God.
Yeah,
Toast.
Keurig is tough. Toast I've never figured out. I mean, I swear I put it on 3. It's not
it's
enough.
an 8.
I put it on 4.
Yeah.
Burns. I'm like, what is the setting on this? Pancakes. You got to preheat the thing, and then it just says, make it a greased griddle. I'm like, how much grease? What kind of grease?
How many Hampton Inns are you staying in?
Lots of.
Yeah, greased griddle. Yeah. So instant coffee, don't know how to do that either. So
this class speaks to you.
Yeah, exactly. So the only amount of maintenance you need to do on these bikes is the chain.
You got that?
Well, no. Eventually, I had to get a new chain and sprocket.
Just bought a new chain. Just never lubed it or anything. Never adjusted it.
It's tough. You wash the bike and then you got to like dry it, and then you got to put chain lube on it.
Who's got time for that?
And then seriously, they say chain lube. Narrow that down a little bit. We're talking wax, we're talking chain lube. Some people are like, nah, you just sprinkle it with some WD-40. That's all you actually need. Everybody's got their techniques.
Cake batter.
It's like you never put filter oil on a filter. You just clean it with gasoline. Or you never put gasoline on it. You use filter oil. There's a lot of nevers. And I don't know any of them. So, for low maintenance, this class is awesome. The faster your kid is, though, and the higher speed setting, you do start running into some problems where the moto's got to get cut short. You can only ride maybe 20-some minutes, and you got to take a break. Now, if you have a generator at the track, you can be back out there in a half hour or so. For us old guys, 20 minutes on, half hour off is probably about right.
It's perfect.
Not so much for kids.
No, they want to go all day long.
No, they just want to ride and ride and ride. That is the drawback.
There's no chance of a 100-foot extension cord just running around, letting that thing, wheeling it back in like they do the headsets in the NFL.
Race, straight rhythm.
Yeah.
You and David Eiser said they're actually just having an extension cord. A guy.
Yeah, there's an NFL
Usain
like
Bolt
the head coach. He's running behind him with the headset and rolling it up. Usain Bolt.
Usain Bolt running on the side of the track.
Wow. Well, we've got chaos here. A couple of riders going down here. He is waving someone over here, an electrician. Sparky, Mr. Sparky's electrician. He's coming up. No mechanics needed here. Your dad electrician?
Yeah, electrician, that's it.
You're ahead of the curve
but I
here.
can say I've had one of these for a year and a half now. I've
Solid.
had 0 mechanical issues.
Cool.
Yep, nothing. Like, I know it's first generation. It's the first year they had these bikes. Well, now it's the third year, but the bike I have is the first year.
And that's usually the one you kind of want to steer clear
That's what
from.
they say. But I've had no problems washing it, riding it in mud, whatever.
There you go.
Now, at the very highest level here, these kids really fast going into mode 6. And the track is really disked up, which I think actually makes a bigger difference than you would think.
The wheel spin. It's more revolutions.
Well, it's more
power required.
More drag. And that tends to create some potential overheating issues, which has been a problem here at Loretta's, I'm not going to lie.
Factor in the ambient temperature as well. It's hot
that doesn't
to begin
help.
with.
It's hot and humid out here. But I feel like, to me, the reason this bike appeals to me, it's a nice tweener between a PW and and a full-blown Cobra, which is super hardcore.
And you can stretch these things out. It grows with your rider. With the settings, you can make it smaller junior all the way to the SX.
You can raise the suspension, and then because the shock has 2 mounts, you can raise the bodywork, and then they even have a lowering kit to make it the same height as a PW50 if you want to start, for a 3-year-old, 4-year-old. But it's a great in-between bike to go from that PW50 to a Cobra is a pretty big jump. A really tame bike to a full racer, and this one can kind of be in between because you have multiple power settings and you can change the size of it, as you were saying. So pretty good way to get people involved in the sport. But I tell you the real thing that I have not seen anyone fully take advantage of, someone's got a lot of money and wants to put about a dozen of these in somebody's yard and have some pit bike races in the middle of the neighborhood that would not bother a single person.
Yep.
Can you imagine the action?
Amazing.
You want to go Langtown in your own neighborhood?
Your own yard. Neighbors will never know. It's stealth.
I had my buddy Jason Hooper at the house, and I was just showing him it. We were riding around, and he's like, hey, do you notice that we've been doing laps in your yard and your neighbors are not even noticing that we're doing this? And I'm like, oh, my.
Good point.
This is the real future right here.
Yeah, an electric, like BBR 110 or something.
Yeah. In the suburbs, your neighbors, I mean, it's not loud. You can not hear it right now.
Yeah, we didn't even hear him start, so. Cooper Langdon is your leader. Parker Beckington is in the number 2 spot. I believe that's one of BJ Smith's buddy, Jeff Beckington. You spoke about him.
Yeah, that's right. I believe they cut laps on this one, again, for that battery in these. So I got to head back down to the podium.
Man.
Cooper Langdon, but this Parker Beckington, Casey Taylor battle is raging.
Levi Brace hanging tough, our whole shot award winner. He sits back in the number 5 spot. As the sun begins to set, Mikey, on the first day of racing here at Loretta Lynn's. Anything?
Hey, we're battling it, That's it. We're battling it. Right?
I'll tell you who's not battling right now. That's our leader, Cooper Langdon. He's opened up to a 13-second lead in the rest of the pack. He's not holding anything back out here on his e-bike as he leads out the number 45 of Parker Beckington, who's about 5 seconds off pace on that lap right there on the number 45 machine. And Casey Taylor, number 84, he's in that 3rd spot. Nathan Tuck in the 4th spot. Levi Brace bracing it for you there in the 5th spot. Levi Letty, he's working his way through the pack on that number 46 machine. He's in that 6th spot. In the 7th place position is Crew Posca. 8th spot is Tate Bueno. Gage Desniper, he is in the 9th spot. Absher Hall, he's in the 10th spot.
That's a tough one. Absher, that is. I wonder, and I think it is, Parker Beckington must be the son of Jeff Beckington. There were 2 Beckington brothers. This was big time back in the day. Jeff and David Beckington, they had their own separate motor coach. They pull into the races. Jeff and David Beckington would roll in, trucks, bikes, mom and dad in either one, and they had the massive setup. I'd never seen that.
Oh, heck yeah.
Never seen that. I'm talking about late 80s.
And now it's everywhere.
Now, oh, yeah, that's normal.
Everywhere.
But you're saying Beckington must be a household name. Is that what you're telling us?
Up in Michigan, I believe it is.
No doubt.
I'm quite sure that's who it is. The number 45.
I had the camera on Nathan Tucker a
There you
moment
go.
ago. That's
Saline,
number 19.
Michigan.
There you
right
go.
on that one. Must be related to the Beckington family.
Yes. They are not afraid to spend a little money on 2 RVs, 18 motorcycles, 4 trailers, double the gas, double the pleasure, double your fun.
Well, gas is cheap. They're okay.
Oh, it was like 40 cents back in the day.
I was going to say back then, yes.
And they got an e-bike now, so they're not even buying gas. Wow, he doubled into that section.
Launching these jumps
I
out
saw
there.
that.
Hey,
man.
Nathan Tucker wants it. He's going after that last, that 3rd place.
It sure was.
Right now,
Nathan
trying to
Tucker.
make it happen.
We got another rider launched up behind these two. We got a 3-way battle going on right now through the sand sweeper.
That might be the 91 gas, Levi Grace. Yeah, it is. Sure enough.
Right.
Hey, Case and Taylor, you better get on it, my guy.
A pair of Levi's fits like a glove back there in 5th and 6th.
A pair of Levi's.
There you go.
You're absolutely right. That's brilliant. Man.
So white flag is out. Cooper Langdon, I think he's got this one in the books here. He could probably get another moto out of this charge.
Yeah, the e-bikes are really holding a good charge here in this race. I know we cut it down, cut it a little short, but I'll tell you what, these bikes are still jumping all these doubles out here on this track. And it's the end of the day moto, so this track is not the smoothest for sure.
No, not at all.
They groomed it out a little bit.
I guarantee you they called the Racer Productions office, MX Sports office, and asked, hey, exactly how long is this moto? So I can replicate these motos and see if I got it in the books here.
Yo, I think Nathan Tucker, he
There it
did.
is.
The number 19 Husqvarna, he went up and got that P3. So
I like it.
Congratulations to him putting in work after the white flag, going up and getting the 3rd place position. Give himself a chance to go up there talking to Jason Wygant. Cooper Langdon grabbing the P1 and Parker Beckington there finishing in 2nd.
Yeah, Tucker says, you know what, that jump for show, turn for dough, I don't know about that because I just jumped for dough. I passed my man into the number 3 spot. Yeah, we're jumping for dough. We're turning for dough. You just break wheels. You jump for dough, turn for dough.
Little bike classes.
That's all you can do to make up time, really. Everybody's bouncing around. So that'll do it for the Micro E 4-7 limited class. Cooper Langdon out of California will take the win. Parker Beckington, the folks in Michigan, are dancing in the streets for that young man. He's in the number 2 spot. Tucker and Brace and Taylor round out your top 5. As Jason Wygant, it is quiet down there. Should have a nice, solid little podium there for you guys.
We're ready.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Thanks, Kevin. All right, so this is a pretty easy one. He lead got cut down a little bit, came all the way back, pulled it away again. Cooper Langdon taking the moto win. Good job, Cooper. Yeah, awesome. Tell me about that.
It was fun. I just, after I was second in the whole shot and I passed the number 9 kid, I just ran it from there.
Awesome. You have a gas bike and an electric bike?
Yeah,
Which one do you like more?
this.
All right, it's the one that's getting you wins. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, my little brother, Roxon, and Stay Sick, 100%, Moto X, PR2 suspension, bell helmets, Axle, Better Buzz, and everybody else.
Better Buzz Coffee. Cooper Langdon taking the win. Good job, Cooper. He's pumped. Yeah, they want photos of the medal. I think our Cobra classes are coming up next. We got to bring up our whole shot winner, by the way, was Levi Brace. Parker Beckington can come on up for second. And Nathan Tucker was third. Parker Beckington, come on up. Parker. Here's your silver medalist, Parker Beckington. I'm right out front. Yeah, Parker. How was that moto?
Good.
You have a good time out there?
Yeah.
You ever ride a track as rough as this?
No.
Who do you want to thank, Parker?
OG, 60, O'Neill, Nathan Hall Foundation, Garnet, TCD.
All right, and we're going to have the Micro 2.
Everybody else, thank you.
All right, there you go, Parker Beckington. They're quiet. We're still working. Thanks, Parker. Let's hear it for our second place finisher. All right, we need Nathan Tucker to come on up and also Levi Brace. Come on up, Levi. Nathan Tucker, you can come on up also for the bronze, but first let's give it a whole shot award to Levi Brace. How'd you get that start, dude?
I just hold it wide open. I don't care what was in front of me.
There you go. That's good advice for the old guys back there. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, M9 suspension, Route Designs, O'Neill, Rhino Power, Dunlop, Fast Raceway, my mom and my family.
All right, there it is. Let's hear it for Levi Brace, your Stasic Whole Shot Award winner. And we need our third place finisher, Nathan Tucker. Come on up. Good job, Levi. You can hold on to that. Let's get Nathan Tucker on up, and we'll give him the bronze. And this one, I believe, changed on the last lap to get into that number 3 position. Bronze medal for Nathan Tucker. Tell me about that race, Nathan.
It was rough, and there's a lot of ruts on that track, and I like this track a lot, and that's it.
All right, you want to do 2 more motos. You're looking forward to more racing on this track?
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom and Dad, 60 and AOT, and that's it.
All right, let's hear it for Nathan Tucker, third place. And the Micro E. All right, we're up to 4-6 coming up next.
Yeah, absolutely, Jason. This is the Micro 2, 4-6 limited coming up here. They're already out there on the sight lap.
All right, in the Micro 2, 4-6 limited class, we're going to have the number 8 of Landon
Kahn from Grants Pass, Oregon. We're going to have the number 11 of Huntley Durbin out of Hillsboro, Illinois. We're going to have the number 12 of Gunnar Lusk out of Lincolnton, North Carolina. We're going to have the number 14 of Yemeni Burning from Pleasanton, California. We're going to have the number 15 of Logan Peratt out of Illinois. We're going to have the 16 of Tate Brush out of Tennessee. We're going to have the number 17 of William O'Connell from California. We're going to have the number 18 of Ty Price from Oklahoma. The number 19 of Mason Wheeler from Missouri. We're going to have the number 21 of Brantley Tursky from Florida. We're going to have the number 22 of Huxley Nolan out of Australia, Golden Coast, Australia. We're going to have the number 23 of Samuel Morse out of New York. We're going to have the number 24 of Tate Anderson from California. The number 25 of Justice Pearson out of the number 26 of Reed Moore, the number 27 of Keston Goal, the number 31 of Talon Rogers, 32 of Hayden Zizinski, number 33 of Jack Defondal, number 34 of Grayson Hennett, the number 36 of Jackson Jones, the number 41 of Chase Thompson, the number 42 of Sawyer Mosher, the number 44 of Jarrett Tincher, the number 45 of Jack Corson, the number 46 of Colton McCampbell, the number 47 of Axton Hayward, number 51 of Shannon Tarno, the number 52 of Patrick Pastura, the number 56 of Nelson Cox, the number 58 of Steele Henderson, the number 63 of Wyatt Hodge, the number 64 of Jet Blake, the number 69 of Wyatt Ransnick, the number 72 of Jet Ray, the number 75 of Cameron Buckman, the number 79 of Owen Seeley, 81 of Cruz Peterson, the number 87 of Max Forrest, the number 96 of Maddox McKinsey, the number 98 of Daxton Dinkfeld, the number 99 of Jace Elliott will round out the Micro 2 4-6 limited class.
All right, thank you so much, Jackson. Had to put you on the spot with that one. That rundown, probably one of the toughest ones to do here in this Micro 2 4-6 limited class. And after this, of course, we got one more down there in the staging area now, up against their number. It's the Micro 3 7-8 limited. We got all our riders lined up on the starting line right now. We got Pops down there, fan in the hat, trying to keep these boys cooled off. Some of the riders already got them revved up down there. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but a big shout out to Zach Collins down there in the Kawasaki tent. Put me up with the sweet Kawasaki hat. We're getting ready to gate drop again with the Micro 2 4-6 limited class. Of course, got a total of 42 entries. Got a full gate down here in this Micro 2 class. Looks like we have some problems down there. They're trying to get it wired up and going again. And that card must be out, because look how serious these guys are getting down there. Some last-minute TED Talks.
All right, and the gate's down here in the Micro 2 4-6 limited class.
Look at these guys ripping it. Looks like a Cobra hole shot out there. Looks like the number 8 machine getting the whole shot out. That's Landon Kahn. Numbers obviously a little bigger out here in the shaft class, a little easier for us to read. Jackson, what do you think about Landon Kahn with that whole shot as he goes to the 10 Commandments now? Look at him go. Trying to double do those things, that little 4-6 bike.
Yes, sir, and it looks like we have the number 58 of Steele Henderson right behind him.
Oh, one of our riders top 10 going down, and another little pile up there at the end of the Commandments. Hoping those riders are okay to get back up, get going again. Track crew again quickly out there on the scene to help them out and get them fired up and back going again. So again, we saved the best for last. Lineup in the starting line right now is a Micro 378 Limited. These little Cobra riders will be jumping stuff like the 65 riders are. And turning some fast lap times down. Here they come through the sand sweeper. I believe our leader is still the number 8 machine, Landon Kahn. And you know what's impressive about that? He's running number 8, so that means he got 8th place last year when he was a year younger. And here he's probably the older of the age group here.
And the number 8 is down of Landon Kahn in the sand section.
Oh, Sand Monster getting him right there. Good call on that one, Jackson.
As they come around here, about to hit the sand again for this turn to make their first lap.
They're going to be ripping around the beach. Maybe the 33 machine that I see out there on those number plates. That is a 33 of Jack Deffendahl. So Deffendahl now making the move out there and taking advantage of the mistake by the number 8 of Landon Kahn. What do you see, Jackson? Can we confirm it's Deffendahl?
That is Deffendahl in the first place position.
Definitely Deffendahl. And we got the number 58 machine and the number 72 machine right there. That's 58 of Steele Henderson and the 72 of Jet Rao. Battled it out for that podium, his final podium positions right there in the second, third place position. But we got a long moto here. And there's a Micro 2 4 to 6 limited class. Let's give it a top 10 rundown, Jax.
Yeah, we're going to have Tate Brush here in 5th place, Brantley Tursky in 6th. We're going to have William Ryder Oak in the 7th spot. In the 8th spot, we're going to have Cameron Buckman. In the 9th spot, we're going to have Huxley Nolan. In the 10th spot, we're going to have Shannon Tarno.
O'Connell, that's what you missed there. Awesome ride right there. See the 58 feeling some pressure now. That's number 58 is Steele Henderson feeling some pressure by the rest of the crew as they make their way through. So again, as they come through, you see on Racer TV, Deffendahl with the lead right there, the number 1 machine, that 33. And Steele Henderson, he is in that second place position. 3rd spot is Jet Rao. And the 4th spot is Brush. Kursky there on the number 21, he's in the 5th spot. O'Connell in the 6th place position. 7th spot is Buckman. 8th spot is Nolan. 9th spot is Tarnow. And 10th spot is Burning. And that'll be your top 10 rundown in the Micro 2 4 to 6 limited class.
And it looks like we got a battle up front here.
Good battle right now. Deffendahl trying to hold the lead over Steele Henderson and Jet Rao and Tate Brush. Names have come a long way here in the 50cc divisions here at Loretta's. And it's good old Jack in the lead.
You almost know your kid's going to be racing with names like that.
Here we go down in the sand section. Second place rider, is that still? Oh, a rider down. Was that our leader? Or was that second place? Which one hit the dirt? Did we see?
It looks like it might have been Deffendahl of 33 machine. It's the 72 is our leader right now. That is Jet Rao.
So third has gone to the lead. Might that have been Deffendahl just hit the sand, literally.
And physically.
Yep. So we're going to see if that's Jet Rao. Wow, Jet Rao getting on top of that tabletop. You can see the difference in speed when you compare. And that's why I said I like that Micro E division because it's a little bit in between the PW shaft drive. And then you see how fast these Cobras can go. Jet Rao, Steele Henderson, and Jack Deffendahl was top 3 on lap 1. I think that's about the chain.
Yeah, it looks like Brush making his way up and making some moves out there on the number 16 machine. He launches through the finish line just now. So awesome ride there by Tate Brush, putting all over that second place position. Can he run down Jet Rao? As Jack Deffendahl, he's going to check in that third place position. He was our leader that first lap out there.
I think that was Steele Henderson who might have gone down then because he went from 2nd to 4th. He and Deffendahl lost a couple spots.
And Brantley Tursky here's in that 5th spot, rounding your top 5. 6th spot, Talon Rogers. 7th spot is Cameron Buckman on number 75 machine. Number 14, Yumina Barning. He's in the 8th spot. 9th spot is Huxley Nolan. In your 10th spot, rounding your top 10, it's William Ryder O'Connell. So O'Connell now trying to really hold on to that top 10 position. I mean, that's an accomplishment here in this Micro 2 4 to 6 class. These guys have been training hard. all year round, and to be top 10 out of Loretta Lynn's, it is a huge accomplishment.
I cannot believe this. We have some history made for the 50cc class. We do not have anyone named Ryder as a first name. We do have a middle name, though. 10th place is William Ryder. Ryder is his middle name, so it's starting to fade, I believe. The era of having multiple riders, well, they're all riders, but first name, R-Y-D-E-R's, riders named Ryder. The era is starting to fade. We're down to just a middle name of a single rider named Ryder in this 4-6 class, but it's okay because maybe the best of the riders, Ryder DeFrancisco, is about to graduate and maybe on top because he did win his moto. So the rider era is upon us in the pro ranks. Maybe starting to fade just a little bit here in the 50s. Talon really be growing. A lot of Talons, okay. And Jet, you know, there's going to be tons of Jets.
Yeah, that's one that's not fading. Jet is not fading at all.
Jet, yes, generational. And it's not just Jet Lawrence, but it's going to be all the people named after him. And don't forget, we had a kid winning motos here a couple of years ago, Roxon Reinhardt. Roxon with the first name. How about that? That's the influence. I love to tell this story every year. My wife worked with someone who named their kid first name Deegan because of Brian Deegan. And I told Brian that, and I thought he'd be impressed. And he's like, yeah, we got a list on our website of everybody that's done that. Like, there's like hundreds of them.
Totally just cool guy, big surprise.
I mean, I got a list on the website of all the people that have named their kid Deegan. It's the way it goes. Jet, that's coming soon.
That's awesome.
We're probably going to have a podium sweep in about 4 years in this class. Really. Named his kid Heike Mikkola. Heike Jaeger? That might be the greatest name that anyone's ever had. I'm afraid to look up someone named Heike. I'm afraid to look up someone named Heike Jaeger. Wow. Dusty Jaeger and his son Heike Jaeger. Heike Mikkola. Wow, the fierce Finn.
Real deal right there.
Jet Rao is your leader. Tate Brush. Wolsink. Jack Defendal has moved up to third. He and Steele Henderson have had a ride. Some ups and some downs.
Wow, Jet Rao on a 249 right there. He has opened up an 18-second lead to the rest of the crew.
14 seconds faster on that previous lap than anyone else. Jet Rao has hit the afterburners, and I got to hit the podium because it is already 2-lap card in 4-6.
It's great to have you up here with us in the booth. It's always a pleasure to get you off that podium and be up here in the tower with you.
Well, I'll tell you, it makes the podiums, that's a little secret for you apprentices. The podium's a lot easier when you call the moto and you actually know what happened.
Trust me, I had to do a podium and call the race down there at WW. It was a fun time.
Yeah, it's a little more labor, but you're a little more informed, so it's worth doing. If you just stand down there and you don't really call it, it's hard to remember exactly what happened, and you ask better questions when you actually know what happened in the moto. So we know this. Jet Rao was third early and absolutely jetted off with the lead. Tate Brush second. And Megawatt said, watch out for the Talons.
Yep.
And we got a Talon in the number 3 spot. Give us a name.
There we go. Yes, sir. It is Talon Rogers in that 3rd spot. The 4th spot is Jack Devendal. Your 5th spot right on the top 5 is Huxley Nolan. Steele Henderson, he's going to check into the 6th spot. Justice Pearson, he's up to the 7th spot. Jace Elliott, he's going to slide up into the 8th spot of the number 99 machine. And Brantley Tursky, he's in your 9th place position of the number 21 machine. And Hayden Zinasek, he is in your 10th place position on the number 32 machine. Jackson, what do you see out there? I see you peeking over the window. Yeah, we're making our way around. Looks like we got 4 minutes left there on the race clock. We had the 2-lap board out, so we should see the white flag come out here shortly. I believe we'll be taking the white flag. So, wow, Jet Rao on the number 72 machine. Rip it out there on his Cobra. Like we said, that last lap, he ran a 249. I can't wait to see what he runs this time through. See if he's opened up that gap for our 2nd place competitor. Tate Brush has reeled him in. We're looking up there on Racer TV. We see these little guys going through this sweeper, man. They're up and down and up and down. It's the number 72, a Jet Rao, your leader. He's going to make his way through it and again pick up the white flag this time around. Look at him going through like we were saying earlier. It's not so much turn for, 2-lap cards out. So this guy, he's going so fast out here. We have the 2-lap board out, so he's got an extra lap right there. He thought about slowing it down, but he couldn't slow it down. He's going to run a 2:52 this time around and lead the way out and get that 2-lap board. So this guy's going to be doing 6 laps out here. That is impressive here in the Micro 2, 4-6 limited class. Jax, you want to give us a top rundown as they start making their way through?
Yes, sir. We got the 72 of Jet Rao in the first place position. We got the number 2 of Tate Brush. We got the number 16 of Tate Brush in second. We've got the number 3rd of Jack Defendahl. We've got the number 4th of Talon Rogers in 4th. We've got Huxley Nolan in 5th. We've got Steele Henderson in 6th. Justice Pearson in 7th. We got Jace Elliott in 8th. 9th will be Brantley Tursky. And 10th will be Hayden
Zinisek.
Ziniska.
You got it dialed in right there. All right, as we watch on RacerTV.com, your leader on cruise control out there, I'd say with a 20-second lead this time around. That is Jet Rao, the number 72 Cobra. Speaking of Cobra, I know they'll be doing that Cobra reveal soon. Those 23 models down there, make sure you get down there and check them out. Tate Brush still doing a great job there in that second place position on the number 16 machine. And your 3rd spot round on the top 3, trying to hold on to it so you can see why he got down there in the podium. It's Jack Defendahl, the 31 of Talon Rogers, he's in your 4th place position. The 5th spot, the number 22 of Huxley Nolan. 6th place position, number 99 of Jace Elliott, not to be confused with Chase Elliott. The number 51 machine in 7th, that's Shannon Tarnow. He must have got a bad start because he has a ripper out there, that is for sure. The 8th place position, the 25 of Justin Pierce. Justin's been in a good ride out there. And the 9th place position on the 42 is Sawyer Mosher. So Mosher making some moves out there, trying to take some names before this one's over. And the 10th spot, Steele Henderson, that was coming through on lap 4. I believe Jackson will be seeing the white flag this time around, right?
Yes, sir, we sure will. Jet Rao will take the white flag this time around. And I'll tell you, Dean, Jet Rao is having his way with this track today.
I'm telling you, we got a slogan for him. Wow, it's Jet Rao leading the way.
All right, and Jet Rao is about to hit the sand section here to come around for the 5th lap. This will be the final lap for him once he makes it around the white flag.
I got to ask you think the 99 machine, Jace Elliott, you think his parents are NASCAR fans? Pretty close to Chase Elliott.
Yeah, that's a hard one to say, Dean. That's a hard one to say. All right, and 1 lap to go as Jet Rao takes the white flag.
Yeah, I'm looking at the monitor right now. A couple riders dropping into those 2 minutes. Actually, they must have seen, though, 2-lap board and really started charging hard because all these little riders in the top 5 are going to drop under 3 minutes.
Jet Rao has a 19-second lead on the second place of Tate Brush. I think there's big things to come out of Jet Rao.
No doubt about it. Tate Brush is going to pick it up a notch right there. Run a 2:51 that lap around, so 3 seconds faster Jet Rao, but I'm sure, like I said, Jet, he's been on cruise control. He knows he's got a little bit of lead right now, so he can take his time out here in the last lap. But I'll tell you what, I've learned the hard way a couple times not to really take your time out here in the last lap because then you're talking to yourself like, oh, man, I got this. Don't fall. Things go wrong. You're riding differently than what you're used to, so mistakes sort of happen when you start slowing down in that last lap. But hopefully the number 72 at Jet Rao can hold on to it, which I believe he will, as he has opened up to a 16-second lead now. As we see on Racer TV, is Tate Brush. Oh, taking off that foot in the outside peg. That's not something you want to do, but he still gets it done right there. He paddles his feet right back on out of that rut and heads into the 10 Commandments.
And Tate Brush has been looking solid here with a 2:51 on the 5th lap. That's only 2 seconds off of the fastest lap of the race.
No doubt about it. And a big shout out to Huxley Nolan. Remember, he was the one that got the whole shot out there on that number 22 machine. He looks like he's sliding back to that 5th place position, but I believe that whole shot definitely helped him out there.
Yes, indeed it did. Indeed it did. All right, we got the number 72 coming around here. We got about half a lap left.
Looking like a seasoned vet over there as he is starting his way over that camelback and into that sand sweeper there by the Monster Energy booth. Of course, big shout out to Monster Energy for being such a huge part of this event. I was down there at the concert, man. I stayed there the last call. It was a great time. Did you make it down to the concert down there?
Yeah, I made it down to the concert. It was a good time. I enjoyed everything.
I like it. I'll take that nickname. Nice call. What do you think of that? I don't even drink, but my name is Last Call. Even more of a reason. Getting that white flag, going to be turning to checker here very shortly.
And here comes Jet Rao around the sand section here, about to make the last left-hand corner. He will take the checkered flags. And Jet Rao and his family can take a sigh of relief as they come around for the checkered flag to win the Micro 2 4-6 limited class.
Yeah, you know what I like to say? You can't win a championship in the first moto, but you can lose it. And Jet Rao, he is off to a great start out there on the number 72 Cobra. He's actually going to run a 250 on that lap right there. So that's only 1 second off his fast lap of the moto on the last lap. So that is impressive as they get 6 laps in the book. And there goes number 16 Machine at Tate Brush. He's going to check in with us at the second spot.
Dean, I can tell these kids have put in the work for this race. Everybody's had consistent lap times and fast lap times.
No doubt about it. These little guys, man, they're not out there at the practice tracks. These little guys have been at training facilities getting ready for it and making it happen. I'll give you a quick rundown. Jet Rao is going to be your winner. Tate Brush going to be in the second spot. Third spot running the top 3 is going to be Talon Rogers. Jack Deffendahl, the number 33 Machine. He's definitely going to get that 4th place position. And he'll lock up that 4th spot, waiting for our 5th rider to come through and check in. He'll be rounding out the top 5 when he comes through. And it will be Shannon Tarnow making that move. That's why I didn't want to make that call. I knew something could change out there in that last lap, and it did, as Tarnow's going to move in. And that'll be our top 5. We're going to hand it over to Ouija down there on the podium.
Let's do it. Let's give a gold medal out to Jet Rao. And a dominant moto win. How was that race? Tell me about it.
Oh, that was really good, bro. I don't know how I did it.
Did you expect a win coming in?
Yeah, I couldn't.
Unbelievable. Who do you want to thank? Oh, what do we got?
Ask him about his gate pick.
All right, tell me your gate pick.
Bro, I don't know why. It was the last big pick, but it's still... I got a bad start, but caught myself back up to first.
What was the actual gate pick number? 42. It really was last. I thought he was exaggerating. He actually had the 42nd gate pick, and you won the moto. Who do you want to thank?
Route Design, Sofa, Cobra Town, and Gate Moto.
We got ourselves a serious talent here. Jet Rao dominates the moto from the worst gate pick. Serious speed right there. Good job, Jet Rao. Looking for Tate. Where's Tate in second? Yeah, Jet. All right, Tate, we're going to come around front. Thanks, Jet. You can go hang out. Tate Brush finishes second. Let's just move down to the middle here. Tell me about your moto, Tate.
It was good. The start was kind of solid, but... And I just rode my race, tipped over, and that's all.
Who do you want to thank?
Mom, Dad, O'Neill, X-Brand, Cobra, Notel, Micah, Moto X, Matt, Tyler, what? That's all.
They're not helping that much. All right, Tate Brush taking second. Great job, Tate. All right, you can go hang out there, Tate. And we got Talon Rogers who's going to take the third place finish. Let's hear it for Talon Rogers. Good job. Even knew how to take the hat off to get that medal. I'll flip that around. Looks better that way. Hey, how'd that moto go?
Good. Track was rough. I got a horrible start. And, yeah.
That's pretty good. How'd you make those passes, dude?
I got faster and faster in corners and stuff.
That's what it takes. Corners for show. Corners for dough. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, brother and sister, Pro Taper, Dunlop, FXR, Game Moto, Shark Moto. That's it.
There it is. Let's hear it for Talon Rogers. And I got to get the whole shot award here. Looking for Huxley Nolan. Huxley Nolan taking the Stasic Whole Shot Award. How'd you get that start?
Just hold it full noise.
There you go, buddy. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, Cobra, Moto Australia, and that's all.
All right. Let's hear it for Huxley here taking your Stasic Whole Shot Award. All right. Now go have some fun. You're good. You can keep that. And we've got one class left. This is going to be a super fast group. 7 to 8 coming up next.
You're right about that. 7 to 8 coming up next. What a great podium interview that was. That winner right there. Wow, man, he was super excited, and hopefully we see him down there again on the starting line right now, or going to be on the starting line as they're on their site lap is the Micro 378 limited class. I'm going to pass it on over to Jackson as he can give us a rundown.
Thank you, Dean. We're going to have the 44 of Thor Thrasher out of Michigan. We're going to have the 48 of Deegan Sugarmill out of California. We're going to have the 51 of Jake Smith out of Florida. We're going to have the 52 of John Everett Pastura out of Texas. We're going to have the 53 of Jaden Kopuk out of Arizona. We're going to have the 54 of Parker Labu out of Minnesota. We're going to have the 55 of Cannon Zabunki out of Texas. We're going to have the 56 of Braxton Adams out of Idaho. We're going to have the 60 of Jace Sonnenberg out of Minnesota. We're going to have the 66 of Eli Herrick out of Colorado. We're going to have the 67 of Jacob Mariner out of We're going to have the 71 of Grayson Porco out of Ohio. We're going to have the 72 of Weston Otto out of Wisconsin. We're going to have the 73 of Ryder Caraba out of Washington. We're going to have the 77 of Stephen Green Jr. out of Minnesota. We're going to have the 79 of Skagit Williams out of Washington. We're going to have the 85 of Kane A. Paulson out of Colorado. We're going to have the 97 of Jace Dill out of Temecula, California. We're going to have the number 98 of Easton Luttrell out of Georgia. We're going to have the 99 of Jenkins out of Alabama. We're going to have the number 2 of Jaden Smart out of California, the number 9 of Anderson Waddy out of Georgia. We're going to have the number 11 of Drake Boatman out of Michigan. We're going to have the number 12 of Beckman Smith out of Texas, the number 13 of Mason Giles out of New Hampshire, the number 15 of Carter Pilgrim out of New Hampshire. We're going to have the 16 of Gavin McCoy out of Missouri. We're going to have the 17 of Clarkston Hagan out of Kentucky, the number 18 of Corey Holmes out of Colorado. We'll have the 19 of Mason Dixon out of Illinois, number 20 of Lime Asselin out of Washington, the number 21 of Carter Chambers out of Alabama, the number 22 of Jax Baker out of Illinois, the number 23 of Jace Owen out of Texas, the number 25 of Micah Nix out of South Carolina, the number 28 of Owen Salome out of Ohio, the number 30 of Luke Shelton out of the number 31 of Chance Litchfield out of Ohio, the number 32 of Gavin Wisen out of Florida. We're going to have the 33 of Tyler Hinton out of California, and the number 36 of Maverick Gresh Lewis out of California, and the number 37 of Brinson Levin out of Ohio.
All right, thanks for that, Jackson. We're getting loaded up into the gate right now. Got a few riders checking in late down there on the starting line. Want to get them lined up, make sure they're ready, make sure that gate's packed and they're good to go. Those goggles are adjusted. Of course, there's no 2-minute hold for some goggle problems down there. It's only for mechanical issues. We got the staff down there checking the line, making sure all of our parents are pushed back behind the start board back there. And this is the Specialized Sight Lap we just wrapped up out here. Big thanks to Specialized for being a big part of this program here at Loretta Lynn's. See the Stasic banners down there as well. Stasic jumping on board, got that Stasic track down there. I see them boys having a good time. I believe we had a Stasic camp at one point.
And what a company Stasic is, shaping the sport of motocross.
Yeah.
These young guys out there earlier and earlier.
Exactly, they're getting off the bicycles right on these Stasic. Next thing you know, they're doing dirt bikes, and they're moving on to these 50 machines. We're about to see a gate drop right now. Micro 3, 7-8 Limited about to take off the track, take off onto the track. Oh, these guys are ready. Look at them go.
Dad's giving them the final pep talk before they take off here, waving them down, getting them cooled off.
Get them cooled off and fired up at the same time.
Yes, sir.
All right, that board must be up because you can see these riders engaging and getting ready to hammer down this start straight.
They've got their elbows up, the revs are up. And the gate is down here for the Micro 3 7-8 Limited.
Oh, one of the riders going down early off that start right there. Getting back up as quickly as possible. Literally running back to his bike. He knows he doesn't want all these guys to get away from him. As they come swarming through that Monster Energy area there, off the start, it looks like it might be a number 72. See, it might be Weston Otto. See Otto out there on the 65 earlier. That's the other class here for these Micro 378 Limited class. Oh, one of us getting slid out right there. That was number 17, having a little mistake. Thinking about the great start and making a mistake. That is Clarkson Hagen. But Hagen, he is back on two wheels and making it happen. It is number 72 making it happen as they go through the 10 Commandments and through this switchback and back to Storyland. You know, when I was a kid, I don't get what Storyland is. I just don't get it. It's like bedtime stories or what is it? And it's bedtime stories for these guys right now as we are near the end of the day.
Oh, I got to turn my microphone
There you
on.
go.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you're here to keep me in check.
It happens.
Yeah, the family that used to come and do a lot of the flagging back there, their last name was Story. So the entire section there was Story family people with the flags. There you go.
I like it. That's
Best
awesome.
stories are the simplest.
I just thought that's where we did takeouts and made stories about it.
I thought that too. It's like the back section where no one could see it, and you could tell your own story and no one would know. But guess what? We got drones back there now, so you can't get away with it.
Yeah, Sugar Melly writing his own story right now as he is the rider railing around. Big shout out to Mason Dixon. He was that whole shotter out there. I don't see Dixon there in the top two, so hopefully he got things worked out and he's making his way back through the pack. Of course, Dixon on the 19 machine as we watch Sugar Melly now on Racer TV as he comes through the middle of the track now and into this sweeping around the beach. So awesome riding right there by the number 48 machine at Deegan Sugar Melly. And it looks like we got to move there in the second spot. Possibly the number 22 of Jax Baker in the second place position right now. So making some moves early in this one. And they got a long moto. I see the 55 up there as well as they come through. Pick him up, Jax.
All right, looks like it's going to be the number 48 of Deegan Sugarmill out in first. The number 19 of Mason Dixon in second. We got Jax Baker on the 22 bike in third. We've got Kanan Zabunk on the number 55 in fourth. We got Anderson Walden and the number 9 in fifth place.
Definitely some hard names out there for sure. That's the Deegan Sugar Melly in the lead right on the 48 machine. Mason Dixon, number 19 in second. Third spot is Jax Baker. Cannon Zabonik, he is there in the fourth spot. Fifth spot is Anderson Waddell. Jaden Smart in the sixth spot. Seventh spot is Mavic Greshman, sorry about that. And Gavin McCoy in the 8th place position on the number 16 machine. The number 12 of Beckham Smith, he's in 9th. And Jacob Mariner in the 10th place position and rounding out your 10th spot.
And Dean, these kids are going for it. They bared out almost every jump I've saw them go across.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, most of these riders, they have a 65 at home. They've been training on their 65 to fire them up and get them ready for this 50cc class. We're getting a big hole shot out there for Mason Dixon. And that first time through, he's in the second spot.
It looks like Dixon is going to make the pass on Deegan Sugarmill.
Yep, we got a Deegan battling Mason Dixon. That's the names we get here at 2022 at Loretta's. Did Mason Dixon make the move? Yeah, you're saying that's him? All right, so Sugamale is back to second. Wow, that's a pretty distinctive livery there. He's got the yellow spokes.
I think that might be Zabanik, though, on the 55 machine, who's been making some moves out there.
Okay, Zabanik. Had him on the podium before. But Mason Dixon, whole shot, loses some spots, and going back to the number 1 spot. We're going to have the transponder feed here in a moment.
55.
Oh, you're right. It was Zabanik making all the moves, not Dixon. Zabanik to the lead.
Yes, sir. It's Cannon Zabanik out there in the lead. Deegan Sugarmill into the second spot. Third spot, Anderson Waddell. So Waddell making some moves out there. Jaden Smart, the number 2 machine. He's in the 4th spot. 5th spot is Mason Dix, the number 19 machine. And the 6th spot is the number 22 of Jax Baker. 7th spot, the 16 machine of Gavin McCoy. Jacob Mariner, he's going to be in the 8th spot. Gavin Wellesley, and he's going to get inside that top 10 in that 9th spot on the number 32, Cobra. And it looks like Liam Assell in there in the 10th spot, rounding your top 10 on the number 20, Cobra. Sugarmill, though, he is not giving up as they go to the 10 commandments. Look at there, he's got a good double in. Oh, but misses the second one. Not obeying his commandments right there, and that's going to allow your leader, Zabanik, to pull away just a bit. Sugarmill, though, out there on those yellow wheels. You can't mistake that one, that is for sure. On that number 48, Cobra. And we're looking for our 3rd place rider to come in the picture here on Racer TV. It should be the number 9, Anderson Waddell. Oh, looks like it might be a Cobra machine making that move right there. It's not sure who's moving up. It's probably the number 2 of Jaden Smart, who may have made a move on the number 9 machine, Anderson Waddell, out there. And he's going to set his sights on Sugarmill. Here he comes. Look at Anderson Waddell. Waddell's going to answer back and dive in the inside, trying to get a twofer here as they go through the rhythm section. 3 wide right now.
Sugamale got the short end of that stick. He got pushed back. No, he's coming right back.
Trying to dive to the inside, Anderson Waddell.
It's one of the best races of the day.
No doubt about it. Save the best for last. That's what they all say.
Mm-hmm. All right, so they're back to at least battling each other, but not side by side in every section of the track. We had 3 wide for about 4 corners there.
And it probably gives your leader a chance to run away right here.
Great battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Jaden Smart. Jaden Smart's been around the ranch many times, a veteran in the 7 to 8 class. Remember him running up front in 4 to 6, and also the inaugural Mini E race 3 years ago. And now here he is in 7 to 8, moving to the front. Look at Sugamel coming back. Sugamel moving back into 3rd place. Anderson Waddell is 2nd. And Zabanik getting away. Oh, they're still battling. So I believe you're looking at the 9 of Waddell. Yeah, he leads that group. Then Jaden Smart on the number 2. And Sugamel right there with him. Oh, Sugamel goes for a ride and goes down. Rode the high side like a road racer.
Get up quick, though, not losing too many positions. Oh, the bike, I don't think it's running. He finally gets it going. I'm not sure what happened there. He had to pump the throttle a bit.
Wow.
It's like my golf car. You got to pump the gas.
Okay. It's like a car from 1981. Really great technology. So that's going to allow Jaden Smart. He's going to be all alone now in a podium position.
Looks like Smart obeying his commandments and jumping through right there.
Smart's got his eyes set on Waddell.
Actually, Waddell might have been the rider he passed there through the 10 commandments, so I'll tell you what. He is on a move right now. That is number 2 machine of Jaden Smart out of Berry Creek, California. Sponsored by Cobra Motorcycles, Gold Country Casino and Resort. Of course, Fox helping that young man out.
Sugamale and Zabadek. Yep, Waldell, that's comparatively easy, our second place rider. So it's Zabadek, Waldell, and Sugamale. But Sugamale went down, so that's going to allow Jaden Smart to secure that number 3 spot.
I believe he might be in the second spot, but we'll see here. When
over Waldell now? Okay, well, they had that three-way battle going.
Don't worry, guys. He's on the podium. He doesn't know what's going on right here.
Yeah, I'm halfway in and halfway out. Here we go. Zabadek, Smart. Yep, you're right. He's in second. You're actually the smart one. Waldell pushed back to third, but he'll take that. That's still Podium Moto medals.
Absolutely. We'll see with Sugar Molly. He's going to fall right here because he fell in that lap right there. He might have lost a position to Gavin McCoy, but we won't know. There goes McCoy checking in with us in the 4th place position. So great ride there for the 16 machine. 48 of Sugar Molly. He is going to be in the 5th spot running the top 5. Gavin Wellesley, he's been making moves out there. He's going to slide up into the 6th spot. Your 7th place rider is Jax Baker. Then we got Jacob Mariner on number 67 in the 8th place position. And 9th spot is Liam Asselin. And behind him in the 10th place position, new 10th place rider, Beckham Smith. Beckham Smith making some moves out there. He's out there with us in the MX Master Kids in France. This young man, he's a tough competitor, and he is doing as he slides his way up into that 10th place position. What do you see in there on Racer TV, Jackson?
It looks like Smart's about to go for a pass on Zabadek. Smart getting held up a little bit there in the ruts, losing a little bit of time, but he's still got his sights set.
Yeah, I believe these 2 riders right here in this 7-8 class, they are the stars of the Cobra tent over there. Anderson Waddell obviously throwing down on the KTM. He's the only KTM right now in the top 10, so awesome ride there for the number 9 machine of Anderson Waddell. Gavin McCoy in 4th. Sugar Molly, he's going to fall back to 5th, but look for him to fight back and get back into position. As you see, he lost a lot of time right there running 2:43. When the person who passed him, Gavin McCoy, was going to 2:30. Speaking about lap times, look at lap times. Jaden Smart with the fastest lap time, the 2:22. And, of course, Mason Dixon, he'll make his way on the podium regardless. He got that whole shot out there on that number 19 machine here in the Micro 3 class. Look at the timing and scoring. It looks like the race clock shows 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So we at least got a couple laps left. All right, the white flag is out, so 1 more to go. This battle is going to be heated. Only 1.3 seconds separate them. And Jaden Smart has the fast lap time right now. Of course, it's Cannon Zabadek leading the way on number 55 machine. The number 2 of Jaden Smart, he's in the 2nd spot. 3rd spot, round of the top 3 is the number 9 of Anderson Waddell. And your 4th place position, we're waiting for him to make his way through as he's going to come through and check in at the timing and scoring.
And it looks like they're going to be making their way into lap traffic. We'll see if that comes into play here at the end of this moto.
I can tell you right now, it's definitely going to come into play. But in that 4th place position, it was Gavin McCoy. And now in the 5th, Sugarmelly is going to be Gavin Wellesley. So Wellesley making some moves out there. Sugarmelly, he's going to fall back to that 6th spot, but still working hard for sure to stay on that lead lap. Jacob Merida there in the 7th place position, checking in with us. Awesome ride out there by Jacob Mariner. And we're looking for Jax Baker to make his way through. You see something on the screen there, Jackson?
Yeah. Jaden Smart was able to make a clean run through the 10 Commandments. He's caught up the time here. We'll see what happens on this last lap.
No doubt about it. Those 10 Commandments, and that can decipher this moto for sure as they are launching through and making their way through the back of Storyland right now. Going through the nitty-gritty out there. You see this track has really gotten rough. To check back at the top 10 running board, Jacob Mariner checking in with us in the 7th place position on the number 67 machine, the 25 of Mike and Nix moving up. Awesome ride for Nix right there. He's going to be in the 8th spot. The 15 of Carter Pilgrim are going to be in the 9th spot. 10th spot is Maverick Greshman. That's your top 10 rundown.
All right, and it looks like the number 55 of Cannon Zabanik is going to be able to hold him off for right now. Here they come through the sand. Jaden Smart's making another run for it.
Getting intense right now as they're making their way through the middle of the track. And again, this is a last lap. Unfortunately, I mean, not unfortunately, white flag does not mean what it usually means for most situations. White flag means it's go time. It does not mean give up by all means.
Yes, sir, Dean, and that's exactly what they're doing, is going for it.
Here they come through that sweep one last time around the beach. Look at that. Oh, my gosh, what a move that was right there. I'm not sure if you guys see that on Razor TV or not. I was so focused on the battle. The 55 machine, I believe, is going to come through, and he is going to take away. So good ride there for Cannon Zabanik, taking that win. Second spot going to go to Jaden Smart. Awesome ride for Smart as well. You know he's ready. He'll finish just under a second behind Zabanik. We're waiting for our third place rider to come through and check his way in. He's going to come through, so great ride there for the number 9 machine, Anderson Waddell. Man, that was a heated one. That might have been the best one of the day, the last moto of the day. These little guys battling it out for us. What did you think about that one?
That was a great moto. That was fun to watch. It looks like Cannon Zabanik is going to take it home in the Micro 3 7-8 Limited, and that will round off our racing here for our first day of racing at Loretta Lynn's Duke.
Yeah, I'll give you a quick top 10 rundown, guys. Cannon Zabanik, he will take the win. Jaden Smart going to finish up second. Anderson Waddell in the third spot. Fourth spot, Gavin McCoy. Fifth spot, Gavin Mosing. Sugar Molly, he's going to finish up the sixth spot. Seventh spot, Jacob Mariner. Eighth spot, Micah Nix. Ninth spot, Carter Pilgrim. And 10th spot is Maverick Gresham. So great ride for him. We'll see you down there on the podium. Man, some great racing right there. I think there was not a better way to wrap it up than here with this Micro 378 Limited. What do you think?
I couldn't have said it in a better way myself. Here they come around. The rest of them are going to finish out the pack here.
So I know you have a little experience, but what do you think, man? First time at the ranch up here announcing. How's it feel?
Oh, man, it feels great. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad y'all would let me up here in the booth with you. Learned a lot of stuff up here. It has been an eventful 2 days. 1 day of racing, 1 day of practice here at the 41st annual running of the Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's.
Yes, sir. First day of racing in the books here on this beautiful Tuesday. Man, it was a hot one out there, but these guys pushed through and made it happen.
They sure did. All right, and we're going to hand it over to Jason Wygant in just 1 second for the podium speech.
All right, final podium of the day down here at Loretta's. We've already wrapped up day one. Looking for our moto winner. We've already met him on the podium many times before. Yes, that's right. At Loretta's 7 to 8 class, we've already established some of the big names. So I'm looking for Cannon. Let's hear for Cannon Zabanik. Stand right here in the center. Tell me about that moto.
I got like a 4th place start, then just hit my monster.
That's how you do it, just like the big dudes. Who do you want to thank, Cannon?
My mom and dad, Goodman, Georgia, 7, Roger, Roost, T-Rex, Mitten, PR2, Cobra, Puffy, Yaya, Bilbo, Roost, Quits, Kyle's, Skull Candy, Cometic, And that's it.
Shannon Zabadek takes the gold. That is awesome. We've had him up here on the podium many times. All right, you go have a good time. Enjoy taking the pressure off with a early moto win. We'll see how the rest of the week works out for him. More established names will bring up the number 2, who finishes in the number 2 spot. Server Jaden Smart. All right, Jaden, how was that moto for you?
It was pretty good. I got a pretty good start, but I tried to charge as fast as I could and try to hit my lanes as clean as I could, so got second.
All right, who do you want to thank, Jaden?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Cobra Moto, I can't read it.
That's tough. You need a darker marker. All right, that's a long list. All right, hey, congratulations. Say thanks, Mom and Dad, one more time.
Thanks, Mom and Dad.
That's what counts. All right, Jaden Smart. All right, and we're going to do a whole shot award here, too. This is what's good stuff in the class. We're on in a rush right now. We'll bring up Anderson Waldell, who takes 3rd, and then Mason Dixon will have our whole shot award as well. Let's hear it for Anderson Waldell, bronze medal. Yep, taking a trip to the box. You can stand right here in the middle. How'd your moto go, Anderson?
Good.
Take me through it.
Well, I got off to a pretty good start, and I just rode my race and had to travel through the pack.
All right, good job to salvage 3rd. Who do you want to thank?
My mom, my dad, OB, Orange Brigade, KTM, Dunlop, A1 Racing, Scott, Fly, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right. Good job, Anderson Waldell. All right, that's 3rd place, and I need Mason Dixon up here for our Stasic Whole Shot Award. Come on up. Looking for Mason Dixon and even more established names we've had in the podium before. Let's hear it for Mason Dixon. How'd you pull that start, dude?
It felt good.
Are you going to get on the podium the rest of the week?
Yeah.
That's right. Who do you want to thank?
My mom and dad, Mitten for supporting me, SSR at training facility, FX Racing, Investment MSOS, Mike Maluski throwing, and that's all.
Mason Dixon, everybody. All right, you get to keep that. You get to keep that. This age, they can still appreciate a Stasic. That's going to do it for our racing here on a Tuesday. We've already got one day complete. Thanks for joining us for the Monster Energy AMA Amateur National Championship on a Tuesday at Loretta Lynn's Ranch. Enjoy your evening. Stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Motos start, as always, 7:30 on Wednesday.